In the realm of beast taming, Yang Teng found himself trapped as a mere failure, unable to even pass the preliminary beast tamer examination. As a promising young man from the 21st century of Blue Star, such an outcome was far from his aspirations. Ding! The host has activated the Beast Tamer System. The infinite pet column has been unlocked for the host. The lifelong goal of the host, to complete the beast collection in the guide. Just as Yang Teng was engulfed in despair, the system arrived. Fire Spirit evolves into the Fiery Flame Spirit, can evolve once. Petal Butterfly Bud evolves into the Flower Dancing Butterfly, can evolve once. Collection progress, 0.2. When the examination returned, everyone was prepared to witness Yang Teng's humiliation. Someone like him, a failure, thinks he can pass the exam. Someone like him would be a hindrance, even on a construction site. Yang Teng, aptitude, 41, mental strength, 245, has passed the examination. The detection device announced authoritatively. What? Aptitude 41? When did Yang Teng become the greatest prodigy of our city? Yes. Everyone was astounded. Chapter 1. The Useless Beast Tamer. Oh dear, Yang Teng, still no success. As the homeroom teacher, Wang Xing helplessly placed the data report before Yang Teng. This marked the fourth consecutive failure he faced at the Junior Beast Tamer Academy. With trembling hands, Yang Teng opened the report, which bore the glaring red stamp marked unsatisfactory. Gazing at the harsh seal before him, he immediately closed the report without a second thought. Just a bit more is needed, but it's all right, there's a chance for a retest tomorrow. By then I will. I understand, teacher. Thank you. Just as Wang Xing was about to offer further words of consolation, Yang Teng suddenly stood up, calmly expressed his gratitude, and left the classroom with the report in hand. Wang Xing stood there, watching his stubborn silhouette fade into the embrace of the setting sun. Since his soul traversed into this world, Yang Teng had now participated in the preliminary Beast Tamer examination 4 times. Each examination provided one opportunity for a retest. Once those 4 attempts were exhausted, he would not only be unable to pursue further education, but would also never obtain the qualification certificate for a Junior Beast Tamer. The world he inhabited mirrored Blue Star. Yet centuries ago, a rift in the dimensional space unleashed a torrent of ferocious beasts that ravaged the realm, bringing forth countless beings with extraordinary powers. Humanity fought valiantly, with the aid of many benevolent beasts, to repel the beast tide and protect their homeland. Even to this day, the rift in dimensional space remained partially unhealed. Fortunately, the people no longer lived in fear of beastly attacks. Through the encounters with these creatures, humans' physical prowess evolved, leading to the emergence of the profession of beast tamers, who could forge contracts with these beasts. It was said that 12 master-level beast tamers now gathered at the pinnacle of the Star Tower, quietly observing the movements of the Tianjiang, the dimensional rift. Alas, despite Yang Teng's ambition to become an exceptional beast tamer, his innate talent was woefully inadequate, and even the beasts he could contract were far too weak to pass the preliminary examination. Failing the qualification exam meant he could not advance in his education. Memories of the past years flooded Yang Teng's mind. Wang Xing was a good teacher no matter how lacking Yang Teng's talents were. This distinguished elite teacher and senior beast tamer never once considered abandoning him. Through the years, despite the mockery from the outside world, Wang Xing stood steadfast by Yang Teng's side, offering comfort and encouragement. If he were to fail the examination once more, the person he would feel most regretful towards would undoubtedly be his teacher. Sigh. With a heavy heart, Yang Teng walked along the path of the campus. As a notorious repeater in the school, many younger students, upon seeing him, wore expressions of scorn that belied their youth. I heard Yang Teng still didn't pass the examination today. Just one more chance tomorrow, and we'll finally be rid of him. Sigh. This repeater has tarnished our school's reputation. I can't fathom what Teacher Wang is thinking. He's so accomplished, yet keeps supporting this failure. Teacher Wang's reputation has surely suffered because of him. Hearing the derisive voices around him, Yang Teng maintained a stoic expression as he continued on his path. Have you all said enough? Don't you have your own matters to attend to? Suddenly, a female voice pierced through the chatter of the students. Shortly after, Lin Xin appeared before Yang Teng, a prodigious student of the Junior Beast Tamer Academy in City S. No one understood why Lin Xin would choose to befriend a failure who couldn't even pass the preliminary exam. Are you all right? Concern was etched on Lin Xin's lovely face. Rest assured, imperfectly fine. Yang Teng clenched his fists. He could endure embarrassment in front of anyone, except Lin Xin. Her strength had now surpassed his by a considerable margin. The feeling of inadequacy gnawed at Yang Teng's heart, rendering him unable to meet her gaze. Yes, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to leave. Lin Exin closely followed. Having grown up together, she understood his temperament intimately. At this moment, words of comfort would be futile. All she could do was accompany Yang Teng, just as they had in their childhood. Yang Teng was acutely aware of Lin Zin's light footsteps trailing behind him. Though his heart ached, he dared not turn back. Today, Lin Xin was not only a direct admit to their academy, but also a silver-level member of the Beast Tamer Alliance in City S. This singular distinction assured that their futures would be irrevocably altered. What should have been a 10-minute walk was drawn out by Yang Teng to nearly half an hour before they finally reached the entrance of the apartment building. Suddenly, the footsteps behind him faded away. Noticing this, Yang Teng turned back, feeling a pang of loss. Indeed, Lin Xin had already walked away. The dim and dilapidated hallway reflected his heavy and reclusive mood, shutting out the beautiful hues of the sunset visible through the glass window. Upon seeing their son return home with a dejected expression, Yang's parents seemed to grasp the situation. Shouting, "I've cooked your favorite braised pork today. Come wash your hands and eat." Though their expressions of concern and love for their child may not have been direct, they were woven into the very fabric of their actions. Yang Teng gazed at his parents with a mix of emotions, as someone who had traversed from Blue Star. Although these individuals were not his true parents, they were no different from his own flesh and blood. He had occupied the body of the former owner as if nesting in a magpie's nest, indulging in familial affection that should have brought him joy. Yet, the continuous failures in the examinations had left Yang Teng weary. "No thanks, Mom and Dad. You go ahead and eat. I need to go back to my room and think about how to tackle tomorrow's examination." With his head bowed, Yang Teng gently closed the door behind him. A crimson flash dissipated. A dim little flame materialized before Yang Teng's eyes. This was his contracted beast fire spirit. What was originally mere pet food for beasts unexpectedly transformed into his beast companion due to a twist of fate. In a strict sense, the fire spirit cannot truly be classified as a mythical beast. It is merely a manifestation of the essence spirit, lacking any inherent intelligence. Alas, with neither the ability to be rated, it seems we are destined to forsake the path of beast tamers. Seemingly attuned to Yang Teng's lament, the fire spirit instinctively emitted a faint glow that momentarily intensified. The sudden flicker of the flame startled Yang Teng, momentarily capturing his attention. However, due to insufficient energy, the fire spirit soon dimmed once more. "You little rascal, so you were trying to comfort me." Yang Teng managed to muster a faint smile as he gently stroked the fire spirit. Beep! A soft mechanical sound suddenly resonated in his ears. Yang Teng jumped in surprise, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Who is it?" Beep! Initiating system. Infinite Beast Taming System activated. Host, Yang Teng. Qualification. 6 mental power. 98 beast companion slot. 1 primary beast. Companion. Fire spirit. Chapter 2. From Waste to Genius. Modifying the host's beast pet section. Set to infinite beast pet slots. Under the manipulation of the Infinite Beast Tamer System, Yang Teng found himself frozen in place, utterly entranced. The system. What a familiar golden finger. At long last, it was his turn. What astonished him the most was the unlocking of the infinite beast pet slots. It is worth noting that even at the pinnacle of human strength, a master beast tamer could only unlock a mere 10 slots. An infinite beast pet slot, what does that entail? It signifies that he could forge contracts with an endless number of beast pets. However, the opening of beast pet slots was intricately linked to the mental prowess of the beast tamer. The stronger one's mental cultivation, the more beast pet slots one could unlock. Yet, his mental strength was merely 98, falling short of the threshold of 100 required for a novice beast tamer. How could he possibly unlock infinite beast pet slots? With a sense of skepticism, Yang Teng forced himself to calm his mind, and his mental space began to reveal itself. To his astonishment, an array of beast pet slots densely filled his mental space, perfectly aligned. Wherever he looked, the slots occupied his entire perception. Ding! Task unlocked. Shop unlocked. Congratulations, host, for completing the binding task. Rewards: Talent Pills X10, Universal Evolution Stones X1, Exchange Points X6666. The system's voice promptly drew Yang Teng out of his mental reverie. At that moment, he found 2 bottles of pills in his hand. Talent Pill can randomly enhance the user's talent by 16 points, with a chance of failure. Universal Evolution Stone forces an incapable beast pet to unveil a new evolutionary path. Gazing at the descriptions of the pills, Yang Teng's eyes widened in surprise. Insidious. Any novice beast tamer with a talent exceeding 30 was already regarded as an extraordinary prodigy. The esteemed Lin Xin, hailed as the top female student at the Novice Beast Tamer Academy in City S, currently boasted a talent of only 39. Logically, a talent of 10 serves as the threshold for novice beast tamers. Those surpassing 30 are destined to become advanced beast tamers. The talent pills before him were indeed a treasure, and with no other recourse, Yang Teng thought little and swallowed all 10 pills in one go. A brilliant blue light emanated from within him, bestowing a refreshing clarity. Ding! Detected change in host talent. Current talent value, 41. Hearing the system's announcement, Yang Teng felt a profound clarity wash over him. What had once been incomprehensible now seemed entirely within his grasp. Talent is the cornerstone that paves the way for a stronger path for beast tamers. In this world, the strength of exotic beasts is unmistakable, with their complex evolutionary paths. Only beast tamers with higher talent can attract increasingly powerful. Conversely, those with low talent, should they dare to capture formidable, face two possible outcomes: being torn asunder by the beast or being overwhelmed by the beast's contract energy. Yang Teng gazed in astonishment at his own hands. The rapid enhancement of his talent left him momentarily speechless. If he was not mistaken, the most talented student at the City S Novice Beast Tamer Academy held a mere 48. If he were to acquire a few more talent pills, he could confidently ascend, transforming into the foremost genius of City S. With his talent now elevated, his next focus was on the fire spirit. Though not a true, it held a pivotal place in Yang Teng's heart. He was determined to take a chance. After all, the fire spirit was his first beast pet. After feeding it the iridescent universal evolution stone, the creature abruptly dissipated into a swirling cloud of smoke, vanishing from Yang Teng's sight. He was utterly dumbfounded. Where had the fire spirit gone? Could it not withstand the energy of the universal evolution stone and had exploded? In a panic, Yang Teng sought assistance from the system. Ding! The energy of the universal evolution stone is gentle. No rejection reaction will occur. Warning, the system has detected a powerful, exotic beast materializing. Please maintain a safe distance. At the sound of the system's alarm, Yang Teng quickly reacted. In the next instant, a crimson six-pointed star formation enveloped him. The entire room was suddenly locked in a surging atmosphere. Flames blazed fiercely, yet miraculously, they did not ignite the room. Yang Teng's eyes reflected the grand and fervent flames. Amidst the crackling sounds, a fire entity with black horns and demonic wings emerged from the fiery six-pointed star formation. What is this? Yang Teng sensed an incredibly familiar aura emanating from the fire entity. This was undoubtedly his fire spirit. However, how had it transformed into this? Pokédex updated. Demonic Flame Fire Spirit. Level, 17. Attribute, Fire Demon. Talent, S. Characteristic, Demon Flame. Normal attacks have a chance to unleash an additional 15 damage of attached Demon Flame. Evolution, can evolve once. Base stats, 455. Skills. Fire Gun Attack, inflicts 40 damage to a single target with a chance to burn the opponent. Raging Flames, unleashes a powerful strike, dealing 55 area damage and burning the opponent. Roar. The fire entity now stood nearly as tall as Yang Teng. It swung its fiery fists and let out an exuberant roar. This truly was his fire spirit, and it had manifested in an unprecedented evolutionary form. Yang Teng's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. The demonic flame fire spirit not only possessed unparalleled talent, but also boasted an astonishing base stat value of 455. To put it into perspective, the majority of beast tamers in City S currently commanded beast pets with an average base stat of around 300, let alone an S-grade talent. Such an had never appeared in City S throughout history. The spectacle before him was so overwhelming that Yang Teng found himself rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Ding! Host has completed the evolution task. Rewards, Talent Pills X10, Divine Dew X10, Exchange Points X2222. As the rewards were credited, Yang Teng realized that he had truly struck gold that night. Without hesitation, he consumed the talent pills to enhance his talent and the Divine Dew to boost his mental prowess. The originally gaseous blue light now flowed with a mist-like quality. Host, Yang Teng. Talent, 73. Mental Strength, 245. Beast Pet Slots, Infinite. Main Beast Pet, Demonic Flame Fire Spirit. With the system's update, Yang Teng's latest personal report was officially released. Gazing upon the series of extraordinary values on the data panel, Yang Teng felt no trace of discontent in his heart. Qualification 73, equivalent to qualifying for the pinnacle of human beast mastery at the master level, with a mental strength of 245. Although it barely meets the standard of a high beast master, it is more than sufficient for Yang Teng at this current stage. Chapter 3, Contracting the Second Beast Companion. After retracting the flame spirit into his mental space, Yangteng summoned the system to display the shopping interface. A beast master must not only possess extraordinary talent, but also require resources to nurture their beast companions. However, the acquisition of resources is invariably linked to financial means. Yangteng's parents are ordinary wage earners, and shouldering the expenses of nurturing beast companions proves to be quite challenging. Fortunately, Yangteng now has the system at his side, alleviating his concerns regarding resource acquisition. The next evolution stage for the Flame Spirit is the Flame Lord, which also marks its ultimate form. Through the system's brief introduction, he gained a rough understanding of the exchange points required to cultivate the Flame Spirit into a Flame Lord. Currently, Yangteng possesses 888 exchange points, which are evidently insufficient for the final evolution of the Flame Spirit. Reluctantly, he shifted his focus to the interface for purchasing beast companions. The ultimate factor for a beast master to grow stronger lies in the strength of their beast companions. The strength of a beast companion is also reflected in their quantity, skills, innate talents, and base stats. The latter two factors determine the extent of the enhancement of a beast companion's fundamental attributes. As for additional bonuses, such as traits and levels, they hold little significance when the power disparity is minimal. The marketplace arranges beast companions according to their talent levels, ranging from F to SSS. Naturally, the higher the talent level of the beast companion, the greater the exchange points required. For Yangteng, the most suitable option at present is to purchase a beast companion with an A-level talent. Since he already possesses one of the fire element, he excluded that option. After a thorough selection process, Yangteng identified 3 preferred beast companions: the wind element butterfly bud, 888 exchange points; the earth element charred mud catfish, 888 exchange points; and the psychic element void maiden, 888 exchange points. Clearly, in terms of price, the Void Maiden is the most fitting choice for Yangteng at this moment, but purchasing her would leave him unable to buy the necessary nurturing resources. Sigh. Once I have the means, I shall undoubtedly acquire you. For now, I will select the butterfly bud. Yangteng gazed longingly at the projection of the Void Maiden before reaching out to purchase the adjacent butterfly bud. Congratulations to the host for completing the Beast Companion purchase mission. Rewards: Qualification Pills X5, Divine Dew X5, Exchange Points X5555, Level Up Candy X15. The sudden announcement from the system caused Yangteng's previously balanced emotions to plummet once more. Looking at the adorable Void Maiden before him, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known that purchasing a beast companion also counted as completing a mission, he would never have chosen the green butterfly bud. However, there was no turning back now. He had already made the purchase. What more could he say? After spending 500 exchange points to establish the contract with the butterfly bud, Yangteng welcomed his second beast companion. In merely a few hours, he had transformed from an underperforming waste, consistently failing assessments, into a super genius among his peers. Even when encountering renowned beast masters, Yangteng felt confident in his ability to defeat them. Pokédex updated: Exotic Beast, Butterfly Bud. Level 1. Attribute: Grass Bug. Talent: Trait: Absorb, converts 1/10 of skill damage into health restoration. Evolution: Can evolve twice. Base stats: 305. Skills: Leaf Blade, deals 35 damage to a single target, guaranteed to hit. Root Absorb, deals 30 damage to a single target and restores 1504 health. This trait is impressive. Yangteng gazed in surprise at the trait panel of the butterfly bud. It seems that this beast companion is designed to operate as a tactical perpetual motion machine. Its unique ability lies in continuous consumption and output. Without hesitation, Yangteng promptly purchased sufficient resources for leveling up and evolving the little flower bud before him. As a radiant light of life descended, a vibrant green hexagram magic array suddenly appeared before his eyes. In an instant, a butterfly-like beast companion, with a wingspan exceeding half a meter and trailing a pink flower bud tail, materialized. Pokédex updated: Exotic Beast, Flower Butterfly. Level 16. Attribute: Grass Bug. Talent: Trait: Absorb, converts 1/9 of skill damage into health restoration. Evolution: Can evolve once. Base stats: 415. Skills: Green Grass Domain, increases grass attribute skill damage by 30 and enhances recovery abilities by 50. Leaf Storm, deals 50 area damage, with a certain probability of triggering a critical hit. In the blink of an eye, the butterfly bud had completed its first evolution. Such a pace of advancement is likely unattainable even for some financially well-off beast masters. The attribute panel of the flower butterfly, as Yangteng had anticipated, leans towards a consumption-oriented build, boasting superior defensive stats and health compared to the higher-tier Flame Spirit. However, The downside lies in the flower butterfly's abysmally low attack and speed capabilities, making it challenging to execute a consumption strategy against opponents with explosive power. Sigh. It's still quite commendable. Yang Teng shook his head in self-deprecation. Ever since binding with the system that night, he had noticed a shift in his mindset, becoming somewhat inflated. Suppressing his inner joy, Yang Teng retracted the flower butterfly into his mental space. He attributed this progress entirely to his system and felt genuine gratitude towards it. After all, it was the system that had transformed him from a mere waste into a prodigy worthy of admiration. As midnight approached, the lights of countless households had long been extinguished. After all the commotion, Yang Teng suddenly realized that his stomach was grumbling. With no other option, he stealthily opened his door, intending to quietly slip into the kitchen while his parents were asleep to see if there was anything to eat. "Little Teng, are you hungry?" Just as he was nearing the kitchen, his mother, rubbing her eyes, emerged from her room and approached him from behind. "Mom, yes, I'm a bit hungry." Yang Teng glanced at the gray strands in his mother's hair, and a wave of deep emotion surged from his heart. "I knew you were hungry, which is why I couldn't sleep well tonight." His mother turned on the kitchen light, seemingly scolding him, and said, "You child, no matter what you encounter outside, you must eat. Not eating is just punishing your own body." "Mom, I understand. I will definitely listen to you from now on." As he spoke, Yang Teng's voice suddenly caught in his throat. In his past life, he had been an orphan, never having experienced the warmth of parental love. It was the incident of electric shock that led to his death and subsequent transmigration into this world. From that moment onward, he bore the name of his predecessor in this body, experiencing the warmth of parental love, perhaps indulging in it too much. Yang Teng gradually began to mirror the sentiments of countless youths, growing weary of his parents' incessant nagging and their misalignment on certain matters. Now that his personal issues were resolved, upon reflection, Yang Teng truly wished to give himself a resounding slap. The phrase blessed, yet unaware of one's blessings perfectly encapsulated his situation. "Mom, I love you. And Dad too." As Yang's mother was busy preparing dumplings, she suddenly heard her son's heartfelt declaration. Startled, her hand trembled, nearly causing the dumplings to tumble to the ground. "You child, being able to study diligently and fulfill your responsibilities is the greatest reward you could give us." Though she never uttered the word love, her words were laden with affection for Yang Teng. On a frigid winter night, the cold wind seeping through the window should have been piercing. Yet, with the steam rising from the pot, the chill brushing against Yang Teng's face was rendered inconsequential. Chapter 4, The Final Assessment. The following day, the Junior Beast Tamer Academy in S City was abuzz with fervent chatter regarding Yang Teng's impending final examination. "Ha. This waste who has been held back 3 times is finally leaving our academy. Indeed, let's see how he shamelessly begs teacher Wang Xing for another chance this time. Oh, you're being too harsh. If I were Yang Teng and failed this assessment again, I might as well just end it all. What face would I have left to live in this world?" The surrounding clamor was as piercing as icicles forming under eaves in winter, cold and penetrating to the core. Lin Xin and Yang Teng met at the school gate. "Here, I bought you some corn. Have a bite." Over the years, due to the assessments, Yang Teng had not had breakfast for a long time. At that moment, Lin Xin pulled out a warm ear of corn from her sleeve as soon as she saw him. "This is..." Yang Teng's eyes widened as he accepted the corn. "Hurry and eat it. Consider it a warm-up for the upcoming assessment," Lin Xin said, hands behind her back, wearing a sweet smile. Her presence was like the fluttering white cherry blossoms along the roadside, healing the wounds of mockery Yang Teng had endured over the years. The news of Yang Teng's challenge for the final assessment spread across much of S City. Not only were students from the Junior Beast Tamer Academy present, but even the crowd outside gathered to witness the spectacle at the arena. This was a vast holographic arena designed specifically for beast tamers to compete and undergo assessments. At this moment, the venue was filled to the brim with spectators. As Yang Teng and Lin Xin walked along, worry etched across her face. However, knowing his temperament, she refrained from offering any empty reassurances. "Rest assured, this time I will pass the assessment." Yang Teng suddenly halted, turning to look at Lin Xin. Over the years, she was the only person he felt indebted to in his heart. "I believe in you." Lin Xin, after much hesitation, quickly smiled and spoke. Her sweet and gentle demeanor stirred waves of emotion within Yang Teng. As they stepped into the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the once boisterous venue fell silent, as if the tide had receded. Only Yang Teng, with unwavering determination, cast a resolute glance at Lin Xin before striding confidently to the competition stage. "Ha. I never thought this waste would actually dare to make a fool of himself. If I were him, I'd be utterly mortified. No kidding, this guy has some thick skin. Did you see teacher Wang Xing's expression? He is utterly disappointed." The din from the crowd penetrated Yang Teng's ears, yet he remained undeterred, steadfastly positioned before the competition stage. Oh my, he actually came. Just as the crowd was getting animated, a young man suddenly turned to notice a cloaked figure behind him. The man was peculiar, shrouded in a black cloak, with a tattered red scarf around his neck. Shoo, don't say a word. As the young man prepared to take another glance, the cloaked man's gaze pierced through him like a blade. Wang Xing, who was maintaining order at the foot of the stage, also noted the presence of the cloaked man. And even he, a senior beast tamer, couldn't help but shiver. Is he the only one taking the makeup exam today? A deep, resonant voice echoed from the shadows behind the stage. Yes, Mr. Chiao, Wang Xing replied with evident respect, bowing slightly towards the backstage. This Yang Teng. Isn't he the one who has failed 3 times? Why is he still here? It was clear that Mr. Chiao did not wish to expend energy on helping Yang Teng with the assessment. Mr. Chiao, this Yang Teng still has this last opportunity for a makeup exam. Please consider. As Wang Xing spoke on Yang Teng's behalf, Mr. Chiao's sigh followed suit. Yang Teng clenched his fists, fully understanding Mr. Chiao's implications. Perhaps, for a waste like him, it was not worth Mr. Chiao's effort. The crowd erupted in laughter, while Lin Xin and Wang Xing's faces turned pale. As the designated examiner of S City, if Mr. Chiao was unwilling to assess Yang Teng, then his path as a beast tamer would undoubtedly come to a halt. Mr. Chiao, you, Wang Xing, I fail to comprehend why you insist on having him undertake the assessment. This is clearly an impossible task. Mr. Chiao's voice resonated like a heavy hammer, striking Yang Teng's heart. As an elite-level teacher, occasionally nurturing a few unqualified students is not a blemish on your teaching career. Mr. Chiao, you misunderstand. Wang Xing's face reddened as he said earnestly, I have always recognized Yang Teng's efforts. He has never been a stain on my teaching path. On the contrary, as a teacher, I greatly admire his perseverance. Therefore, Mr. Chiao, I implore you to grant Yang Teng this opportunity. His words reached every ear in the arena, plunging the crowd into an astounded silence. It was truly perplexing that Wang Xing would speak so highly of Yang Teng. As a participant in the arena, Yang Teng took a deep breath, casting a grateful look in Wang Xing's direction, and solemnly declared, I, Yang Teng, hereby pledge my loyalty as a beast tamer. Should I fail to complete the assessment, I willingly accept the decree of the Beast Tamer Alliance. To guard the forbidden realm of Tianjiang, never to return. Gasps erupted throughout the crowd, followed by a collective intake of breath. At that moment, not just Wang Xing, but even the cloaked man and the shadowy figure of Mr. Chiao backstage were momentarily taken aback. The forbidden realm of Tianjiang was a no-man's land feared by both humans and beasts. Although Tianjiang was monitored by the world's most powerful beast tamer factions, it did not imply that they would dare to tread into such perilous territory. Each year, countless beast tamers ventured into Tianjiang, yet all faced the same fate, disappearance. With Yang Teng's abilities, should he venture into Tianjiang, his demise was all but certain. Young man, have you made up your mind? After a prolonged silence, Mr. Chiao finally spoke softly. Wait a moment. Just as Yang Teng was about to respond, Wang Xing abruptly interrupted him. Don't be foolish, Yang Teng. The place known as Tianjiang Juedi is not somewhere you can venture. Teacher, this is my choice. Please trust me. A resolute determination etched itself onto Yang Teng's face, a look he had never displayed before. Seeing him in such a state, Wang Xing was momentarily taken aback. Well, here as someone with grit. Mr. Chiao's tone suddenly rose significantly. In that case, let us proceed with the first individual test. All right. Yang Teng was already well acquainted with this test, having undergone it 7 times before. With a resounding boom from the competition platform, a column emanating a faint blue light ascended from the ground, standing tall in the arena. Named Yonghe, it was the most sophisticated and fastest instrument developed by humanity to date. Its primary function was to measure the various capability values between beast tamers and their magical beasts through computation. Yang Teng paused momentarily, braving the derisive jeers of the crowd as he approached Yonghe. Under the tense anticipation of Wang Xing and Lin Xin, he placed his hand into the central groove of Yonghe. Suddenly, a magnificent glow enveloped Yang Teng. An invisible aura surged forth from within him. Why does this test feel different from the previous ones? Wang Xing furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about Yang Teng's energy. It seemed to have condensed significantly. Psychic energy value detected, 245. Now assessing aptitude. Aptitude assessment completed. Aptitude value, 41. Chapter 5. The assessment proceeds smoothly. A wave of astonishment rippled through the arena. None of the spectators, who had come to witness the spectacle, expected Yang Teng's actual individual values to be so high. Did I see that correctly? Aptitude 41. Psychic energy 245? Wasn't he supposed to have low innate talent? 41. In all of S City, there can't be more than 10 people who have achieved such a height. Amidst the murmurs of confusion, Both Wang Xing and Lin Xian's expressions dramatically shifted, especially Wang Xing, who understood Yang Teng's abilities best. How had he managed to turn the tables and suddenly leap into the realm of genius overnight? Wang Xing was baffled but felt a swell of joy for Yang Teng. Mr. Chiu, seated behind the platform, suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a mysterious light. Why does this young man give me such an unusual impression? It seems this is not his true power. Mr. Chiu was astute. Currently, Yang Teng, after consuming 5 aptitude pills, had reached a staggering aptitude value of 88. To conceal his true strength and avoid suspicion, he had deliberately suppressed his aptitude value to 41 before arriving at the assessment venue. Yet even so, it had stirred quite the commotion. Yang Teng opened his eyes, surveying the crowd, committing to memory each individual who had belittled, suppressed, or ridiculed him. Most felt a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. They had come to witness Yang Teng's embarrassment, only to find themselves the true jesters. I knew you could do it. Despite the oddity of Yang Teng's results today, in Lin Xian's heart, he would always be the most exceptional individual. The individual test has been passed. Please proceed to the second round of assessment, battle ability test with magical beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Chiu's voice echoed once more across the arena. I refuse to believe that Yang Teng can pass the first test. Can he possibly succeed in the second? I don't believe it either. Just wait for the show. His magical beast is a fire spirit, right? Such a non-combatant creature surely won't prove useful. Hearing the clamor of the crowd, a victorious smile crept onto Yang Teng's lips. The preliminary assessment for beast tamers typically involved deploying magical beasts of levels 1 to 20 for combat. Due to the exceptionally high aptitude of the flame spirit, Yang Teng chose not to summon it. Before the eyes of all present, a bluish 6-pointed star formation materialized on the competition platform. Moments later, a blue cat, measuring nearly half a meter long and adorned with dark patterns, emerged from the formation. The evil spirit cat, an initial form magical beast classified as D rank, possessed malevolent attributes. They VE sent out the evil spirit cat. It seems Mr. Chiu is serious. Wang Xing gasped in astonishment. In the assessment of beast tamers, assessors would dispatch corresponding magical beasts based on the contestants' overall strength. Most beast tamers encountered F or E rank beasts. Encountering a D rank was a rare occurrence, indicating Mr. Chiu's high expectations for this assessment. Assessment duration, 30 minutes. Mr. Chiu's voice resonated gravely. Within this time, you must defeat the evil spirit cat before you can qualify as a junior beast tamer. All right. Yang Teng nodded slightly, and in front of all spectators, he struck the ground with one hand. Oh my, the D-rank evil spirit cat is no easy opponent. Is Yang Teng serious? He doesn't appear to be joking. Heavens. A contract formation. Suddenly, amidst a girl's gasp, a verdant 6-pointed star formation appeared beneath Yang Teng's feet. Surges of vitality radiated outward, coalescing into a magnificent source of spiritual energy, symbolizing the grass attribute. In the next moment, the figure of the flower butterfly materialized from within. With its ethereal and pure form, it astonished all onlookers. Wasn't Yang Teng's magical beast a fire spirit? How has it suddenly transformed into a grass attribute magical beast? Moreover, judging by its energy fluctuations, it seemed formidable. The cloaked man's eyes glimmered with intense intrigue. It seemed he had discovered something significant, quietly unleashing his psychic energy to envelop Yang Teng. Wait, Yang Teng's magical beast has changed? Wang Xing looked equally astonished. An A-rank magical beast? In all of S City, few possess such a creature. Mr. Chiu's words reverberated like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the audience. They had not anticipated that Yang Teng's flower butterfly was actually an A-rank magical beast. At Mr. Chiu's signal, the combat assessment commenced. The evil spirit cat, swift as lightning, darted towards the flower butterfly. Skill, pounce activated. A beam of bluish cat claw energy descended directly upon it. Buzz. The flower butterfly fluttered its wings, effortlessly evading the evil spirit cat's attack. In the next moment, the skill, grassland domain, was activated. Waves of life energy emanated from its body, rapidly spreading outward, engulfing a significant portion of the arena. Seizing the moment the flower butterfly paused, the evil spirit cat launched its skill, Shadow Strike, charging towards it. The Shadow Strike skill could inflict a penetrating damage of 35 on a single target. Such explosive power was not merely skin deep. If the flower butterfly were struck, it could very well lose its combat capacity. Fortunately, as an A-grade beast pet, the response speed of the flower butterfly is indeed remarkably swift. With a mere sidestep, the attacking advance of the evil spirit cat missed its mark entirely. Seizing the opportunity, the flower butterfly fervently flapped its wings, unleashing the skill leaf storm. Enhanced by the verdant aura of the grassy arena, the swirling leaves ascended like ethereal sprites wandering through the jungle, enveloping the evil spirit cat within their embrace. The power of Leaf Storm was formidable. Should the evil spirit cat fail to escape the range of its assault in time, it would face an inevitable defeat. Meow. At Mr. Chio's signal, the evil spirit cat let out a sudden, spine-chilling cry. In the next moment, a jet-black stream of energy, resembling a dark flame clinging to its surface, collided violently with the Leaf Storm. This was the skill Evil Spirit Strike, learned from a skill book, capable of enhancing its attack by 10% and inflicting 45 points of penetrating damage to a single target. Witnessing this, Yang Teng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Truly, one of the most esteemed examiners in City S, Mr. Chio had cultivated a beast pet far beyond his expectations. As the two skills clashed, a dazzling display of effects erupted, generating a terrifying gale of energy. Yang Teng dispersed his mental energy to monitor the battlefield while bracing against the residual shockwaves. As time progressed, a broad smile began to unfold at the corners of Yang Teng's mouth. In the arena, the green luminescence symbolizing Leaf Storm had utterly obliterated the evil spirit strike released by the evil spirit cat into the air, accompanied by a wretched howl. The evil spirit cat could no longer withstand the onslaught of Leaf Storm and was forcefully hurled away. The immense backlash caused Mr. Chio to wince in pain. The strength of this beast pet was indeed formidable. Just moments ago, he had distinctly seen the flower butterfly take damage. Yet, how was it that its vitality had suddenly restored? In merely 5 minutes, it had triumphed over a D-grade evil spirit cat. Was Yang Teng's prowess truly as feeble as others claimed? With the defeat of the evil spirit cat, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. They gazed at the unfolding scene with disbelief. Such a monumental reversal left not only the audience, but even Wang Xing, who knew Yang Teng best, nearly wide-eyed in shock. Chapter 6. The Challenge from the Cloaked Manum. A low murmur emanated from Mr. Chio backstage. Following this battle, his attitude towards Yang Teng had undergone a complete transformation. Indeed, for this final assessment, you have prepared extensively and sacrificed much. Mr. Chio's voice resonated throughout the arena. Your efforts may not have been witnessed by my own eyes, but winning this assessment serves as proof of your potential to become a beast master. Very well, in that case, you have passed this assessment. Wait a moment. Before he could finish, a voice as cold as stagnant water echoed through the arena. It was the cloaked man. Mr. Chio, through the holographic projection, directed his gaze towards him, a flicker of confusion appearing in his eyes. The assessment is not yet complete. The cloaked man spoke with an air of indifference. Making his way towards the competition platform in front of the crowd, the arena fell silent. Yang Teng looked at him with confusion. I have passed both assessments for the junior beast master. If one considers only a beast master with a single pet slot, it indeed counts as passing. The cloaked man stood firm in the arena, stating coolly, however, you have cultivated 2 pet slots. Consequently, the other pet is also required to undergo a combat capability test, as per regulations. What? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The strength Yang Teng had displayed today had completely shattered their preconceptions, yet this was not the end. He had a hidden card yet to reveal. After the initial shock, the crowd collectively gasped, collapsing back into their seats. How had he, who was deemed useless just yesterday, transformed into a genius overnight? Throughout history, there have been participants in the Junior Beast Master Assessment who have developed a second or even third pet slot. However, without exception, they eventually became the top-tier powerhouses of their era, safeguarding world peace. If Yang Teng truly opened up a second pet slot, then he would become a respected rising star, not just in City S, but across the entire globe. This was not the conclusion everyone had hoped to witness. At this moment, all eyes were on Yang Teng, eagerly awaiting him to declare that he had not cultivated a second pet slot. Under the cloaked man's gaze, Yang Teng seemed to come to a realization, a resolute glimmer shining in his eyes. I have indeed opened a second pet slot. What? Instantly, all anticipation morphed into profound disappointment, weighing heavily on those who wished to see him falter. Lin Xin, upon hearing his words, tightly clenched her fists, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Nearby, Wang Xing's eyes turned red. He was an emotional person, especially regarding Yang Teng's assessment. Now, seeing his student achieve such remarkable success, he felt immense joy as a teacher. Reveal your second pet. This time, let me be your examiner. The cloaked man stepped back a few paces, an intangible pressure enveloping everyone present. What? Not only the audience, but even Mr. Chio backstage widened his eyes in astonishment. He was well aware of the identity of this individual. Yet, why would someone of such high status personally conduct an assessment for a student? A few years ago, a genius with a talent rating of 49 had opened a third pet slot, yet he had never considered assessing that individual. The significance of this attention towards Yang Teng spoke volumes of his extraordinary potential. To earn genuine recognition from others, one must showcase their full strength. The cloaked man's words caused Yang Teng to momentarily pause. He was right. To truly gain respect and acknowledgement, one must demonstrate their complete capability. Only then could he possess the aura necessary to protect himself and safeguard others. All right. In the next moment, Yang Teng stood resolutely in the arena, his voice ringing out clearly. Observing his determined expression, the cloaked man's lips, hidden beneath his mask, curled into the faintest semblance of a smile. Come forth, flame spirit. A magnificent fire array materialized in the arena. The searing heat, conveyed through the air, enveloped everyone, reddening their faces. Roar. The entrance of the flame spirit was unmatched by the flower butterfly. Its chilling presence evoked surprise even from the cloaked man, who raised an eyebrow. An S-grade beast. Mr. Chiu exclaimed in shock. At this moment, not only he but even Wang Xing and all present appeared as if petrified, frozen in place. An S-grade beast, while not unheard of in a city as large as City S, was indeed a rare sight. Throughout history, beast tamers capable of forming contracts with S-rank beast companions have invariably risen to at least the status of semi-masters. The growth of an S-rank beast companion, in terms of attributes, skills, and various capabilities, far surpasses that of lesser-ranked creatures, as there exists a correlation between talent level and racial value. Upon reaching this echelon, these creatures acquire an alternative designation, quasi-divine beasts. When a quasi-divine beast unleashes its fury, the resultant destruction can be measured in the scale of entire cities. At present, the magma fire spirit has yet to evolve into its ultimate form, yet even in its current state, it remains more than sufficient to tackle the impending challenge. The cloaked man steadied his resolve and summoned forth his own beast companion. With a resounding roar of golden lightning, a winged tiger adorned with a singular horn materialized in the arena. This was the Thunder Tiger, a B-rank beast companion. Who exactly is this individual? Do you recognize him? However, even though it is a B-rank beast, in a battle of equivalent rank, it would undoubtedly falter against the magma fire spirit. Yang Teng endeavored to drown out the murmurs of the crowd, his expression grave as he focused on the massive Thunder Tiger in the distance. Although his previous strength was lacking, his mastery of basic beast taming knowledge rendered him a standout scholar even in the entirety of City S. The Thunder Tiger, while possessing a relatively low talent level, boasted remarkable speed and overwhelming attack power, posing a significant threat to the magma fire spirit. Defeating it was certainly feasible, but the outcome would hinge on the tamer's skill. Adhering to his principle of never underestimating an opponent, Yang Teng resolved to wait for the Thunder Tiger to make the first move before allowing the magma fire spirit to adapt its strategy. Humph. Is this compelling me to take action? Nevertheless, the cloaked man's tone, though tinged with disdain, harbored a subtle hint of praise that warmed Yang Teng's heart. In the next moment, the Thunder Tiger roared, summoning bolts of lightning as it charged towards the magma fire spirit. Thunder Slash, activate. The Thunder Tiger lifted its head, and the lightning from its horn radiated forth in a fierce arc, aimed directly at the magma fire spirit. It could even lock onto the magma fire spirit's movements. Yang Teng furrowed his brow and commanded, "Do not be afraid. Engage it head-on and unleash the fire gun attack." As a single target damage skill, the fire gun's power was formidable, and given that the initial exchanges were merely tests of strength, there was no need to exert full force just yet. As anticipated, the Thunder Tiger's assault was easily thwarted by the magma fire spirit. Yet this was merely the beginning. With a piercing shriek, the Thunder Tiger swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the magma fire spirit. A sphere of lightning coalesced atop its horn. The crackling lightning surged forth like a serpent, hurtling towards the back of the magma fire spirit. The lightning sphere could inflict 50 points of damage and had a chance to paralyze its opponent. Seeing this, the magma fire spirit swiftly turned, flames rising from its hands like a vortex, colliding with the lightning sphere. Blazing flames, activate. As an area of effect damage skill, its power exceeded that of the lightning sphere by 5 points. My heavens, the arena is engulfed in flames. That Thunder Tiger surely stands no chance against the magma fire spirit, which is an S-rank companion, even without having evolved to its final form. Defeating a Thunder Tiger should be a trivial task. The spectators buzzed with excitement. Boom. No one anticipated that the blazing flames would also produce an explosive effect. With a deafening roar, the Thunder Tiger was hurled backward, nearly tumbling out of the arena. Its condition appeared somewhat sluggish, struggling to rise. The Thunder Tiger glared fiercely at the magma fire spirit emerging from the flames. The latter now resembled a fire deity, its flames radiating magnificently. Humph. Though the Thunder Tiger currently found itself at a disadvantage, the cloaked man exhibited no signs of surprise. In that case, Thunderstrike. As the man's words fell, the Thunder Tiger raised its head, summoning down a colossal bolt of lightning. Instantly, the arena was enveloped in a tempest of thunder. For safety, Mr. Xiao hastily instructed the security personnel to activate the arena's protective shield. This was the Thunder Strike. Wang Xing furrowed his brows. Fear etched on his face. Only powerful lightning attribute beasts can learn such a skill. Can Yangtang withstand it? Thunder Strike, a lightning attribute attack skill. Unleashing a 75-point thunder attack that inflicts splash damage of 1804, guaranteed to paralyze the opponent. This skill is highly coveted among lightning attribute beasts during their formative stages. Beyond its substantial damage, its guaranteed paralysis effect makes it an invaluable asset. Yang Teng, well-versed in theoretical knowledge, understood the formidable nature of this imminent attack. The Magma Fire Spirit could not possibly withstand the Thunder Tiger's full onslaught using merely blazing flames. In that moment, his mind became chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder Tiger completed its charge and unleashed the Thunder Strike. A terrifying tempest of lightning instantly engulfed the entire arena. The once formidable figure of the Magma Fire Spirit was consumed by the vast sea of thunder. Blazing flames, activate. Yet even with this skill, it proved insufficient to counter the full force of the Thunder Tiger's strike. The Magma Fire Spirit, akin to a small vessel adrift on a turbulent sea, was on the brink of capsizing. As if sensing Yang Teng's anxiety and recalling the humiliation of being defeated 7 times during its assessment as a fire spirit, the Magma Fire Spirit summoned all its strength, coalescing a greater amount of fire energy into a protective shield that stood before it. Boom. Suddenly, a blinding white light surged forth. All present widened their eyes in astonishment. My heavens, how could the beast companion trained by this cloaked man be so powerful? The voltage is terrifying. I feel a tingling sensation in my feet. I refuse to believe that Yang Teng can pass this assessment. Clenching his fists, Yang Teng felt his heart plummet as the fire energy emitted by the Magma Fire Spirit began to wane. Perhaps it was fate's design that he would not succeed in the assessment to become a junior beast tamer. Just as he sank into despairing thoughts, the Magma Fire Spirit radiated a brilliant white light. This was a sign of evolution. The Magma Fire Spirit has comprehended the skill Flame Blade. The system's voice echoed in Yang Teng's ears. What? The cloaked man gazed in astonishment at the location of the Magma Fire Spirit. In the next moment, the previously dim flames surrounding it ignited with renewed vigor, radiating intense brilliance. A phantom of a colossal fire giant materialized behind the Magma Fire Spirit, wielding a blade of flames pulsating with searing heat. Flame Blade, a fire attribute attack skill, inflicting 65 points of single target damage and an additional 30 points of combo damage. At this moment, the energy of the Thunder Strike had already been depleted by nearly half, and with the activation of Flame Blade, the previously raging sea of thunder could no longer withstand the onslaught of fire energy and erupted violently. All the storm clouds dissipated into a tranquil atmosphere. Struck by the fiery blade's direct assault, the frail form of Thunder Tiger was sent soaring through the air. Witnessing this, the cloaked man extended his hand, swiftly drawing Thunder Tiger into his mental space. The outcome of this contest had become evident. Undoubtedly, Yang Teng emerged as the victor of this assessment. Good heavens! He managed to turn the tide. How could this be possible? I always said that Yang Teng was not as lacking as we had imagined. You certainly did not express such sentiments earlier. I knew you could do it. At this moment, Lin Xin was exceedingly exhilarated, her fists clenched against her chest. Standing nearby, Wang Xing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. After retrieving the magical flame spirit into his mental space, Yang Teng finally exhaled, his expression serene as he regarded the man before him. Indeed, you have passed your assessment. The cloaked man made no further remarks. Producing a silver badge symbolizing a junior beast master from his pocket and tossing it through the air into Yang Teng's hands. The latter, somewhat astonished, grasped the badge tightly. This was an honor he had labored for over 4 years to attain. The small silver emblem embodied the humiliation, effort, and dignity he had accumulated over the years. At long last, Yang Teng had achieved this. Thus, Yang Teng, you have passed the Junior Beast Master assessment. Mr. Qiu's voice rang with an unusual exuberance. This is merely the starting point of your life. There will be intermediate Beast Masters, advanced Beast Masters, elite Beast Masters, and so forth awaiting your examination. As a repeat student, you have undoubtedly fallen behind your peers. Once you enter the Intermediate Beast Master Academy, you must strive even harder in your studies. Thank you, Mr. Qiu, and to you as well. Yang Teng spoke with deep respect, directing his gaze towards the direction of the cloaked man. Although I do not know who you are, I will forever remember your guidance. Chapter 8. A Reunion. The cacophony that accompanied their arrival had dissipated into the present stillness. Those who had once doubted Yang Teng were rendered speechless, their faces contorted in pain as if scorched by flames. Yang Teng, congratulations. Wang Xing approached him with a satisfied expression. Thank you, teacher. Yang Teng scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. As his mentor, Wang Xing understood him better than anyone else. Yang Teng's performance in today's assessment had been exceedingly peculiar. Yet, Wang Xing refrained from inquiring. Having witnessed the arduous journey Yang Teng had undertaken over the years. Yang Teng, Lin Xian approached him, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Congratulations. Once I graduate, we can be classmates again. Indeed. Yang Teng paused momentarily, a long-forgotten smile gracing his features as a thought crossed his mind. By the way, our families have not gathered for quite some time. What do you think about tonight? Huh. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, quickly concealing her inner thoughts. Sure, long before their births, the Yang and Lin families had established a deep friendship. At that time, Yang's father was a prominent figure within the S-City Beastmaster Alliance, and he had taken Lin's father under his wing, helping him to secure a foothold within the alliance. Unfortunately, due to the incident at Tianyang Lake, Yang's father had failed to receive timely information, resulting in a delay in rescue efforts that caused significant casualties among alliance members. Consequently, he was dismissed from his position and could only barely make a living as a laborer. In contrast, the Lin family had flourished in recent years. Several years prior, Lin's father had ascended to the position of Minister of Air Defense within the S-City Beastmaster Alliance, holding a respectable status. As the disparity in their social standings grew, the interactions between the Yang and Lin families gradually diminished. It had been half a year since Yang Teng last encountered members of the Lin family. Unbeknownst to Yang Teng, Lin Xian's parents harbored their own sentiments. But he believed that his success in passing the assessment warranted sharing this joy with them. Perhaps, through his efforts, the relationship between their families could return to its former closeness. Since you have plans for the evening, I shall take my leave, Wang Xing said with a faint smile, preparing to bid farewell. Wait a moment, teacher. Yang Teng suddenly called out to him. I would like you to join us. This is a gathering for your two families. It would be inappropriate for me to attend. Wang Xing was about to decline, but Yang Teng stubbornly shook his head. Teacher, you have helped me immensely over the years, so I sincerely hope you will come. You rascal. Wang Xing sighed, pointing at his face in resignation. Very well, I shall attend. Excellent. Yang Teng nodded vigorously, straightening his back as he faced his most respected teacher, departing into the evening breeze. The decision to invite the Lin family for dinner had struck Yang Teng as a sudden inspiration. He imagined that Lin Xian's parents would surely be delighted to join. The two parted ways at the intersection. Initially, Yang Teng intended to visit the Lin family to greet the elders. But Lin Xian insisted that they could meet later that evening. Reluctantly, Yang Teng returned home. Mom, I'm back. Yang Teng exclaimed excitedly as he opened the door. Startled, Yang's mother, who was busy in the kitchen, gasped. I thought someone else had come. You scared me. Hee. Mom, I passed the Junior Beastmaster assessment. Yang Teng beamed, stepping closer to her. His mother paused, disbelief washing over her features as she scrutinized her son's face. Really? Is that true? Would I jest about such a thing? Yang Teng laughed heartily, recounting his experiences on the competition stage and his plans to invite the Lin family to dinner. This was a momentous occasion, certainly deserving of a celebration. Yang's mother's expression shifted. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we've seen Xian. You'll see her soon enough. Yang Teng replied with a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, in an upscale neighborhood not far from the Yang residence, Lin's father abruptly sat up on the sofa, newspaper in hand. Are you saying that Yang Teng passed the Junior Beastmaster assessment? Yes, Lin Xian responded, her expression somewhat complex. Dad, I will not allow you to call Yang Teng a waste anymore. He has proven himself. All right, I understand. Lin's father waved his hand in astonishment at his daughter's words. Are you certain that Yang Teng's aptitude has reached 40? Is there any doubt in the results from Yonghe? Lin Xian furrowed her brows. Dad, you and Mom haven't seen Uncle and Aunt Lin in a long time. Yang Teng mentioned that he wishes to invite you for dinner since he just passed the assessment. I see. Lin's father waved his hand dismissively, his eyes glinting with keen interest. Over the years, he had intended to maintain distance from the Yang family. After all, with the fall of the Yang family, there was no longer any necessity for mutual support, and the presence of Yang's wasteful son had only solidified Lin's father's resolve to sever ties. However, now that Yang Teng had emerged as the most exceptional genius in S-City, a future star of such caliber, if he were to become involved with his daughter, it could indeed be a favorable match. By the way, let's go buy some expensive gifts later. Remember, choose the finest ones. Lin's father pondered for a moment and said, now that you mention it, it has indeed been quite a while since we last saw their family. All right. Lin Xian nodded with great excitement and hurried towards her mother's room. According to their prior agreement, the Yang family arrived first at the largest hotel in City S. Awaiting the arrival of the Lin family and teacher Wang Xing, booking the private room at this hotel had cost Yang's father a considerable sum. A man of deep loyalty and sentiment, the thought of soon reuniting with the Lin family made the smile on his face nearly dissolve the wrinkles etched upon it. Over the years, due to their outwardly peaceful relationship with the Yang family, the kind-hearted Yang trio had never given it much thought. Half a year had passed without seeing each other, and they wondered how each had fared in that time. Soon, teacher Wang Xing arrived, guided by the waiter to the private room. After exchanging pleasantries, he expressed great satisfaction to Lin's father regarding Yang Teng's efforts over the years. Just as laughter and camaraderie filled the air, a deep male voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Yang Gu, it's been a long time. It was the Lin family of four arriving. Lin Xian's younger brother, Lin Yu, opened the private room door and entered with his family. So this is Lin Yu? I hadn't expected him to have grown so much. Reunions among old friends are often filled with endless topics to discuss. However, at that moment, the conversation between Yang's father and Lin's father felt somewhat stilted. Sensing this, Yang's father smiled with a hint of satisfaction and affectionately ruffled Lin Yu's hair, to which the latter wrinkled his brow in mild disdain. Chapter 9. A conversation between two families. Observing this scene, Yang's father awkwardly withdrew his hand, chuckling heartily. Lin Te, you are indeed fortunate to have both a son and a daughter. Oh, come now, big brother. Lin's father replied with a twinkle in his eye. I have already heard from Xianer that Xiao Teng is now the top genius in City S, incomparable to the past. Upon hearing this, Yang's father stiffened momentarily, followed by a look of gratification surfacing on his face. After all these years, to have nurtured Xiao Teng to this point is truly a remarkable achievement. Come, have a seat. Lin's father nodded slightly, adopting a host's demeanor as he invited Yang's father to sit down. Wang Xing observed all of this quietly, sipping his tea without interjecting. Who is this? Just as Lin's father was about to take a sip of tea, he noticed Wang Xing seated beside Yang Teng. Uncle Wang. Yang Teng quickly stood up at Yang's father's gesture, smiling as he introduced. This is my teacher, Wang Xing. Hello. Wang Xing stood as well, shaking hands with Lin's father. Ah, so it's Teacher Wang. I've heard your name long before, Lin's father remarked with surprise, nodding. An elite teacher in our city. Alas, I regret not being able to send Xianer to study under you. Xianer is exceptionally gifted and astute. I believe anyone who teaches her will surely see her shine in the future, Wang Xing responded with a smile. Ah, thank you for your kind words, Teacher Wang. Lin's father replied with a smile, before turning to chat with Yang's father about past events, their shoulders linked in camaraderie. Lin's mother and Yang's mother, being less adept at conversation, sat side by side, exchanging awkward smiles. Sister, is that Yang Teng? Lin Yu shot a disdainful glance at Yang Teng. Though only 13, he was already a renowned beastmaster in City S. With a qualification score of 31, he was considered a prodigy in the city. What truly garnered him fame was his contract with an A-grade mantis beast. It is worth noting that Lin Xian's first contracted beast only possessed a B-grade talent. You should be addressing him as Yang Gu, Lin Xian chided gently, having grown weary of her brother's habitual arrogance towards outsiders. Regardless of who it was, Lin Yu always seemed to regard others as beneath him, exuding a subtle air of superiority that had led him to offend many over the years. Hearing Lin Xian's words, he frowned and replied coolly, how I choose to address him is my business. You needn't instruct me. It's quite all right, Yang Teng interjected with a smile. It has indeed been a few years since I've seen Lin Yu. Yes. Lin Xian cast a deep glance at Lin Yu before turning her soft gaze toward Yang Teng's face. By the way, have you completed the enrollment procedures for the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy? Rest assured, my teacher has already taken care of it for me. As he said this, Yang Teng couldn't help but smile at Wang Xing. Oh, so you're heading to the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy so soon? Lin's father raised his glass, slightly tipsy, indeed. Young man, I have always thought highly of you. You are quite grounded. Come, let us drink to that. Oh, certainly. Yang Teng eagerly rose, raising his glass to clink with Lin's father. As time passed, Lin's father's inebriation grew, leading him to engage in drinking competitions with everyone present. Observing this, the others had no choice but to join in the revelry, clinking glasses in the joyful atmosphere. Ah, Xiao Teng, actually when you and Xianer were little, your father and I considered arranging a betrothal between you two. Huffed. Lin's father's declaration startled Yang Teng so much that he nearly spat out his drink. Hearing the term betrothal, Lin Xian couldn't help but shyly lower her head. Wasn't it never finalized? Yang's father shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Who could have foreseen such events unfolding? I have told you, the incident at Tianyang Lake was certainly due to an insider in the alliance. It's not your fault. Lin's father waved his hand dismissively and continued. To be honest, my life hasn't been easy without you in the alliance all these years. Despite my promotion to minister, there are still plenty of troublesome matters behind the scenes. Listening to Lin's father lament, everyone in the room couldn't help but shake their heads in resignation. After all, they did not belong to the same circle, and the topics he spoke of were hardly of their interest. Moreover, The primary purpose of today's gathering was to celebrate Yang Teng's successful assessment. After a considerable time, Lin's father finally extricated himself from the frustrations of the mundane world. Noticing the somewhat subdued atmosphere, he awkwardly waved his hand, smiling. I seem to have forgotten. Today is meant to be a celebration of Xiao Teng passing his assessment. With that, he raised his glass again, clinking it with Yang Teng's. Returning to the main topic. Big brother, look at how grown-up Xiao Teng and Xiner have become. Considering the engagement that was disrupted by those unforeseen events, don't you think today, in this joyous spirit, we should? Haha, that would depend on the children's wishes, Yang's father replied with a calm demeanor. He was never one to dictate the preferences or fates of others. Noticing Yang's father deliberately avoiding his words, Lin's father's expression slightly darkened. At this moment, the initiative regarding the engagement unexpectedly rested in the hands of the two young people. Lin Xin, feeling extremely shy, lowered her head as she had always been a reserved and quiet girl. Under the intense scrutiny of those around her, Yang Teng's expression shifted slightly. Engagement? Isn't this a bit sudden? This unexpected development left him perplexed as he scratched his head, laughing. Isn't this a bit too quick? Although Lin Xin and I have grown up together, matters of the heart require gradual nurturing, don't they? To be honest, Yang Teng indeed held feelings for Lin Xin in his heart. It is utterly perplexing to him that, despite his affection, he does not yearn to possess the person before him immediately. Perhaps the controversies and ridicule he has endured over the past few years have been too overwhelming. At this moment, Yang Teng's foremost thought is to enhance his own strength. As for emotional entanglements, they must be set aside for the time being. Listening to his words, Lin Xin cast a somewhat despondent glance at her mother. Lin's father and Yang's father were equally surprised by his response. Both Yang Teng and Lin Xin are still young. Especially the latter, who is yet to reach adulthood. Discussing such matters now indeed seems premature. Wang Xing, perceptive as ever, noticed the dilemma in Yang Teng's eyes and could not help but interject, stating, as a teacher, I believe that at their stage, they should prioritize their studies. Becoming an exceptional beast master is paramount. Ha ha ha, Wang Laosher speaks with great wisdom. After a brief pause in the atmosphere, Lin's father could not restrain a hearty laugh, proclaiming, no wonder you are an elite teacher in S City. You are absolutely correct. We have been too hasty in our considerations. Indeed, Yang's father chimed in supportively. Humph. Disliking someone is disliking someone. There are no excuses needed, Lin Yu scoffed, crossing his arms dismissively. Xiao Yu, how have I taught you to behave outside? Do not speak carelessly. Lin's father's demeanor instantly turned cold. In response, Lin Yu shrugged slightly in fear, turning his head away. Lin Xin found his words particularly jarring. Fear not, Lin Xin. I shall await you at the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy, Yang Teng said, gazing at her somewhat forlorn features. His heart softening as he shifted the conversation. All right. Lin Xin quickly lifted her head, offering him a gentle smile. It must be said that Lin's father is far more adept at navigating the professional realm than Yang's father. His eloquent words ensured that no one in the room felt belittled. Yang's father was also oblivious to the attitude Lin's father had held towards them before learning of Yang Teng's remarkable rise to genius. If one were to pinpoint the most imperfect aspect of today's gathering, it would undoubtedly be the engagement matter. However, Yang Teng's temporary rejection would not elicit further remarks from them, especially Lin's father, who, skilled in discerning human emotions, understood through his inquiries that Yang Teng indeed harbored feelings for Lin Xin. That alone sufficed. Chapter 10, The Class Ethos of the Genius Class. Ha ha ha, just in time. With teacher Wang Xing present today, once you enroll, I will personally escort you to his class. You, my friend, are quite the strategist. Naturally, I am eager to dedicate my utmost effort to nurturing a talent like Lin Yu in my class. As the evening breeze stirred, Yang Teng and Lin Xin strolled along the street, enveloped in a moment of silence. Thank you for your companionship over these years, Yang Teng said, his hands tucked into his pockets, turning to gaze at her charming visage. I must thank you as well. Under the glow of the streetlights, Lin Xion's expression was warm and serene. From you, I have learned perseverance and how to steadfastly pursue my aspirations. I understand. Yang Teng's pace faltered momentarily. But the crisis facing humanity has not yet been averted. My desire to become a beast master is not merely a quest for strength. When Yang Teng first arrived in this world, he had become separated from his parents during the Tianyang Lake incident in S City. In the moment he was about to be devoured by a monstrous beast, a man had exerted every ounce of strength to save him. He was a member of the Beastmaster Alliance and an exceptionally skilled beastmaster. During their escape, the man had provided him with considerable care. Alone in a foreign land, the man was the first person he encountered who treated him with genuine kindness. This solitary individual allowed him to experience the profound power of human emotion. Regrettably, They were ultimately pursued by the S-grade beast, the nine-headed phantom serpent. To protect himself, the man and his beast companion, Abu, perished within the jaws of the nine-headed phantom serpent. This tragedy has lingered in Yang Teng's heart for many years, serving as the direct impetus for his ambition to become a beast master. Observing him lost in painful thoughts, Lin Xian gently reassured him, "Rest assured. In the days to come, I shall accompany you, striving to grow stronger." "Thank you, Lin Xian," Yang Teng replied warmly, his gaze softening as he looked into her eyes. No matter the time or circumstance, regardless of the decisions he made, Lin Xian would always remain steadfastly by his side. Over time, he had grown accustomed to this feeling. "Let us be on our way." The night breeze was somewhat chilly against their skin. Yang Teng smiled, walking alongside Lin Xian. Unbeknownst to them, their hands gradually drew closer together. The following day, at the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy in S City, Wang Xing escorted Yang Teng to the administration office, where they met his homeroom teacher. "Teacher Zhao Qian, I entrust him to you from now on," Wang Xing said, bowing slightly with a broad smile. "To be in my genius class indicates that this lad possesses considerable potential." Zhao Qian cast a cursory glance at Yang Teng, waving his hand dismissively. "Go find your class. I will converse with teacher Wang Xing a bit longer." "Understood." With that, Yang Teng nodded and departed. After his exit, a hint of disdain flickered in Zhao Qian's eyes. "Are you certain this boy has genuinely improved?" "Absolutely," Wang Xing replied earnestly. "You are the only person I know. I would appreciate your guidance for Yang Teng." "Rest assured," Zhao Qian nodded thoughtfully. "As long as this boy does not cause me trouble, I will treat him with equality." The Intermediate Beastmaster Academy in S City, in a strict sense, has effectively honed students into true beast masters. Given the current instability in the outside world, countless beast masters are required each year. Within the Intermediate Academy, should a shortage of frontline beast masters arise, the students are also expected to be mobilized accordingly. Of course, such situations are rare. In the past decade in S City, only the Tianyang Lake incident necessitated reinforcements from students across various academies. Yang Teng swiftly located his class. Due to its designation as the genius class, his classroom was situated in a secluded area, occupying an entire three-story building. The environment was nothing short of splendid. Upon entering the classroom, the lively students quickly noticed his presence. Someone recognized his identity and exclaimed, "It's Yang Teng." Instantly, the class erupted in excitement. Just the previous night, homeroom teacher Zhao Qian had mentioned that they would welcome a new student today. However, no one had anticipated that it would be Yang Teng, the once failed student who had suddenly transformed into a genius. In an instant, many felt a profound sense of imbalance. "So, you are Yang Teng?" A muscular man clad in tight-fitting apparel provocatively approached Yang Teng. "That's me," Yang Teng replied, unflinching, meeting his gaze. "Good." The muscular man clapped his hands, a smirk of provocation gracing his lips. "Since you've joined our genius class, we are all classmates now. As such, you must also be aware of some of our class rules." "What rules?" Yang Teng inquired, glancing around in confusion. Before long, a youth, slender as a monkey, approached the burly man, boldly proclaiming, "First, pay your respects to our class leader, Tian Yi." A salute? As Yang Teng listened to the laughter surrounding him, he suddenly comprehended that this was merely their little prank. At once, his expression shifted. "I am here to learn. I cannot acquiesce to anything unrelated to my studies." No sooner had he uttered these words than he located his seat and turned to sit down. Seated beside him, Lu Mingting extended her foot, deftly dragging Yang Teng's bench away, causing him to nearly stumble. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Yang Teng, no one asked you to bow so deeply." The youth, dubbed Slender Monkey, pointed at his face, laughing unabashedly. "Are you done fooling around?" Yang Teng cast a cold glare at the crowd, his voice low and steady. "If you have the guts, let us engage in a fair fight." "A fight?" Tian Yi cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. With a defiant smirk, he pointed at Yang Teng. "As class leader, shall we have a match?" "Very well," Yang Teng replied, fixing his gaze upon Tian Yi, straightening his posture. "What are the terms of this contest?" "As beast masters, we shall pit our beasts against each other," Tian Yi said nonchalantly. "If you win, you may abolish those rules. But if you lose, do not blame me. Let us begin." The atmosphere in the genius class was even more toxic than Yang Teng had anticipated. To survive in such a hostile environment, one must demonstrate their strength to silence the incessant chatter of these individuals. As class leader, Tian Yi was not merely a figure of intimidation. His talents ranked him among the elite, boasting an impressive score of 37. However, the arrival of Yang Teng felt as if his aura had been stolen, igniting within him a sense of loss and humiliation that finally erupted at this moment. Chapter 11. Consecutive Defeats. The two wasted no time and exited the teaching building, making their way to an open square to commence their battle. Naturally, the students of the genius class were eager to gather, rallying around Tian-E with fervent cheers. These individuals had been training for some time, and both their personal prowess and the cultivation of their beasts surpassed Yang Teng's capabilities. Not daring to underestimate them, Yang Teng summoned his contract array first, releasing his beast, the flower butterfly, an A-rank exotic beast. No wonder he is so arrogant. The crowd murmured. Though its level seemed relatively low, Tian-E still held a distinct advantage. Following the murmurs, Tian-E summoned his beast, the lava rhinoceros. As a B-rank exotic beast, the strength of the lava rhinoceros was unquestionable, with exceptional resistance and attack capabilities. Coupled with a base stat of 390, it was hardly inferior to the flower butterfly. Importantly, as a fire-type beast, the lava rhinoceros had a decisive advantage over the grass-type flower butterfly. "Go, boss!" cheered the slender monkey, Wang Bo, from the sidelines. "Hey, kid. Today I'll teach you the rules of our genius class." Tian-E scoffed, retreating slightly. Facing him, Yang Teng remained vigilant. The flower butterfly's current advantage lay in its robust base stats and supportive characteristics. Conversely, the lava rhinoceros's benefits were glaring, including powerful skills unlocked through leveling up and its elemental superiority. The outcome of this battle was far from certain. Roar! The lava rhinoceros charged towards the flower butterfly, its horn igniting with blazing flames. Fire Horn Charge, a fire-type attack skill exclusive to horned beasts, dealing 55 damage with a knockback effect. Despite its formidable power, the skill had a notoriously low accuracy. The flower butterfly fluttered its wings gracefully, evading the onslaught. As an agile combatant, the flower butterfly maintained its distance from the enemy, employing a ranged strategy to gradually deplete its opponent's health. In the next instant, the flower butterfly unleashed the skill Leaf Storm. Dozens of leaf blades struck the lava rhinoceros's hardened shell and horn, producing a cacophony of clashing metal. With a powerful recoil, the lava rhinoceros was pushed back by half a meter. Damn it! I didn't expect that even with the elemental advantage, it would still be knocked back. Tian-E furrowed his brow. In a flash, he shifted tactics, commanding the lava rhinoceros to execute the skill Fireball Rain. Fireball Rain, a fire-type attack skill, dealing 40 area damage with a chance to burn the opponent. With a furious roar, the lava rhinoceros conjured a massive fireball. Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, the fireball exploded, transforming into a torrent of smaller, yet fierce flames, indiscriminately bombarding the flower butterfly. The latter had no choice but to activate the grassland domain and utilize the power of Leaf Storm to withstand the onslaught of fireballs. I found a weakness. During the battle, Tian-E scrutinized the flower butterfly's vulnerabilities. He discerned that if the flower butterfly could not evade or kite effectively, its advantages would be easily nullified. Thus, the most effective skill against the flower butterfly was indeed Fireball Rain. After some adjustments, the lava rhinoceros launched another round of Fireball Rain, cornering the flower butterfly completely. Now, it was Yang Teng's turn to feel anxious. One could not deny that the students of the genius class were indeed formidable in their combat capabilities. Observing the flower butterfly struggling against the elemental disadvantage, Yang Teng suppressed his worries, mentally calculating his next move. Excellent. Keep it up, lava rhinoceros. Use Fireball Rain to defeat it. Tian-E exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands. With his command, the lava rhinoceros raised its head, roaring to the heavens. The overwhelming fire elements coalesced once more into a gigantic fireball, which then split into a rain of fire, hurtling towards the flower butterfly with ferocity. The flower butterfly flapped its wings, supported by the grassland domain, initiating Leaf Storm in an attempt to counter the deluge of fireballs. However, after several rounds of depletion, the flower butterfly was no longer capable of delivering a full-force strike. The fireball rain shattered the wind wall created by Leaf Storm, swiftly closing in on the flower butterfly. In a moment of desperation, Yang Teng commanded the flower butterfly to use the skill Root Absorption. Root Absorption, a grass-type consumption skill, could inflict damage on the enemy while simultaneously pulling them closer. This was the only opportunity for the flower butterfly to break through. Logically, the effective range of Root Absorption was limited to 15 meters. Yet, the lava rhinoceros stood 20 meters away. What Tian-E did not anticipate was that the grassland domain could enhance the power of grass-type skills, including their effective range. With all its might, the flower butterfly unleashed a vibrant green vine from within, akin to a slingshot, latching onto the lava rhinoceros's horn. Whoosh! In the next instant, as the flower butterfly flapped its wings with all its might, a rain of fireballs descended, engulfing the very area where it had previously stood. The verdant grassland was instantaneously obliterated. With anticipation in his heart, Yang Teng beheld the graceful approach of the flower butterfly, drawing closer to the lava rhinoceros. The Root Absorption skill was fully activated. Accompanied by a piercing roar, the life force of the lava rhinoceros began to visibly transfer towards the flower butterfly. Tian-E sought to intervene, but it was already too late. As the leaf storm was unleashed, the lava rhinoceros was swiftly engulfed and violently hurled into the air, crashing down to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. What? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that Yang Teng could genuinely defeat Tian-E's beast companion. How could this be? How could the esteemed Tian-E be bested by this mere boy? Wang Bo faltered, his pupils narrowing slightly. As a participant in this spectacle, Tian-E shook his head in confusion. No, I am the strongest among this genius class. You have only just enrolled. How could you possibly defeat me? You remain the class leader. Yang Teng withdrew the flower butterfly and calmly stated, I hope we can all coexist peacefully in the future. No sooner had the words left his lips than he turned to head back to the classroom. Wait, Tian-E bellowed. It is not over yet. Although my beast companion has been defeated, our duel is far from concluded. What does he mean? Just as Yang Teng prepared to turn around, he heard Tian-Yi's sudden roar, charging towards him. The rush of wind echoed in his ears. In that instant, he swiftly tilted his head, narrowly evading the force of Tian-Yi's punch. As a formidable beastmaster with a mental strength exceeding 300, he easily sensed the threat looming beside him. Though Tian-E was a seasoned fighter, his reflexes were no match for Yang Teng's. The power of mental strength bestows myriad advantages. Even higher-tier beastmasters can wield their mental force to unleash disruptive impacts and other remarkable abilities. While Yang Teng was not yet capable of such feats, he could still gather his mental energy to induce a degree of confusion in Tian-E. Just as the latter concentrated his punch. Mere moments away from striking Yang Teng's face, a jarring sound erupted from within his mind, akin to an electric shock. The excruciating pain caused him to collapse to the ground. This is my mental strength? How is this possible? Isn't mental interference a skill reserved for advanced beastmasters? Good heavens! What manner of creature is Yang Teng? All the students in the vicinity looked on in astonishment at Yang Teng's position. At that moment, he elegantly stepped forward, standing before Tian-E. You despicable trickster, employing mental force. This is cheating. The original agony subsided with the withdrawal of Yang Teng's mental energy. Tian-E, releasing his grip from his head, pointed an accusing finger at Yang Teng, his face twisted in rage. Cheating? Yang Teng cast a dispassionate glance at him. Do you take me for a fool? This is merely an application of his own tactics against him. Chapter 12, The Interception. What does that mean? Tian-E, not being from Blue Star, naturally could not comprehend the meaning behind those words. Observing his bewildered expression, Yang Teng smirked, shaking his head before returning to the class. How arrogant. Boss, he completely disregards you. Wang Bo angrily approached, shaking his fists. What did you say? Tian-E shot a fierce glare at him, shoving him aside. Upon returning to the classroom, the group no longer exhibited the same bravado before Yang Teng as they had initially. Soon after, Zhao Qian entered the class, casting his gaze upon the students below. I trust everyone has made the acquaintance of our new classmate? Zhao Qian spoke monotonously, his expression as impassive as ever. A few murmurs of acknowledgement arose from the class. Yang Teng, why don't you introduce yourself? Zhao Qian stepped aside. At his prompting, Yang Teng approached the podium and solemnly declared, Greetings, everyone. I am Yang Teng, and I hope that in the days to come, we can coexist harmoniously and look out for one another. His voice, though not loud, conveyed a clear message. Lu Mingting, who had previously taken his seat, now lowered her head in concern. Ever since Yang Teng showcased his prowess, she had been plagued by unease. Tian-E, why is your neck red? After Yang Teng stepped down, Zhao Qian casually surveyed the room, his gaze landing on Tian-E. The latter's expression shifted slightly before he shook his head. It's nothing, teacher. I just accidentally scratched it. All right, aside from our lessons today, there is another important announcement to make. Zhao Qian regarded him intently before laying down his book and speaking in a measured tone. How many of you have yet to join the Beastmaster Alliance? At his words, 9 students promptly stood up. Tian-E turned back, seemingly intent on retaliating, locking eyes with Yang Teng. Newcomer, have you joined the alliance yet? Aye. Under Zhao Qian's watchful gaze, Yang Teng quickly rose. No. Good. Zhao Qian waved his hand. As per tradition, all students in the genius class must join the alliance. All 10 of you will accompany me tomorrow to participate in the alliance's assessment. Understood. Yang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. The Beastmaster Alliance is the largest organization in this world, with nearly every Beastmaster aspiring to become a member. Of course, not everyone is accepted into the alliance. Its selection criteria are remarkably stringent. Members of the alliance are often deployed during crises, thus the assessments encompass not only their Beastmaster abilities, but also their adaptability on the battlefield. Yang Teng naturally wished to join the Beastmaster Alliance, but he had not anticipated the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Ugh, I can never pass the virtual battlefield assessments. It's infuriating. Let alone the virtual battlefield, I may struggle to even clear the physical tests. As the day drew to a close, those preparing for the assessment the next day exchanged glances filled with resignation, discussing their concerns. Yang Teng remained silent in their wake, absorbing their lamentations. It seemed passing the Alliance assessment would not be an easy feat in the winter. Night falls early. Once the campus was deserted, the classroom of the genius class illuminated with a solitary light. Teacher, I was defeated by Yang Teng. Tian Yi's head hung low, despondency evident on his face. His strength should not be underestimated. Your defeat is only to be expected, Zhao Qian remarked seriously, stroking his chin. It is but a single failure. Stand tall. Yes. Tian Yi, startled by his intensity, quickly straightened his posture. Among the entire genius class, I have the highest hopes for you. A cold smirk graced Zhao Qian's lips. As for that four-time repeat student, even if he has undergone a transformation, in my eyes, he remains a despicable waste. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to pass the assessment so easily tomorrow. Failed spirit seed refers to those lacking innate talent, unable to become beast masters, akin to ordinary individuals. Teacher, do you mean? This matter, we both know. A chilling breeze swept through, shaking loose the leaves from the trees. Lin Xian finished her class earlier than Yang Teng and was already waiting at the entrance of the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy. What brings you here? Yang Teng inquired, a hint of surprise evident as he approached her. Is it cold? Not at all, Lin Xian replied, her nose tinged a bright red from the chill. Yet she stubbornly shook her head. Observing her curled-up posture, Yang Teng reluctantly removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. You foolish girl. I've told you the weather is cold. You shouldn't have come. It's fine. It's not far, Lin Xian said with a shy smile, lowering her head as she walked beside Yang Teng. The cool moonlight elongated their shadows, and beneath the vast night sky, occasional glimpses of exotic beasts could be seen leaping through the city's alleys. Ah, so you are here. Just as Yang Teng and Lin Xian walked along, a deep male voice emerged from behind them. They instinctively turned to see a tall, handsome young man in a black coat stepping out of a luxury vehicle. His expression bore a hint of coldness. Moments later, he stood before Lin Xian, his brow furrowing at the sight of her clad in a man's coat. His tone turned icier. Who is he? And who might you be? Yang Teng countered, his vigilance evident as he fixed a wary gaze on the young man. Young master. A group of bodyguards in black rushed over from behind. I've made myself clear. Do not pursue me any further. Lin Xian cast a helpless glance at Yang Teng, as if to convey her innocence to the young man before them. Having grown up with her, Yang Teng knew her character all too well. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Xian, and spoke coldly, Please leave this place. Who are you? The young man advanced instead of retreating, exuding an imposing aura. As far as I know, Lin Xian has no boyfriend. Excuse me, but I am indeed her boyfriend. Yang Teng's expression darkened, and he focused his mental energy, prepared to strike at any moment. Young master, I know him. One bodyguard stepped closer, whispering in his ear, This is the Yang Teng I mentioned. The repeat student? The failure? The young man raised an eyebrow, deliberately referencing the scar that had once overshadowed Yang Teng. Indeed, the latter's expression shifted. Do you dare repeat that? Are you not that failure? The young man crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xian. I once promised you I wouldn't involve your parents. But given today's circumstances, it seems I must expedite matters. Zhang Haoshu, don't. Lin Xian shook her head vigorously. Why do you keep clinging to me? I've told you numerous times, I do not like you. Did you hear that? Yang Teng grasped Lin Xian's hand, stepping back with her. If you have any sense, you should leave now. Leave? Zhang Haoshu scoffed, shaking his head mockingly. Throughout my life, there has never been anything Zhang Haoshu could not obtain. The one I desire, you cannot protect. As his words fell, his bodyguards swiftly surrounded the two of them. Yang Teng clenched his fists, growling. As long as I am here today, you shall not lay a finger on her. Though he was unsure of when Lin Xian had crossed paths with Zhang Haoshu, Yang Teng's intuition warned him that this young man had been harassing her repeatedly. Take them down. The Beastmaster world is not as orderly as Blue Star. In this realm, the survival of the fittest is a constant theme. Passers-by feared for their own safety, hastily retreating. At this moment, the bodyguards unleashed their beast pets. All were E-grade beasts. Flower butterfly. Yang Teng summoned without hesitation, the contract array materializing as the flower butterfly appeared in an instant. What do you intend to do? Zhang Haoshu? Lin Xian's once lovely face now radiated fury. She could not comprehend why her mere disinterest had led to such persistent harassment. Come with me, and I will spare him, Zhang Haoshu declared nonchalantly. Not a chance. Yang Teng's eyes glinted coldly. As an A-grade exotic beast, The flower butterfly finally showcased its true strength. The grassland domain enveloped their feet, followed swiftly by the formation of flying leaves, sending the two beast pets tumbling away. Roar! Seizing the moment, an ice-field wolf lunged towards the flower butterfly. Just in time, a column of icy blue water sent the wolf flying. Lin Xian's East Sea Mermaid had intervened. You! Jiang Haoshu seethed at her interference, releasing his beast pet, the flame-tailed lion. An A-grade beast? Lin Xian and Yang Teng exchanged solemn glances as they faced the flame-tailed lion. It had already reached level 30. What should we do? Though Lin Xian's East Sea Mermaid held an advantage against the flame-tailed lion, it was only at level 19. The significant gap in levels dictated the disparity in base values and the potency of learnable skills. I recall you possess an S-grade beast, do you not? Jiang Haoshu's eyes glimmered with cold light. Why not summon it? No need. Yang Teng scanned their surroundings, seemingly searching for an escape route. In the next moment, he gripped Lin Xian's hand tightly and, with the flower butterfly leading the way, bolted toward the more densely populated area. In a one-on-one confrontation, they were no match for him. The disparity in levels was simply too great. The flame-tailed lion roared, conjuring 3 waves of flames, aiming to trap them. At a critical moment, the East Sea Mermaid unleashed its water cannon skill, propelling itself beside Lin Xian with the recoil. You shall not escape. Jiang Haoshu's expression turned ashen at the sight of their tightly clasped hands. With 3 waves of fire unleashed again, an overwhelming tide of flames surged toward them. Oh no! Yang Teng was taken aback by the formidable strength of the flame-tailed lion. He quickly turned back, summoning the demon flame fire spirit without hesitation and activating the flame blade skill. Boom! At last, the S-grade exotic beast made its appearance. A glimmer of greed flickered in Jiang Haoshu's eyes. S-grade beasts are rare and valuable, something even a person of his stature had yet to acquire. As the flames dispersed, the somewhat disadvantaged demon flame fire spirit retreated. Lin Xian gasped, urging the East Sea Mermaid to deploy its crystal shield. Crystal shield, a water attribute defensive skill capable of generating a shield that absorbs 50 damage and restores 5,004 health points. The iridescent crystal shield, layered like shells, enveloped them within its protective embrace. The remaining energy from the 3 waves of fire unleashed upon the crystal shield. Amidst the cracking sounds, Yang Teng seized Lin Xian's hand, pulling her backward. Roar! The roar echoed through the heavens. In the next moment, the flame-tailed lion leaped high, extending its metallic-clawed paws to shatter the crystalline shield into fragments. The East Sea Mermaid was struck by a powerful gust, her form sent soaring backward. This is bad. Lin Xian broke free from Yang Teng's grasp to catch the East Sea Mermaid mid-flight. Observing her currently weakened state, Lin Xian's heart ached. Hurry back to the spiritual realm to heal. As soon as the words left her lips, the East Sea Mermaid transformed into a stream of blue light, piercing into her brow. At that moment, the fire spirit of magic flames unfurled its demonic wings, roaring as it unleashed a barrage of fire projectiles. The flame-tailed lion cast a disdainful glance, effortlessly blocking the onslaught with its claws. Dreadful, its level is far too high, and its base stats completely overwhelmed the fire spirit. Yang Teng furrowed his brow. If the level disparity were no more than 5, it might be manageable. But the current gap is a staggering 12 levels. How could they possibly win? You must leave. Do not concern yourself with me, Lin Xian said helplessly. Though Jiang Haoshu is domineering, he will not harm me. With our current strength, we stand no chance against him. I will not leave. Yang Teng shook his head solemnly. This is a battle between him and me. If I lose, I shall have no right to keep you by my side. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Teng suddenly changed his mind, turning to confront Jiang Haoshu head-on. Roar! A surge of flames enveloped the flame-tailed lion. In the next instant, it lunged toward Yang Teng, its tail sparking with embers. The fire spirit of magic flames and the flower butterfly, obeying Yang Teng's command, sprang into action, launching their counterattacks. The flame blade and leaf storm surged forward, meeting the flame-tailed lion head-on. Roar! The latter halted abruptly. In the next moment, to Yang Teng's astonishment, the flame-tailed lion unleashed its skill, Fiery Assault. Fiery Assault, a fire-type attack skill that inflicts a critical hit of 70 damage on a single target, accompanied by a burning effect of 2003 that lasts for 3 seconds. Yang Teng never anticipated that the flame-tailed lion had such a powerful move still in reserve. The leaf storm dissipated into a cloud of vapor upon contact with the Fiery Assault. At this point, the only one capable of withstanding the attack was the flame blade. Whoosh! The flower butterfly was struck by the energy shock, sent flying, and crashed heavily beside Yang Teng. Seeing this, he hurriedly recalled it into the spiritual realm. This is bad. The fire spirit of magic flames is on the verge of collapse. Yang Teng frowned, urgently issuing a retreat command. But at that moment, the fire spirit, engulfed in roaring flames, had nowhere to escape. Seizing this opportunity, a chilling glint flickered in Jiang Haoshu's eyes. Boom! In a flash of lightning, a terrifying bolt of thunder suddenly struck down, sending the relentless flame-tailed lion flying. The next moment, a familiar figure of an exotic beast appeared before Yang Teng. It was the Thunder Tiger from the Junior Beastmaster assessment. Yang Teng's eyes widened as he turned back. Indeed, the cloaked man had arrived. Chapter 14, Strengthening. The third beast companion. Who are you? Jiang Haoshu spoke coldly, retracting the flame-tailed lion, his demeanor imposing. Are you unharmed? The cloaked man did not respond to him, but walked up to Yang Teng, inquiring with concern. I'm fine, Yang Teng replied, somewhat taken aback. He realized that the newcomer was not an ordinary person and never expected him to intervene on his behalf. May I know your name? Jiang Haoshu pressed again, his tone now tinged with urgency and impatience. Let us leave this place first. The cloaked man, hands clasped behind his back, was about to lead them away when he abruptly halted, turning to unleash a terrifying storm of psychic energy toward Jiang Haoshu. Before inquiring about my name, adjust your attitude. As soon as he finished speaking, he guided the two away, vanishing into the night. Jiang Haoshu remained stunned for quite some time. To wield such power, the individual must be at least a half-step master-level beastmaster. Who on earth is this person? After safely escorting them to a secure location, the cloaked man finally stopped. Bathed in moonlight, he resembled a ghost gliding through the night, his two profound eyes piercing into Yang Teng's heart. Thank you, senior. Yang Teng bowed in gratitude. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the cloaked man, his fire spirit of magic flames would have likely perished at Jiang Haoshu's hands. I merely could not bear to see a rare S-rank exotic beast perish prematurely at the hands of others, the cloaked man stated candidly. I will be leaving S-City tomorrow, but fortunately, I managed to find you before departing. Find me? Yang Teng asked, puzzled, pointing to himself. The celestial rift will not heal gradually, for higher-dimensional exotic beasts have sensed our world's existence. The cloaked man sighed helplessly, gazing skyward. If we wish to prevent a calamity akin to a century ago, we must prepare in advance. Senior, are you implying that the celestial rift may tear open again? Yang Teng and Lin Xin exchanged incredulous glances. That day is bound to come. The cloaked man stood with his hands clasped behind him. The older generation has passed. The weight of the new era will rest upon your shoulders. As a beastmaster, you must comprehend how weak your current strength truly is. Indeed, Yang Teng nodded solemnly. I will strive diligently. Do not merely strive. You must act with urgency. The cloaked man interrupted. I am aware that your potential surpasses the data assessed by Yonghe. Though I do not understand how you deceive the machinery, the time I can afford you is limited. Senior, could you elaborate? I find myself somewhat confused, Yang Teng said, scratching his head awkwardly. The surface piece conceals a far graver crisis. Yang Teng. The cloaked man paid no heed to whether he understood. Continuing, I entrust you with a task. Within a year, slay a lord-level exotic beast. What? Yang Teng's eyes nearly bulged. A lord-level exotic beast? What does that even mean? They are among the most perilous creatures in this world. The corresponding level for a master beastmaster is, of course, master level. In other words, he must ascend to master level within a year to even have a chance to contend with a lord-level beast. This is akin to chasing a fool's dream. Yang Teng shook his head vigorously. Senior, becoming a master-level beastmaster typically requires at least 20 years. Moreover, there are but a handful of individuals who achieve that rank. How could I possibly reach it within a single year? I believe in you. The cloaked man replied calmly. It is settled then. 1 year from now, you must complete this task. I cannot do it. Yang Teng protested, shaking his head fervently. Have faith in yourself. No sooner had the words left his lips than the cloaked man vanished as if he had never been there, dissolving into the vastness of the night. Yang Teng, witnessing this, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Do not worry. Perhaps that senior will not even know where we have gone a year from now. Lin Xin offered her comfort, her voice resonating in the air. Just as Yang Teng was about to say something, the voice of the cloaked man echoed once more in their ears. Both were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock. After a considerable pause, Yang Teng finally emerged from his tumultuous thoughts. Since the senior has spoken thus, I shall strive earnestly towards this goal. The day is waning. It is time for me to escort you home. Very well. Observing his fatigued demeanor, Lin Xin nodded in agreement, walking alongside him on the broad street. Upon returning home, Yang Teng, without uttering a word, collapsed onto his bed. The day had unfolded with an overwhelming series of events, leaving him at a loss for how to recalibrate his mindset. He recalled the daunting task of slaying a lord-level beast within a year. A wry smile crept across his lips. Even with the system's assistance, could he truly ascend to master level within such a time frame? Yet, despite this skepticism, The prospect of confronting a Lord-level beast instilled in him an insatiable yearning. The Alliance had delineated 7 distinct ranks of beasts based on their destructive capabilities: ordinary, sturdy, elite, immortal, epic, legendary, and Lord-level. Undoubtedly, beasts possessing SS-grade talents or higher, once nurtured, would emerge as formidable Lord-level entities. Their mere involvement could lead to the downfall of an entire city. This was no exaggeration. The Tianyang Lake incident had nearly caused the entire S-city to succumb to chaos. Instigated by the semi-Lord-level beast, the 9-headed demon serpent. Fortunately, 2 pseudo-master-level beast tamers dispatched by the Alliance had successfully vanquished the serpent, restoring peace to S-city. I cannot remain idle. I must elevate my strength with urgency. Just as Yang Teng closed his eyes, the haunting images of the uncle and Abu's demise flooded his mind. In an instant, he bolted upright in bed, summoning the system. System. I should be able to contract a 3rd beast companion now, correct? Ding. The system is processing. The host has dispatched beast companions for combat 5 times, completing tasks and earning reward points X 2222. The beast companion has completed the battle breakthrough task, earning reward points X 4888, quality enhancement pills X5, and divine dew X5. The host may contract a beast companion at any time, having not summoned the system for an entire day and night. He was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of rewards upon his return. Satisfied, Yang Teng nodded. His total reward points had now exceeded 20,000, including those accumulated from previous tasks such as the butterfly bloom upgrade. I shall choose her, the Void Maiden. Without hesitation, Yang Teng opened the shop panel and selected the Void Maiden, which he had previously refrained from purchasing due to financial constraints. Ding! The Void Maiden has been successfully acquired. With the system's announcement, the Void Maiden was unlocked and the contract was established. Beast Compendium updated. Void Maiden. Level 1. Attribute: Psychic. Talent: Characteristic: Nihility. Grants immunity to lethal damage once during battle, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Evolution: Can evolve twice. Racial value: 313. Skills: Impact Sphere. Deals 35 damage to a single target, can rebound for a second strike, dealing half damage. Void Absorption. Deals 15 area damage, absorbing 10 of the opponent's defenses and attacks. Such formidable skills. Yang Teng gazed in astonishment at the Void Maiden, whose appearance was reminiscent of a holographic projection and strikingly ethereal. It seemed her abilities offered a harmonious blend of damage and debuff effects, making her exceptionally well-suited for battles focused on overcoming stronger foes. Chapter 15, Alliance Assessment. Moreover, the Void Maiden's characteristic was terrifyingly powerful, providing immunity to fatal damage. What does this signify? In battles where strength disparity is significant, such a trait not only preserves one's life at critical moments, but may also facilitate a counterattack. Thus, the cost-effectiveness of the Void Maiden was evidently high. After thorough searching, Yang Teng finally procured the necessary materials and upgrade items to evolve the Void Maiden. The contract formation array emitted a ghostly blue light. Following her cultivation, the Void Maiden successfully evolved. Beast Compendium updated. Miss Void. Level 20. Attribute: Psychic. Talent: Characteristic: Nihility. Grants immunity to lethal damage once during battle, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Evolution: Can evolve once. Racial value: 426. Skills: Void Curse. Deals 35 damage to a single target, stunning the opponent for 1 second if it hits, and reducing their defenses by 15. Magic Beam. Strikes rapidly, dealing 50 damage to a single target, with an additional 25 damage from explosion. Host contracted a Psychic Attribute Beast Companion. Reward points earned: 2,888. With the system's announcement, Yang Teng once again examined the Beast Companion purchase panel. His most pressing concern was unlocking the infinite Beast Companion slots. The number of companions was also a critical determinant of victory in battle. At this moment, having retracted Miss Void, Yang Teng proceeded to select additional companions. Water, fire, and grass represented the 3 fundamental attributes of beasts, encompassing all relationships of resistance and vulnerability within the entire attribute spectrum. Currently, he possessed the fire attribute Magic Flame Spirit and the grass attribute Butterfly, but was missing a water-type beast companion. This one will do. After deliberation, Yang Teng purchased a little sea lion. As a water-type beast, its talent was commendable, boasting an A grade. Furthermore, the little sea lion was a dual-type water and ice companion, enhancing its combat prowess considerably. Initially, Yang Teng had contemplated contracting a 5th beast companion. However, due to resource constraints, he was compelled to temporarily forego that ambition. After consuming the divine dew, his mental strength soared beyond 400. With this increase, Yang Teng found himself adeptly mastering his beast companions. At this point, he had nearly 8,000 reward points left in his system account. Without hesitation, he converted all of them into cultivation resources. In the blink of an eye, the magic flame spirit ascended to level 26, becoming his highest level beast companion. While the Void Maiden followed closely, reaching level 24. Gazing at his 4 formidable companions, Yang Teng felt immense satisfaction as he recalled them. He believed that should he encounter Jiang Haoshu again, with such a lineup, he would possess the strength to contend. The following day as City Beast Tamer Alliance. Under Zhao Qian's guidance, Yang Teng and the others arrived at the main hall to register. They were greeted by the Alliance's vice president, Gu Yi, one of the 5 royal-level beast tamers in S City, and a diamond-level member of the Alliance. His presence underscored the Alliance's esteem for this group of gifted students. Gu Yi, it has been a long time, Zhao Qian remarked, a flicker of delight emerging on his usually impassive face. He stepped forward to shake hands and engage in jovial conversation with Gu Yi. Are these all students from your class? After a brief moment, Gu Yi cast an expectant glance at the group of individuals, subsequently revealing a look of satisfaction. Indeed, they are all prodigies with a talent exceeding 30. Ha. The desire to join the Alliance is not solely determined by one's innate abilities. Brother Gu Yi, please arrange the assessment for them. As Zhao Qian's words faded, Gu Yi nodded nonchalantly and walked towards Yang Teng and the others. The foremost requirement for joining the Alliance is possessing exceptional physical fitness. With his hands clasped behind his back, Gu Yi exuded an aura of authority. The first challenge is to complete 1,000 meters within 3 minutes. What? The 9 individuals present, with the exception of Yang Teng, displayed expressions of disbelief. Complete 1,000 meters in 3 minutes? Not only would they struggle, but even some professional athletes might find such a feat insurmountable. At that moment, Lu Long expressed his confusion. Senior, are you mistaken? Completing 1,000 meters in 3 minutes seems impossible. Did I not teach you anything? Zhao Qian turned back, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Long. Training your mental strength was not merely for controlling beasts. Mental strength? Lu Long suddenly recalled. Right. You mentioned that mental strength can enhance physical capabilities and be applied in various aspects of the human body. As soon as he spoke, Lu Long and his companions eagerly made their way to the designated field. At that moment, only Yang Teng remained frozen in place. Although he could wield mental strength to create attacks, he had never learned, let alone practiced, how to use it to enhance his physical body. What are you doing standing there? Zhao Qian shot him a displeased look. Teacher, can you teach me how to apply mental strength to running? Yang Teng asked, perplexed. Simultaneously, he sensed a hint of impatience and animosity in Zhao Qian's tone. This is not something I can simply teach you, Zhao Qian replied, hands clasped behind his back. Controlling mental strength to affect the human body requires personal experimentation. Alas, I forgot to mention this to you yesterday. Never mind. Just go and give it a try, find your own rhythm. Listening to his words, Yang Teng could only suppress his inner displeasure and sprint towards the field. With the sound of a gunshot from the examiner, the 10 individuals unleashed their full power, surging forward. After all, completing 1,000 meters in 3 minutes is no easy task. Lu Long quickly found his rhythm from usual training, channeling his mental strength downward. Simultaneously, another wave of mental strength spread out, alleviating much of the wind resistance. Indeed, his approach was correct. In the next moment, Lu Long's speed underwent a qualitative leap, effortlessly leaving the others behind. Good heavens, he actually found the feeling. No, I cannot fall behind. Grant me a bit more strength. Soon, a few more students discovered the sensation of increasing speed and countering wind resistance, their pace noticeably quickening. Witnessing them surpassing him, Yang Teng furrowed his brow in frustration as he struggled to adjust. Distributing mental strength to his legs was simple, but enhancing his core strength proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Without core strength to support him, running faster remained a daunting task. Yang Teng, why are you so slow? I've already completed a lap. Lu Long's voice echoed from behind. In under 50 seconds, he had finished 400 meters, leaving Yang Teng feeling utterly helpless. However, just as Lu Long passed him, an unusual fluctuation of mental strength suddenly caught his attention. Yang Teng widened his eyes in surprise. From Lu Long's waist, he perceived a triangular formation of mental energy binding him. No wonder my mental strength dissipated when transmitted to my waist. The method of application was incorrect. The waist, under constant strain, requires substantial stability to maintain its grip, and a triangle is the most stable structure. Realizing the root of the issue, Yang Teng eagerly focused his mental strength, tightening his core, and like an airbag, unleashed all the gathered force with every exertion. Whoosh! In the next instant, Yang Teng's form darted forward like a gust of wind, completing an entire lap in a mere 20 seconds. Watching them from behind the glass window, Zhao Qian was taken aback. When did this fellow gain such insight? Not only he, But even Gu Yi squinted his eyes. Sometimes, the more you wish to hinder someone, the more they excel. Zhao Qian, I advise you to cease your targeting of this individual. It is merely a stroke of luck that he has discovered the application of mental strength. Zhao Qian suppressed his rising anger, responding coldly. There are other assessments awaiting him. Chapter 16, The Virtual Battlefield. Whoosh. Just as Lu Long was nearing the completion of his run, a sudden gust of wind swept past him. In the next instant, Yang Teng mustered all his strength and overtook him. Lu Long gazed in astonishment at the familiar figure before him. How could Yang Teng be so fast? As he pondered, the large screen in the distance displayed the results. Yang Teng, 2 minutes 6 seconds. With a hint of trepidation, Lu Long also reached the finish line, panting heavily as he approached Yang Teng. Good heavens, just moments ago, I was ahead of you. How did you suddenly become so fast? You should thank me. Yang Teng completed the distance, appearing far less exhausted than Lu Long. Of course, this was primarily due to the formidable nature of his mental strength, which was constantly regulating itself. Thank you? What do you mean? Lu Long asked, somewhat puzzled. As their gazes met, Yang Teng relayed his discovery to him. After a considerable pause, Lu Long finally emerged from his state of shock. You can actually perceive others' mental strengths? More accurately, I can sense them. Yang Teng smiled, glancing at the large screen. As the second-place finisher, Lu Long had exerted himself to achieve a time of 2 minutes 11 seconds. As the last participant crossed the finish line, the timer settled at 2 minutes 59 seconds. All participants successfully passed the first assessment. Under the examiner's guidance, they departed the field and proceeded towards a metallic hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive, diamond-shaped crystal suspended in midair, emanating a series of ethereal holographic lights. What is this? Having never participated in the Alliance's assessments, Yang Teng was unaware of the nature of the challenge ahead. The virtual battlefield. Lu Long, standing beside him, explained. Eventually, this crystal will project the entire hall into a battlefield, and our task will be to complete our respective mission objectives. Absorbing his words, Yang Teng nodded thoughtfully. It seems the virtual battlefield is designed to simulate a real combat environment, allowing all beast masters participating in the assessment to experience the harsh realities of battle. Equip yourselves. At the examiner's reminder, 10 square platforms suddenly emerged before them, each adorned with a fitted protective armor and a helmet. This was presumably to prevent them from becoming overly emotional during the exercise. Once fully equipped, the examiner, upon Gu Ye's signal, activated the virtual battlefield. Are you certain you wish to increase his task's difficulty? Gu Yi furrowed his brow. If the higher-ups find out, it could lead to significant trouble. So what if they do? If something goes awry, I shall take the blame myself. Zhao Qian's fingers rested on the railing, keenly observing the movements below. In response, Gu Yi could only shake his head and once more signaled the examiner with an okay gesture. With a resounding boom, the entire hall was suddenly shrouded in darkness. At the examiner's prompt, Yang Teng and the others hastily closed their eyes. A brilliant white light abruptly engulfed the entire hall. In the next moment, the scene transformed astonishingly. They found themselves amidst a nearly realistic primeval forest, where the occasional roars of exotic beasts echoed through the air. Please open your eyes and collect your tasks. A cold mechanical voice resonated in their ears. Anticipation coursing through him, Yang Teng opened his eyes. Heavens, not this map again. Sun Tzu sighed in resignation. I recall that last time, you were felled by the elite monster of this very map, weren't you? Liang, walking beside him, teased. TCH, you have no idea of the difficulty of this map. Well, today you'll get a taste of hardship. Listening to Sun Tzu, Yang Teng gazed around in eager curiosity. Although he understood that this primeval forest was a holographic projection, the authentic sensation startled him. Why was the stone beneath his feet so cold and hard? Task: defeat the elite beast, Vesuvius Wyvern. A semi-transparent panel materialized before Yang Teng. What? Sun Tzu, who was examining his task, trembled, nearly exclaiming. In the next instant, he hurried to Yang Teng's side, peering at his task panel. Is this a mistake? You are tasked with defeating the elite monster here. Is there a problem? Yang Teng frowned in confusion. Do you know? The last time I participated in the assessment with a few others, this elite monster was what killed us. Sun Tzu clapped his shoulder. Take care, brother. Hearing this, Yang Teng was momentarily dumbfounded. After a while, he, unwilling to give up, glanced at the task panels of others. I just need to kill a slime. Lu Long patted his chest, relieved. Yang Teng, yours is too. His words suddenly cut off. At that moment, Lu Long looked at Yang Teng's face with a look of sympathy. Then his pupils widened in disbelief as he murmured, your luck is truly abysmal, isn't it? There's nothing to be done. Yang Teng chuckled helplessly. I'll leave first. Be careful, Lu Long warned earnestly. The virtual battlefield's map spanned approximately 25 kilometers by 25 kilometers. Traversing to the end would require considerable effort. Yang Teng's target was the Vesuvius Wyvern, and on this map, the only location associated with fire was the Vesuvius volcano. After navigating through the dense primeval forest and ascending to a higher vantage point, Yang Teng caught sight of the Vesuvius volcano 1,000 meters away. At that moment, it intermittently spewed lava, eroding the vast sea of trees at its base. Soon, a dragon's roar echoed from inside the volcanic crater, reaching Yang Teng's ears. Presumably, the Vesuvius Wyvern resided within the volcano's mouth. After careful observation, Yang Teng promptly summoned the Void Maiden to scout the environment around Vesuvius volcano. The nearly transparent figure of the Void Maiden, upon receiving the command, vanished in an instant. As the volcano was the home turf of the Vesuvius Wyvern, it was evidently an unsuitable place for combat. Yang Teng needed to devise a plan to lure the creature out. Just as he pondered, the Vesuvius volcano suddenly erupted, spewing forth a deluge of lava. Instantly, the entire sky was enveloped in billowing volcanic ash, and countless fiery meteors rained down into the forest, igniting it in flames. What is happening? Yang Teng frowned, puzzled by the sudden eruption of Vesuvius volcano. As he remained bewildered, the Vesuvius Wyvern emerged from the crater, chasing after the Void Maiden as she flew toward Yang Teng. Oh no! Yang Teng slapped his forehead and quickly summoned the Icy Lion. Under his command, it unleashed the skill, Water Ripple. Water Ripple, a water attribute control skill, inflicted area damage of 15 and forcibly repelled the opponent. Chapter 17. Defeating the Elite Monster. Vesuvius Wyvern. As the Water Ripple expanded, the Vesuvius Wyvern was momentarily halted. The Void Maiden flickered and returned to Yang Teng's side. Roar. The Vesuvius Wyvern, struck by the Water Ripple, let out an enraged roar, exhaling the Destruction Flame. Destruction Flame, a fire attribute attack skill, dealing 120 damage to a single target with a chance to burn the opponent. Yang Teng could not have anticipated the ferocity of the Fire Dragon's temperament. Without hesitation, he issued a retreat command. The Void Maiden grasped his hand, swiftly evading the Destruction Flame attack. The spot where Yang Teng had stood moments before was now engulfed in flames. Infuriated by its missed target, the Vesuvius Wyvern unleashed a fire tornado to consume the entire forest. Fire Tornado, a fire attribute attack skill, inflicting area damage of 95, with a chance to deal critical damage. Thus, two terrifying fire attribute skills were unleashed upon him. As a hunter, Yang Teng never expected to become the prey of the Vesuvius Wyvern. Why have I never seen him use these two beast companions? Zhao Qian, observing the virtual battlefield footage from the viewing platform, frowned in confusion. If I remember correctly, Yang Teng had already contracted two beast companions, hadn't he? Guyi exclaimed in shock. With the two before us, he has managed to contract for beast companions. How is this even possible? For companions, TSK. Zhao Qian's face reflected a flicker of hesitation, impressed by Yang Teng's exceptional performance. Meanwhile, Yang Teng, with the Void Maiden's assistance, had safely landed. Although the Vesuvius Wyvern was powerful, it was not without its weaknesses. For instance, its magic resistance was notably low. Conveniently, the four beast companions Yang Teng had contracted primarily employed a mage-style approach, presenting a significant threat to the Vesuvius Wyvern. Seizing the moment while it was still disoriented, the Void Maiden wasted no time in launching a series of skill combos. The Void Curse and Magic Beam struck the Vesuvius Wyvern successively, causing its form to falter abruptly. A ghostly blue lightning coursed through it, severely diminishing its attack power. A sense of weakness spread throughout its limbs. Observing this, the Vesuvius Wyvern unfurled its massive wings and directed the Destruction Flame skill once again toward the Void Maiden's location. Whoosh! As a creature of extraordinary abilities, Miss Void possesses an astonishing speed. In the fleeting moment before the cataclysmic flames could strike her, she had vanished from her original position, reappearing behind Yang Teng to whisk him away. The engulfing inferno surged forth once more, transforming the forest surrounding the Vesuvius Fire Dragon into an expansive sea of flames. Gazing upon the searing crimson before him, Yang Teng finally comprehended how a Lord-level creature could obliterate an entire city with a mere flick of its wrist. The Vesuvius Fire Dragon before him was merely an elite-level beast, yet it was capable of wreaking such widespread devastation. What calamity would ensue if it were allowed to advance further? In that critical moment, as Miss Void and the Extreme Icy Lion launched their counterattack, Yang Teng steeled himself and summoned the Demon Flame Fire Spirit. The Crimson Hexagram incantation began to rotate slowly. Just as the Demon Flame Fire Spirit began to take shape, the destructive flames of the Vesuvius Fire Dragon closed in. Not good. Yang Teng's eyes widened, sensing the overwhelming tide of fire approaching. In a flash, the Demon Flame Fire Spirit positioned itself before him, unleashing its skill, Inferno Devour. Inferno Devour, a fire attribute attack skill that inflicts damage with a power of 70 over a wide area, with a chance of critical hits. The flames collided and surged, instantaneously igniting the surrounding forest for miles. With Miss Void leading him by the hand, Yangteng found himself in an utterly safe zone. In the next moment, the extreme icy lion let out a thunderous roar and charged at the Vesuvius fire dragon's back, executing its skill, Wave Crash. Wave Crash, a water attribute attack skill that deals damage with a power of 55 over a wide area, followed by an additional 20 points of damage, with diminishing returns. A multitude of water elements, like tendrils of a tidal wave, struck the Vesuvius fire dragon, abruptly interrupting its charge and inflicting backlash damage. In the blink of an eye, the Vesuvius fire dragon, enraged from the extreme ice sea lion's surprise assault, roared as it plummeted through the trees. Seizing the opportunity, Miss Void swiftly appeared before the Vesuvius fire dragon and activated her skill, Void Seize. With the reduction of both offensive and defensive stats, the once mighty Vesuvius fire dragon had become severely weakened, crashing heavily to the ground. The late-arriving demon flame fire spirit and extreme ice sea lion seized this moment to retaliate, collectively vanquishing the Vesuvius fire dragon on the spot. The thrilling spectacle finally came to a close. Mission accomplished, data uploading. The cold mechanical voice echoed in Yangteng's ears. As he gazed at the Vesuvius fire dragon, now dissipating into countless specks of light, he thought without hesitation, leave. In an instant, the scene transformed, and he exited the virtual battlefield, returning to the realm of reality. Had he truly defeated the Vesuvius fire dragon? Guyi halted momentarily, retreating 2 steps in disbelief. If it grows stronger, it will not be something we can contend with. Indeed, Zhao Qian nodded, his expression a mixture of complexity. In his heart, Yangteng had always been that inconspicuous repeat student, yet today, he had continuously expanded their horizons with his remarkable performance. When had a repeat student become so formidable? Or rather, he might not be a repeat student at all. He should be regarded as a true genius. Lu Long, having exited the virtual battlefield, noticed Yangteng deep in thought and assumed he had failed. He approached and softly consoled him. It's all right. No one has ever succeeded in this task since ancient times. Don't take it too hard. What? Yangteng replied, puzzled. Did I say I failed? Now it was Lu Long's turn to be astonished. His comforting hand hung, suspended in the air. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, Yangteng seemed to grasp something, smiling as he said, You mean that fire dragon? I defeated it. Lu Long, what? Noticing his bewildered expression, Yangteng queried. By the way, you just said that no one has ever completed this task. Is that true? Lu Long. Internally, who would want to converse with a freak like you? He spoke the truth. Just then, Guyi and Zhao Qian descended from the observation platform, heading toward their direction. Listening to Guyi's words, Yangteng pondered. So, senior, does this mean I have completed the mission? Of course. Guyi affirmed with a nod. You need not participate in the remaining assessments. I have already forwarded the video of you defeating the Vesuvius fire dragon to our superiors. Once we receive their response, you shall become a member of our alliance. Chapter 18, The Thief. Yangteng, congratulations in advance. Lu Long and Sun Su approached him, clasping their fists in salute. Unsure of what was happening, Yangteng could only smile in return. What are you all still doing? Follow the examiner to participate in the 3rd round of evaluations. Zhao Qian's tone was somewhat somber, as if tinged with anger. Upon hearing this, the 9 students present hastily followed the examiner out of the area. Yangteng understood that Zhao Qian likely did not wish for him to stand out so prominently. However, the more he resisted, the more determined he was to strive for excellence. Before long, news arrived from the alliance's higher-ups, approving Yangteng's exemption from the upcoming assessments and allowing him to commence directly as a silver-tier member of the alliance. A silver-tier member, indeed, required a degree of contribution to achieve such a rank. Zhao Qian had not anticipated that the alliance would hold Yangteng in such high regard. However, it must be said that he was the first student in the alliance's history to defeat an elite monster in the virtual battlefield, thus justifying his immediate elevation to a silver-tier member. Oh good. After receiving a phone call, Guyi's expression grew grave. What's wrong? Zhao Qian inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. The pet shop in the southern district has also been robbed, Guyi sighed. What? Zhao Qian froze at his words. After a considerable pause, he spoke heavily. Haven't they already dispatched multiple security forces to the southern district? How could it still be robbed? This incident may not have been perpetrated by humans. Guyi shook his head. It might very well be the work of beasts. Senior, may I ask what has transpired? Yangteng inquired curiously, gazing at Guyi's face. In response, the latter recounted the events. It turned out that during this period, various pet shops in S City had been subjected to a spate of thefts. No one knew whether the thief was an individual or part of a larger gang. Moreover, on each occasion, the thief exclusively targeted unhatched beast eggs from the stores. As the situation worsened, the Alliance dispatched a reconnaissance team to secretly search for clues and the whereabouts of the thief. Unfortunately, there had been no progress thus far. The critical point was that the thief had even stolen an S-class beast egg. Guyi expressed his frustration with a sigh. It is precisely because of this that the S-City Beastmaster Alliance has been alarmed. This matter seems far from simple, and finding the identity of the thief will be quite challenging. Zhao Qian pondered. By the way, wasn't there a shadowy image reported a couple of days ago? Yes. Come with me. Upon his reminder, Guyi suddenly recalled something and decided to lead Zhao Qian away from the premises. As he reached the entrance of the hall, his steps abruptly halted. Yang Teng, you come too. All members of silver rank and above are entitled to be informed about this matter. All right. Upon Guyi's prompt, Yang Teng hastily followed in their wake. The trio arrived at the control hall. After powering up a computer, Guyi quickly located the photograph featuring the shadow. Zhao Qian and Yang Teng leaned in closer for a meticulous examination. Due to the night mode, the image was not particularly clear. Nevertheless, the two still discerned a remarkably conspicuous shadow. The form of the shadow was exceedingly elongated. By comparing it with the overhead light, Yang Teng could roughly estimate its height. This shadow stood at no less than 3 meters tall. Stroking his chin, Yang Teng muttered, "Look at the contrast of light and shadow here." Under his guidance, Zhao Qian and Guyi directed their gazes accordingly. How peculiar! How could an ordinary human possibly reach such a height? Guyi crossed his arms, a look of perplexity on his face. Could it truly be the work of a beast? In this day and age, there were countless beasts with intelligence surpassing that of humans. It could very well be the doing of one of them. Zhao Qian seemed particularly convinced, lifting his head. Can this photo be sent to my phone? Yang Teng looked toward Guyi. Certainly. The latter nodded without hesitation and then, with a serious demeanor, informed Yang Teng. If you take this photograph, it signifies your tacit agreement to join this operation. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist, Yang Teng replied with a nod, placing his phone on the computer's wireless connection pad. At this, a faint smile graced Guyi's lips. One could not deny that this young man possessed a commendable earnestness. After uploading the photograph and data to his phone, Yang Teng, under Guyi's guidance, proceeded to secure the credentials for the Alliance members. Work diligently. Strive to enter the headquarters in the future and become a formidable force. Guyi smiled and patted Yang Teng's shoulder. Tomorrow is a day off, so don't let it go to waste. Take action then. Zhao Qian approached and handed him the completed credentials. Yang Teng accepted them, nodding earnestly. I understand, teacher. As night fell, Yang Teng returned home and, without hesitation, opened his computer to review and analyze the data. A sudden and intense feeling surged within him. It was highly probable that the thief of the beast eggs was, in fact, a beast itself. Moreover, this beast must possess some unfathomable background. Of course, this was merely his speculation. S-City had a total of 13 pet shops, but undoubtedly, including the pet shop in the southern district. The thief had pilfered from all the shops within S-City. Observing the background of the image, Yang Teng felt an increasing familiarity. This shop was located right beneath his apartment, not far at all. Gazing into the night outside, Yang Teng furrowed his brow, resolved to thoroughly investigate this incident before making any decisions. The following day, sheets of pristine white paper cluttered Yang Teng's desk. Awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone, he irritably picked it up. It was Lin Xian calling. Instantly, Yang Teng sprang up on his bed and pressed the answer button. Yang Teng, do you have time now? Lin Xian's voice resonated from the other end. What is up? I do have time. Yang Teng rubbed his eyes and hastily dressed. I'm waiting for you at the CAF by the street. Lin Xian shyly added, I've brought along a girlfriend. Oh great, I'll be right out. After a brief exchange, Yang Teng urged Lin Xian to hang up. He understood her intentions. It had been years since he had taken time to truly relax. With Lin Xian's invitation, he certainly would not decline. Thus, he tidied his appearance in front of the mirror, donning his coolest outfit, and made his way to the CAF by the street. At that moment, Lin Xian was seated alongside a girl with yellow hair. I'm here, Yang Teng announced as he entered, offering them a gentle smile. Wow, is this Yang Teng? The girl, holding a coffee cup, exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Not only handsome, but also with impeccable taste in attire. Hello. At Lin Xian's prompting, Yang Teng extended his hand and shook hands with the girl. I'm Jiang Yan, Lin Xian's close friend. The girl named Jiang Yan was quite affable, and as they conversed, Yang Teng found himself growing more familiar with her. You might not have seen her before. She just returned from out of town, Lin Xian chuckled, explaining, don't let her casual demeanor fool you. She is exceptionally strong. Oh, this revelation caught Yang Teng off guard, as he had not sensed any formidable psychic energy from her. Hey, surprised, aren't you? Jiang Yan grinned proudly at Yang Teng. Can't feel my psychic energy, can you? The latter nodded without hesitation. That's because I've employed a special method that shields most psychic detection. Jiang Yin was quite candid, revealing her secret. What method? At that moment, not only Yang Tong, but even Lin Xian was intrigued. Here, Jiang Yin pulled out 2 devices resembling watches from her backpack and handed one to each of them. This is a psychic energy shielding device. Chapter 19, Girlfriends, Operation begins. This is quite a valuable item. Yang Teng examined it closely before donning it. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his mind. Xiaoyan, this must be quite expensive, right? Lin Xian hesitated. How much? Can I buy them? 1 million. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, both Yang Teng and Lin Xian were momentarily stunned. 1 million for this? Why don't you just rob a bank? Observing their incredulous expressions, Jiang Yin could not help but chuckle. Haha, just kidding. Consider this a gift from me to you. Now it was Yang Teng's turn to be astonished. Then I shall not be polite. Lin Xian, before Jiang Yin, displayed a somewhat proud demeanor akin to a little girl. Yang Teng, since Xiaoyan has said so, you should just accept it. Lin Xian's behavior made Yang Teng genuinely question whether she was still that reserved and shy girl. By the way, Xiaoyan, when do you plan to leave again? Lin Xian curiously inquired, gazing at Jiang Yan's face. The latter feigned displeasure and shot her a glance. Do you wish for me to leave that much? No, not at all. Lin Xian quickly shook her head. My dear, I understand your intention. Jiang Yin linked arms with her, smiling. I likely want to be leaving S City for a considerable time. Don't you have studies left to complete? Complete what? Jiang Yin replied helplessly. The school has been flattened by the beasts. Where else could I possibly attend? Listening to her words, Yang Teng slightly furrowed his brow. Is the situation over there that dire? Indeed, who could blame us for being close to the coast? Jiang Yin replied, taking a sip of her coffee. You are well aware of the monstrous creatures lurking in the sea. Once they strike, all coastal cities are bound to suffer. What will you do now? Lin Xian asked, her concern evident. Why not transfer to my school, and we can be classmates? No worries. I actually relish this break from school. It gives me a chance to enjoy some peace. I'll help my dad for a while, Jiang Yin responded. Her father was a renowned tycoon in S City, primarily dealing with businesses related to exotic beasts, specifically producing pet food. Even without attending school, Jiang Yin would lead a splendid life with her father's enterprise in hand. By the way, Yang Teng, have you passed your league assessment? Lin Xian shifted her gaze from Jiang Yin to Yang Teng. He nodded and replied honestly, I've already received my league credentials, and I am a silver level member. Silver level? Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Upon reflection, your strength must have garnered the league's attention. I've heard from Xianer. You're quite impressive, Yang Teng. Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile softly. If you ever encounter any danger, you must protect both me and Xianer. Rest assured, as her friend, you are also my friend. It is only natural to protect you, Yang Teng replied with a nod. Hearing his words, Jiang Yin did not express much, but her gaze frequently darted towards Lin Xian, revealing a palpable envy. Just as they were enjoying their lunch, Jiang Yin was summoned away by a phone call. I'm sorry, something has come up at home. I must leave now. She hurriedly grabbed her bag and coat. By the way, I'll treat you both to dinner sometime. As soon as she finished speaking, she hastily exited the restaurant, leaving only Yang Teng and Lin Xian behind. Yang Teng watched Jiang Yan's retreating figure and chuckled helplessly. Your friend is quite a gem. I've known her for many years, Lin Xian said, her demeanor reverting to her usual reserved self. She said little more, quietly picking at her food. By the way, Xiao Xian, did you hear that several pet shops in our city have been robbed recently? Yang Teng inquired thoughtfully. Yes, I've heard about that, Lin Xian replied, putting down her chopsticks. But I wasn't involved, so I'm not entirely sure what transpired. According to the League, they must apprehend the thief. Yang Teng took out his phone and opened the shadowy figure's photo, then handed it to Lin Xian. Curious, she widened her eyes as she looked at the photo. Isn't this the pet shop in your neighborhood? Yes, I plan to check it out after I drop you off. Yang Teng confirmed with a nod. As far as I know, this pet shop has an S-class beast egg, which is considered their prized possession. If the thief has any intentions, he will surely target this shop. Isn't that too dangerous? Lin Xian looked at him with concern. If even the League's higher-ups can't catch him, what will happen if you come into direct conflict? That shouldn't be the case, Yang Teng reassured her, gesturing for her to relax. I will be cautious and avoid any confrontation. But Lin Xian pondered for a moment before her mood shifted suddenly. All right, but you must promise me to take care of yourself. No worries, Yang Teng affirmed with a nod. The night wind was biting as they made their way back to Lin Xian's home, steam rising from the manhole covers and sewers. The winter in S City was harsh. A gust of cold wind made Lin Xian pull her coat tighter around herself. Observing her, Yang Teng promptly removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. It's so cold, you should have dressed warmer. I promise to wear more layers next time, Lin Xian said, blushing as they reached the entrance of her neighborhood. This is fine. You should attend to your own matters now. Lin Xian suddenly halted, reclaiming the jacket and putting it back on Yang Teng. All right. Let me know when you get home. I'll be leaving first. Yang Teng, finding nothing amiss, bid her farewell and turned to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Xian stood still for a moment before stepping forward and disappearing into the shadows of the night. The pet shop in Yang Teng's neighborhood had been in operation for over 50 years. Due to its long-standing reputation, it often displayed high-quality beast eggs. Perhaps because of a previous theft, the shop owner had become notably more vigilant. Yang Teng entered a tea house next door, hesitant to act recklessly, knowing it would only alert the thief. As night deepened, the streets outside grew deserted. Chapter 20, Layered Crisis. Creak. The dilapidated wooden door, due to years of neglect, emitted a groaning sound as it was pushed open. The pet shop had closed for the night. While seated in the tea house, Yang Teng extended his mental energy, monitoring the outside movements. Before long, he detected a peculiar surge of energy, confirming his suspicions. If Yang Teng had been standing at the pet shop's entrance, his keen eyesight would surely have spotted a shadow creeping along the ground. Under the dim night, passers-by were utterly oblivious to the commotion beneath their feet. Even the League's patrollers could not sense the disturbance in the air. Yang Teng closed his eyes, and as his mental energy flowed, he began to distinctly perceive the presence of the shadow. The aura was peculiar, occasionally vanishing from his awareness. At that moment, the shadow had stealthily slipped through the crack of the wooden door and entered the store. Yang Teng swiftly opened his eyes. Just as he surmised, the thief had set their sights on the S-class beast egg housed within the pet shop. Without hesitation, he left the tea house, preparing to launch a surprise attack the moment the presence solidified. Inside the dilapidated wooden door, a series of shadowy tendrils extended. The shadow within the shop materialized, revealing a creature that appeared almost human, save for one striking difference. Its face resembled that of a clown. Its movements were exceedingly bizarre, and its posture defied human understanding. The clown-like beast leaned forward, first disrupting the pet shop's surveillance. Then, it staggered towards an antiquated jar, emitting an oddly sinister chuckle. The clown beast sniffed the jar with its red ball nose, but found nothing of interest. Just as it prepared to delve deeper into the store, a sudden dog bark echoed throughout the pet shop. The clown beast displayed a startled expression, as if in disbelief, and mechanically retreated. All the lights in the shop flickered to life. At this moment, a formidable three-headed shadow hound stood on high alert, fixating its gaze on the movements of the jester beast. Mr. Gray, the proprietor of the beast shop, emerged from the backyard wielding a hefty iron rod, a weapon meticulously designed for the study of exotic creatures. I knew that patience would eventually yield results, he muttered, his expression darkening. Despite the terrifying visage of the jester beast before him, the memory of its previous rampage had stoked a considerable fury within Gray. The shadow hound crouched low, emitting a threatening growl. Hearing the commotion from within, Yang Teng wasted no time and prompted Miss Void to breach the shop's entrance. A gust of wind surged in, and upon recognizing the arrival of a beast master, Gray's anxious heart finally eased. Do not let it escape. With Gray's warning, Yang Teng swiftly blocked the jester beast's path. Observing its potential to meld into shadows and flee, Miss Void unleashed her skill, Void Spell, propelling the creature away. Ha ha ha. The jester beast, infuriated, clawed at its own face and retaliated with a skill known as Malicious Punishment, an attack of evil attribute capable of inflicting significant area damage and instilling fear in its opponents. With no hesitation, Miss Void countered with a magical beam, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of white smoke. Seizing the opportunity, the jester beast, relying on its remarkable speed, transformed into a shadow, attempting to escape. In a critical moment, the shadow hound leaped and landed squarely on its shadow. Ha ha ha. Forced to materialize, the jester beast engaged in combat with the shadow hound. The clash of these two evil attribute beasts yielded no clear victor. Ascending to the heights, Miss Void executed a void snatch, successfully striking the unsuspecting jester beast. The ensuing reduction in its offensive and defensive capabilities inflicted immense agony upon it. Thank you. Gray rushed over, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Yang Teng. Without his assistance, Gray feared he would have struggled to retain the jester beast before him. Let us first manage the battle. Yang Teng's expression grew grave. The jester beast boasted an impressive total base stat of 505, coupled with its enviable speed. If they faltered, it could easily exploit a weakness and escape. Heeding Yang Teng's words, Gray remained vigilant, slapping the ground to summon a second beast, the hurricane beast. Upon seeing this, Yang Teng instinctively retreated. As a B-class beast, the hurricane beast posed a terrifying potential for destruction once it matured, just as its name suggested. The streets resonated with the howling winds. The hurricane beast materialized, amplifying the storm's energy. Fortunately, it was late at night, and few pedestrians roamed the streets. Noticing the increase in wind intensity that began to affect its own speed, the Jester Beast howled in frustration, turning to conjure a shadow ball aimed at the Hurricane Beast. The shadow ball, an attack of evil attribute, dealt significant single-target damage and was guaranteed to hit. The Hurricane Beast roared in response, its wind elements swirling like a vortex, absorbing the energy of the shadow ball. The resulting shockwave sent both Gray and Yang Teng tumbling backward, but Miss Void appeared just in time to ensure their safe landing. The Shadow Hound, enraged, charged toward the Jester Beast, its entire form ignited by explosive black flames. With its relatively weak defenses, the Jester Beast dared not confront this assault directly. A torrent of darkness surged forth, repelling the Shadow Hound's black flames. Gray quickly steadied himself and commanded the Hurricane Beast. Use Tornado to lift it. The Tornado, a wind attribute control skill, inflicted area damage and had a knock-up effect. The street surrounding the beast shop was engulfed by a cacophony of roaring winds, compelling passers-by to take detours to avoid the escalating conflict. Ha ha ha. The Jester Beast emitted a shrill laugh, its form lifted by the tornado like a leaf caught in a tempest. The Hurricane Beast spread its robust arms, gathering strength as it surged into the eye of the storm. With its spinning release, the overwhelming wind energy maximized the tornado's might. Impressive. Yang Teng gritted his teeth. By his estimates, the Hurricane Beast had reached at least level 50, indicating Gray's formidable mental prowess, as mental strength determines a beast's level cap. However, despite the Hurricane Beast's explosive power, the Jester Beast's capabilities surpassed it. Ha ha ha. The Jester Beast extended its arms, summoning a mysterious and terrifying black hole. The black hole began to rotate gradually, seemingly intent on transporting it away. As it expanded, an ominous feeling surged within Yang Teng. Do you sense something amiss? Gray turned his head, speaking in a low tone. This black hole appears to. Yang Teng pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, "It's summoning other beasts." Just as he uttered those words, the black hole expanded to an exaggerated size. Moments later, accompanied by a beastly roar, an enormous creature gradually emerged from the black void. It resembled a standing lizard, adorned with a pair of massive metallic dark wings, towering at 10 meters. Its body was cloaked in armor-like appendages. "It's here." Gray's eyes widened in shock, recognizing the creature. The epic-level beast, Darkwing Gecko Emperor. Chapter 21. A man of near-divine presence. The Darkwing Gecko Emperor? Yang Teng staggered back. He had never anticipated that the Jester Beast could summon such a powerful entity. An epic-level beast was a whole tier above elite level, an undeniable apex predator among its kind. The Darkwing Gecko Emperor flapped its wings, emanating a faint dark luminescence. The Jester Beast cackled, leaping out of the tornado's grasp to stand before the Darkwing Gecko Emperor. Ha ha ha. With its explanation, the Darkwing Gecko Emperor grasped the situation. Then, a shadow ball slowly materialized in its hand. This is bad. The destructive power of an epic-level beast is immense. We must brace for impact, Gray shouted, directing the Shadow Hound and Hurricane Beast to return to his side. Miss Void rapidly pivoted, hovering behind Yang Teng, chattering anxiously. Whoosh. The Shadow Ball's energy was fully charged. As the Darkwing Gecko Emperor prepared to unleash it, the tension in the air tightened around Yang Teng. Boom. The Shadow Ball descended in an instant, striking the ground before them. The terrifying destructive force, in a mere instant, radiated across the land, spreading outward with ferocity. The Shadow Hounds and Hurricane Beasts hastily unleashed their abilities to mitigate the onslaught of the Shadow Sphere. Seizing the moment of their confrontation, Yang Teng grasped Gray's hand, intent on fleeing the battlefield. Yet, a dreadful shockwave catapulted the two into the air. Miss Void deftly caught them, and with a single hand clap, she activated her skill. Void Guardian. Void Guardian, a defense-oriented skill of psychic attributes, conjuring a shield capable of absorbing 300 points of damage, with a chance to have the damage received. Despite her relatively low level, Miss Void effortlessly repelled the imminent impact. Be careful. Just as Yang Teng pivoted to lead Gray away from the aftermath of the battle, a sharp shard of glass, propelled by the fierce wind, hurtled towards the back of his head. In a critical moment, a shimmering blue water curtain suddenly appeared behind him, shattering the glass shard into fragments. Lin Xin emerged before Yang Teng. At this moment, he, taken aback, rushed towards her, grasping her hand tightly, and exclaimed, "Didn't you return home? How did you end up here? How could I bear to watch you face danger alone?" Lin Xin replied with a serene smile, extending her left hand to summon the East Sea Mermaid. "You two, hurry to the Alliance for assistance. An epic-level beast is beyond our capabilities." Gray clenched his teeth and summoned a third beast companion, the venomous hunting frog, right before them. Ribbit. The venomous hunting frog puffed its cheeks and leapt several dozen meters, joining the fray alongside the two beasts. Hearing his words, Yangtang and Lin Xian nodded without hesitation and sprinted towards the direction of the alliance. No need. Whoosh. Just as they were about to depart, a golden glowing longsword suddenly sliced past Yangtang, hurtling towards the direction of the Darkwing Chameleon Emperor. The intense golden light erupted, coalescing into a cross shape in the air. Yangtang halted, witnessing a rugged-looking man materialize in his line of sight, clad in a sleek sports outfit. The man's left hand tightly gripped an empty sword sheath. In the next instant, the Darkwing Chameleon Emperor emitted a chilling wail, one of its arms severed by the golden sword. Buzz! The man brushed past Yangtang, and at that moment, a squirrel radiating 7 colors of light appeared behind him. His sword, imbued with the squirrel's energy, unleashed the earlier terrifying strike. It's you. Gray stuttered, astonished. Aren't you? Don't speak. Focus on the battle. The man's expression turned icy as he halted. In the next moment, his brow arched. The squirrel behind him seemed to understand his intent, dispersing its colorful light and propelling him into the air. Yangtang and Lin Xian widened their eyes in disbelief. The synchronicity between this man and his beast companion was astounding. The profession of beast tamer was never about solitary combat. Those formidable beast tamers frequently took the battlefield together, their combined efforts yielding results greater than the sum of their parts. Much like the golden sword's strike that effortlessly severed the Darkwing Chameleon Emperor's arm. At this moment, the man lifted his sword once more, infused with the squirrel's energy, and aimed it at the Darkwing Chameleon Emperor's right hand. Roar! The Darkwing Chameleon Emperor bellowed, gathering a torrent of dark attribute energy in a bid to block the impending attack. Yet, it found itself helpless against the relentless power of the sword, which bore down upon its defenses with overwhelming force. Boom! The heavens echoed with a clash of black and gold light, neither side yielding. However, the man was not alone. Though Gray lacked his courage and strength, his command over the beasts was formidable. The 3 beasts unleashed a coordinated attack, targeting the Darkwing Chameleon Emperor. Caw-caw! The nearby clown beast screeched, conjuring a veil of darkness in an attempt to intercept their assault. But this was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Roar! The golden light surged, piercing through the Darkwing Chameleon Emperor's chest. The trio of attribute skills shattered the dark veil, sending the clown beast flying. Caw-caw! The clown beast, grievously wounded, let out a reluctant shriek. Just as the man prepared to harness the power of his beast for a final strike, the clown beast conjured a black hole, desperately pulling the Darkwing Chameleon Emperor away from the scene. The golden light struck the air, scattering thousands of luminous particles. Damn it! They managed to escape. Gray clenched his fists, cursing vehemently. They won't get far. The man slowly descended to the ground, resembling a mystical cultivator from an epic novel. Yangtang, glancing at the little squirrel perched on his shoulder, curiously inquired, "Does all your power stem from it? Do you truly believe I can cultivate immortality?" The man replied bluntly, leaving Yangtang momentarily speechless. "Are they the thieves?" In response to his inquiry, Gray nodded. "They must be." "All right," the man affirmed. "The Darkwing Chameleon Emperor has fallen under my mark. No matter where it flees, I can track its whereabouts. You will accompany me." "What?" Upon realizing the man was suddenly looking at him, Yangtang instinctively took a step back, confusedly pointing at his own nose. "Swiftly resolve this." No sooner had the man spoken than Yangtang felt his body lighten. The next moment, when he glanced down, he discovered he was already 800 meters off the ground. "Yangtang," Lin Xian called out in concern. "Don't worry. Zhao Xing 1T let him come to harm," Gray replied calmly, beginning to clear the aftermath of the battle. "My heavens, flying in the air. How did you accomplish that?" Yangtang had not anticipated that, as a beast tamer, one could wield such an array of abilities. "Hold on tight." With the squirrel's energy surging through him, Zhao Xing willed it, suddenly accelerating, nearly tossing Yangtang off. Fortunately, Miss Void trailed closely behind, ready to provide support should any mishap occur. Before long, Zhao Xing brought Yangtang to the outskirts of City S. They gently landed in a forest, cloaked in the night's embrace, rendering the entire area akin to a misty maze, obscuring their path forward. "Do you sense where we are?" Zhao Xing inquired, parting the underbrush. "No, I have no idea where this is." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Both Yangtang and the little squirrel responded simultaneously. "I meant my beast," Zhao Xing replied, casting a weary glance at him. Hearing this, Yangtang's face flushed crimson. If a chasm had opened beneath him, he would have plunged in without hesitation. Chapter 22. Mastering the Power of the Galaxy? There's a cave ahead. It should be their stronghold. Zhao Xing stood resolutely with his sword, casting a glance at Yangtang. "You will guard the entrance outside and ensure that no exotic beasts escape from within. And you?" Yang Teng inquired with a hint of concern. Are you going in alone? I have always preferred to fight solo, Zhao Xing replied, and without further ado, he advanced, guided by the little squirrel leading the way. Seeing his determination, Yang Teng reluctantly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at a prominent hill, following the trail of energy. The hill appeared unremarkable, yet the cave at its entrance emanated a chilling aura. You must secure the cave's entrance. Are you certain you can manage alone? Yang Teng cautioned as Zhao Xing prepared to enter. What if there are formidable beasts inside? Rest assured, I have already assessed the situation. The threat is minimal. Just guard the entrance, Zhao Xing assured, retracting his mental energy, and vanished from Yang Teng's sight, accompanied by the little squirrel. In the wake of his departure, Yang Teng took a defensive stance at the entrance, instructing the Void Mistress to remain vigilant of their surroundings. It was not long before a series of violent explosions erupted from within the cave, signaling Zhao Xing's offensive. A torrent of dark wind surged forth, causing Yang Teng to furrow his brow. The furious roar of the dark-winged gecko echoed relentlessly. In the next moment, a wave of energy surged forth, causing the hill to erupt spectacularly, illuminating the night sky with blinding golden light. Yang Teng sprang to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment. To their astonishment, they discovered an overwhelming number of exotic beasts gathered atop the hill. As the explosion rocked their surroundings, the beasts, seemingly bereft of reason, began to wreak havoc. This is bad, Yang Teng exclaimed, witnessing the Void Mistress struggling to fend off the onslaught. He quickly struck the ground, summoning a crimson six-pointed star formation. The figure of the flame spirit emerged from within, unfurling its demonic wings and soaring into the air to unleash its skill, Fire Meteor. Fire Meteor, a fire attribute attack skill, inflicted substantial area damage of 60, followed by an explosive aftermath of 35. The sky was filled with a deluge of fire meteors, illuminating the entire forest. In an instant, scores of weaker exotic beasts perished in the searing flames. The darkwing gecko battled valiantly against Zhao Xing's relentless assault, its broken wings flapping desperately to withstand the onslaught. As an epic-level beast, the darkwing gecko could scarcely fathom being so cornered by a mere human. The clown beast, ever by its side, absorbed some of the damage on its behalf. Where are the beast eggs? Zhao Xing's figure hovered in the air as he raised his sword threateningly. Under his intimidation, the clown beast could only squawk, indicating that the eggs had been surrendered to its superior. After a swift mental translation, Zhao Xing's brow furrowed deeply as he unleashed a full-powered strike. A radiant golden light erupted, flooding the forest with brilliance. The clown beast and darkwing gecko, left with no choice, pooled their remaining strength to counter his assault. Yet, just as Zhao Xing prepared to deliver his final blow, the little squirrel emitted an anxious cry. Above, the starry sky shifted, revealing the signs of a stellar trajectory. Yang Teng's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Be careful!" Before his warning could settle, the starry expanse reconfigured, transforming into a galactic form, and unleashed a beam of stellar energy towards Zhao Xing. The magnificent light of the stars cascaded upon his golden sword, resulting in a shattering impact. Just in time, the little squirrel erupted with a rainbow of light, forming a protective shield that shielded the severely wounded Zhao Xing. In the aftermath of the shocking spectacle, Yang Teng's mind went blank for 3 seconds. As the residual force of the stellar beam surged forth, the flame spirit and the Void Mistress unhesitatingly retaliated. The ensuing shockwave hurled Yang Teng backward. In that fleeting moment, as he soared through the air, he glimpsed an exotic beast of unparalleled power within the vast galaxy. Who could it be? In despair, Yang Teng shut his eyes, bracing for death. At that critical juncture, a warm white light emanated from within him, coalescing into a shield that successfully mitigated all impact. The anticipated pain never arrived, prompting Yang Teng to open his eyes once more. However, the galaxy had already unleashed its divine prowess, whisking away all surviving exotic beasts from the scene. Finally, having escaped the clutches of catastrophe, Yang Teng relaxed, his eyelids gradually drooping. 3 days later, at the city hospital, what on earth could have caused such injuries to the two of them? Yang Teng pondered. His injuries were manageable, but Zhao Xing's left hand was rendered useless. How would he wield a sword in the future? Zhao Xing is left-handed. Beside the hospital bed, some sighed while others engaged in hushed discussions. Yang Teng stirred from his stupor, finally discerning the crowd before him. It was Guyi, the deputy leader of the Beastmasters Alliance in S City, flanked by several prominent figures of the Alliance. What has happened? How did I end up here? Yang Teng mustered his strength, his parched throat managing to produce a sound. You're awake, Guyi exclaimed, rushing to his side and pouring him a cup of warm water. Are you all right? Just a bit dizzy, Yang Teng replied, taking the cup and gulping down a generous sip before glancing at the bed to his left. Zhao Xing remained in a comatose state, evidently suffering from severe injuries. What transpired that night? Can you recount it for us? After a moment, Guyi, seeing Yang Teng regain some clarity, inquired. That night Yang Teng's mind swirled with dizziness as he recalled the vast galaxy. He proceeded to narrate his experiences from that fateful evening to the gathered audience. The atmosphere in the hospital room shifted to one of grave seriousness. After a lengthy pause, Guyi finally emerged from his stunned silence as a king-level beastmaster. Zhao Xing could only have been gravely injured by an extraordinary beast of legendary or even lordly tier. Could it be that S-City is indeed home to a lord-level beast? Beside him, Wang Shua's expression darkened. It is improbable for a lord-level beast to appear here. Guyi shot him a glance. Let us not incite panic until we have concrete evidence. Yet that beast possessed the ability to alter the course of the galaxy. Yang Teng reflected on the events of that night, still finding it surreal and unbelievable. Perhaps it is a specific ability of a legendary beast, Guyi elaborated. As for your assertion that the beast could control the galaxy, I find it highly plausible that it is merely a domain skill. Domain skill? Yang Teng furrowed his brow. Indeed, only legendary beasts possess a certain probability of comprehending domain skills, while lord-level beasts invariably possess such abilities. I recall the Tianyang Lake incident from years past. Wasn't there a legendary beast that emerged in S-City? Guyi pondered aloud. Vice Alliance leader, that nine-headed demon serpent had already stepped into the realm of lord level. Wang Shua interjected. Indeed, that very nine-headed demon serpent. Perhaps the beast you encountered is it? But wasn't the nine-headed demon serpent slain? Yang Teng questioned. His expression one of confusion as images of his uncle and Abu falling to its might flashed in his mind. It was merely sealed away, Guyi replied. Compelled to reveal the truth. Moreover, not long ago, the nine-headed demon serpent broke free from its seal and has since vanished. What? Yang Teng's eyes widened in shock at his words. The nine-headed demon serpent was still alive? Instantly, an overwhelming tide of hatred surged within him. The deaths of his uncle and Abu had haunted him like a relentless nightmare. Only by vanquishing the nine-headed demon serpent could he hope to dispel that haunting shadow. Chapter 23. Campus Celebrity. Observing the sudden shift in Yang Teng's demeanor, Guyi cautioned, the nine-headed demon serpent is not yet an adversary you can confront. You must elevate your strength. Only then will you earn the right to challenge it. Yes, Yang Teng nodded, though the intensity of his loathing remained undiminished. Yang Teng. Little Teng. After a while, Yang's parents and Lin Xin arrived at the hospital room. Seeing that he was no longer in critical condition, their hearts finally eased. Yang Teng. How are you feeling now? Guyi entered the room with the doctor. I should be fine now. Yang Teng lifted his head and stated, if possible, I would like to begin the discharge process. I share that sentiment, Guyi nodded. For him, Yang Teng had become the most valued member of the alliance. And after several days of delay, it was time for him to return to school. In that case, I will handle the paperwork for you, the doctor remarked, signing his name on the documents upon confirming Yang Teng's recovery. Little Teng, promise your mother you won't take any more risks and venture into dangerous places. Yang's mother sat before him, her face etched with concern. Rest assured, Mom, I promise to take good care of myself, Yang Teng replied, exchanging a smile with Lin Xin. Before departing the hospital, he glanced in the direction of Zhao Xing. We are here for you. You can return to class without worry. Guyi approached him, solemnly patting his shoulder. Acknowledging this, Yang Teng nodded and left the hospital with his family. Having missed 3 days of classes, Yang Teng was eager to return to school. You are no longer a child. Many decisions are beyond our control, Yang's father sighed resignedly. As long as your health is fine, just go back to class. All right, goodbye. Uncle and Aunt, Yang Teng said, along with Lin Xin, as they boarded a taxi to the Junior Beastmaster Academy. Thank you, Lin Xin, Yang Teng said earnestly, gazing at her lovely face as they sat in the car. Huh. Lin Xin looked puzzled, unsure why Yang Teng was expressing gratitude. Thank you for coming to find me that night, regardless of the dangers. A gentle warmth spread across her features, though he had been living in this body for years. His feelings for Lin Xin were heartfelt. Should a day come when Lin Xin learns he is not the true Yang Teng, would she still hold affection for him as before? Yet in this moment, all Yang Teng desired was to hold her hand tightly. Seeking you was something I ought to do. Lin Xin tucked her hair behind her ear, lowering her head shyly. Yang Teng seemed to recall something and pulled out a small vial from his pocket, containing 5 aptitude pills. This is for you. He offered the vial to her. Find a time to take the pills inside. They will enhance your aptitude. What? Lin Xin stared in astonishment at the small vial in her palm. Pills that could enhance aptitude? She had never heard of such a thing. Aptitude was akin to one's DNA, predetermined at birth, not something that could be altered later through any means. Yet Yang Teng insisted that these pills could enhance aptitude. How could Lin Xin not be surprised? Nevertheless, trusting him, she expressed her gratitude despite her shock. Silly, There's no need for thanks between us. Yang Teng affectionately ruffled her hair. Giving Lin Xin the aptitude pills was a decision he had confirmed with the system beforehand. After all, he was initially uncertain if they could be used by anyone other than himself. Fortunately, the system's response had put his mind at ease. The aptitude pills could not only be used by others, but they could even help those without aptitude to become beast masters. After escorting Lin Xin back to the academy, Yang Teng rode his bicycle back to the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy. At that moment, in the genius class, reporting, having been absent for several days, Yang Teng felt a twinge of anxiety as he appeared at the classroom door. Come in. Zhao Qian, who was teaching, turned around and, upon seeing Yang Teng return, offered a nonchalant response. Under the gaze of all his classmates, Yang Teng awkwardly returned to his seat. Hey, bro, you finally made it back. Lu Long, seated behind him, gently poked his back with a pen, whispering, do you know you've become famous? Famous? What do you mean? Yang Teng turned back in surprise. You don't know? You're currently the most talked about person in the school, Lu Long elaborated. Someone spread the word about you defeating the elite monster. Oh, and after class, there will definitely be a swarm of admirers looking for you. Oh no. Before he could finish, a piece of chalk accurately struck his head. Zhao Qian glared at them, emanating an aura of authority akin to a deity of wrath. Serves you right. At this moment, Tian Yi, seated in the front row, turned around, casting a resentful glance at Yang Teng. Just as Lu Long had predicted, shortly after class ended, the windows of the genius class were crowded with students from other classes. Their sole purpose was to catch a glimpse of the one who shattered the Alliance S records. A cacophony of shrill screams flooded into the classroom. The voices belonging to a group of girls. Oh my gosh, who told me Yang Teng was ugly? I want to tear their mouth apart. So handsome. Oh, how can Yang Teng Appa be so dashing? And he dresses so well. Yang Teng, take a look at me. It was official. He had truly become a campus celebrity. Yang Teng helplessly slapped his face and turned his head away. The genius class is not a place for you kinds to enter. Get out. Suddenly, Tian Yi's roar sent the girls trying to enter the class scurrying away. Hey, Tian Yi, what have others done? Why are you so rude? Lu Long stood up, visibly displeased, and fixed a cold gaze upon Tian Yi. I cannot abide individuals like you who show such a lack of respect for girls. I merely asked them to leave. How does that equate to disrespect? Tian Yi, already incensed, slammed his hand on the table and rose, confronting Lu Long. The atmosphere outside suddenly grew silent. In that moment, Lu Long's stature seemed to elevate in the eyes of the group of girls watching. This isn't the first time you've disrespected others, Lu Long scoffed. You take pride in your genius and often mock students from ordinary classes. Tian Yi, to be honest, I feel ashamed for you. This world is a harsh one, where the strong prey upon the weak. There's no need for you to stand atop a moral high ground to criticize me. Tian Yi crossed his arms, his expression fierce, staring intently at the girls outside. What are you still looking at? This is not a place for you. You scoundrel. Lu Long could not tolerate a man yelling at girls for no reason. His temper flared. Just as he moved to push the desk aside and confront Tian Yi, the latter took the initiative, lunging forward and knocking him to the ground. Are you serious? Initiating a fight without reason? Tian Yi had gone too far. Even Yang Teng, who usually preferred to remain uninvolved, felt compelled to intervene. Just as Tian Yi raised his fist to engage Lu Long, Yang Teng slammed his hand on the desk, restraining Tian Yi's arm. Have you had enough of this nonsense? Yang Teng gritted his teeth, forcefully pushing Tian Yi back. He then stepped away from his seat to help Lu Long up. Fight back, huh? Tian Yi sneered, extending his fist towards Yang Teng. In response to his provocation, Yang Teng unleashed his mental energy, attempting to push him away. To his astonishment, Tian Yi seemed unaffected. Humph. I anticipated this move. Fortunately, I was prepared. With a cold smirk, Tian Yi charged forward, swinging his fist aimed at Yang Teng's face. Thankfully, Yang Teng was quick to evade. Standing behind Yang Teng, Lu Long delivered a powerful left hook, sending Tian Yi sprawling. Damn it! In front of everyone. Tian Yi felt a burning sensation on his face. Observing Lu Long's fervent expression, he sprang back up and, without hesitation, picked up a bench, aiming to strike Lu Long's head. Oh my goodness! Someone gasped in the crowd. Seeing the severity of Tian Yi's actions, Yang Teng no longer held back, circling around Tian Yi's body and delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Clang! The bench fell, striking his face and drawing blood. Tian Yi clutched his face in agony, writhing on the floor like a worm. Are you all right? Yang Teng clapped his hands and turned to Lu Long fortunately. Lu Long replied, somewhat stunned. He had not anticipated that the seemingly mild-mannered Yang Teng could be so formidable when provoked. Before long, Zhao Qian, situated in his office, received news of the brawl. His face turned as grim as a bitter melon. Don't you all have anything better to do? Return to your respective classes. Zhao Qian barked at the crowd gathered by the window. His fierce demeanor caused everyone to scatter like birds. I hope such incidents do not occur again in my class. Zhao Qian entered the classroom with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serious. By this time, Tian Yi had been assisted back to his seat by several classmates. Thankfully, his injuries were not severe. He had only sustained a few cuts on his face. Listening to Zhao Qian's words, Lu Long felt puzzled. After all, everyone knew that Zhao Qian favored class leader Tian Yi, which was why students typically refrained from opposing him. But what was happening today? Why did Zhao Qian seem like a different person, showing no favoritism? Yang Teng also found the situation odd, recalling Zhao Qian's previous actions against him that he had yet to forget. Under normal circumstances, he would expect Zhao Qian to place the blame on him first when trouble arose in the class. However, since he remained silent, everyone accepted the situation with equanimity. Zhao Qian fixed a long glance at Yang Teng before approaching him, calmly asking, "How is your injury?" "Huh." Yang Teng looked up in surprise. "Teacher, I'm fine now." "Good. Make sure to rest well." Zhao Qian scanned the classroom before turning to leave. Observing Zhao Qian's sudden concern, Yang Teng felt that the man before him was not as rigid as he had once seemed. Boss Yu, Wang Bo, always the sycophant, had refrained from intervening during the conflict between Tian Yi and Yang Teng, but now feigned sympathy. During the free activity period, "Go to the Advanced Beast Taming Academy and fetch my second brother." Tian Yi, unable to suppress his anger, covered his face and added, "And ensure they bring several people. This time, I won't rest until Yang Teng is left incapacitated." "But boss, it was Lu Long who struck first," Wang Bo cautiously suggested. "I'll settle the score with Lu Long later," Tian Yi retorted, turning his head to reveal his fierce gaze to the two men. As a result of this commotion, the relationship between Yang Teng and Lu Long blossomed from mere acquaintances to close companions. Moreover, due to their compatible personalities, they quickly became inseparable. I must say, although Tian Yi is arrogant, his personal talents and family background are exceptionally formidable, Lu Long quietly remarked. "If it weren't for any pressing matters, we should avoid confronting him directly." "Am I afraid of him?" Yang Teng glanced back, giving Lu Long a sidelong look. "Rest assured, should he dare to bully us, I shall not allow him to succeed. That's the spirit." Lu Long punched him playfully on the chest. "Your attitude resonates with me. But on a side note, now that you are a silver-level member of the Alliance, he wouldn't dare to provoke you easily, would he? This man has a volatile temperament. It's hard to say." Yang Teng may not have a deep understanding of Tian Yi, but he certainly grasped the essence of his character. Indeed, Tian Yi was precisely that type of person, quick-tempered and vengeful. As Yang Teng's reputation spread, he finally shed the labels of being a useless and mediocre student. Now, he was met with admiration and envy. The line between genius and mediocrity had been drawn overnight. Yet Yang Teng remained cautious, adhering to his principles and focusing on his own growth. The last two classes in the genius class were designated for students to engage in free practice exercises. No one noticed that during the lengthy break, Wang Bo had vanished from their sight. As dusk fell, the school bell rang. Yang Teng and Lu Long walked together, preparing to watch a football match at the Junior Beast Taming Academy. Inside a luxurious black business car parked by the roadside, a burly man adorned with a thick golden chain sneered, "Wang Bo, are you certain that person has harmed my brother?" He glanced dismissively at the two approaching figures. "Indeed, Brother Tian, it is he, and Lu Long as well." Wang Bo nodded repeatedly. "Excellent." The bald man, filled with enthusiasm, turned to his group of companions behind him. "What are we waiting for? Let us go find my little brother and settle this." Without hesitation, the men grabbed their baseball bats resting beside them and followed the bald man out. Yang Teng was engaged in a discussion about a football match with Lu Long when, suddenly, several burly figures appeared before them. "Which one of you is Yang Teng? Step forward." Tian Lang brandished his spiked club, pointing at Yang Teng and Lu Long. "Who are you?" Lu Long furrowed his brow. "We are students from the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy. If you dare to touch us, the Alliance will not let you go." "Humph, if I were afraid of the Alliance, would I need to block you here in broad daylight?" Tian Lang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Long, whose bold demeanor had already sparked a hint of murderous intent within him. "It must be that guy Tian Yi who sent you." Yang Teng spoke calmly, unperturbed by the menacing figures before him. "How do you know that?" Lu Long inquired, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Look over there." Yang Teng pointed towards Wang Bo, who was cowering behind a car. "Damn it. No wonder I wondered where Wang Bo had disappeared to this afternoon. He went to tip them off." Lu Long rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward. Hey. Tian Lang's companions brandished their baseball bats, pushing him back. "We are Beastmasters, protected by the Alliance." Yang Teng, wishing to avoid a confrontation, continued to reason with them. "Even if you have a connection with Tian Yi, you must understand that we are not openly provoking him. Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" Tian Lang replied, Displeasure etched on his face. My little brother has shown me the injury on his face. What are you going to do about it? Yang Teng remained silent. Lu Long, at this juncture, appeared somewhat hesitant. Are we really going to call in the alliance? I doubt you want that either. Yang Teng took a few steps back with him. If you wish to make a move, think it through. Chapter 25. The deviously cunning Tian Lang. Think. I'm going to give you a beating first. As soon as Tian Lang finished speaking, he raised his spiked club and swung it towards Yang Teng's face. Humph. The latter swiftly dodged the attack. Miss Void. Seizing the moment while Tian Lang was still off guard, Yang Teng summoned Miss Void to intercept their assault. Damn it. Don't you know that aberrant beasts cannot harm humans? Tian Lang bellowed angrily. Are you not aware that when a beast master is in danger, they can summon their beast companions for legitimate self-defense? Yang Teng cast him a long, incredulous look, as if regarding a fool, and began to lead Lu Long away. Ah, it's that guy Yang Teng. Just then, Zhang Haoshu, passing by in his vehicle, rolled down the window. Strange, isn't that Tian Lang? What has Yang Teng done to offend him? Young master, should we stop? Yes. After pondering for a moment, a glimmer of determination appeared in Zhang Haoshu's eyes. Last time, I let Yang Teng escape. This time, I must strike him down. No matter what. The sleek black sports car pulled over to the side of the road. However, Zhang Haoshu did not immediately exit the vehicle. As a student of the Advanced Beast Master Academy, Tian Lang naturally possessed a beast companion. With the activation of the formation, a D-class aberrant beast, the Thunder Steed, manifested in the arena. This Thunder Steed boasted an impressive level of 32, posing a significant challenge for Yang Teng. Yet he was not without allies. Lu Long, without hesitation, released his own beast companion, a stone golem of the Earth attribute, possessing an impressive B-class talent. Indeed, none of the students from the genius class were to be underestimated. Humph, just in time, my beast has completed its final evolution. Today, I'll put you two to the test. Tian Lang sneered, retracting his spiked club. The Thunder Steed, the ultimate evolution of the Little Thunder Horse, boasted a base value of 480, due to the significance of base values in determining overall strength. Even if the Thunder Steed's talent level was lacking, its foundational statistics overshadowed those of Lu Long and Yang Teng's beasts. With a shrill cry, the Thunder Steed unleashed its skill, Thunder Strike. This electric-type attack dealt a base damage of 55 and had a chance to paralyze its target. The stone golem braced itself against the onslaught. Concerned for Miss Void's frail stature, Lu Long commanded the stone golem to take the lead. As massive boulders began to assemble, the skill, Boulder Barrier, was finally charged. This Earth attribute defensive skill could absorb up to 350 points of damage, with 15 of that converted into self-healing. Though electric attributes were typically countered by Earth attributes, the high base values of the Thunder Steed meant that, despite the attribute disadvantage, it still exerted considerable pressure on the stone golem. Seizing the opportunity, Miss Void leapt behind the Thunder Steed and executed her skill, Void Capture. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the Thunder Steed let out a piercing neigh, interrupting its Thunder Strike. The absorption effect of Void Capture activated. And as Tian Lang observed the sudden drop in the Thunder Steed's offensive and defensive stats, he furrowed his brow. What on earth did you do? Curious. Why has he suddenly become so strong? Zhang Haoshu, still seated in the car, knitted his brows. I've never seen him use that beast before. Young master. Yang Teng broke the Alliance's record a few days ago by defeating an elite monster in the virtual battlefield. His strength is quite formidable, reminded the driver, Master Wang. He defeated an elite monster? A cold smirk crept across Zhang Haoshu's lips. Perhaps it was merely luck? But young master, this individual, silence. Keep quiet. Yes. At Zhang Haoshu's command, Master Wang promptly fell silent. With a thunderous crash, the boulder barrier was shattered by the Thunder Steed. As the beast accelerated towards them, Lu Long's expression darkened. Fortunately, Miss Void elegantly shifted her form, resembling a pure white lotus, and positioned herself before the stone golem. Activating the skill, Void Guard, she successfully intercepted the Thunder Steed's assault. Not good. This kid's beast is actually an A-class. Tian Lang's eyes darted as a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to command one of his companions to drag Wang Bo forward. Confused and bewildered, Wang Bo stumbled into the fray before Tian Lang. You'll be the sacrifice. What? Before Wang Bo could comprehend the situation, Tian Lang forcefully shoved him into the battlefield. At that moment, Miss Void, ready to unleash her skill in retaliation, found her charge abruptly interrupted. Neither Yang Teng nor Lu Long had anticipated that Tian Lang would resort to such despicable tactics. Wang Bo was thrust into the clash of aberrant beasts, landing in a heap on the ground. Yet, the Thunder Steed's assault remained relentless, surging forward and sending both aberrant beasts flying. Well done, Tian Lang exclaimed with exhilaration, a cold smile betraying his satisfaction at the success of his scheme. Damn it. To resort to such despicable tactics. Lu Long bellowed. Wang Bo, get out of our way. Wang Bo, betrayed by Tian Lang, suddenly revealed a glimmer of hatred in his eyes. Don't let them rise. Block those two beasts. Do not allow them to unleash their skills. Tian Lang threatened. Wang Bo, don't listen to him. Yang Ting spoke coldly. He never imagined that there could be individuals in this world who would resort to such inhumane actions for the sake of victory. Wang Bo climbed to his feet and glanced back at Tian Lang. Boss Tian, stop wasting my time. Just do as I say. Tian Lang swung his Wolf Fang club. Clearly, Wang Bo had been bullied by them on numerous occasions. Boom. With Wang Bo obstructing the center, the Void Lady and the Stone Monster dared not unleash their full strength. The Thunder Steed pressed forward, forcing them back once again. Damn it. Yang Tung growled in frustration. Let us fight somewhere else. He had already offered Wang Bo a chance to choose, yet he remained submissive under their intimidation. Left with no choice, Yang Tung ordered the Void Lady to retreat while fighting, altering the battlefield. Tian Lang immediately saw through his intentions, a smirk forming on his lips. Wang Bo. Under his command, Wang Bo, resembling a tamed beast, humiliatedly walked towards the Void Lady and the Stone Monster. With him paving the way, the two beasts dared not strike. Seizing this opportunity, the Thunder Steed unleashed its skill, 100,000 volts. 100,000 volts, an electric attribute attack skill, dealing damage with a power of 80 within a wide area, possessing a high probability of paralyzing the opponent. Wang Bo, don't just stand there like a fool. Yang Tung shouted in anger. As a wide area skill, 100,000 volts could easily harm the defenseless Wang Bo. Observing this, Yang Tung and Lu Long gritted their teeth. Positioning their beasts in front of Wang Bo and activating their defensive skills. Is Wang Bo truly a fool? Jiang Haoshu watched the unfolding scene outside the window with great interest, commenting, others use him as a pawn, and he genuinely believes himself to be that pawn? How amusing. Boom. Amidst the billowing white smoke, the Void Lady seized Wang Bo and led him away from the battlefield. Yang Tung, unable to contain his fury, struck Wang Bo's face with a punch. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Wang Bo's mind was in turmoil. As a beast master who had risen from the bottom, his journey had not been easy. Little did he know that during his ascent, he would encounter the tyrannical Tian Yi. To avoid constant bullying from Tian Yi, he had to lower his own stance. Whatever Tian Yi commanded, he would not resist. Over time, perhaps out of his unwavering loyalty, Tian Yi's bullying had indeed lessened. However, today's experience jolted Wang Bo into a sudden awakening. Perhaps, in the hearts of Tian Yi and Tian Lang, he would forever remain the loyal and obedient dog, with a status even lower than that of a beast pet. Given such a reality, was there still a need to devote himself to them? I hope you can become your true self, rather than a mere shadow of others. Yang Tung furrowed his brow, pulling him aside. Listening to his words, Wang Bo's fists clenched tightly. Chapter 26. Defeat them all. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Tian Lang once again commanded the Thunder Steed to assault the Void Lady and the Stone Monster. Yang Tung was the first to react, with a mental command. His psychic energy surged like a tidal storm, causing the Thunder Steed to momentarily falter. What? Tian Lang sensed the fluctuation of Yang Teng's psychic energy. Yet, he could scarcely believe that Yang Teng's mental prowess had grown strong enough to influence the actions of beasts. In a moment of hesitation, the Void Lady appeared directly in front of the Thunder Steed. With a gentle wave of her hand, a torrent of void power surged forth like a pillar of water, launching the Thunder Steed into the air. Well done, Void! Roar! Just as Yang Tung felt a moment of relief, a terrifying fireball suddenly shot from behind, striking the Void Lady and sending her flying. Due to the scorching damage from the fire attribute, her health was visibly plummeting. Who? Yang Tung quickly turned his head. To his astonishment, the assailant was none other than Jiang Haoshu. The flame-tailed lion raised its proud head, roaring as it transformed into a blaze, intent on finishing off the severely injured Void Lady. In a critical moment, Yang Tung hastily recalled her and promptly struck the ground. A crimson magical array began to rotate, revealing the form of the S-rank beast pet, the fiery demon fire spirit. Everyone in the arena, except Jiang Haoshu, widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Long, standing beside him, exclaimed, "No wonder you could defeat elite monsters. How has this guy's fiery demon fire spirit suddenly become so powerful?" The last time they had encountered each other, the fire spirit had not even reached level 20. Yet, in just a few days, its level had soared to an impressive 26. Jiang Haoshu narrowed his eyes and exchanged glances with Tian Lang, who instantly understood and grinned as he commanded the Thunder Steed and the flame-tailed lion to encircle the fiery demon fire spirit. This is bad. Just as Lu Long prepared to assist, Yang Tung abruptly blocked him. The flame-tailed lion is not easy to deal with, and your stone monster is in poor condition. You should refrain from joining the battle. No sooner had he spoken than the battle between the beasts commenced. The fiery demon fire spirit unfurled its demonic wings and leaped into the air. It unleashed a fire meteor as its first attack. As a wide area skill, the damage from the fire meteor was considerable. The flame-tailed lion lashed its tail, instantly summoning a triple fire attack to clash with the fire meteor. The thunder steed also retaliated with its lightning strike skill. Damn it, I didn't expect this kid to grow so rapidly. Seeing the fiery demon fire spirit remain unyielded, Jiang Haoshu's expression darkened. As a talented student of the S-City Advanced Beastmaster Academy, his aptitude was remarkable, only slightly inferior to Lin Xian's. Particularly, his beast pet. The flame-tailed lion was a powerful fire attribute beast, making him the center of attention in any setting. Yang Teng not only openly competed with him for Lin Xian, but also subtly overshadowed his reputation in S-City, which he could not tolerate. At this moment, a trace of jealousy flickered in Jiang Haoshu's eyes. The fiery demon fire spirit, while facing two beast pets, found itself somewhat strained but still had the strength to hold its ground. Noticing the situation becoming tense, Tianlang's expression turned icy. Wang Bo, what are you still doing there? Wang Bo understood his implication, but, upon recalling Tianlang's attitude towards him, his heart momentarily seized. Are you defying us? Tianlang spoke heavily. Why do you always insist on doing what others do not wish to? Yang Teng glared coldly into Tianlang's eyes. I refuse to go. As Tianlang prepared to charge toward Wang Bo with his wolf-toothed club in hand, the latter suddenly shook his head, a defiant glint in his eyes. You little rascal, have you truly turned against me? Tianlang seized the moment to attempt to take Wang Bo away. Stop right there. Yang Teng reacted swiftly, pulling Wang Bo behind him. Witnessing this, Tianlang sneered and raised his club. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sending their figures reeling backward. Amidst a piercing cry, the thunder steed crashed heavily to the ground, nearly incapacitated. How can this be? Tianlang exclaimed in disbelief, turning his gaze toward the distant scene where the fiery tail lion was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the magic flame spirit. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Haoshu furrowed his brow, unease etched across his features as he scrutinized the movements of the magic flame spirit. In terms of levels, the fiery tail lion had already reached level 31, with base stats surpassing those of the magic flame spirit. Yet, due to the latter's exceptional innate abilities, it could unleash skills of greater potency than the fiery tail lion. Particularly, its unique traits occasionally manifested in sudden bursts of additional damage, which left Jiang Haoshu feeling quite vexed. Good heavens, Yang Teng, it truly falls upon you. Lu Long finally grasped the formidable prowess of the individual before him. However, this was far from over. Just as the magic flame spirit unleashed its flame blade, aiming to repel the fiery tail lion, a small dagger suddenly shot forth from Jiang Haoshu's hand, hurtling toward the magic flame spirit's face. Not good, Yang Teng shouted in alarm. With a furious roar, the magic flame spirit summoned flames to form a shield, barely deflecting the dagger's lethal trajectory. This dagger had been specially crafted, designed specifically to target extraordinary beasts. Should it strike its mark, the beast's combat prowess would be halved in an instant. The earlier situation had been nothing short of perilous. You deceitful trickster. Lu Long immediately recognized the dagger's unusual nature, his face contorting with rage. It's fine, don't mind him. As the two remained in a standoff, the magic flame spirit, leveraging its immense innate capabilities, shattered the hard-won advantage of the fiery tail lion. Damn it! Jiang Haoshu clenched his fists in anger. He had originally intended to use this opportunity to undermine Yang Teng's confidence, but to his astonishment, it was he who found himself being suppressed instead. A third wave of flames surged forth, only to be effortlessly countered by the magic flame spirit. With a resounding crash, the fiery tail lion was sent soaring, crashing heavily beside Jiang Haoshu. A profound sense of humiliation instantly engulfed Jiang Haoshu's emotions. He never imagined that after a life of unbroken success, he would be bested by the individual before him. Come back. The outcome of this battle is already determined. Yang Teng retracted the magic flame spirit, casting a cold, indifferent gaze toward Jiang Haoshu. This, Tianlang took a slight step back, disbelief etched on his face. How could this be? That is Jiang Haoshu. By what right do you think you can defeat him? His words ignited a volcanic eruption of emotions. Jiang Haoshu gradually lifted his head from the depths of despair, his face pale with fury as he fixed his gaze on Tianlang. Are you implying that I have been defeated? Ah, this. Tianlang was momentarily taken aback. As fellow students of the prestigious Beast Control Academy, they were well aware of Jiang Haoshu's formidable reputation. After a moment's hesitation, Tianlang hastily retreated, exclaiming, how could this happen? It's all this brat's fault for resorting to underhanded tricks. If you must place blame, blame him. I shall take my leave first. Terrified, Tianlang quickly ushered his companions onto their vehicle and sped away. Hey, I haven't even gotten in yet. Wang Bo waved his hand reluctantly, but Tian Lang and his entourage showed no inclination to halt. Let us depart. Yang Teng wished to avoid further entanglement with Zhang Haoshu and prepared to leave alongside Lu Long. Stop. Zhang Haoshu's voice echoed from behind. Reluctantly, Yang Teng turned back. Is there something else? Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly win Lin Xian's heart, Zhang Haoshu remarked, a rather unpleasant smile gracing his lips. As for you, I suggest you pray for how long you can manage to remain in City S. Upon hearing his words, Yang Teng's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Haoshu's family held considerable influence throughout City S, and if he truly sought to make things difficult, it could spell danger for Yang Teng. Chapter 27. The S-Class Beast Egg? I have awaited this day. Although Yang Teng spoke thus, his heart trembled slightly. His current strength was indeed formidable. Yet when it came to background, Zhang Haoshu was leagues ahead of him. But did he have a choice? He could hardly respond to provocation like Wang Bo had. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Yang Teng departed with Lu Long. Who was that guy? He is exceedingly arrogant. Lu Long clearly had not heard of Zhang Haoshu. Forget him. Yang Teng shook his head in agitation and soon arrived at the primary Beast Control Academy. Lin Xian had anticipated Yang Teng's arrival that evening and was already waiting on the playground. To Yang Teng's surprise, Zhang Yan was also present. We meet again. Zhang Yan greeted him first. As he observed the beautiful golden-haired girl before him, Lu Long's expression shifted abruptly. Who is this? Lin Xian inquired curiously, glancing at Lu Long. A friend and classmate. Hello. Lu Long grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. I heard you were attacked by a beast a few days ago. Are you all right now? Zhang Yan linked arms with Lin Xian, leaning in to scrutinize Yang Teng's face. The latter, somewhat distracted, nonetheless responded to Zhang Yan's inquiry. If there were any issues. I doubt I'd be standing here. What happened? I was unaware, Lu Long remarked, his true intention being to engage Zhang Yan in conversation. However, she saw through his motives and merely shot him a glance. Just a minor incident, nothing to concern ourselves with. The League has received news. Lin Xian walked beside Yang Teng, stating, they initially suspect that the mastermind behind the rescue of those extraordinary beasts may be the nine-headed demon serpent. Additionally, Zhao Xing has awakened. How is he? Yang Teng asked anxiously. His condition is quite poor, due to his reliance on his left hand. The loss of it has diminished his combat capability. Lin Xian sighed sympathetically. I must make time to visit him. Yang Teng clenched his fists. Has the League mentioned anything else? No. Lin Xian shook her head, then appeared to recall something. Oh, the owner of the beast pet shop, Gray, came to see me today. He thought you were still at the primary Beast Control Academy. What did he want? He said he had something for you. Lin Xian paused. However, he didn't specify what it was. He just asked you to come by when you have time. All right. Yang Teng nodded thoughtfully at her words. Although he had only met Gray once, the latter's formidable strength had left an indelible impression on him. To forge a friendship with such an individual is undoubtedly a boon for him. At this moment, within the Beastmaster Alliance of S-City, the atmosphere was charged with urgency. Have you uncovered any leads? The incident involving the thief had stirred the Alliance leader, Wang Yin, into action. Guyi summoned the surveillance footage for his perusal. The grainy images depicted a hillock, rendered almost monochromatic by the cover of night. As the hill was detonated, a breathtaking spectacle resembling a galaxy unfolded. Yet the subsequent visuals transformed into a flurry of static, likely due to interference with the signal. Did you manage to discern anything? After pausing the frame capturing the celestial display, Guyi pointed to a nebulous shadow at its center. Within it, there appeared to be a lurking, otherworldly beast. What is this creature? Wang Yin magnified the image but could not discern the beast's precise outline. Initially, we conjectured that the assailant was the nine-headed demon serpent. He mused. Guyi, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, however, the silhouette depicted in this footage does not align with that of the nine-headed demon serpent. I wonder if there exists a more advanced beast, clandestinely observing our every move. Are you suggesting a Lord-class beast? Wang Yin scrutinized the indistinct outline, a frown creasing his brow. But we have never encountered any Lord-class beasts in S-City's history. Yesterday, I visited the site and discovered a profound pit. With residual energy fluctuations, Guyi interjected, pulling up the relevant data. According to Yonghe's calculations, this should be a skill unleashed by a beast of divine attributes. Divine attributes? Wang Yin frowned. Beasts with such attributes do not harm humans willingly. There exists one exception. Guyi narrowed his eyes. The rebellious divine emperor. From the cosmic stars beyond the galaxy. What? You mean it? Wang Yin recoiled, a palpable terror filling his gaze as if he had heard of something truly formidable. Of course, this is merely a preliminary hypothesis. Such beasts typically do not reveal themselves easily. Guyi's tone grew somber. That night, after escorting Lin Xian and Zhang Yin home, Yang Teng bid farewell to Lu Long and ventured alone to the pet shop at the community entrance. Fortunately, Gray had yet to close for the night. With a sense of curiosity, Yang Teng stepped inside. "You've arrived." Gray was busy tidying up the tables and chairs. "Yes. Lin Xin mentioned you had something for me," Yang Teng replied, approaching him and assisting in moving a cumbersome display cabinet. With a sudden crack, he was taken aback to discover that the wall behind the cabinet concealed a mechanism. A seemingly bottomless passageway opened, prompting Gray to quietly shut the shop door and beckon him to follow. Yang Teng, compelled by curiosity, took up an oil lamp and trailed behind him down a spiral staircase into an eerie silence, occasionally pierced by a chill. After a shiver, he finally descended to a small hidden door. "What is this?" Yang Teng illuminated the dark portal with his lamp. The crimson paint resembled blood, appearing particularly sinister under the flickering light. "I suspect you are aware that I possess an S-class beast egg," Gray sighed. "Yes, I am aware," Yang Teng nodded, glancing quizzically at the concealed door. "Could it be that the beast egg is within?" "Indeed." Gray cast a contemplative glance at the door before opening it to reveal a black beast egg, roughly the size of half a basketball. It bore no additional colors. Black was its sole hue. "However, I cannot ascertain its precise ranking," Gray continued. "It could be S-class or even higher, as I stumbled upon it during my adventures. It exudes an aura of malevolence," Yang Teng noted, sensing through his mental energy that the egg possessed an evil attribute. "Are you out of your mind? If the Alliance discovers this, there will be repercussions. That is precisely why I wish to entrust this beast egg to you." Yang Teng was taken aback. "You mean to make me a scapegoat?" Observing Yang Teng's confusion, Gray elaborated. "To me, every beast egg, regardless of its nature, is a life form. Even an evil beast's egg should not incite fear. Then why not keep it yourself?" Yang Teng retorted, his earlier good spirits dashed. "I can scarcely protect this egg anymore." Gray lamented. "The clown beast infiltrated my shop recently and must have discovered its existence. You understand that if it relays this information to more powerful beasts, the entire S-city could be plunged into chaos. An S-class beast with evil attributes is a peril that I cannot afford to harbor." Chapter 28. The Compulsory Contract Dilemma. "Why would you feel secure in trusting it to me?" Yang Teng protested, feeling overwhelmed. "Why not hand it over to the Alliance? The Alliance would only destroy it." Gray caressed the egg with a pained expression. "That is not a conclusion I wish to witness. And if I were to keep it, are you not afraid I might destroy it? If you dare to destroy it, I will ensure you pay the price," Gray threatened, casting a steely glance at him before regaining his usual composure. "I want you to forge a contract with it. That way, no one will discover its existence." "What?" Such a reckless proposition caused Yang Teng to take a step back. Throughout the history of Beastmasters, there have been those who forged contracts with evil attribute beasts. Yet their fates were invariably tragic, resulting in their downfall at the hands of those very beasts. As a principled Beastmaster, Yang Teng had no desire to inherit such a cursed legacy, even if this beast egg represented a life form. "Do not hastily refuse. I believe with your abilities. You may be able to break the curse of backlash," Gray stated, seemingly peering into Yang Teng's very soul. "I have investigated your background. At such a young age, you have already forged contracts with 4 beasts. Quite an impressive feat." Yang Teng felt a chill run down his spine as he hesitated, shaking his head. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to perceive Gray as somewhat intimidating. "Never mind. Your expression betrays your thoughts," Gray continued. "To contract 4 beasts is a feat reserved for king-level beastmasters, which suggests your mental prowess is nearing that level, coupled with the suppression from a powerful S-class beast like the fire spirit. I believe you could successfully contain the malevolent growth of this egg. Are you asking me to risk my life to subdue it?" Yang Teng adamantly shook his head. "I refuse to partake in such a perilous endeavor. If successful, it could become the first evil beast to fight for humanity in Alliance history. Concurrently, humanity would be rid of a formidable adversary capable of reaching legendary status. Have you given this due consideration?" Under Gray's intense gaze, Yang Teng felt a wave of unease. "But what if I fail?" "If you fail, once you are dead, I shall personally take care of it." Huh. Yang Teng did not anticipate that Gray would be so straightforward. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was the one at a disadvantage. "Your fire spirit of magic flame must be a newly evolved form of a beast, not recorded in the Alliance's Beast Encyclopedia. I have observed its combat capabilities, and even among its peers, it stands out as one of the finest. Thus, you need not fear that this beast egg will harm you," Gray asserted confidently. At this moment, Yang Teng felt an overwhelming urge to curse aloud. It wasn't he a contract bound to him, so it was easy for Gray to speak so casually. Watching him remain silent, Gray directly shoved the beast egg into Yang Teng's hands. "I haven't agreed yet," Yang Teng exclaimed, looking at him in disbelief. However, Gray paid him no heed, swiftly producing 4 contract stones from his pocket. arranging them before Yang Teng in the formation of the four symbols. Buzz. A ghostly blue light of the contract suddenly surged forth, enveloping the unsuspecting Yang Teng within a protective shield. Hey, what are you doing? The latter looked at his setup, sensing something amiss. Is this a forced contract? The conditions for triggering a forced contract are only two. The Beast Master must be trapped within a prearranged array, and the contracted beast can only be in the form of a beast egg. Undoubtedly, both conditions were met. Yang Teng's mind was filled with a cacophony of thoughts. You damn it, let me out. If you succeed, it will actually be a good thing for you. Gray turned his head away, seemingly unable to bear the sight. As the array of the forced contract operated, the black beast egg suddenly radiated a ghostly blue glow. Yang Teng furrowed his brow. The forced contract array was beyond his capability to break. Gazing at the black beast egg before him, an inexplicable sensation surfaced in his heart. Perhaps it could indeed become his beast companion? These thoughts were quickly cast aside. Throughout history, no one has ever broken this curse. Even if his strength was considerable, being burdened with such a formidable evil beast egg could lead to death in the future. He certainly did not wish to take on such a mess. Yet, there was no way out. Gray's forced contract array was evidently meticulously arranged, leaving him no means to break free. In desperation, he placed his hopes on the system. However, Yang Teng could not have anticipated that the system seemed to have ceased functioning, unresponsive to his calls, no matter how fervently he shouted. Although I do not know what the future holds, I believe you will surely bring forth a miracle. Gray's expression was solemn as he regarded Yang Teng. Yang Teng, I truly did force you into this. Once the contract concludes, you may choose any 3 beast eggs from my store. I do not want a beast egg right now. Spare me your nonsense. Can you just let me go? Yang Teng suddenly felt like he had been turned into Gray's experimental guinea pig. After all, such a madly contradictory thought was not something an ordinary person could conceive. Gray ignored him, wholly focused on maintaining the array's operation. Faced with the scenario, the helpless Yang Teng ultimately resigned himself. Did he have any choice in the matter? Clearly not. The black beast egg rotated slowly, and as time passed, its speed abruptly quickened. Nearly 3 hours later, under the connection of the forced contract array, the black beast egg resonated with Yang Teng's spiritual space. To Gray's surprise, the beast egg, as if sensing a nurturing environment, transformed into a stream of light and entered Yang Teng's forehead. Before long, a black beast egg appeared prominently in his 5th beast companion slot. Its emergence naturally drew the attention of the fire spirit of Magic Flame and other companions. Whoa! The extreme icy lion, nearby, sensed the malevolent aura emanating from it and emitted a helpless cry. The fire spirit of Magic Flame watched the beast egg with utmost vigilance. The latter seemed to regard it with trepidation, daring not to make any sudden moves. However, Gray was unaware of the situation within the spiritual space. Seeing that Yang Teng was unharmed, his previously anxious heart relaxed. As the array dissipated, Yang Teng, who had been holding back for too long, sprang up and delivered a punch that sent Gray crashing to the ground. Continue to vent your anger. I harbor no grievances. Gray stared with clear eyes. My original intent has finally been achieved. Your original intent was to treat me as a mere experiment, was it not? Yang Teng seethed with indignation. Anyone bound to such an evil beast egg in their mind would not take it lightly. At this moment, Yang Teng was already quite restrained. Just as his fist was about to descend, the call of the fire spirit of Magic Flame echoed in his mind. Master need not worry. This beast will surely not hatch in the short term. Even if it does, I have methods to suppress it. Within 3 years, I can guarantee your safety. Yang Teng's fist halted. Noticing this, Gray opened his eyes in surprise. I guess your fire spirit of Magic Flame just spoke to you? How do you know? Yang Teng was still seething with anger. Among all your beasts, it is indeed the only one capable of suppressing this beast egg, which is one reason why I assured you not to worry. Gray stood up, his expression indifferent. In truth, completely controlling an evil beast is not an impossible task. Oh, Yang Teng, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. As long as you can contract an SSS-level beast, it will have no chance of rebellion. Under Yang Teng's disdainful gaze, Gray continued, SSS-level beasts are rare and not easily obtained. However, I still have faith in you. Faith in what, exactly? Yang Teng shot him a glance. Yet a profound sense of hope began to blossom within him. Although the current system shop lacked options to purchase SSS-level beasts, S-level beasts were indeed available in abundance. Of course, acquiring such high-level beasts required an immense expenditure of exchange points. But since the fire spirit of Magic Flame had assured him that the evil beast would not dare to rebel for 3 years, by then, he would likely have contracted an SSS-level beast. With a solution in sight, Yang Teng felt he no longer needed to fret. His gaze toward Gray was no longer filled with rage. Naturally, Gray's words were merely a form of consolation. After all, Very few individuals in this world have ever successfully contracted an SSS-level beast. Chapter 29, 8 Beast Companions. The predetermined outcome had unfolded, and Yang Teng had no choice but to accept it. After all, no one wished to have a ticking time bomb in their mind. It seemed imperative to quickly earn exchange points and contract an S-level beast. Yang Teng muttered to himself as he departed with Gray. Has it vanished? A whisper from an unknown entity echoed across the darkened sky. The malevolent aura that had once enveloped the pet shop seemed to dissipate all of a sudden. Though my store boasted only a handful of exotic beast eggs, each one was a true masterpiece. Since Gray had graciously permitted him to select any 3 exotic beast eggs, he would naturally not renege on his promise. Yang Teng gazed at the assortment of eggs displayed in the cabinet, his mind already calculating his choices. The exotic beasts were categorized into 12 attributes: water, fire, grass, electric, wind, evil, ice, dragon, flight, psychic, holy, and evil. Undoubtedly, aside from the evil attribute, holy attribute beasts were typically formidable beings. Furthermore, these 2 attributes were particularly esteemed. Generally, those with a primary attribute of holy or evil possessed a minimum talent level starting at C grade. Yang Teng aimed to find an A grade holy attribute beast egg. Remarkably, during his leisurely stroll, he indeed discovered one. Nestled in a corner, this egg, albeit small, was adorned with striking patterns. Yang Teng read the label affixed to it aloud. Little Libra, A-grade holy attribute beast egg. Have you set your sights on it? Gray's heart skipped a beat. Despite his efforts to conceal it meticulously, he had not anticipated that Yang Teng would uncover it. A visceral pang of loss surged through him, rendering him momentarily breathless. You said I could choose any 3 beast eggs. I want this one, Yang Teng declared without hesitation, fearing that the man before him might suddenly retract his offer. Very well. Gray gritted his teeth, reluctantly retrieving the beast egg. Yang Teng, without a moment's hesitation, promptly stored it in his spiritual space. With your current strength, you can likely contract only 5 beasts at most. How about leaving the remaining 2 eggs with me for safekeeping until you need them? Gray inquired cautiously. Though he harbored ulterior motives, internally, this clever lad, once you depart, I will conceal all the precious beast eggs. No, thank you. Yang Teng waved his hand, momentarily pausing. Noticing his demeanor, Gray inquired suspiciously, what's the matter? I'll continue to browse. Yang Teng let out a satisfied burp. However, Gray's expression turned a ghastly shade. After much deliberation, Yang Teng ultimately selected 1 earth attribute egg and 1 electric attribute egg, both of which he had yet to acquire. Gray, gritting his teeth, watched helplessly as 3 A-grade beast eggs were absorbed into the spiritual space of the person before him. Take care. Gray, eager to sever ties with Yang Teng, unceremoniously ushered him out of the shop. In response, Yang Teng waved his hand with a hint of resignation, saying, Boss, I wish you sweet dreams tonight. Sweet dreams, my foot. Gray slammed the wooden door shut with a heavy sigh. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an overwhelming sense of loss regarding this transaction. Dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the moonlight. Yang Teng returned home, exuding a sense of leisure. Gray remained unaware of the peculiarities of his own abilities. The moment he entered his room, Yang Teng wasted no time in forging contracts with the 3 newly acquired beast eggs. Thus, he entered into a contract with 8 exotic beasts. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the contract growth task 1. Rewards. Exchange points 8888, qualification pills X10, divine liquid X10, universal evolution stone X1, random skill books X3. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the holy attribute unlocking task. Rewards. Exchange points 3333, qualification pills X5, divine liquid X5. Ding. As soon as he entered the spiritual space, a chorus of notifications announcing completed tasks resonated within his mind. Yang Teng, taken aback, quickly accessed his system account to discover that his exchange points had soared to nearly 30,000, a substantial sum indeed. He navigated to the beast purchase section and found that even the least expensive SS-grade beast costs over 100,000. With no other option, he resolved to undertake more tasks to gradually accumulate exchange points. After all, time was on his side. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the egg hatching house function. Host binding value increased to 256, and the exotic beast tracking function has been automatically activated. The system's voice echoed once more. Yang Teng, intrigued, seized upon 2 key phrases, egg hatching house, and exotic beast tracking function. He promptly requested the system to activate the egg hatching house function. Soon, a quaint grass hut materialized within his spiritual space, containing 3 nests for hatching eggs. Standard hatching nest, 12 hours to hatch an exotic beast egg. Advanced hatching nest, 6 hours to hatch an exotic beast egg, requires 500 exchange points. Diamond hatching nest, 2 hours to hatch an exotic beast egg, requires 1,200 exchange points. Are all the latter options pay to play? Yang Teng pondered, somewhat bemused. Is this not a form of intellectual tax? Regardless, he had ample time, rendering the advanced and diamond hatching nests rather insignificant to him. He decided to hatch the little Libra egg first. Yang Teng turned to the beast section, retrieving the little Libra egg and placing it in the standard hatching nest. Instantly, a faint golden light emanated, signaling the commencement of its hatching process. Curious about the exotic beast tracking function, Yang Teng was initially perplexed and thus turned to the system for clarification. The exotic beast tracking function allows the host to sense all exotic beasts within a radius of 500 meters. Note: SSS-grade beasts cannot be detected. The host may use this function to contract exotic beasts. With the system's explanation, Yang Teng nodded thoughtfully. Undoubtedly, this tracking function appeared to be far more practical than the hatching house at present. Regaining his focus, he entered the shop to procure resources necessary for nurturing his beasts. Although he was currently enrolled in a mid-level Beast Tamer Academy, his true capabilities had already surpassed those of a mid-level Beast Tamer. After consuming the qualification pills, Yang Teng's qualifications reached their zenith, marking him as the first in the history of Beast Tamers to achieve full capacity. As for the remaining qualification pills, he planned to reserve them for Lin Xin. An elevation in qualifications signified that his spiritual power training would no longer encounter obstructions. Upon depleting all of the divine liquid, Yang Teng's spiritual power surged to an astonishing 690 points, mere inches away from the 800-point threshold required to become an elite beast tamer. After opening all the random skill books, he allowed both the Flame Spirit and Miss Void to learn new skills. At this juncture, the Flame Spirit had made further progress, reaching the threshold of level 30. Naturally, the resources required for training would become increasingly daunting as time progressed. Exiting his spiritual space, Yang Teng reclined on his bed, concluding a day filled with fatigue. Chapter 30, The Transferee in the Starry River. The following day, at the mid-level Beast Tamer Academy, the Genius class. Have you heard? Our class is getting a transferee. As the foremost gossip enthusiast of the Genius class, Yang Wei excitedly relayed the news to his deskmate. What? A transferee? The surrounding classmates perked up with keen interest upon hearing his words. Could you be more specific? For instance, is this transfer student male or female? Is she attractive? What are her abilities? Amidst the chatter of curious classmates, Yang Wei could only manage a rueful expression and reply, if I knew that, I would have said so earlier. However, I've heard that she is a girl. A girl? The lecherous and portly Lu Mao's eyes sparkled with infatuation. Girls are great. I like them. Get lost. Lu Mao, don't get all worked up here. Sun Tzu pushed him aside. Since she can join our gifted class as a transfer student, she must possess considerable strength. Indeed. The atmosphere around them suddenly turned serious. Lu Long, eager to join the conversation, approached Yang Teng and asked, why aren't you discussing this with them? It's boring. Yang Teng shook his head, utterly disinterested in the gossip and rumors. What does it matter if a transfer student arrives? How is it related to him? Seeing his indifference, Lu Long shifted the topic, glancing towards Wang Bo's empty seat. It's quite strange that Wang Bo hasn't shown up for class yet. Prompted by his remark, Yang Teng also directed his gaze that way. Sure enough, Wang Bo's seat was vacant. Could it be that he was taken away by Tian Lang? Lu Long speculated. I don't know, and it's not your concern. Yang Teng shook his head. He had a nagging feeling that Wang Bo's absence today was anything but ordinary. Before long, the class was about to commence, and the homeroom teacher, Zhao Qian, entered the classroom first, placing the textbooks down. Today, we will welcome a new student to our class. Zhao Qian adjusted his glasses, and his usually impassive face displayed a flicker of emotion. Indeed, the transfer student had arrived. Most of the students in the class were already aware of this news, so their faces bore little expression of anticipation. Zhao Qian was well aware of who had leaked the information. After all, every class had its own informants. All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Xinghe, please come forward. Zhao Qian waved his hand. In an instant, a pure-looking girl dressed in a short skirt with 2 purple braids entered the classroom, carrying her bag. Thud, the sound of a pen dropping echoed as silence enveloped the room. All gazes turned to the young girl before them. So beautiful. Lu Mao let out a long sigh, his excitement nearly overwhelming him. The girl's every smile and frown exuded innocence and grace, coupled with her pure white school uniform. She appeared as soft and radiant as starlight. Hello, everyone. The girl spoke, her voice surprisingly assertive. This immediately tempered the excitement of the eager young men. My name is Xinghe, and I hope to have your support moving forward. Although her appearance was gentle, her voice and unintentional gestures conveyed a sense of authority, compelling all the boys to bow their heads. willingly succumbing to her aura, as if she were a dominatrix wielding a whip. She's not even that pretty. Lu Mingting's jealousy was palpable to everyone. As long as she's better looking than you. Xinghe glanced dismissively at her and, guided by Zhao Qian, took a seat behind Yangteng. Whoosh. Yangteng acknowledged that he was indeed drawn to her presence. However, for some inexplicable reason, having Xinghe sit behind him evoked a prickling discomfort at the back of his mind. Tian Yi clenched his fists, glaring at Yangteng with resentment. Seated in the front row, he found himself obstructed from seeing Xinghe's face due to Yangteng's position. Lu Long quietly turned around, ready to say something, but was met with a chalk piece to the head from Zhao Qian. All attention returned to the lesson as everyone prepared for class. Zhao Qian spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. Teacher, may I ask what Xinghe's qualifications are? Tian Yi inquired. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned to Zhao Qian. I don't know that either. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qian shook his head and then busied himself with the textbook. Tian Yi was well aware that he was being dishonest, but as his homeroom teacher, he felt it inappropriate to voice his suspicions. Unbeknownst to them, the class hour passed swiftly. As the dismissal bell rang, Zhao Qian did not linger and promptly exited the classroom. Seated with her head down, Xinghe became the center of attention. Damn, it's the girl in white stockings. Someone help me with CPR. I can't take it anymore. Lu Mao's whispered exclamation caught Xinghe's attention. She cast a calm glance at him, and an invisible aura of intimidation instantly pervaded the classroom. Lu Mao was so frightened that he shrank back. At this moment, he straightened up with Sun Tzu's support. Noticing his reaction, Xinghe chose to remain silent. This classmate, I am the class monitor. If you have any questions regarding your studies, feel free to come to me. Tian Yi stepped forward, polite yet self-assured. Observing his somewhat pretentious demeanor, Yangteng frowned. This fellow approaching Xinghe certainly had ulterior motives. Questions you don't understand? Xinghe raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Tian. Do you think you can solve questions that even I don't understand? Her words struck like daggers into the hearts of those present, leaving everyone uncomfortable. What are you so proud of? You're just a transfer student, Lu Mingting. Once the class beauty, could not tolerate Xinghe stealing her thunder. So what if she is a transfer student? Do we know each other? Each of Xinghe's remarks was like a sharp blade, both wounding and keeping others at bay. You. Lu Mingting slammed her hand on the desk. Upon seeing this, Xinghe's eyes shimmered with an ethereal light. In the next moment, Lu Mingting was propelled backward by an unseen force. Such powerful mental strength. Tian Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this girl truly a transfer student? Boring, utterly feeble, Xinghe yawned, surveying her surroundings. Surely the strongest in your class isn't the class monitor, is it? At this remark, Tian Yi felt his hair stand on end. I am the class monitor. Do you have any advice? Observing his trembling figure, Xinghe disdainfully shook her finger. Your strength is insufficient to be my opponent. Not sufficient. Everyone in the room felt a sense of emptiness wash over them. Although he could not defeat Yangteng, he was, after all, the second-ranked student in the gifted class. Listening to her words, Yangteng suddenly felt an ominous premonition. As expected, when Tian Yi recovered from his anger, he couldn't help but sneer and pointed at Yangteng, who was seated before Xinghe, saying, What about him? He is the strongest in our class, you know. Him? Xinghe's beautiful eyes blinked, sparkling with a unique brilliance. Yangteng instinctively sensed that Tian Yi before him harbored no benevolent intentions. He turned slightly, casting a nonchalant glance in her direction, withholding any further expression. It's you. Xinghe seemed to have made a momentous decision. Come, be my opponent. May I refuse? Yangteng's expression was one of helplessness. Through the spiritual energy he had just unleashed, he was now certain that her prowess surpassed his own. Observing his reluctance, Xinghe's gaze turned icy. To be my adversary is indeed a privilege for you. Chapter 31. The Contest. This girl truly sees herself as something special, doesn't she? Yangteng shrugged in resignation. How would you like to compete? At this moment, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Naturally, we shall compete in beast taming abilities. Xinghe crossed her arms and eagerly rose to her feet. Come, let us step outside to contest. Yangteng thought to himself, this girl is intent on challenging the strongest as soon as she arrives in our class. She surely has ulterior motives. Could it be that she aspires to be the queen bee, subjugating us all? Your imagination knows no bounds. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yangteng reluctantly followed her to the plaza at the entrance. He hadn't intended to accept this challenge, but for reasons unknown. Xinghe evoked a strange feeling within him, igniting a desire to discover the extent of her strength. As the crowd's cheers erupted, numerous students drawn by the commotion began to gather. Will it be a team battle or a one-on-one duel? Choose your preference. Xinghe gazed at Yangteng with a hint of arrogance. How many beast companions do you possess? She inquired curiously. Neither more nor less. Precisely 5, he replied truthfully. Very well, Let us proceed with a one-on-one duel, Yang Teng said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With his little celestial scale still 2 hours away from hatching, a team battle would mean he could only send 4 beasts into combat. This was far from advantageous for him. Upon hearing that he possessed 5 beast companions, the expressions of those around them transformed dramatically. Let the battle commence. With a fleeting glance at him, he hesitated no longer and summoned her beast, the Starlight Dragon. What the? An S-rank beast. The crowd recoiled in shock. With a thunderous roar, an ethereal sea of purple stars coalesced, materializing the form of the Starlight Dragon. Its massive size nearly occupied half the plaza, and the light of the universe flowed through its scales. This was a remarkably powerful sacred attribute beast. Although it had not evolved to its ultimate form, its strength was formidable. Yang Teng's face reflected a serious demeanor. He had anticipated that he would possess an S-rank beast, but he had not envisioned it being as powerful as the Starlight Dragon. As a being of both the sacred and dragon attributes, the Starlight Dragon undoubtedly emerged as the most dazzling star of the arena. Boom! A crimson magic circle manifested beneath Yang Teng's feet. A terrifying blaze took shape, scorching the very air around it with crackling sounds reminiscent of hellish flames. The form of the demon flame fire spirit emerged, roaring at the Starlight Dragon. Indeed, there is also an S-rank beast. Satisfied, he nodded. Starlight Dragon, hold nothing back. Defeat your opponent with all your might. Her singular command ignited the fighting spirit within the Starlight Dragon. A torrential cascade of starlight poured forth, shimmering enchantingly. The Starlight Dragon unfurled its dreamlike wings and soared into the sky. As an S-rank beast, the devastation caused by their battle would undoubtedly affect the surrounding structures. This was not the outcome either of them desired. Boom! The two beasts faced each other, their animosity palpable. In the blink of an eye, they unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks against one another. The Starlight Dragon's base stats were around 475, nearly rivaling some beasts at their final evolutionary stages. The Demon Flame Fire Spirit appeared to be weaker, and furthermore, the Starlight Dragon was a sacred attribute beast. However, one could not dismiss the Demon Flame Fire Spirit's speed, which seemed superior. As the crowd speculated, the Starlight Dragon concentrated its divine light and targeted the Demon Flame Fire Spirit. Divine Light, a sacred attribute attack skill that inflicts 70 damage on a single target, guaranteed to hit. Boom. The S-rank Demon Flame Fire Spirit was far from foolish. It did not choose to evade but instead activated its skill, Flame Devour, to counter the assault. Roar. The Starlight Dragon beat its wings, enveloped in a terrifying starlight storm. Feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from it, Yang Teng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although his Demon Flame Fire Spirit was powerful, the Starlight Dragon, even among S-rank beasts, was a top-tier presence. If things went awry, the Demon Flame Fire Spirit could very well fall to it. Such an outcome was not what Yang Teng wished to witness. Fortunately, the Demon Flame Fire Spirit refrained from launching an offensive, granting it a chance to breathe and strategize. A tempest of flames surged forth, resembling a blooming red lotus, standing guard before the Demon Flame Fire Spirit. This was its sole defensive skill, Red Lotus Firewall. Red Lotus Firewall, a fire attribute defensive skill that creates a shield capable of absorbing 260 damage, inflicting 35 damage on a single target upon explosion. The Starlight Dragon, unaware that this skill also had a damaging component, closed in for a fierce assault, channeling all its attacking power into breaking the shield. Boom. What? Just as the Red Lotus Firewall was on the brink of shattering, a grand firestorm suddenly engulfed the Starlight Dragon. The terrifying force surged from the heavens to the earth, causing He's expression to stiffen. Fortunately, the explosion damage of the Red Lotus Firewall was not substantial. After being momentarily stunned by the blast, the Starlight Dragon instinctively retreated. However, at that moment, the Demon Flame Fire Spirit initiated its counterattack. A crimson fire array materialized behind it. Soon, 5 shimmering fireballs began to take shape, coalescing within the fire array. 5-colored fire, a fire attribute attack skill, exclusive to skill book after charging, inflicts 5 segments of 35 damage on a single target. Each hit on the same enemy increases the skill's damage by 10. A powerful fire attribute offensive skill, capable of dealing a tremendous amount of damage should all 5 segments strike the same foe. Due to its status as a skill book exclusive, the 5-colored fire was not widely known among the students. He frowned. She sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the 5-colored fire, and this pressure continued to escalate. Starlight Dragon, unleashed dreamlike surge. Under the command of the Milky Way, the Starlight Dragon, soaring high in the sky, dared not hesitate and unleashed the skill Dreamy Sweep. Dreamy Sweep, a skill of sacred attribute attack, inflicting a singular damage of 95, with 20 of the damage converted into shield value, lasting for 3 turns. Just as the Starlight Dragon was about to close in on the fiery spirit of magic flames, the latter completed its charging and activated the 5-colored flame skill. Black, white, red, green, yellow. Flames of 5 distinct hues pursued in rapid succession, colliding with the dreamy sweep skill in an explosive clash. Boom. A grand conflagration nearly blinded the onlookers. Yang Teng's expression stiffened as he gazed up into the sky. He was uncertain whether the fiery spirit of magic flames could indeed vanquish the Starlight Dragon. Simultaneously, a flicker of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Milky Way, whose iridescent pupils had already locked onto Yang Teng. Chapter 32. The Peculiar Milky Way. Goodness. It seems the fiery spirit of magic flames is suppressing the Starlight Dragon. No, did you not observe the shield value increasing on the Starlight Dragon's surface? I have a feeling the fiery spirit of magic flames is on the verge of defeat. Perhaps not. Boom. The violent explosion abruptly interrupted everyone's thoughts. They had never anticipated that the clash between 2 yet-to-mature mythical beasts could unleash such terrifying destructive power. Moments later, the white flames gradually dissipated. 2 figures, akin to cannonballs, plummeted toward the ground. The smaller fiery spirit of magic flames would not harm the crowd upon impact. However, the Starlight Dragon was a different matter entirely. The students huddled together felt the sunlight above them eclipsed by a colossal creature. Just as the Starlight Dragon was about to crush them into a pancake, the Milky Way extended her hand, drawing it into her mental space. To my surprise, quite commendable. The Milky Way nodded in satisfaction. What is your name? Yang Teng. Good. I shall remember you. After pondering for a moment, the Milky Way made no further remarks and returned directly to her class. All present were left in astonishment. She must be the first person capable of matching Yang Teng. The latter's feelings were equally complex. When the Milky Way stated that she would remember him, Yang Teng's heart skipped a beat. An ominous sense that something unfavorable would surface in the future loomed over him. Brother, impressive. Lu Long sidled up to him, throwing an arm over his shoulder. I never expected that Milky Way would be so formidable. No wonder she dared to challenge you. Her strength is indeed terrifying. It would be wise not to provoke her without cause. Why would I provoke her? Lu Long nonchalantly replied. I already have someone I like. Oh, is there a story there? Yang Teng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Seeing Yang Teng's interest, Lu Long suddenly appeared sheepish. Don't ask, I won't tell. Rest assured, whether you disclose it or not, I shall support you. Yang Teng clapped him on the shoulder, and the two made their way back to class under the ireful gaze of Tian-E, the class leader of the genius class. Henceforth, it appeared that Tian-E would have to resign himself to becoming the third in their class. In the crowd, someone unexpectedly broke the silence. Who the hell said that? Whoever said it, stepped forward. Tian-E fumed, scanning the crowd, yet no one dared to show themselves. Seething with anger, he kicked a nearby stool and returned to class. By the way, Lin Xian's birthday is on Sunday. Are you going? Yang Teng cherished his friendship with Lu Long, for he was the first friend he had made in this world. Your girlfriend's birthday? Lu Long paused for a moment, then as if struck by a thought, nodded vigorously. Of course, how could I miss it? Good. Yang Teng furrowed his brow at Lu Long's sudden shift in mood, sensing something peculiar about him. Could it be that he harbored a secret crush on his girlfriend? A strange premonition began to rise within him. However, after some contemplation, he felt an underlying dissonance. Upon returning to class, the Milky Way seemed intrigued by Yang Teng, poking him gently with her pen. Hey, where did your fiery spirit of magic flames come from? I've never seen such a mythical beast before. I want to divulge the origins of my fiery spirit of magic flames, Yang Teng retorted, deftly diverting the conversation. Mind your own business. Losing interest at his reticence, the Milky Way returned to her seat. Her arrival had caused quite a stir at the Intermediate Beast Tamer Academy, heralding the emergence of another legendary figure capable of rivaling Yang Teng. After a day of classes concluded, Yang Teng and Lu Long, having completed their duties, prepared to leave the school. Unexpectedly, as they walked along the path, they spotted the Milky Way stealthily slipping into a thicket, engaged in some covert activity. A peculiar feeling surged from within Yang Teng. Exchanging glances with Lu Long, they stealthily approached her direction. Little bunny, it's safe now. You should hurry and leave. The Milky Way, with her back to them, squatted down, cradling a gray rabbit in her arms. Once she confirmed it bore no injuries, she finally released it back into the wild. What are you doing? Yang Teng suddenly spoke, nearly startling the Milky Way. Hasn't anyone taught you not to sneak up on girls from behind? The Milky Way shot him a resentful look, as if Yang Teng owed her a substantial debt. Why aren't you going home this late? Lu Long inquired curiously. What does it matter whether I go home or not? Mind your own business. The Milky Way picked up her backpack and turned to leave. Wait, Yang Teng called out suddenly. The Milky Way paused, perplexed, and turned back. What is it? You dropped your notebook. In his hand, he held a somewhat worn diary. The Milky Way blinked in surprise, swiftly snatching the diary from him. An awkward silence enveloped the area. After a moment, she did not express her gratitude, her expression tense as she clutched the diary and fled the scene. That girl is quite sneaky, Lu Long remarked with a sigh. Beep beep beep. Yang Teng's phone rang. He hastily opened it to find a call from the Alliance. It's me. Zhao Xing's voice resonated in his ear. Brother Zhao Xing. Yang Teng replied, somewhat astonished. What's the matter? Are you all right? Don't worry, I'm fine now, Zhao Xing said. His voice somewhat hoarse. I need you to come to the Alliance. There are some matters we need to discuss. All right, I'll head over immediately. What is going on? After hanging up, Lu Long leaned in, curious. Was that Lin Xine calling you? No, it was a brother from the Alliance. He wants me to meet him there. Likely regarding some important issues. Yang Teng momentarily hesitated. Lu Long, you should head home alone. I need to stop by the Alliance. Okay. Lu Long felt it best not to press further. A short while later, at the Alliance office building. At this moment, Zhao Xing sat upon the sofa in the hall, lifting a glass of water. Clad in a black sports jacket, one of his sleeves hung limply, evoking a sense of desolation. I have arrived, Yang Teng said, having passed through security, and approached him, panting slightly. Brother Zhao Xing, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Indeed, there are matters to address. Zhao Xing set down his glass and scrutinized him for a moment. Your mental fortitude has improved, hasn't it? Yes, Yang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He had forgotten to activate the suppression system before coming. When we pursued the Darkwing Chameleon Emperor last time, did you catch a glimpse of the shadow of a strange beast amidst the cosmic spectacle? A strange beast? Yang Teng nodded without hesitation. When I was flung away, I seemed to see a vague silhouette, but with my limited experience, I couldn't discern what it was. What do you think the shadow resembled? Does it have any connection to snakes? Zhao Xing inquired. Snakes? That seems impossible. Yang Teng shook his head emphatically. In the shadow, there was no trace of a snake. It felt more akin to a large ferocious beast. A ferocious beast? Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow, then pondered thoughtfully. It appears that the creature attacking us is not trivial. Indeed. A complex expression flickered in Yang Teng's eyes. Brother Zhao Xing, your hand. Do not fret. At the very least, I am still alive. Zhao Xing maintained a positive demeanor. Despite the loss of his dominant left hand, it hardly registered as a setback for him. The Alliance building feels rather desolate today. Yang Teng mused. There's been a beast calamity in the neighboring city, and many from the Alliance have gone to assist, Zhao Xing remarked, his heart unaffected by the news. After all, this world was inherently perilous. Why weren't we informed? Yang Teng expressed his regret. As a student who had never experienced battle firsthand, he yearned for the thrill of such fervent conflict. Though they understood that the battlefield was fraught with life and death uncertainties, the stirring emotions within them continually urged them onward. Observing Yang Teng's crestfallen demeanor, Zhao Xing seemed to perceive something and advised, battling strange beasts is exceedingly dangerous. The reality is far less exhilarating than you might imagine. In the realm of strange beasts, life and death occur in the blink of an eye. Listening to his words, Yang Teng suppressed his thoughts, nodding in silence. Chapter 33, Lin Xian's birthday. Actually, the reason I summoned you today, aside from inquiring about that strange beast, is to invite you to join my team. A team? Yang Teng was taken aback by Zhao Xing's words. What team? For what purpose? To be candid, high-level beast masters within the Alliance often accept commission tasks to acquire resources for nurturing their beasts and items they desire, Zhao Xing explained. Once you become a high-level beast master, you too will be able to undertake such tasks. Recently, I accepted a mission to eradicate a celestial wolf spider, but as you know, before the mission commenced, my left hand was rendered useless by that mysterious beast, significantly diminishing my combat capabilities. Thus, I hope you can join my team for this operation, and together we can defeat the celestial wolf spider. What level is that celestial wolf spider? Yang Teng asked with curiosity. Not very high, merely at the immortal level. Uft. Zhao Xing's remark nearly caused Yang Teng to spit out his drink. Merely at the immortal level? That is at least a substantial tier above the elite level. Given Yang Teng's current strength, while he could likely escape from such a beast, he certainly would not stand a chance against it. Zhao Xing seemed to grasp this and continued, rest assured, I will be the primary attacker. Your role will be to support me from the sidelines. I'll give it a try. Gazing at Zhao Xing's empty left sleeve, Yang Teng felt a twinge of sympathy and nodded in agreement. We'll split the task's rewards evenly. Zhao Xing generously proposed. Okay, it's a deal. This time, Yang Teng agreed with remarkable decisiveness. After chatting idly with Zhao Xing for a while, he departed from the Alliance. Lin Xian's birthday was fast approaching, and with a few days left, he needed to prepare adequately. Since classes at the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy were not daily, Yang Teng seized the opportunity to invite Jiang Yin out. Choosing gifts for a girl is perhaps a task only a girl can truly understand. As expected, Jiang Yin helped him select numerous suitable gifts for Lin Xian, dismissing all of Yang Teng's prior choices, which were decidedly bland. If it weren't for you today, I truly wouldn't have known that buying gifts could be such an intricate art. Yang Teng chuckled, straining under the weight of the numerous bags. Sometimes, what matters more to girls is not the gift itself, but whether you've put thought into it, Jiang Yin stated, crossing her arms with a serene smile. Of course, material needs are still quite significant. Seeing you toil so hard, I might as well give you a ride home, she offered. That would be much appreciated. Yang Teng could hardly manage the burden alone, but fortunately, Jiang Yin had a driver to alleviate some of the pressure. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xian's birthday arrived. Yang Teng rose early, preparing himself, and gazed at the array of gifts displayed on his bed. Reluctantly, he called upon his good friend Lu Long to help him. Lu Long, thinking something was amiss, was taken aback upon entering Yang Teng's room. Did you buy all these? Yes, Yang Teng nodded. All handpicked by Jiang Yin. Whatever she chose, I purchased. Ah, so that's how it is, Lu Long mused, stroking his chin before pulling out his phone to take photos. What are you doing? Yang Teng queried, puzzled. You wouldn't understand. This is of great use to me. Lu Long's words seemed to have sparked a realization. If these gifts were chosen by Jiang Yin, did that imply she also had an affinity for them? It must be said, when it comes to selecting gifts for girls, the male populace truly exerts considerable effort. The hotel Lin Xian had booked was not far from Yang Teng's home, merely a few minutes' journey. Before long, the two arrived at the private room Lin Xian had mentioned, depositing their numerous packages on the sofa. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xian's friends were left astounded. Only Jiang Yin remained composed. Yang Teng, why did you buy so many things? Lin Xian's gaze faltered, momentarily frozen in place, before suddenly her nose reddened. It truly worked. Yang Teng observed her touched expression and couldn't help but give Jiang Yin a thumbs up from across the room. Unexpectedly, you have a heart, Lin Yu remarked, casting him a fleeting glance. Though his words were often sharp, Yang Teng felt no offense. Where did you acquire all this money? Lin Xian approached him with concern, whispering. After all, Yang Teng's family situation was modest, and she worried about his extravagant spending for her sake, wondering how he would manage his usual expenses for school. The latter had long anticipated her consideration of this matter and couldn't help but chuckle. I've been working for a while now, and the money I've saved is sufficient to purchase these gifts. Despite his nonchalant exterior, his heart mirrored the same sentiment. After all, the funds in question were merely points exchanged from the system's marketplace, where the conversion rate stood at 1,000 in relation to real currency. For him, acquiring these points was a trivial endeavor. Thank you, Lin Xian said, feeling somewhat bashful in front of everyone and refraining from any intimate gestures with Yang Teng. After a gentle smile, she led Yang Teng and Lu Long to the dining table and took a seat. How could you be so thoughtless? Come, sit here beside me, she called out, observing Lu Long settling next to Lin Xian, which caused Jiang Yin to furrow her brows. Feigning ignorance, Lu Long suddenly pretended to remember something and hastily vacated his seat to sit across from Jiang Yin. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention, he said, clasping his hands in apology to Yang Teng and Lin Xian. Not a problem. Yang Teng waved his hand dismissively, though he found Lu Long's unusual behavior puzzling. Lu Long was not typically so reckless. What could have prompted such a change today? Noticing his somewhat awkward demeanor, Jiang Yin tilted her head with interest and asked, What is your name? Lu Long. He replied, I'm Jiang Yin. She introduced herself, extending her hand for a shake. To Lu Long's bewilderment, he found himself gripping her hand tightly, reluctant to let go, which resulted in an awkward atmosphere. Clearing his throat, Yang Teng attempted to bring Lu Long back to reality. Lu Long quickly released Jiang Yin's hand, feeling embarrassed as he nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yin, sensing the warmth lingering in her palm, paused momentarily before smiling thoughtfully. Your hand is quite warm. Your kidneys must be in excellent condition, I presume? Huh. Lu Long was taken aback. Just a casual observation. Jiang Yin replied with a slight shake of her head, as if losing interest, before turning her gaze towards Lin Xian. By the way, have you used the aptitude pill? Yes, I have, Lin Xian responded. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I never imagined there could be such a miraculous elixir. My aptitude has already improved to a score of 58. I've placed 10 aptitude pills in that pink gift box for you. Remember to take them out when we get back. Yang Teng cautioned her. Please, don't forget. Absolutely, I will keep that in mind, Lin Xian nodded. While she was curious about how Yang Teng acquired the aptitude pills, she chose not to inquire further, considering it an unspoken secret between them. Oh, by the way, let me introduce my friends, Lin Xian said, as if suddenly recalling something at Jiang Yan's prompting. She quickly stood and smiled. Jiang Yan, you've met several times. This is Angelina, from the beautiful country, and also my classmate. Lin Xian introduced Angelina, who sat next to Jiang Yan. Angelina's tall stature and exquisite features captivated the attention of several males present. "Hello, Yangtong." Angelina waved, her face radiating warmth. "Hello," Yangtong replied, feigning composure as he stood to shake her hand. "This is Yang Mingyue. You've met her before," Lin Xian continued. Yangting suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this name. Observing his contemplative expression, Yang Mingyue smiled shyly. "Have you forgotten? We attended the same daycare when we were little. I'm the girl who fished you out of the ditch." Yangtung gasped in surprise. However, the atmosphere grew instantly awkward. Chapter 34. Has something happened to father? Yang Mingyue's expression fluctuated between crimson and pale, clearly feeling shy. "My apologies." Yangting thought he could slap himself. He often said the wrong thing when emotions ran high. Seeing his distress, Jiang Yin, with an air of resignation, shifted the topic. "I've met Mingyue too. She's in the same class as Xiner, right?" "Yes." Yang Mingyue nodded. "I never imagined we would end up in the same class." Lin Xian's class was, of course, the genius class of the primary Beastmaster Academy. It seemed that Yang Mingyue was also a remarkably gifted Beastmaster. "I apologize for not hosting everyone well," Lin Xian said, feeling a bit embarrassed after some pleasantries. "Nonsense. With such a high-end hotel, we might not get to visit more than a few times a year. How could you consider it inadequate?" Jiang Yin, with her high emotional intelligence, smiled lightly, alleviating the atmosphere. Soon, the group of young Beastmasters gathered together to wish Lin Xian a happy birthday. "This drink was originally meant for Lin Xian to share with me," Jiang Yin declared, raising her glass as the atmosphere reached its peak. "But I know you cannot drink. So today, Yang Tong is here. Come, Yang Tong, you shall drink in place of Lin Xian." As she unexpectedly turned the spotlight on him, Yang Ting quickly picked up his glass and said, "Since you insist, I shall certainly stand in for Xiao Xian. Let us drink together." The strong and fiery liquor slid down his throat, causing Yang Tong to furrow his brows as he downed it in one go. He then returned to his seat with Lin Xian's assistance. "Not bad. Your tolerance is commendable," Jiang Yin remarked with a satisfied smile. "Xiao Yin, please don't feed him more liquor," Lin Xian chided playfully, casting a reproachful glance at her. "We still have classes tomorrow." "Haha. All right, no more drinking." Jiang Yin had intended to make a teasing remark, but upon realizing it was somewhat inappropriate, she suppressed her words and smiled instead. Just as the celebratory atmosphere intensified, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. "What is happening?" Jiang Yin furrowed her brows. Caught off guard as she was in the midst of a drinking contest with Lu Long accompanied by two bodyguards, Jiang Haosu, dressed in a strikingly domineering manner, entered the room. The ambience instantly cooled. Upon noticing the array of gifts and the birthday crown adorning Lin Xian's head, he raised an eyebrow, realizing, "Lin Xian, is today your birthday?" "Yes." Lin Xian grasped Yang Tung's hand, nonchalantly nodding towards him. "I'm sorry, but this is a gathering among friends. Could you please step outside? Is this how you treat your savior, who rescued your father?" Jiang Haosu shook his head with a self-mocking smile as he removed his gloves. "What do you mean?" Lin Yu interjected, feeling no fondness for the man before him. Not only he, but Jiang Yin and the others also exhibited similar expressions of distaste. "Although I've learned today is your birthday, the following news may come as a shock. Brace yourself," Jiang Haosu continued. "Speak," Lin Xian replied, her impatience for cryptic hints apparent. "Your father has been attacked by an epic-level aberrant beast." "What?" Lin Xian and Lin Yu immediately stood upright, especially the former, whose eyes were filled with an expression of disbelief. "Is not your father a minister of the Alliance? How could he be attacked by a beast while being entrenched within the Alliance?" Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. The intentions of the alien beasts are ever-changing, making them utterly inscrutable. Jiang Haoxiu, with an air of resignation, stated, "Your father was ambushed in his office by a shadow assassin and is now gravely injured." A collective gasp echoed through the room. As beast tamers, they were all too aware of its terrifying capabilities. Its assassination skills surpass even those of certain legendary beasts. "What is my father's condition now?" Lin Xian asked, her hand covering her mouth as she feigned calmness. "Rest assured, he has already been rescued by my second uncle and is currently in the hospital," Jiang Haoxiu replied, feigning a gentle demeanor. "I took quite some time to find this place. You should hurry to the hospital to see your father." Upon hearing his words, Lin Xian's desire to celebrate her birthday dissipated entirely. "I have a car. I will accompany you." Jiang Yin quickly stood up, preparing to take her away. "Wait for me," Yang Tung said, watching Lin Xian's disheartened expression with concern for her well-being. Jiang Yin nodded, leading the trio, along with Yang Tung, out of the private room. "I apologize for interrupting your festivities," Jiang Haoxiu said with a slight nod before turning away. However, just as he was about to leave the room, he unexpectedly noticed the pile of gifts on the sofa. After pondering for a moment, He waved his hand toward the bodyguard and instructed, "Take these gifts as well." After all, they are heartfelt gestures from Xiao Xin's friends. He deliberately emphasized the word friends. Observing his ostentatious departure, Lu Long couldn't help but pound the table in frustration. How could Jiang Haoshu possibly be unaware that Lin Xin was celebrating her birthday? When a man's cunning comes into play, it is indeed fearsome. Do not fret. Uncle Lin will surely be fine. Yang Ting comforted Lin Xin, who was visibly anxious. We are almost at the hospital. Okay, Lin Xin nodded, her expression troubled. How could she not be anxious? The one attacked by the alien beast was her own father. He was merely an ordinary human and lacked the prowess of a beast tamer. The thought of anything happening to him was too distressing to contemplate. Before long, Jiang Yin drove them to the entrance of the best hospital in S City. You all go ahead. I'll park the car and catch up, she said. All right. Heeding her words, Lin Xin hesitated no longer and, with Yang Teng's hand in hers, hurried towards her father's ward. For some inexplicable reason, Yang Teng felt a sudden surge of anxiety. He had an ominous premonition that if they were to see Lin Xin's father today, something unpleasant would undoubtedly occur. Casting aside his tumultuous thoughts, the trio soon arrived at the door of the ward. Lin Xin released his hand, opened the door, and entered alongside Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Xin's mother was in the ward, feeding Lin Xin's father chicken soup. Dad, are you all right? Lin Xin rushed to his side, gripping his hand tightly. Unbidden, large tears began to roll down her cheeks. Do not worry. I have escaped the clutches of danger, Lin Xin's father said with a smile, gently patting her head. The invasion of alien beasts into the human world has also propelled the advancement of human medicine. Those beasts, endowed with miraculous powers, serve as the finest medicinal ingredients. Although Lin Xin's father was gravely injured, after half a day's treatment, he was now out of immediate danger. Uncle Yang Teng entered and called out softly. Lin Xin's father suddenly paused, as if realizing something, and cast a fleeting glance at him. Good. Yang Ting noticed the indifferent expression on his face and immediately sensed something was amiss. Chapter 35. As expected, there are ill intentions. When did Lin Xin's father's attitude become so cold? Dad, it was Yang Teng who accompanied me and my brother here, Lin Xin tentatively said, and Xiao Yan as well. Yes, Dad. You know today is the elder sister's birthday. We are all together, Lin Yu added. We heard you were attacked by an alien beast. And everyone was quite worried about you. Worried. Lin Xin's father maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, but a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes when he glanced at Yang Teng. Xiao Xin, didn't you invite Haoshu to your birthday? Lin Xin's mother set down the soup bowl and inquired. Jiang Haoshu? No. Lin Xin's complexion paled. Did he say something to you? If it weren't for him, you might not have seen me again. Lin Xin's father shot a glance at Yang Teng. That Haoshu boy is indeed quite commendable. He is very considerate towards us elders. Where does that strong smell of alcohol come from? Lin Xin's father inhaled deeply, then fixed his gaze on Yang Teng. You, young man. Are you the one who brought Xiao Xin and the others to drink? No, uncle, you misunderstand. At that moment, no amount of justification could alter the fact that Yang Teng had indeed consumed alcohol. And for a traditionalist like Lin Xin's father, nothing was more detestable than someone of tender years indulging in smoking and drinking. Dad, the friends I invited to my birthday gathering are particularly close to me. Lin Xin explained earnestly. In fact, several of them insisted that we should drink. So I have not taught you that you should not drink before reaching adulthood? Lin Xin's father's expression turned icy as he glared at Lin Xin. At 17, Lin Xin had indeed not reached the age of majority, and thus, she bore some culpability in this matter. And you, Xiao Yu, did you drink? Lin Xin's mother, who usually refrained from meddling, now sided with Lin Xin's father. I did not. Lin Yu shook his head. Mom, Dad, you both seem oddly concerned today. I feel like your emotions are quite strange. Strange? Is that not perfectly normal? Lin Xin's father retorted, as most would find it hard to counter him. As a father and elder, is it not my duty to care for you? I have instructed you not to drink for your own good, have I not? I believe my consideration for you should not be in question. But Dad, I feel as though you are unhappy, Lin Yu said, a hint of fear in his voice. Unhappy? Lin Xin's father scoffed. Of course. I am unhappy because you did not heed my words. I am even more unhappy that you drank with unsavory characters. The old man's words were harsh. How dare you speak like that? Jiang Yan, who had appeared at the doorway, leaned against the frame and said coldly, Are you insinuating that I am unsavory? No. Xiao Yan, you have misunderstood. Lin Xin's father quickly changed his tone, smiling. Of course, I was not referring to you. When it comes to unsavory individuals, that person knows best in their heart, and there is no need for me to make it explicit. The atmosphere suddenly turned frigid, thick with tension. Lin Xin pressed her lips together, her expression complex as she asked, "Did Jiang Haoshu say anything to you?" "Dad, please be honest with me. The child, Haosu, is well-behaved and upright." Upon mentioning him, Lin's father immediately began to sing his praises. "I simply have a fondness for him. You needn't speak any further." Lin Xian shot him a glance. "Mother, do enlighten me. What has Jiang Haosu shared with you?" The demeanor of Lin's father and mother towards Yang Teng suddenly took a nosedive, undoubtedly connected to Jiang Haosu. Even she could keenly sense the latter's cunning. "Oh, this child, Haosu." Lin's mother hesitated slightly. "He hasn't shared much with us, but he is quite considerate towards your father." Clearly a child raised in a large family. Thus, the convoluted conversation ultimately circled back to the fact that Jiang Haosu hails from a prominent background. Jiang Yin bluntly shattered the facade. Though her family is also affluent, they would never live a facade like Lin's father and Jiang Haosu. At that moment, Yang Teng felt a profound discomfort. It appears that human nature is ever so self-serving, regardless of location. He had mistakenly believed that the former Lin's father was a kindly elder. In retrospect, it was all a grave miscalculation. Haosu should be arriving soon. Xiao Xian, do remember to treat him well. A smile of delight crept back onto Lin's father's face at the thought of Jiang Haosu. Lin Xian remained silent, instead casting a pleading glance at Jiang Yin. The latter shrugged in exasperation, directing her gaze towards Yang Teng's face. The most uncomfortable person in the room was undoubtedly him. Not only had he been subjected to Lin's father's disdain, but the latter even seemed intent on matchmaking Lin Xian with Jiang Haosu right before his eyes. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have been unable to endure such humiliation. Yang Teng clenched his fists and smiled at Lin's father. "Uncle, I wonder if an engagement that was never made can still be established? Life offers no remedy for regret." Lin's father replied firmly, "I did offer you that opportunity once, but you failed to seize it. However, Lin Xian and I genuinely like each other." Yang Teng replied coolly, "I believe that, more than any matchmaking, witnessing your daughter's happiness is what matters most to you. A father knows his daughter best. I certainly understand who she truly desires." Lin's father spoke languidly, his expression betraying no hint of anxiety. His eloquence and acting skills truly deserve a higher calling than merely a ministerial position. "The one I truly desire is Yang Teng." Lin Xian boldly countered, "You are still young and do not understand matters of the heart. Once you mature a bit, I shall arrange a more suitable match for you." Lin's father quickly retorted, deftly twisting his words. "In the end, it all boiled down to the benefits Jiang Haosu had provided you." Jiang Yin crossed her arms, unmasking Lin's father's pretense. "You are merely a seasoned fox. No need to feign such affection. If you genuinely favored someone like Jiang Haosu, why not marry him yourself?" A chuckle escaped Lin Yu's usually serious face. Lin's father's countenance darkened instantly as he turned his gaze to Jiang Yin. "Young lady, how dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Xiao Xian, refrain from associating with such individuals." "Xiao Xian and I are immensely happy together," Jiang Yin stated, stepping in front of Lin Xian and kissing her cheek before Lin's father. "Look, pure sisterly affection. Do you envy it?" A chuckle escaped Lin Yu once more. However, witnessing this exchange, Yang Teng felt a significant alleviation of the frustration that had been weighing on him. Perhaps someone like Lin's father required Jiang Yan's intervention. "Dad, please cease your comments. I will not part ways with Yang Teng." Lin Xian grasped Jiang Yan's hand tightly, as though drawing strength from her. Thus, "If you intend to matchmake me with Jiang Haosu, you might as well abandon that notion. How dare you speak to me in such a tone?" Lin's father fumed. "You do not usually converse in this manner. Remember, you are a young lady of distinction. Do not lose your decorum and attitude towards others. If you find your father bothersome, come stay at my house." Jiang Yin embraced Lin Xian, smiling. "After all, my family possesses countless properties in S City, and oh, that castle as well, it belongs to us. You may reside wherever you wish. If your father does not spoil you like a princess, allow me to do so." "Countless properties and a castle?" Lin's father was taken aback. "You are the daughter of Jiang Shiming?" Chapter 36, The Unveiling. "Ah, you know my father?" Jiang Yin feigned surprise. "Of course I know him. We have been friends for many years." Lin's father's demeanor shifted, suddenly respectful. Clearly, he sought to establish a connection with Jiang Yan's father. "How about this? I'll have my father come and chat with you sometime." Jiang Yan pondered before nodding. "That would certainly be a good thing." Lin's father beamed with excitement. "Just let me know in advance, so I can prepare the venue." "Agreed," Jiang Yan replied, a deep smile gracing her lips. "It is getting late, and seeing how vigorous you appear, uncle, I trust you are fine. Now, let us return. There are still many dishes left uneaten. The act of finishing one's meal is indeed a virtue." "Indeed," Lin Xian readily agreed. "What are we still lingering for? Let us go." Jiang Yin gestured to Yang Teng. Upon seeing this, as if struck by a thought, he nodded repeatedly. "Oh right. Uncle, we shall see you next time." With no response from Lin's father, he could only leave the ward in disappointment alongside Jiang Yin and the others. You, who usually seem quite clever. Why do you appear so dull in front of Lin's father? After exiting the ward, Jiang Yin cast a weary glance at him. Yang Ting was thoroughly puzzled. Xiao Yin, do not admonish him. We are all feeling rather disheartened, Lin Yu interjected. What is there to feel disheartened about? Jiang Yin surveyed both of them with an air of despair. Your father clearly exhibits the traits of a social climber. The best way to deal with such individuals is to make them perceive you as someone of value. Why not showcase your silver tier membership card? Keeping it hidden as though it were merely a trinket is quite misguided. Upon hearing her words, Yang Teng felt a sudden clarity, followed swiftly by a wave of regret. However, that alone would not suffice. Jiang Yin continued her analysis. You must surpass Jiang Haosu in excellence. In the absence of a comparable family background, your merits must at least be twice that of Jiang Haosu. Consider this. If you were a royal beast master, how could Lin Xian's father possibly oppose your union? Thus, if you seek his blessing, focus on enhancing your own worth. You make a valid point. Yang Ting nodded solemnly. It is indeed you, Jiang Yin, who has illuminated my understanding. Otherwise, I would still be perplexed. Alas, you both are simply too inexperienced, Jiang Yin sighed. In certain respects, Lin Xian's father does seek a better future for her, which is a commendable consideration, but it must be built on mutual affection. Sister Yin, you have shared so much. Why is it that I have yet to see you with a boyfriend? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. What do you little ones know? Jiang Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. Does Xiao Yin have someone she fancies? Lin Xian asked, equally curious. Someone I fancy. Jiang Yin reflected for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it. Love is something that cannot be sought but only encountered. I shall wait patiently. Perhaps one day, my ideal partner will arrive. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Just as they reached the entrance of the hospital, they collided head-on with Jiang Haoxiu, who was rushing in a flurry. The atmosphere grew suddenly awkward. You two are out so soon? Jiang Haoxiu asked, a hint of guilt in his tone. You, with your handsome appearance. But your actions are so lowly. Jiang Yin was about to say more when she suddenly lost her resolve. Never mind. There's nothing to discuss with someone like you. What is wrong with me? Jiang Haoxiu frowned. Miss, have I offended you? Why are you being so aggressive? Just keep pretending. Lin Xian interjected, clearly unwilling to see Jiang Haoxiu, especially after he began to manipulate her family. All right, darling, let's go. Jiang Yin, urged by her impatience, had no choice but to leave the hospital with Lin Xian. As they departed, Jiang Haoxiu's gaze collided with Yang Teng's, yet neither dared to breach the silence. Although Jiang Yan's father was now safe, Lin Xian's heart remained heavy with worry. It's nothing. I am completely indifferent to what your father said. Yang Teng shook his head. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, Yang Teng's phone rang. It was Lu Long calling. What is going on? He pressed the answer button. How is everything on your side? Lu Long inquired curiously. Things have dispersed here. I'm on my way home. Ah, it's already dispersed. Yang Teng glanced at Lin Xian and continued. All right, I understand. What happened? After hanging up, Lin Xian looked curiously at his face. Lu Long said they have left the hotel, so now we can. Yang Ting suddenly realized something, his eyes widening. Oh no, the gifts are still at the hotel. We must hurry back. Lin Xian immediately grasped the implication of his words and anxiously urged Jiang Yan to take them to the hotel. Meanwhile, Yang Teng dialed Lu Long's number once again. When he mentioned that the gifts had been taken by Jiang Haoxiu, his heart sank. What happened? Lin Xian asked. They were taken by Jiang Haoxiu. Yang Teng murmured. Then turned to Jiang Yan. Turn the car around. We need to find Jiang Haoxiu. Understood. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement and swiftly turned the car around, heading back towards the hospital. Before long, they returned to the hospital where Lin Xian's father was. At that moment, Jiang Haoxiu was inside, conversing amiably with Lin's parents. This is what I ought to do, Jiang Haoxiu said with a slight smile. Uncle, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiao Xian from now on. Lin's father nodded in satisfaction. With you saying that, I can rest easy. However, that boy continues to pursue my daughter relentlessly. What method do you think I should use to make him give up completely? For the living, no matter what actions they take, they cannot alter another's heart. Jiang Haoxiu remarked, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the ward. Phew. Lin Xian breathed heavily, glaring at Jiang Haoxiu. Where have you taken my birthday gifts? Birthday gifts? Xiao Xian, so that's the reason for your return. Jiang Haoxiu feigned disappointment. But rest assured, I have already had someone place your birthday gifts at my home. If you need them, I can have them sent over right away. Now hurry. Lin Xian, filled with anxiety, spoke with an authoritative tone. Jiang Haoxiu's hand, holding the phone, trembled slightly. He sensed that her urgency might stem from something within the gifts that she did not want him to discover. Perhaps, This item was the key to his constraints? Zhang Haoshu's keen observation proved true, and he promptly sent a message to his butler. What is the situation? After a while, seeing him put down his phone, Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. Yes, they will be arriving shortly. That's good. After a series of ups and downs, Lin Xian finally felt a weight lift from her heart. At that moment, Yang Teng, waiting outside the ward, became somewhat agitated upon seeing her emerge. How did it go? It's fine. Zhang Haoshu said they would be here soon. Lin Xian smiled calmly, signaling him not to worry. You're all here? Before long, Zhang Haoshu exited the ward and spotted the four sitting in the corridor. However, seeing that they ignored him, he stepped aside to answer a call from his butler. Young master, it seems we have discovered something amiss. What is it? Zhang Haoshu inquired, intrigued. There is a pink gift box that contains no gift, but a white medicine bottle, the butler reported. The bottle is labeled quality pill, and it contains precisely 10 pills. Do you know what these pills are for? Zhang Haoshu's interest piqued, his tone grew animated. No, there is no explanation provided. It seems this might be a gift from Yang Teng to Miss Lin Xian, as I noticed a photograph of them together on it. All right, I understand. Zhang Haoshu revealed a determined smile. Have the quality pills taken out and delivered directly to my second uncle for analysis. As for the other gifts, there is no need for further investigation. Understood. With that, Zhang Haoshu hung up the phone. Quality pill? This boy is indeed remarkable. We shall wait for the results and see how he explains himself. Why haven't they arrived yet? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Zhang Haoshu. It has been half an hour already. It shouldn't take this long to get from your house to the hospital. Traffic can be heavy at this time. Just a bit more patience, Zhang Haoshu replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 37, Journey to the Beast Forest. All right. Lin Xian glanced back at Yang Teng, falling silent. Not long after, the butler arrived with several bodyguards, carrying an assortment of gifts. At that moment, Lin Xian felt her heart finally ease. The gifts have been delivered. I shall take my leave now. Just as Zhang Haoshu prepared to step away, he seemed to recall something and turned back to say, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. This was clearly directed at Lin Xian. All right, you may leave now. Jiang Yan urged him impatiently, as if eager to see him gone. Her face devoid of any kindness. Zhang Haoshu, seeing this, merely smiled and departed with the butler and others. Xiao Xian, quickly check if anything is missing, Yang Teng whispered. Okay. Lin Xian surveyed the surrounding crowd before hastily opening the pink gift box. The medicinal pill bottle lay nestled within, evidently unnoticed by Zhang Haoshu. At that moment, both individuals let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. Why do you both look so tense? Did he forget to bring something? Jiang Yan inquired, stepping closer with curiosity. No, he didn't shortchange me, Lin Xian replied, forcing a smile before returning the gift box to the packaging bag. Dad, I'm going to escort my friends downstairs, and we'll be back shortly. Go on. Lin's father, lost in the depths of Zhang Haoshu's attentiveness, waved his hand dismissively. Lin Xian then opened the door and nodded at her friends. Let's go. As they descended the stairs, a heavy silence enveloped them. Approaching the hospital entrance, Lin Xian tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, feeling quite embarrassed as she spoke. I'm sorry. Today was supposed to be joyous. But I never imagined things would take such a turn. There's no need for self-reproach. Jiang Yin comforted her, ruffling her hair with a smile. We all understand, right? Yang Teng. Yes, exactly. Yang Teng quickly nodded, grasping Lin Xian's hand. Xiao Xian, we'll be on our way now. You focus on taking care of your father at the hospital. All right. Lin Xian gently nodded, watching them depart. Though the birthday gathering had been tumultuous, it ultimately allowed Yang Teng to gain clarity on certain matters. Perhaps ever since Lin's father began to lose his standing, he no longer viewed him as a friend. If that were the case, as a son, he must exert every effort to restore his father's dignity and to genuinely be with Lin Xian. Don't overthink it. Your father has managed to reach this position, which is quite remarkable, Jiang Yin remarked as she drove. What you need to do now is to become stronger. Strong enough to one day earn her father's approval. Yes, I understand. Thank you. No need for pleasantries, Jiang Yin replied, her expression calm as she gazed ahead. Suddenly, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Curiosity piqued, she answered the call. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, her eyes widened in surprise, and she briefly glanced at Yang Teng in the rearview mirror, yet she remained silent. According to their arrangement, the day after attending Lin Xian's birthday gathering, Yang Teng was to fulfill Zhao Xing's mission invitation. The next day, when he finally opened his eyes, he discovered it was already well past noon. Zhao Xing had called him over a dozen times, but he had not answered. Oh no. Yang Teng quickly leaped from his bed and returned Zhao Xing's call. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Zhao Xing's voice came through the line. Are you awake? I'm so sorry. We had agreed on 8 o'clock, but I ended up sleeping in. Yang Teng hastily dressed. I'm on my way now. No rush. I'm at the Alliance right now. You can come after you've had your meal. After chatting for a while, Yang Teng finally hung up, letting out a breath of relief. Thankfully, Zhao Xing wasn't upset with him. Otherwise, today would have been quite uncomfortable. Due to Yang Teng's residence in the city center, his journey to any location in S City was exceptionally convenient. After catching a bus to the Alliance, he was able to relax and sent a message to Lin Xian. Arrived at Beastmaster Alliance Station. Please exit from the back and be cautious when disembarking. Once off the bus, Yang Teng hurried towards the Alliance's office building. At that moment, Zhao Xing was seated on a sofa in the lobby, polishing his newly sharpened longsword. You've arrived? Zhao Xing spoke without looking up. How did you know? Yang Teng cautiously approached him, observing the meticulous way Zhao Xing polished the sword. Yang Teng swallowed hard and asked, what are you preparing for? The celestial wolf spider resides far from human settlements. I fear there may be dangers when we venture outdoors. So it's best to be prepared, Zhao Xing replied nonchalantly, ceasing his polishing to lift the sword. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting a dazzling brilliance off the blade. Yang Teng was momentarily blinded by the glare and quickly averted his gaze. The luster is sufficient, Zhao Xing murmured to himself. After sheathing the sword, he rose from the sofa. Let us go? All right, Yang Teng nodded. This was his first time accompanying someone else on an alliance mission. Zhao Xing led him to the parking lot, where a black SUV suddenly came into view. Its chassis was elevated, and its frame was larger than that of a typical off-road vehicle. At Zhao Xing's gesture, Yang Teng opened the door and settled into the back seat. Our destination is the Twilight Beast Forest, Zhao Xing announced, activating the vehicle's radio. This forest has been classified as an A-level restricted zone by the Alliance. Once we enter, you must stay close to me, understood? Yes, I assure you, Yang Teng nodded. He was well aware of the Twilight Beast Forest, regarded as one of the most perilous areas teeming with exotic beasts on the outskirts of S City. The recent beast uprising in the neighboring city was likely a consequence of creatures escaping from the Twilight Beast Forest. Zhao Xing started the vehicle, transporting Yang Teng away from the Alliance's office. The Twilight Beast Forest was not far from the urban area of S City, merely 200 kilometers away. If they maintained high-speed travel, they would arrive in less than 2 hours. According to reports from frontline journalists, the country of Korea had suffered immensely from a beast tide, with casualties nearing 300,000, and that number continuing to rise. Currently, the Alliance had mobilized beast masters from around the globe, all converging in the Baoshan region of Korea. Further updates would be provided. Legendary beasts from the 3 great mountains have wreaked havoc in the city of Luo. Listening to the news broadcast, Yang Teng felt a tightening in his chest, as if he could hardly breathe. It seemed that his homeland, Huagua, remained the safest amidst this turmoil. Even in the event of a beast uprising, the Alliance would swiftly assemble a legion of beast masters to quell the chaos. They would never wait until the situation became uncontrollable before intervening. Although their country had also been ravaged by the sudden beast attacks, the strong sense of unity among the populace always turned calamity into safety. Zhao Xing sighed, reflecting on the blessings of living in Huagua. As a beast master and a retired soldier, he couldn't help but appreciate the advantages of residing in their nation whenever he heard such reports. Chapter 38. Mission Objective. Celestial Wolf Spider. Yang Teng nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of powerful determination rise within him. The Twilight Beast Forest, as a specially designated A-level restricted zone, was governed by stringent regulations. To ensure the safety of individuals, only those possessing a special permit would be allowed entry. Of course, Zhao Xing had already secured such a permit when he accepted the mission. The SUV traversed the muddy roads, and in just over an hour, they had transitioned from the city to the outskirts of the Twilight Beast Forest. The trees here, nourished by mysterious forces, have grown to impressive heights. Soon, Zhao Xing parked the off-road vehicle at a checkpoint. 2 soldiers clad in military uniforms approached, weapons in hand. Please present your permit. Certainly. Zhao Xing rummaged through his belongings and produced a white document, handing it to the soldier. The latter examined the permit, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment intertwined with profound respect. Upon confirming the permit's authenticity, the soldier promptly saluted Zhao Xing, courteously stating, "Good day, Commander." "No need for such formality. I am no longer your commander," Zhao Xing replied, though he reciprocated the salute. After retrieving the permit, the barrier before them lifted. "Commander, do ensure your safety in the forest," the soldier waved as they departed. Zhao Xing glanced in the rearview mirror, and a gentle expression emerged on his previously stoic face, revealing an inner contentment that did not escape Yang Teng's notice. "Zhao Gu, I didn't realize you had served in the military," Yang Teng remarked. "Indeed," Zhao Xing nodded. "I spent a few years in the army. No wonder I sense an intangible strength emanating from you," Yang Teng mused. "That intangible strength? Are you referring to the intent to kill?" "Yes," Yang Teng affirmed. Yet to me, this intent feels warm. Because you are among those I seek to protect. And my intent to kill is reserved solely for the enemy. Zhao Xing's words imbued Yang Teng with a renewed sense of power. Although the off-road vehicle was adept at navigating complex terrains, the gnarled roots within the Twilight Beast forest hampered their progress. Reluctantly, Zhao Xing parked it in a more conspicuous location and instructed Yang Teng to disembark. Within the forest, sunlight filtered through the foliage, creating a damp yet refreshing atmosphere that invigorated Yang Teng. The celestial wolf spider should be nearby. Let us search the vicinity, Zhao Xing said. Not lingering idly in the forest. Drawing his sword, he led Yang Teng forward. Buzzing, the beast tracking function activated. As his mental energy expanded, a look of terror crossed Yang Teng's face. Within a 500-meter radius, he sensed the presence of all nearby creatures. What he did not expect was that amidst the seemingly tranquil woods, an epic-level beast lay in wait not far from them. The scene was truly chilling. However, wary of revealing too much, Yang Teng refrained from voicing his thoughts. Before long, Miss Void appeared in response to his summons. Now at level 33, she could at least hold her own against an elite-level beast. Yang Teng's anxiety eased momentarily. The epic-level creature, perhaps sensing Zhao Xing's prowess, soon retreated in displeasure. Come forth. Xiao Zi, Zhao Xing called softly, and a small squirrel shimmering with iridescent hues materialized, perching upon his shoulder. Zhao Gu, what attribute does your little squirrel possess? Yang Teng inquired, curiosity piqued. The creature, cloaked in a rainbow of light, eluded Yang Teng's understanding of its abilities. Divine, Zhao Xing replied, looking back. I rescued it while supporting a beast master on the battlefield years ago, and we formed a bond. Though Zhao Xing spoke nonchalantly, Yang Teng sensed there were many untold stories behind those words. Buzzing, as he pondered, the beast tracking function suddenly relayed an exploration result concerning the celestial wolf spider. The beast you seek is located 388 meters ahead. Current level, 49, talent, C-grade, danger level, immortal. Yang Teng abruptly halted. An immortal-level celestial wolf spider was precisely their target. What is it? Zhao Xing turned back, looking at him in confusion. My Miss Void detected the scent of the celestial wolf spider. To avoid suspicion, Yang Teng attributed the discovery solely to her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing asked without hesitation, do you know its location? Just ahead, approximately 300 to 400 meters away, Yang Teng replied vaguely, concerned that specific details might raise doubts. True to form, Zhao Xing wasted no time and led the way through the forest. At that moment, a 3-meter-tall celestial wolf spider, entirely white, was in the midst of hunting a beast known as the Wasp Queen. With its 8 limbs acting like wings, it leapt into the air. The Wasp Queen, suspended several meters above the ground, believed herself beyond reach. However, the spider's abdomen suddenly unleashed a torrent of silk, ensnaring her completely. The Wasp Queen, now cocooned in a white sphere, crashed heavily to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The celestial wolf spider emitted a triumphant sound, then raised its massive pincers, plunging them toward the Wasp Queen's tail. In a flash, a golden blade of light sliced through the surrounding foliage, striking the celestial wolf spider. The creature was forcefully propelled backward, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The celestial wolf spider flipped over, issuing an enraged screech. Zhao Xing and Yang Teng then stepped into view. Squeak. The celestial wolf spider raised its pincers, unleashing a wave of purple energy. Yang Teng furrowed his brow, realizing the danger. It's poisonous. At his warning, the small squirrel on Zhao Xing's shoulder sprang into action, radiating a spectrum of colors. Before the spider's energy could manifest, it was obliterated. Yang Teng gaped in astonishment. He had long viewed the squirrel as merely a supportive figure. Yet today, he finally recognized its formidable capabilities. Under the scrutiny of the beast tracking function, the information about the squirrel became clear. Purple Nightmare Spirit Squirrel, level 58, talent, S-grade, divine attribute beast, current threat level, epic. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sensing the impending danger emanating from the squirrel, the celestial wolf spider hesitated, abandoning the Wasp Queen and fleeing deeper into the forest. Pursue it. Do not let it escape, Zhao Xing urged, and Yang Teng hastened to follow. Chapter 39, Dog? The celestial wolf spider scuttled away with its 8 legs, deftly navigating the complex terrain, while Yang Teng, unfortunately, stumbled over a protruding tree root. Without hesitation, Zhao Xing, infused with the squirrel's energy, unleashed a blade of light. With precision, the strike found its mark on the celestial wolf spider, sending it careening through the air. However, it did not resign itself to fate. It once again lifted its injured paw and swiftly vanished from the sight of the two. This is bad. We've lost its trail. Zhao Xing furrowed his brow, his pace gradually slowing. It fled eastward. Yang Teng's beast tracking ability was constantly on alert. The trajectory of the celestial wolf spider quickly transmitted into his mind. At Yang Teng's call, Zhao Xing did not hesitate, leaping into the thicket with the little squirrel. He must be taking a shortcut. With no other choice, Yang Teng closely followed behind him. Before long, they arrived at the mouth of a cave, watching helplessly as the celestial wolf spider burrowed inside. Zhao Xing approached the cave's entrance and said calmly, "It's just wide enough for one person to pass. I'll go in first, you guard the entrance." Why does the scene feel so familiar? Yang Teng murmured, nodding in response. Gazing into the abyss of the cave, Zhao Xing steadied his nerves and then disappeared from Yang Teng's sight, guided by the little squirrel. At that moment, Yang Teng could only wait outside. Hoping for good news from Zhao Xing, time ticked away, and the cave remained silent. As the minutes passed, Yang Teng's heart grew increasingly tense. Odd. Why hasn't he returned yet? The sky over the beastly forest seemed to darken. Yang Teng scanned the surrounding thickets, his brow knitted in concern. Suddenly, in his moment of distraction, the injured celestial wolf spider emerged from the cave. Boom. The hidden miss in the shadows wasted no time, casting her void spell to strike the celestial wolf spider. What? How did it come out? Yang Teng snapped back to reality, nearly taken aback by the sight of the celestial wolf spider. The creature, now wary due to its injuries, hesitated for a moment before retreating back into the cave. Vanishing from sight. Zhao Ge, hasn't he come out yet? Could something have happened? Yang Teng's brow furrowed tightly. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and ventured into the cave. Inside, it was not as dark as he had anticipated. On the contrary, numerous luminescent stones illuminated the chamber brilliantly. There were no beasts lurking. Yang Teng initially suspected a malfunction in his beast tracking ability, but after several checks, he discovered that there were indeed no beasts lying in wait within the exploration range. His heart relaxed slightly as he delved deeper. A massive stone door soon came into view. Intricate runes of an ancient spell array were etched upon it, seemingly carved haphazardly from stone. Time had left its marks, creating numerous scars upon its surface. Could it be that Zhao Ge entered here? Yang Teng glanced around, realizing there were no other paths, and his brow furrowed in thought. Boom. After much contemplation, Yang Teng finally placed his hand upon the stone door. Instantly, the weathered spell array glowed, enveloping him in a blinding white light. In the next moment, he vanished from his original spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an utterly dark space. There was light around, but it was dim. As Yang Teng attempted to walk forward, he suddenly tripped over something. He quickly scrambled to his feet and looked back, only to find Zhao Xing collapsed there. How did he end up unconscious here? Moreover, the purple nightmare spirit mouse appeared to be gravely injured. Its once vibrant purple fur now dull and lifeless. Why is it that every time I venture out with Zhao Xing, such misfortune befalls us? Yang Teng grumbled inwardly, yet felt powerless. However, just as he prepared to help Zhao Xing to his feet, the surrounding dark space suddenly burst into brilliant light. As if he had been transported from hell to paradise. Golden radiance enveloped him, and a colossal altar appeared beneath his feet. The runes of the spell array upon the altar flowed, identical to those on the stone door. Yang Teng's eyes widened. He felt ensnared. This was clearly a trap set by some lord-level beast. Fear not, young one, I mean you no harm. Ah, such a pure soul. At last, I have encountered you. Hiss, I never imagined that humans could possess such a perfect constitution. My injuries may yet find healing. The voice echoed in Yang Teng's ears like a 3D surround sound, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Who are you? Can you please reveal yourself? Yang Teng shouted to the heavens, covering his ears. Since you wish to behold my grandeur, I shall grant you this small request. In a flash of light, a large yellow dog materialized before Yang Teng, standing upright like a Shiba Inu. After all this time, he had thought something sinister was at play, only to be utterly astonished by the appearance of this dog. Hey, human, what kind of gaze is that? The Shiba Inu, arms crossed, glared at Yang Teng with apparent dissatisfaction. I thought you were something of significance. Yang Teng's tension dissipated like a receding tide. It was merely a dog, almost causing him to jump in surprise. A dog? You dare refer to me as a dog? The Shiba Inu suppressed its inner fury, coldly retorting, those who dare call me a dog have all met their demise. Then what are you if not a dog? Yang Teng chuckled, then fell into contemplation. His beast tracking ability had not responded. Even when he locked onto the target before him, the system returned nothing but question marks. His expression darkened. Had it not been for my injuries, you would already be a lifeless corpse. The Shiba Inu said indignantly, listen well, human, I am the king of beasts. The absolute sovereign, the divine golden dog emperor, standing atop all living beings. Thus, you shall not call me a dog, but a canine. Yang Teng quickly grasped the situation. However, he had no intention of jesting. It was merely his brain's reflexive response. I'm not angry. The golden dog emperor clenched its paws. the red mark on its forehead seeming to awaken, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Yang Teng's expression became serious as he asked, "If you are so powerful, why are you trapped here? And why did my friend faint?" "Because he is not worthy of witnessing my true form," the Golden Dog Emperor replied nonchalantly. But then its expression turned serious. "Human, let us forge a pact." Huh. Yang Teng was taken aback. A beast undetectable even by the system must be an SSS-level Lord Beast. Yet, he could hardly believe that such a powerful being like the Golden Dog Emperor wished to form a contract with him. Surely, he had not misheard. Observing his contemplative expression, the Golden Dog Emperor fell silent, its heart pounding with anxiety. In its current state of severe injury, it could only passively accept a contract. In other words, as long as Yang Teng does not consent, a contract cannot be established. Without the possibility of forming such a bond, the injuries it bears will remain irreparable. Yet, if one were to proactively request such a partnership, would it not appear somewhat demeaning? The Golden Canine Emperor's thoughts eluded Yang Teng entirely. He found himself deeply perplexed, pondering why a being of such formidable strength would seek to forge a contract with him. Would entering into such an agreement result in any detriment to himself? Chapter 40. They are all ruthless characters. Both man and beast recognized the unique attributes inherent to one another. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense and suffocating. "Hey kid, have you come to a decision? Can you please refrain from adopting a victim mentality? Forming a contract with me will only bring you advantages." The Golden Canine Emperor could no longer suppress its impatience and commanded Yang Teng. Engaging in a contract with an enigmatic beast was undeniably perilous. Yang Teng feigned contemplation, inquiring, "Moreover, Golden Canine Emperor, why have I never heard of such a creature? How audacious! You have not even heard of my name." The Golden Canine Emperor suddenly recalled something, its tone shifting dramatically. "With my strength, even while gravely injured, I can ensure your safety." "Oh, so you are quite powerful then?" Yang Teng crossed his arms, not in a hurry, and exchanged glances with the Golden Canine Emperor. "Humph, I dare say I am second to none in the world. None would claim to be the first." Witnessing its pompous demeanor, a flicker of doubt surfaced in Yang Teng's mind. He had indeed never encountered a creature such as the Golden Canine Emperor, but given its prowess and innate gifts, it must surely be an SSS-level powerhouse. Yet, he pondered the true extent of its strength and the methods it possessed. If he were to enter into a contract, would its strong sense of autonomy lead to self-destruction? A succession of questions plagued Yang Teng, leaving him bewildered. "At long last, we have encountered a human of exceptional potential. Fulfill my desire, and let us form a contract." The Golden Canine Emperor implored, noting Yang Teng's silence, its tone now tinged with desperation. Yang Teng stroked his chin thoughtfully and queried, "Why not seek a contract with the person beside me, who is far more powerful than I?" "By the heavens!" The Golden Canine Emperor slapped its forehead in astonishment. "I am genuinely curious about how you became a Beastmaster." Yang Teng was puzzled. The qualifications of a Beastmaster dictate the caliber of beast they can contract. The Golden Canine Emperor delivered a lesson. "The qualifications of this human before me can barely reach 50. Contracting an S-level beast would be the utmost limit. As the ruler of the beast world, endowed with the strongest bloodline talents, how could such a person withstand my contract energy?" "Oh right, I almost forgot." Yang Teng chuckled awkwardly. The Golden Canine Emperor's earlier statements were merely fundamental knowledge for Beastmasters, akin to the simplicity of 1 + 1 = 2 in their minds. Yet, Yang Teng's thoughts had momentarily short-circuited. Only humans with qualifications exceeding 80 are deemed worthy of contracting SSS-level beasts. The Golden Canine Emperor murmured, "However, as a beast sovereign, the Beastmaster I contract must be one of full potential. Undoubtedly, you meet my criteria. In comparison, I am more curious about how you sustained your injuries," Yang Teng remarked. Furrowing his brow, the Golden Canine Emperor's wounds appeared genuine. Yet, if it was so powerful, who could have possibly inflicted such harm? "Ahem, my injuries are a result of carelessness." The Golden Canine Emperor cleared its throat awkwardly, then its expression darkened. "If it were not for their rebellion, how would I find myself in such a predicament, reliant on forming contracts with humans to heal?" "Rebellion?" Yang Teng seized upon the key point. It seemed the world of beasts, much like that of humans, was rife with intricate plots and schemes. However, given the Golden Canine Emperor's fallen state, Yang Teng could only offer a modicum of sympathy. As for the contract, he needed to deliberate carefully, for the creature's strength far exceeded his expectations. The Golden Canine Emperor regained its composure from its earlier indignation. Gradually, clarity returned to its eyes. "Though you may be weak at present, your innate gifts are noteworthy. Moreover, I sense within you an egg of a malevolent beast. Should we form a contract, perhaps I could assist you in managing it, provided my mood permits." "What benefits would a contract with you entail? Is it merely for healing your wounds?" Yang Teng pondered aloud. "Once you've healed, what do you intend to do?" Will you retaliate or dissolve the contract? His inquiry rendered the Golden Canine Emperor momentarily silent. It did not respond, leaving Yangteng uncertain of its thoughts. After a prolonged pause, the Golden Canine Emperor finally spoke. My bloodline talent can be elevated under the guidance of a fully qualified human. Should I ascend to a legendary tier, I will undoubtedly aid humanity in eradicating the Tianjiang crisis. Bloodline talent elevation? What does that entail? This is my secret. I cannot disclose it, the Golden Canine Emperor asserted with newfound gravitas. Yangteng remained silent, still mulling over the implications. Have you reached a conclusion? After what felt like an eternity, the Golden Canine Emperor inquired, gazing intently at Yangteng's face. Aye. Yangteng glanced at Zhaoxing beside him, then contemplated before declaring, since refusing you means I cannot leave, let us settle this amicably. I shall enter into the contract. Excellent. The Golden Canine Emperor nodded earnestly. Observing its sincere demeanor, Yangteng hesitated no longer and activated the contract formation array. The altar beneath them began to glow with vibrant energy. What does this mean? Yangteng furrowed his brow, staring at the array, his heart skipping a beat. Even if you are a fully qualified human, you still cannot absorb the overwhelming contract energy I possess. The Golden Canine Emperor replied honestly, this array will weaken my aura, facilitating the establishment of our contract. Very well. Although Yangteng harbored doubts, he found himself with no alternative plans. The sacred light of the contract enveloped the entire space with an overwhelming presence. At the moment the contract formation array connected them, both man and beast emitted cries of anguish. Indeed, the contract energy of the Golden Canine Emperor was too potent, resulting in an immediate imbalance. It was akin to struggling to fit into a hole too small. The strain would be felt by both parties. The array on the altar radiated a soft glow. With the infusion of its energy, both Yangteng and the Golden Canine Emperor displayed expressions of relief. The initial agony transformed into an all-encompassing sense of ease. At last, the contract array stabilized, and the Golden Canine Emperor's form began to fade. With Yangteng and the altar array exerting their utmost efforts, the contract was finalized. The Golden Canine Emperor successfully transformed into a stream of light. Merging into Yangteng's spiritual realm, the ninth beast compartment emanated a magnificent holy light. At this moment, the one most apprehensive was undoubtedly the malevolent beast egg that had yet to hatch. This aura feels somewhat familiar. The Golden Canine Emperor cast a glance at the beast egg, his brows furrowing slightly. It undoubtedly possesses more than just S-level talent. Young one, from where did you procure this beast egg? His voice reverberated within Yangteng's mind. Yangteng responded. Coming to his senses, I was coerced into forming a contract with it. As for its origins, I am quite unaware. What a wicked individual. The Golden Canine Emperor revealed a smug grin. However, with me by your side, I assure you it will not stir up any trouble. Ding. The Pokédex has been updated. Golden Canine Emperor. Level 100. Attribute: Divine Supernatural. Talent: SSS. Characteristic: Beast God. Suppresses the opponent's ability values by 25. Enhances its own attributes by 20, with the remaining values indeterminate. Evolution: Final Form. Threat level: Lord Class. Base value: 750999. Unable to ascertain the boundary. Skills: Divine Feast. Inflicts area damage of 155, with a 20 chance to weaken the opponent's attributes by 20, a 50 chance to enhance its own magic attack by 200 points, and a 30 chance to restore all its health. Spatial Roar. Inflicts single target damage of 180, utilizing formidable spatial force to compress the opponent, additionally causing 105 damage, and acquiring a shield equal to 70 of the damage dealt. Other skills remain undetectable, thus Yangteng could not discern them. Indeed, this creature is not boasting. Its power has surpassed his expectations entirely. Typically, SSS-level beasts have base values fluctuating around 720. Yet this one, although indeterminate, maintains a minimum value of 750. This is the highest base value Yangteng is currently aware of. Most importantly, its characteristic is extraordinarily formidable, suppressing opponents while enhancing itself. In a battle of equal rank, one-on-one is not even necessary. Even several Lord-class beasts may not be its match. What a treasure! Yangteng truly stumbled upon a remarkable find this time. Not only he, but even the Golden Canine Emperor was taken aback by inadvertently encountering such a bug-level beast tamer. Just as Yangteng marveled at his own strength, it too was astonished, gazing at the densely packed beast compartments surrounding them. These compartments seemed to stretch infinitely, leaving it dazed. When did humans produce such anomalies? When did beasts become so ferociously formidable? Both man and beast were filled with utmost bewilderment. Chapter 41. Evading Danger. Young one, you are indeed extraordinary. The Golden Canine Emperor's voice echoed within his mind. Likewise, Yang Teng replied with a calm smile, surveying the surrounding space. How do I return? That is simple. The golden canine emperor snapped its fingers. Instantly, the environment receded like a tide. By the time Yang Teng regained his bearings, he found himself back at the stone door where he had previously stood. The injured celestial wolf spider, upon hearing the commotion, nearly fled in terror. However, upon seeing the man who posed a threat to it unconscious, the celestial wolf spider immediately pivoted and lunged at Yang Teng. Its lightning-fast speed left him no chance to evade. Boom. Just as the celestial wolf spider believed it was on the verge of victory, a transparent barrier appeared before Yang Teng. Its form was instantly repelled, shattering midair. Realizing what had transpired, Yang Teng quickly reacted. Was that you who intervened? Of course. The Golden Canine Emperor's voice responded. Although my power is now but a fraction of its former peak, dispatching a mere spider is still quite effortless. As it spoke, a hint of arrogance crept into its tone. Yang Teng paid it no mind, instead turning to the gradually awakening Zhao Xing. He was clearly dazed by the Golden Canine Emperor's actions. Odd, why am I still here? Zhao Xing looked around, feeling a sense of familiarity. Brother Zhao, you're finally awake. Yang Teng exhaled a sigh of relief, stating mildly, the task is complete. We should prepare to return. Complete? Zhao Xing expressed surprise, his gaze landing on the corpse of the celestial wolf spider not far away. Did you defeat it? Yang Teng's true strength had barely reached the threshold of a high-level beast tamer. How could he have possibly slain the immortal-level celestial wolf spider before him? Observing the confusion on Zhao Xing's face, Yang Teng casually fabricated a story. When I entered, I happened upon this celestial wolf spider battling a large yellow dog. I seized the opportunity while it was heavily injured to deliver the final blow. The Golden Canine Emperor retorted, you are the large yellow dog. Is that so? Zhao Xing showed no skepticism towards his words. Producing a burlap sack, he began to stow away the celestial wolf spider's corpse. Neither of them anticipated that this task would be completed so effortlessly. Gazing at the stone door before them, Zhao Xing remained cautious. I seem to recall walking to this point before being knocked unconscious by something. Did that not happen to you? No, Yang Teng shook his head. Strange, what lies behind this stone door? Zhao Xing pushed against the door forcefully, yet it yielded no response. In exasperation, he pulled out his phone to take a picture, planning to analyze it thoroughly upon their return to the Alliance. They had forgotten the path they had taken to arrive. Both men gazed at the dense forest ahead, frowning slightly. Be careful. Yang Teng heard the Golden Canine Emperor's voice in his mind. I sense a dangerous aura, likely that old fellow from the Twilight Beast Forest. Old fellow? Yang Teng inquired, perplexed. Who? An ancient tree spirit that has existed for eons, indeed the undisputed sovereign of this Twilight Beast Forest. The Golden Canine Emperor urged anxiously. It seems to have sensed your presence. We must flee. All right. Heeding the Golden Canine Emperor's concerns, Yang Teng felt no doubt, promptly preparing to lead Zhao Xing away from the area. Have you found the way? The latter was evidently unaware of the impending danger. Yes, I have found it. Follow me. Yang Teng forced himself to remain composed, running through the thicket alongside Zhao Xing. A warning from the system echoed. A threat is approaching from 500 meters behind. Please be advised, the threat level of this beast is legendary. Upon hearing this, Yang Teng quickly scanned his surroundings, and as if making a discovery, exclaimed, Brother Zhao, I think I know where the vehicle is. Let us go. Zhao Xing failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Following Yang Teng's prompt, he closely trailed in his footsteps. Indeed, shortly thereafter, they spotted an off-road vehicle emerging from the thicket to the east. Creak, creak. Zhao Xing, brimming with delight, approached the vehicle when suddenly, an odd sound emanated from behind. It seemed something was attempting to burrow its way out of the ground. Be careful. At the Golden Canine Emperor's warning, Yang Teng swiftly grasped Zhao Xing's garment, pulling him in front of himself. Boom. In a flash, a vine radiating a hint of green erupted from the earth, piercing through the off-road vehicle and sending it hurtling away. What is this thing? Zhao Xing's complexion changed abruptly. We must have caught the attention of the forest sovereign, Yang Teng remarked candidly. A sovereign? To my knowledge, it seems that the beastly Twilight Forest seldom harbors epic-level aberrations. Zhao Xing mused, his brow furrowed as he suddenly recognized the unusual nature of the vine before them. Before Yang Teng could interject, he hastily corrected himself. No. It is a legendary-level aberration. How could this be? It has fixated on us. Yang Teng's expression turned frigid as he unleashed the Void Lady. Under her guidance, their forms instantaneously teleported to an open area 100 meters away. The ground where they had previously stood was left in ruins, ravaged by the vine's merciless sweep. If we continue eastward, we shall soon leave its territory, announced the Golden Canine Sovereign. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Teng urged Zhao Xing, Zhao Gu, to the east. Zhao Xing quickly grasped his intent, though he was somewhat astonished at how Yang Teng had discerned it. In an instant, the purple nightmare spirit rat materialized. Without any hesitation, it infused a gentle yet formidable power into Zhao Xing's body. This squirrel is no ordinary creature, the golden canine sovereign remarked, astonished. It channels its own strength into its host, yielding a synergistic effect. Before Yang Teng could respond, Zhao Xing seized his arm and propelled them forward. With a thunderous crash, the robust vine, exuding a misty verdancy, struck the ground where they had just stood. Damn it, those pests have escaped. Echoed a frustrated roar from the depths of the forest. As the pursuit ceased, Yang Teng finally felt the weight lift from his heart. A legendary-level aberration, should it unleash its full might, could potentially reduce the entire beastly twilight forest to ashes. Fortunately, that ancient tree spirit was a cunning creature, having failed in its assault. It had retreated once more. Before long, Zhao Xing led them beyond the confines of the beastly twilight forest. Soldiers stationed at the forest's perimeter approached them hastily upon witnessing their disheveled escape, inquiring about their ordeal. Exercise caution. A remarkably powerful aberration lurks within the forest. Zhao Xing regained his composure from the earlier fright. It appeared he had underestimated the dangers of the beastly twilight forest. Without their all-terrain vehicle, returning to S-City was not feasible for the time being. Reluctantly, the two men made their way to the defense post station there. This was a simple resting area, cobbled together from several prefabricated structures. As Zhao Xing moved to enter, someone hurried forward, warmly inviting him and Yang Teng inside. Who would have thought to find Commander Zhao Xing here? The one overseeing the beastly twilight forest was Zhang Yi, the deputy minister of the Alliance's Defense and Control Department. Like Zhao Xing, he had once served in the military. Chapter 42, The Withered Leaf Gang. The situation in the neighboring city has been dire of late. Zhang Yi remarked as he poured tea and presented it to Zhao Xing. Hasn't the Alliance dispatched a considerable amount of reinforcements? Zhao Xing took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, It has been over half a month. Are the issues there still unresolved? Not so easily remedied. Zhang Yi shook his head solemnly. I have been stationed here in the beastly twilight forest for over half a year, and I am privy to certain circumstances. Moreover, the recent assault on Mo City is not solely attributed to the influence of the beastly twilight forest. You mean, other aberrant forces have joined the fray? Zhao Xing inquired with curiosity. I suspect there is something orchestrating their movements from behind the scenes, Zhang Yi speculated. The rules of the aberrant world dictate that the weak must submit to the strong. The attack on Mo City cannot be the work of just one aberrant force, and their actions exhibit a level of coordination. Your words remind me of the Tianyang Lake incident years ago, where a nine-headed demonic serpent was also orchestrating events. Was it not? Zhao Xing remarked, memories of that incident flooding back. Yang Teng, seated nearby, remained silent, contemplating the fate of his uncle and Abu. The nine-headed demonic serpent had not perished. It was highly likely that it lay in wait in some corner of S-City. This vendetta would one day demand retribution. And who might this be? As their conversation progressed, Zhang Yi turned his attention to Yang Teng. Due to his prolonged tenure here, he was unaware of the commotion Yang Teng had stirred in S-City. Yang Teng, a student from the Advanced Beast Tamer Academy's elite class, Zhao Xing introduced. Not only I, but also Gu Yi and Alliance leader Wang Yin hold him in high regard. Your mental energy fluctuations are remarkably potent, Zhang Yi observed, a look of surprise crossing his face. You must have already reached the level of a high-ranking beast tamer, no? Indeed, Yang Teng replied with a hint of pride. My success in completing the mission is largely due to my efforts. Zhao Xing paused, offering Yang Teng a look of affirmation. Before long, a soldier burst through the door, breathless with urgency. Minister, they're back. It's them again. Zhang Ye's expression hardened, shadows of murder flickering in his eyes. Noting this, Zhao Xing set down his teacup and inquired with curiosity. Who? The Withered Leaf Gang, Zhang Yi replied, waving his hand in exasperation. Let them in. The Withered Leaf Gang? Yang Teng furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhao Xing, who seemed deep in thought. What sort of entity is that? A notorious gang. Zhao Xing's demeanor grew increasingly icy. During the Tianyang Lake incident, they even aided aberrations in combating the Alliance's beast tamers. What? Yang Teng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that. In this era fraught with peril, there would still be humans committing such heinous acts against their own kin. There are both good and bad aberrations. Just as there are among humans, Zhang Yi discerned his thoughts and remarked. Not all beast tamers share a common purpose. There are always a few rogue elements engaged in utterly unscrupulous endeavors. The Withered Leaf Gang was a faction established by beast tamers in S-City. However, due to their typically low-profile operations, students like Yang Teng were often unaware of their existence. Before long, a group of flamboyantly dressed young men and women swaggered into the defense post. Last time, you said you wanted to borrow weapons from the Alliance. Are you dreaming? Zhang Ye's face contorted with rage. While I can still manage my temper, you better leave. Hey, can you not be so arrogant? A burly man wearing a black beanie pointed a finger at him, his tone icy. We're here this time, with ample sincerity. Let's get straight to the point. Beside him, a red-haired woman waved her hand dismissively, stating, as before, we wish to borrow the divine might. What do you need the divine might for? Zhaoxing suddenly sat up, questioning them. And you are? The red-haired woman frowned, sensing a powerful presence. Divine might cannot be lent to you, Zhang Yi replied coolly, taking a sip of tea. I will reiterate, regardless of what the Withered Leaf Gang intends to do, having severed ties with the Alliance, you must be prepared to fend for yourselves. Humph. We need not waste words. Our ideologies are incompatible. The red-haired woman, seemingly undeterred, continued. We can propose terms, such as an S-grade beast egg or a universal evolution stone. What? Zhang Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. I must admit, your offer is indeed quite enticing, and it has piqued my interest. We are earnest in our negotiations, the red-haired woman remarked, pausing momentarily, a subtle smile curving her lips. She then turned and pulled forth a young boy, who appeared to have recently become a beast master. This boy gives me quite an unusual impression. The Golden Canine Emperor suddenly interjected. What is it? What seems odd? Teng asked, somewhat perplexed. He had not discerned anything particularly different about the boy before him. Although his aptitude was not remarkable, his mental prowess was exceptionally potent and remarkably pure. The Golden Canine Emperor's eyes glimmered with a hint of greed. If I could consume him, perhaps my injuries would heal more swiftly. Is it truly so extraordinary? Teng raised an eyebrow. The young boy before them appeared somewhat dull-witted, which struck the others present as rather peculiar. It seemed as though he lacked something compared to ordinary individuals. The function of the divine might is to enhance the success rate of contracts, judging by his appearance. He likely does not yet possess his own beast companion, Zhang Yi observed. Indeed, the red-haired woman nodded. If we could harness the divine might. You may set the terms as long as they remain within our limits. As Zhang Yi pondered her words, he realized that the Withered Leaf Gang held this boy in high regard. If they could recruit him into the Alliance, would it not amplify their capabilities? So, what do you think? The red-haired woman fixed her gaze on his face, unwavering. We have come here with sincerity. The divine might can be borrowed. Zhaoxing nodded in agreement. However, you may only use it here. The red-haired woman glanced at her companions. After a brief discussion, she ultimately nodded, very well. First, present your sincerity. Zhaoxing's expression remained impassive. Hearing his words, the red-haired woman showed no concern for any deceit and directly opened the black box resting on the ground. Inside lay a vibrant green beast egg, exuding a palpable aura of life. It is indeed an S-grade beast egg, Zhaoxing acknowledged, glancing toward Teng. The quality is commendable. We shall keep it. So, does this mean you agree? The red-haired woman appeared somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that Zhaoxing could make decisions on behalf of the Alliance. Let us step outside. Zhaoxing stood, addressing Zhang Yi beside him. Send someone to retrieve the divine might and bring it here for their use. Understood. Zhang Yi nodded and promptly departed. Let us also take our leave. Zhaoxing received the box containing the beast egg from the red-haired woman and exited with Teng. At that moment, the room fell silent. The red-haired woman seemed to recall something and turned back. If I am not mistaken, that individual was Teng, correct? Teng, the boy who has stirred the Alliance? The man in the woolen hat expressed surprise. How did he end up here? Unclear. The red-haired woman shook her head, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. However, soon enough, our young member will surely surpass him. No sooner had she spoken than the previously vacant-faced boy suddenly lifted his head, a shadowy smile gracing his lips. That boy gives me an unusually strong impression. From where did the Withered Leaf Gang recruit him? Zhaoxing furrowed his brow. I do not know, Zhang Yi replied. This is the first time I have encountered this boy. To be favored by the Withered Leaf Gang, his potential must be extraordinary. Chapter 43. The situation grows murky. Before long, the divine might apparatus was delivered to the members of the Withered Leaf Gang by designated personnel. The divine might appeared to be roughly the size of a basketball, which exceeded Teng's expectations. With a hum, the activation of the divine might filled the entire room with a soft, azure glow. I wonder what level of beast the boy is attempting to contract, Zhang Yi mused, gazing toward the defense area. I hope our actions do not attract formidable foes to the Alliance. If they are indeed formidable, even withholding the divine might would not halt his growth. Zhaoxing shook his head. The fact that the boy is receiving the full support of the Withered Leaf Gang suggests that even if they refuse to provide the divine might, they would likely find other means to ensure his successful contract with his first beast. The divine might's domain was now in place. The man in the woolen hat spoke nervously. Are we certain we want him to contract that beast? What if something goes awry? There will be no such misfortune. The red-haired woman shot him a glance, her expression fierce with determination. This is the hope for the rise of our Withered Leaf Gang. Trust him. At this moment, The young boy had already assumed a cross-legged position on the ground at the red-haired woman's behest. The gentle light of the domain illuminated his face, imparting an ethereal and mysterious quality. The boy appeared to be no more than 8 years old, his features radiating the innocence characteristic of childhood. Yet, beneath that innocent exterior lay a consciousness akin to that of a puppet. "Bring it forth," the red-haired woman commanded. The burly man standing behind her gritted his teeth and finally retrieved a fully pink beast egg, intricately engraved with peculiar patterns, from the black case. A profound aura immediately spread outward. The beast egg seemed to sense the presence of life, exhibiting a faint tremor. "What kind of aura is this?" Young Teng, standing outside the door, furrowed his brow. Could it be an SSS-grade beast egg? Has the Withered Leaf Gang lost their senses? Historically, no one has been able to withstand the energy of an SSS-grade contract. Even he, with his peak aptitude, had only managed to form a contract with the severely injured Golden Canine Emperor due to the suppression of an unknown array. Moreover, this was under conditions of mutual understanding. "Do not worry, SSS-grade beast eggs are not easily obtained," the Golden Canine Emperor interjected, clarifying. "That beast egg is at most at the pinnacle of S-grade. It might possess the potential to reach SSS grade, but certainly not at this moment. Do you know what kind of beast lies within?" Yang Teng inquired curiously. "I cannot say. With my current abilities, I cannot delve deeply into it." The Golden Canine Emperor shook his head, yet a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. "My instincts tell me that this beast egg is extraordinary. If it reaches a certain opportunity, it might indeed undergo a transformation." Listening to his words, Yang Teng thoughtfully remarked, "It seems I need to stay vigilant." The Withered Leaf Gang, having established roots in City S for many years, while not possessing immense depth, boasted remarkably strong capabilities among each of its members. Coupled with their discreet manner of operation, they seldom clashed with the Alliance over significant matters. Of course, they might also fear the Alliance's wrath could result in their obliteration. The contract formation array slowly took shape. The moment the young lad came into contact with the beast egg, his mind erupted in a cacophony of excruciating pain. Outside the dwelling, Yang Teng felt an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from within, causing an inexplicable tightening in his chest. Zhao Xing and Zhang Yi exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom that the Withered Leaf Gang had discovered a youth of such extraordinary talent. Zhao Xing spoke with a hint of detachment, his eyes betraying a deepening astonishment. The young boy's contract ritual spanned nearly 3 hours before it finally drew to a close. The heart-stopping intensity of the experience, coupled with the heart-rending screams, left those present unwilling to revisit the memory. The young lad, utterly drained of strength, was carried out by a burly member of the Withered Leaf Gang. Observing his peaceful slumber, Yang Teng could not help but feel a profound sense of melancholy. From this day forth, perhaps his life would be dictated by others. Divine might has been placed within. "We shall take our leave first," said the red-haired woman, casting a glance at Zhao Xing. "You seem familiar. Have we met before?" "You must be mistaken," Zhao Xing replied coldly. "Perhaps," she mused, her gaze drifting to his empty left sleeve. After a moment's contemplation, she prepared to lead her group away. "Humph." The man in the woolen hat sneered at the black box held by Zhang Yi. In a flash, the Withered Leaf Gang, initially intent on departing, suddenly pivoted and, with remarkable agility, confronted Zhang Yi. Swoosh. This entire scenario had long been anticipated by Zhao Xing. A glint of swordlight flashed, and in an instant, the long sword in his hand was poised at the throat of the man in the woolen hat. "Did I not say? How could you willingly part with an S-class beast egg in exchange?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, both furious and vexed. "A clever counterattack, but alas, you have encountered Zhao Xing. What should we do now, sister?" The man in the woolen hat, feeling the sword's pressure, dared not make a move. The red-haired woman furrowed her brows, abruptly shifting her form to position herself behind the unsuspecting Yang Teng. Just as she prepared to seize him as leverage to threaten Zhao Xing, Yang Teng, alerted by the Golden Canine Monarch, unleashed a mental shockwave, momentarily halting her advance. Intense agony surged, as if her head were about to explode. She crouched down, clutching her head as she cried out, "Let me go! How should we deal with this group?" Zhang Yi leaned closer to Zhao Xing, whispering, "Let them depart." Zhao Xing contemplated briefly before retracting his sword and signaling Yang Teng with a nod. Reluctantly, Yang Teng complied, withdrawing his mental force and stepping back. "This debt shall be settled in due time." The red-haired woman, seething with rage, retreated with her gang, departing from the scene. It seemed they had never intended a fair exchange from the outset. Zhang Yi shook his head in resignation. "Commander Zhao, what shall we do with the beast egg? Should we submit it to the Alliance, or has the vehicle arrived?" Zhao Xing inquired. "It should be here shortly," Zhang Yi replied, stepping closer. "You decide the fate of the beast egg. Submit it to the Alliance first," Zhao Xing responded with a cool demeanor. In a short while, A vehicle dispatched by the Alliance arrived before them. A young man in military attire rolled down the window, beaming a warm smile. "Commander Zhao, Yang Teng, please get in." "All right." After exchanging brief words with Zhang Yi, Zhao Xing boarded the vehicle with Yang Teng, carrying the case containing the beast egg. Zhang Yi waved at them from outside. "When you return to the Alliance, don't forget to brief the leader on the situation here." Rest assured, Zhao Xing nodded. The emergence of a legendary beast in the Twilight Beast Forest posed a potential lethal threat to the military. Upon returning to the Alliance, Zhao Xing aimed not only to submit the mission and the beast egg, but also to report all that had transpired. Back in S City, after Zhao Xing submitted the mission, Yang Teng received half of the reward. The reward was not as substantial as he had envisioned, yet sufficient to elevate his fire spirit to level 35. Only one final level remained before the fire spirit could undergo its ultimate transformation into the Inferno Flame Sovereign. However, the materials required for this evolution were numerous, and with his current exchange points, he could not gather what was needed. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to postpone the evolution of his fire spirit. Upon returning home, Yang Ting finally concluded a day of exhaustion, lying in bed and on the verge of sleep. Yet, at that moment, the Golden Canine Monarch suddenly spoke. "Why do I feel as though something has set its sights on you?" "What?" Yang Teng exclaimed, bewildered. As a diligent citizen of the new era, a model youth, who would take an interest in him? The aura of a Lord-tier beast, the Golden Canine Monarch asserted, having discerned the presence of a Lord-tier beast within S City. Listening to its words, Yang Ting instantly became alert. Chapter 44, Wang Bo has disappeared. He suddenly recalled the scene from the Galactic Splendor, where a vague figure of a beast had also appeared. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Teng recounted his experience to the Golden Canine Monarch. Galactic Splendor? The Golden Canine Monarch pondered for a moment. What you describe should be some kind of beast domain skill. However, it cannot be determined whether it is legendary or Lord tier. You are so formidable. Have you not heard of powers capable of altering galaxies? Yang Teng inquired, somewhat puzzled. With so many beasts, how could I possibly remember them all? The Golden Canine Monarch spoke these words with an evident hint of insecurity. Observing this, Yang Teng fell silent. If a Lord-tier beast truly intended to wreak havoc in S City, given his current strength, he would stand little chance of resistance. Outside, the cold wind howled, as if a streak of violet energy sliced through the sky. The following day, at the Intermediate Beast Tamer Academy, Wang Bo's mother contacted me, stating that he had not returned home for several days. Zhao Qian's face was etched with deep concern. Does anyone here know what happened? Wang Bo hasn't come home. All the students in the class turned in shock toward his empty seat. Due to his generally low presence in class, it wasn't until they reacted that they realized he had indeed vanished. Lu Long furrowed his brow, glancing back at Yang Teng. Ever since the conflict with Tian Lang, they had not seen Wang Bo again. Lu Long had even specifically mentioned this matter to him. Is there really no one who knows? Zhao Qian inquired coolly. When was the last time you saw Wang Bo? I think it was last week. I haven't seen him since school ended. Me too. I don't even have much of an impression of Wang Bo. Wasn't he always following Tiani? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Long and Yang Teng furrowed their brows, looking toward Zhao Qian. They were unsure whether they should mention the incident with Tian Lang. Yet, what purpose would it serve to disclose it? Zhao Qian was clearly biased towards Tian Yi. Would he even suspect his most valued student? I did see him once. The starry river cascaded down her ears, adorned with violet hair, as she remarked, right within the school. Puzzled, Zhao Qian turned towards her with a quizzical expression. But, Starry River, it seems you haven't encountered Wang Bo before, have you? Tian Yi, turning back, scrutinized her countenance thoughtfully. With such a large class photo behind us, do you take me for blind? Starry River cast a fleeting glance his way. It was likely on Sunday. I noticed him sneaking back to school, up to some mischief, before he left again. But isn't Sunday a day of rest? What was he doing here? Tian Yi inquired, almost as if searching for a quarrel. I was here to submit my registration form and my identification materials, Starry River replied, her gaze fixed on him with irritation. I had matters to attend to, so I merely caught a glimpse and then lost track of where he went. What about the other classmates? Zhao Qian scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on Yang Teng. Observing this, a faint, enigmatic smile appeared on Tian Yi's lips. Teacher, last Friday, I happened to witness a dispute between Wang Bo and Yang Teng after class. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Zhao Qian's tone turned frosty. Tian Yi, taken aback by his demeanor, wondered why he, who had always favored him, now seemed to be scrutinizing him. I don't know what transpired between them. Teacher, you should inquire with Yang Teng. Yang Teng, do share your side. Zhao Qian prompted calmly. The situation unfolded as follows. Realizing that Tian Yi was intent on ensnaring him, Yang Teng no longer hesitated and recounted the events of that day in their entirety. As he spoke, the entire room fell silent, turning their eyes towards Tian Yi. To enlist the help of someone from the Advanced Beastmaster Academy against a classmate, Tian E. What were you thinking? Zhao Qian's brow furrowed. Come to my office after class. We need to have a serious discussion. Furthermore, I have reported Wang Bo's disappearance to the Alliance. I hope no one from our class is involved. Zhao Qian's words carried a hint of menace, yet the threat was not directed solely at one individual. Starry River, intrigued, gazed out at the scenery, her hair curling gently, her eyes narrowing slightly. Do you think it's possible that Wang Bo is already dead? She murmured softly from behind Yang Tong. Being so close, he could distinctly sense the fragrance emanating from her. How would I know? Yang Tong replied, casting her a nonchalant glance. Are you suggesting you might be responsible? I don't even know him. Why would I want to harm him? Starry River shot him a look of incredulity. Regardless, his disappearance feels far too simple. The culprit may very well be among us. Now that you mention it, I suddenly find that quite unsettling. Yang Tong turned back, his demeanor shifting. Let us set this aside for now and focus on the lesson. Teacher Zhao detests any disruption to his teaching atmosphere. With that, Starry River refrained from further comment and straightened her posture. In the days following Wang Bo's disappearance, Yang Tong had been preoccupied with his own affairs, hardly noticing his absence. Consequently, the incident had spiraled into rampant gossip across the campus, making him an unwilling celebrity. Before long, the time for free activities had arrived. Emerging from Zhao Qian's office, Tian Yi's expression was as dark as coal as he approached Yang Tong. The latter quickly pushed him aside, sending a soccer ball flying into the goal with a triumphant cheer erupting around them. Oh yeah, Yang Tong ignored the commotion, wiping the sweat from his brow as he faced Tian Yi. Did you have anything to do with Wang Bo's disappearance? Tian Yi furrowed his brow. I just spoke with Tian Lang. He said that after everyone left that day, it was just you lot remaining. How would I know? Yang Tong replied, perplexed. Jiang Haoshu was there too. Why aren't you suspicious of him? Brother Haoshu is our role model. He is upright and would never do such a thing. Yang Tong felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Why did everyone, including Lin Ba, seem to think Jiang Haoshu was beyond reproach? Just tell me, where did Wang Bo actually go? Or what did you say to him? Tian Yi clenched his fists. Although Wang Bo had always been his subordinate, his sudden disappearance left Tian Yi feeling anxious. I'm not sure, Yang Tong replied, taking the soccer ball. I only shared some positive encouragement with him before I left. Positive encouragement? Tian Yi was bewildered, failing to grasp its significance. Noticing Yang Tong's impatience, he chose not to press further and departed. After the soccer match, Yang Tong gathered his belongings, preparing to head home with Lu Long. Just then, Starry River unexpectedly appeared before him, smiling. I must say, you're quite handsome. Perhaps. Yang Tong replied, casting her a glance. Aren't you heading home this late? There's nothing to do at home anyway, so I might as well linger outside a bit longer, Starry River said, relishing the beauty of the dusk. Sometimes I truly envy you all. So carefree and devoid of worries. Chapter 45. The discovery of the quality elixir? That may just be your personal assumption, Yang Tong remarked coolly, urging Lu Long. Are you ready yet? Almost, Lu Long replied. I can't shake the feeling that you don't want to chat with me, Starry River said, blinking her beautiful eyes. Leaning against the railing as she scrutinized his face, Yang Tong simply stated, I have a girlfriend now. As if that makes it sound like I fancy you. Starry River retorted, her eyes shimmering before she turned away. Let us go? Lu Long clapped Yang Tong on the shoulder before they left the field. Watching their retreating figures, Starry River rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. Just as Yang Tong and Lu Long parted ways, Lin Xian suddenly caught up from behind, her face marked with evident dread. What's wrong? Yang Tong asked, startled. The quality elixir you gave me seems to have lost its effectiveness. Lin Xian struggled to maintain her composure. I suspect Jiang Haoshu has discovered it. What? Instantly, Yang Tong's mind was thrown into chaos, as if struck by lightning. Jiang Haoshu discovered the quality elixir? What should they do? Lin Xian, on the verge of tears, lamented, It's all my fault for being so impatient. I let him find an opening. Do you think he might have uncovered something? Calm down, Yang Tong whispered, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Even if Jiang Haoshu and his group discovered the quality elixir, it wouldn't matter. There are only 10 of them, and I refuse to believe they could replicate it. But, Lin Xian lifted her face. Because it can't be reproduced, I'm even more terrified he might harm you. Rest assured, eventually, I will confront him. It's merely a matter of time. You need not worry. Though Yang Tong spoke with a measure of calm, his heart raced with anxiety, equal to Lin Xian's. The quality elixir and the divine dew were unique resources exclusive to the system. Even he remains oblivious to the true nature of the elements involved. Moreover, despite the Alliance's years of research, they have yet to surmount the obstacles pertaining to the qualifications of beast tamers and their mental fortitude. It seems unlikely that even with the qualification pill in their possession, they would yield any significant breakthroughs. However, Lin Xian shook her head. a visage of remorse enveloping her features. It's all my fault. I have compromised the secret between us. I'm truly sorry, Yang. I never anticipated such an event would transpire. I was foolish. It has nothing to do with you. Yang gently ruffled her hair. Enough of that. Don't dwell on it. Let me escort you home. This matter is not your fault. Do you understand? Even if the Alliance approaches me, I possess ways to dissuade them from pursuing this issue. Really? Lin Xian's clear eyes widened with hope, yet her heart remained tumultuous. Of course, Yang replied with a smile, wrapping an arm around her as they strolled along the wintry streets. The sudden turn of events had left him in a state of disarray. The loss of the qualification pill was undoubtedly the handiwork of Jiang Haoshu. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the evidence to confront him directly. Now, they would have to await the Alliance's response. After all, the qualification pill could potentially disrupt the balance of the entire world. At that moment, within the S-City Beast Tamer Alliance's laboratory, an elder clad in a white lab coat approached a young man, trembling slightly. Have we detected anything yet? No, the young man replied, frustration evident on his face. The raw materials for this qualification pill cannot be identified by our instruments. They seem to belong to a realm beyond our own. Ah, I see, the elder nodded, a sudden spark of insight illuminating his eyes. We should adopt a different approach. Everyone, cease testing the properties of its raw materials for now. Instead, gather materials that bear resemblance to these. We shall seek a comparative analysis. Yes, Elder Jiang, the gathered researchers responded with utmost respect, instantly departing their stations to seek analogous materials based on the data obtained. What is the situation, Elder Jiang? Alliance leader Wang Yin inquired as he entered. This qualification pill has indeed been administered to experimental subjects, and it does enhance their qualifications, Elder Jiang stated, removing his glasses to rub his weary eyes. Our preliminary estimates suggest that a single qualification pill can increase one's qualifications by approximately 2 to 8 points. Are there any side effects? None have been detected thus far. Elder Jiang shook his head. However, our samples are nearly depleted. By the way, I heard from that boy Haoshu that the qualification pill was discovered on a youth named Yang. Yang? Wang Yin exclaimed, astonished. Are you certain your Haven team misheard? Absolutely not, Elder Jiang assured him. Interestingly, Yang was just an unremarkable student not long ago. How did he suddenly become a prodigy? Could it be solely due to this qualification pill? Wang Yin picked up the plastic bag containing the qualification pill. If that is the case, why not simply ask him? In an ideal scenario, yes, Elder Jiang nodded. But such a remarkable item. How could a person be willing to relinquish it so easily? Even if we summon him to the Alliance, he may not divulge the truth. So what do you propose? Let us proceed cautiously. We must deploy a surveillance team to keep an eye on Yang. Understood, Wang Yin replied, contemplating the qualification pill in his hand, lost in deep thought. Upon returning home, Yang had dinner with his parents before retreating to his room. The matter of the qualification pill weighed heavily on his mind. He was not particularly afraid of the Alliance discovering its properties. Rather, he worried that if it fell into the wrong hands, it might be exploited, leading to chaos. Kid, don't overthink it. Although I'm unsure where you acquired such an artifact, given the technological advancements in your world, it is improbable that they could ever replicate such a divine object. After a day's absence, the Golden Canine Emperor had transformed its pet space into a lavish realm reminiscent of a palace. Yang consciousness ventured into this carefully arranged domain. If they cannot replicate it, I will inevitably face pressure from the Alliance one day. Lying back on the sofa, a headache brewing, Yang lamented, once this sort of thing is leaked, it is no different from Pandora's box. With the inevitable unfolding of events, there is no point in worrying further. The Golden Canine Emperor approached him, stating, I must admit, your mental space is quite conducive to my recovery. In just a brief moment, I can already sense improvement in my condition. By the way, with your immense power, how did you sustain injuries? I am quite curious. Yang suddenly inquired, recalling something. Chapter 46, The Return of the Withered Leaf Gang. The reasons are rather complex, and I cannot divulge them to you yet. The Golden Canine Emperor replied, momentarily taken aback as if recalling some painful memories. Never mind, I am weary now, you may leave. Understood, Yang complied, deciding not to press further and return to the reality. Now that the qualification pill had been seized by Jiang Haoshu, he truly feared what schemes Haoshu might concoct against him. Lost in a haze, Yang succumbed to sleep. That night, his slumber was restless, plagued by a nightmarish vision. In his dream, he witnessed the world crumbling into oblivion and found himself powerless to protect his loved ones, helplessly watching them perish in a tragic fate. Though he recognized it was merely a dream, fear lingered when he awoke. After freshening up, Yang slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed towards the school. Hey, could you keep your distance? Why do you always have to tag along like a shadow? He was suddenly drawn to a discordant voice as he walked. In a nearby alley, several tall men turned with discontent, attempting to shake off a shorter boy who looked somewhat dejected. I genuinely want to be your partner. I promise I won't hold you back, the boy pleaded, his eyes betraying a sense of longing. Enough, one of the curly-haired youths scoffed, patting the boy's shoulder dismissively. The path ahead is fraught with danger, risks like that are beyond your frail frame. But I have my beast companion. It can protect me. The boy, unwilling to concede, trailed behind them like a shadow. All right, you should head back. Our current mission is perilous. We truly cannot take you along. Standing beside the curly-haired youth was a striking young man who affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, saying, "Be good. We'll see you back at school." With that, the five turned and departed, leaving the boy in the desolate alley. Yang Teng observed their retreating figures, a frown creasing his brow. This was not the typical script of school bullying. Yet why were these individuals unwilling to include the boy? Curiosity piqued, Yang Teng stepped forward to address the boy. "Who are you?" The boy looked at him with a hint of confusion. "Were those individuals your friends?" Yang Teng inquired, intrigued. "Yes." The boy nodded eagerly. "We are good friends in the same dorm. Recently, the head of the dormitory received a task, and it was agreed that everyone would act together. However, today they unexpectedly reneged on their promise and chose not to include me." Upon saying this, the youth couldn't help but feel wronged. Lowering his head as if ensnared in a cocoon of despondency. "They must also be considering your safety." Yang Teng quickly grasped the situation's context. "But, speaking of which, you and they do not seem to belong to the same age group. How did you become their roommate?" "I am a mixed dormitory student, 2 years their junior. And due to being a special admission student at the Advanced Beastmaster Academy, I entered several years earlier than others." "I see." Yang Teng nodded thoughtfully. It appears that the individual before him is indeed a remarkably gifted beastmaster. What task are they undertaking? Yang Teng, unfazed, initiated a conversation with the youth. "An immortal-grade mission." The latter, with innocent candor, replied. "However, they are merely advanced beast masters at present, and I fear they may not fare well against that exotic beast." "So, you were hoping to accompany them?" Yang Teng nodded, walking alongside him. "Then why do you not pursue them now?" "But I fear that the leader and the second brother might scold me and send me back. If you are concerned they might chastise you. Why not protect them from the shadows?" Yang Teng, amused by the youth's simplicity, chuckled. "If they encounter any mishap and you manage to resolve it, wouldn't that serve as proof of your own abilities?" "You are right, thank you." After contemplating for a moment, the youth's eyes shimmered with newfound determination. After expressing his gratitude to Yang Teng, he turned and vanished into the embrace of the morning sun. Yang Teng stood rooted in place, offering a wry smile. The youth's tender age rendered him endearingly innocent and charmingly naive. Perhaps, this is the very reason those individuals were reluctant to invite him on their task. Just as Yang Teng reached the school gate, he collided with the panting Lu Long. "What happened?" "Oh my, it's you." Lu Long exhaled a sigh of relief. "Don't even mention it. I barely escaped the clutches of a few lunatics." "Lunatics?" Yang Teng asked, puzzled. "Do tell." "I was walking along the road, minding my own business, when I was suddenly intercepted by a group of individuals." Lu Long recounted. "At first, I thought they were salespeople and ignored them. To my surprise, they followed me all the way and earnestly invited me to join something called the Withered Leaf Gang. So it was that group. You recognize them?" Lu Long's face was one of astonishment. "What on earth is that?" "According to those lunatics, it sounds like some sort of faction." "Indeed." Yang Teng nodded noncommittally. "A couple of days ago, when I was on a mission with Brother Zhaoxing, we happened to encounter their members. The Withered Leaf Gang is infamous and not reputable. It would be wise for you to steer clear of them. If I encounter them again, I'll deal with them directly with my fists." Lu Long glanced around, somewhat indignant. Oddly enough, those lunatics claimed that many people from our school have already joined the Withered Leaf Gang. "Is that true? They might be trying to confuse you. Just don't fall for it." Yang Teng shook his head. Yet, the suspicion in his heart remained unabated. The Withered Leaf Gang has already set its sights on the Beastmaster Academy? Who gave them such audacity? Upon returning to class, Wang Bo's seat remained conspicuously empty. Today, the lesson on Beastmaster theory was taught not by the previous Uncle Wang, but by a young and erudite Miss Yang Ting. She was at most 5 years older than Yang Teng. Clad in a fitted gray professional blazer, her figure was accentuated exquisitely. Below her gray skirt, a pair of shapely legs adorned in sheer black stockings crossed elegantly. Yang Ting was already tall, and with those 8-centimeter stiletto heels, she appeared even more statuesque. Such a physique could easily grace the runway. "Look at your lecherous expressions." As Xing He passed by Yang Teng and Lu Long, she cast a disdainful glance in their direction. "TCH, what do you know?" Lu Long rubbed his eyes. "To arrive at class early and behold such a sight brightens my entire day. Just because of this brazen vixen?" Xing He shot him a glare. "I'd rather look at myself than her. What is wrong with me?" "You don't understand." Lu Long waved dismissively. gesturing for her not to obstruct his view. Mature women are divine, with a mature woman around. What are you, a neighborhood girl in white stockings? Go to hell. Xing, he glared at him fiercely. Men are indeed not to be trusted. Fuming, she returned to her seat, unable to contain her frustration, and jabbed Yang Teng's back with her pen. Hey, what was that for? Yang Teng turned around, regarding her as if she were insane, and shot her a piercing look. TCH, who told you to sit in front of me? Xing, he crossed her arms, coldly responding. Keep your eyes on Miss Yang Teng. Not me. Chapter 47, Peculiarities. Hello, students. I am your new subject teacher. You can simply call me Teacher Yang. A professional smile graced Yang Teng's face. After adjusting her glasses, she continued. I am unaware of how Teacher Wang taught you before, but my approach will differ from his. So you may find the initial lessons somewhat obscure. Listening to her words, Yang Teng blinked in confusion. The Beast Master Theory course is not a particularly significant subject. No matter how it is taught, it merely reiterates the theoretical knowledge from the books. Could it be that Teacher Yang Teng possesses some unique insights? Alright, before we begin the lesson, I would like to pose a question to everyone. Yang Teng surveyed the room, pausing momentarily before stating, what do you believe is the relationship between humans and exotic beasts? I know this one. Lu Mao eagerly raised his hand, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth. Oh, this student, why don't you share? Yang Teng narrowed her eyes, her long lashes exuding charm. Hee. Humans and exotic beasts share two kinds of relationships. Lu Mao smirked lecherously. One is a partnership, and the other is an adversarial relationship. You are not incorrect. Yang Teng waved her teaching stick, signaling him to sit down. However, there exists a third type of relationship between them. A third type? Everyone present wore expressions of confusion. Master and servant, or a captive relationship. Yang Teng spoke softly. This relationship is neither as complex as enmity nor as intimate as partnership. It is an exceedingly distorted relationship, where either the beast or the human can assume the role of the master. I've never heard of that before. Lu Mao scratched his head awkwardly. Not only he, but everyone present was also unfamiliar with this so-called master-servant relationship. Wait a minute, teacher, surely no one would be foolish enough to become a beast dog, right? Tian raised an eyebrow, staring directly into Yang Teng's eyes. The world is vast, filled with wonders. The latter smiled calmly, as if she had discerned some underlying truth, and remarked, such examples are not rare, particularly. This distorted relationship seems to be eroding the boundaries between some individuals and exotic beasts. Listening to her words, Yang Teng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why discuss such gray topics in a theory class? The students seemed disinterested in the knowledge being imparted. In fact, there was a palpable sense of disdain among them. With a heavy heart, Yang Teng decided to shift the conversation, casting her gaze upon the textbook in her hands. Why does this teacher give me such an odd impression? Lu Long turned back in confusion, expressing, I can't quite understand it. She just doesn't seem like a normal person. Perhaps it is her unique teaching style. Yang Teng mused, shaking his head in resignation. Despite his outward demeanor, a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. At one point, Zhao Qian had visited the classroom, but upon seeing Yang Teng engaged in teaching, he refrained from interrupting and opted to observe the students' behavior from the back door. Finally, when the class ended, all eyes followed Yang Teng as she departed, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Her teaching methods were exceedingly peculiar, often conveying a sense of negativity that cast a shadow over the classroom atmosphere. Let us go get some fresh air, Yang Teng called to Lu Long, and they left the classroom side by side. The throng of adoring fans who had previously crowded the classroom door had notably diminished, allowing Yang Teng to relish this fleeting moment of reprieve. Wait, what is that? As he stretched lazily, Lu Long suddenly widened his eyes, his body trembling. What's wrong? Yang Teng was startled by his reaction. Isn't that Wang Bo? Lu Long exclaimed, pointing with a trembling hand in the direction of Wang Bo, who was facing away from them, stealthily disappearing into the dilapidated teaching building. What could he be doing there? Yang Teng furrowed his brow. The abandoned building was not far from the classroom where the gifted students were taught, separated only by a small park. Observing Wang Bo's abrupt disappearance, he felt a strange curiosity stir within him. Should we check what he is up to? Lu Long turned to Yang Teng. Let us go? Just to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Although Yang Teng was reluctant to meddle, the bond of camaraderie among classmates urged him to rescue the wayward youth. What are you two up to? Came a languid voice from Xinghe. Yang Teng and Lu Long momentarily froze. Yang Teng turned to glance at her nonchalantly. We're heading to the restroom. Care to join us? You. Xinghe suppressed her anger, her expression shifting abruptly. Well, I suppose I could tag along. Yang Teng and Lu Long exchanged a silent glance, rendered speechless. With no other recourse, they relayed to Xinghe what they had witnessed with Wang Bo immediately. Her interest was piqued, and she insisted on accompanying them into the teaching building. Reluctantly, Yang Teng acquiesced. As they ventured further away, Tian Yi, who stood at the entrance with arms crossed, squinted his eyes. The building, long abandoned, appeared particularly worn and weathered. They remained oblivious to the reasons for its desolation. Be careful, Yang Teng urged as he guided Lu Long on a solid ground. Hey, give me a hand. Xinghe extended her slender hand. Lu Long, you go first. Yang Teng stepped back, and after assisting Xinghe, the trio entered the interior of the decrepit building. Sunlight streamed through the cracks, casting a soft, radiant glow upon the cement walls. Suddenly, Wang Bo emerged from a classroom, seemingly unperturbed by the absence of others, and ascended the staircase. The three, hidden behind a corner, released a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't T-spot us. Should we follow him? Xinghe asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Yes, his behavior is undeniably peculiar, Yang Teng replied, stepping forward towards the staircase. The sound of Wang Bo's footsteps echoed in their ears, suggesting he had reached the upper levels. Without hesitation, the trio followed suit. As they approached an open music classroom, the sound of piano playing drifted towards them. Could it be Wang Bo inside? Yang Teng pondered momentarily at the staircase before summoning his courage and bursting into the classroom. The room was empty, and the music abruptly ceased. A dilapidated piano stood before him. Yang Teng furrowed his brow, staring at the piano in silence. What is going on? Lu Long and Xinghe rushed in after him. Wang Bo has vanished, Yang Teng replied, a sense of puzzlement washing over him. Be cautious, there appears to be a teleportation array here. The voice of the Golden Canine Emperor resonated in his mind. At that moment, Yang Teng felt a chill run down his spine as he watched Xinghe place her hand upon the piano, which was missing several keys. A melodious sound erupted, startling the three of them. In the next instant, their figures abruptly vanished from the spot, as if they had never existed. Chapter 48. The lair of the legendary beast. How peculiar. Where has everyone gone? Tian Yi, arriving belatedly, scratched his head in confusion. Just moments ago, he had heard the music. Now, there was no sign of anyone. When Yang Teng finally regained his senses, he found himself plunged into a pit of green slime. Fortunately, Lu Long and Xinghe were by his side. Ugh, this is revolting. Xinghe grimaced, frantically shaking off the slime. What is this stuff? We must have activated the teleportation array and been transported here, Yang Teng deduced as he regained his footing and surveyed his surroundings. What is this place? It appears to be the lair of some legendary beast. Tread carefully, the Golden Canine Emperor cautioned. How do we end up here? Yang Teng queried in astonishment. What had begun as a simple mission to rescue a misguided youth had spiraled into an unforeseen predicament. Wang Bo, you better show yourself. Lu Long seethed with anger. Given the current situation, the culprit was unmistakably Wang Bo. It seems he has been manipulated by the beast through some form of control, the Golden Canine Emperor interjected. Why didn't you warn me earlier? Yang Teng cursed inwardly. How was I to know such events would transpire? The Golden Canine Emperor retorted, visibly displeased. You should devise a means to escape quickly. I sense that this lair is anything but ordinary. Taking heed of its advice, Yang Teng turned to his companions. From this moment on, we must stick together and proceed as one. Understood, Lu Long and Xinghe, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. After escaping the pit of slime, they began searching for an exit under Yang Teng's direction. With the beast tracking ability at his disposal, he could detect any lurking dangers around them. The cave was dimly lit, yet not completely devoid of visibility. Faint glimmers of light penetrated from various angles. To ensure their safety, the three unleashed their beast companions. Miss Void, scout ahead, Yang Teng instructed. Rock-crushing rat, you too. Just as the two beasts departed, a system notification resonated explosively in Yang Teng's mind. Attention host. Danger is approaching. 88 meters, 67 meters, 36 meters, 2 meters. Yang Teng quickly turned around, unleashing his mental force to disrupt and repel a petite echo bat that had nearly captured them. A sigh of relief escaped Xinghe as she patted her chest. Beside her, Miss Rose, with a flicker of thought, unleashed her rose thorn sword, piercing through the wings of the echo bat. We must hurry. We cannot afford to linger here, Yang Teng urged, his brow slightly furrowed as he led the two forward. Yet, the deeper they ventured, the more they sensed something amiss. Before long, the trio arrived at a vast cavern. Mottled light spilled into the space, and a foul stench assaulted their nostrils. Before them lay a lake bubbling with eerie green foam. Its depths appeared dark and viscous, and as Yang Teng gazed at the ominous waters, a sense of foreboding washed over him. His beast tracking ability had detected a lurking peril beneath the surface. Inshui Jiaoshi, talent, B level, level 52, threat level, immortal. Retreat. Yang Teng shouted, hastily issuing the command. Boom. Just as they began to withdraw, the once calm lake erupted, unleashing a torrent of black water that soared 10 zhang into the air. Fearing the deluge, they scrambled behind a recessed stone alcove. A massive shadow prowled beneath the surface, and the next moment, the Inshui Jiaoshi surged forth, emitting a terrifying roar. It's enormous, Xinghe exclaimed in astonishment. Quiet. Yang Teng signaled for silence, his expression turning vigilant as he focused on the direction of the serpent. Although it shared the same threat level as the Tianlang spider, its true strength far surpassed that of the latter. The Inshui Jiaoshi flicked its tongue, slithering menacingly toward their position. Our priority is to escape. Do not engage it. Clearly, the serpent had caught their scent. As it neared, Yang Teng summoned the fire spirit to launch a surprise assault. Flames enveloped the Inshui Jiaoshi, and as the fire illuminated the cavern, the trio hastily exited the alcove and fled down another path. It's coming after us, Xinghe cried out in terror. Beside her, Miss Rose brandished a shuriken, but it was effortlessly swatted away by the serpent. They were at a disadvantage. The gap in their levels was insurmountable, rendering them powerless against it. Damn it, all of this is Wang Bo's fault. He's going to get us killed, Lu Long cursed, his scalp tingling with fear. Fortunately, they soon discovered a narrow stone crevice and squeezed inside. The passage was too constricted for the Inshui Jiaoshi to follow, leaving it to thrash and roar in frustration. Where do we go now? Xinghe asked, her face pale and her demeanor frantic. Take the left path. There's a breeze. It should lead to an exit. The Golden Dog Emperor advised promptly. Are you certain? Yang Teng asked, his brow furrowing. The left path appeared ominously dark, and a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Boom. As he pondered, a thunderous sound erupted from the right. In the next moment, a crocodilian beast lunged from the shadows. Without hesitation, Yang Teng led the group in flight. In the oppressive darkness, the sound of water echoed. The fire spirit cast a glow, illuminating their path. Are you sure this is the way? Xinghe asked, glancing nervously at the stalactites above while clutching her chest. There's no mistake, Yang Teng assured, noting that the crocodile beast had not pursued them. Before them lay an underground river, with several small wooden boats moored at the shore. Without a second thought, Yang Teng leaped into one, beckoning the others to join him. There won't be any beasts in the water, will there? Lu Long asked, trembling. None, Yang Teng replied, rowing the boat while shaking his head. He had detected no signs of beasts in the river, believing it to be safe. Soon, they spotted glimmering lights ahead. The fire spirit illuminated the opposite bank, revealing what seemed to be an exit. Look, there's the way out, Xinghe exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward the light. Let us hurry. With all their might, Yang Teng and Lu Long paddled the boat to the shallow shore. Chapter 49, The Shadow Hunter. The bright light streaming in confirmed they had indeed found an exit. Be cautious, Yang Teng warned as he steadied Xinghe. Damn it, what is Wang Bo thinking, bringing us to such a perilous place? Lu Long clenched his fists, casting a resentful glance at the darkness behind them. It's strange that we don't see him anywhere. Where could he have gone? Yang Teng shook his head. Despite their relatively safe journey thus far, the mystery of Wang Bo's whereabouts perplexed them. Had he really ventured into such a dangerous area alone, without consequences? Be vigilant. The master of this place has been watching you, the Golden Dog Emperor cautioned gravely. Realizing the urgency, Yang Teng turned to the others. Let South leave this place at once. Agreed. Xinghe and Lu Long replied without hesitation, following him out of the cavern. The surrounding forest was lush and vibrant, punctuated by distant roars of beasts. As they looked back at the moss-covered cave, Xinghe frowned. Where are we? Let me check, Yang Teng said, pulling out his phone for navigation. What? Angshi? Angshi? Lu Long recalled something. Could it be? Angshi is a subordinate city of our city, right? How do we end up here? We're on the outskirts of Angshi, in the Great Rock Mountain Geological Forest, Yang Teng observed, surveying their surroundings. We've been transported over 800 kilometers away. Xinghe expressed disbelief. Only legendary-level beasts possess such abilities, right? Perhaps, Yang Teng nodded. Regardless, we must leave this place immediately. The Great Rock Mountain Forest, like the Twilight Beast Forest, has been designated as an A-level restricted area. Just then, two shadows darted low to the ground, vanishing like arrows. These past few days have been disastrous for our city, with two legendary beasts attacking in quick succession, one adventurer remarked. Indeed, it has instilled fear in the populace. Our businesses are suffering, another added. Thankfully, there hasn't been a widespread beast tide. That would be catastrophic. A group of beast tamers, laughing and chatting, traversed the forest. Yang Teng and his companions, feeling lost, suddenly heard human voices and quickly pursued the sound. Who is there? The foremost beastmaster sensed something amiss and swiftly turned to look behind him. Do not be alarmed. It is merely humans. Yang Teng stepped forward, extending his hand. Phew. You nearly frightened us to death. A group of individuals sighed in relief, patting their chests. You all appear quite young. Are you still in school? How did you end up here? A youth named Zhu Sun looked quizzically at the three disheveled individuals. To be honest, we are students from City S. Yang Teng replied with a hint of helplessness. We were inadvertently transported here by a teleportation array and have gotten lost. We happened upon you, and were hoping you could direct us to the exit. The exit? Zhu Sun pondered for a moment before gesturing towards the west. Do you see those red cedar trees? Just keep walking in that direction, and you will find the way out. Oh, thank you. Yang Teng expressed his gratitude, preparing to lead the two away. Suddenly, two members of the Beast Masters let out a piercing scream. What happened? The scene erupted into chaos. In the next moment, Zhu Sun's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, this is the lair of the shadow-hunting Divine Emperor. How do we end up here? Just as he finished speaking, two shadowy strikes surged forth, brutally killing the two unfortunate Beast Masters on the spot. Ah, Xing, he gasped in horror. It was her first time witnessing death before her eyes. Not only her, but even Lu Long and Yang Teng's faces turned ashen. Everyone flee. The shadow-hunting Divine Emperor seems to be awakening. Hurry, Zhu Sun shouted, waving his hands to disperse the crowd. Yang Teng dared not hesitate, exclaiming, we must go. Wait. I can't move. My legs are weak. Xing he leaned against a large tree, anguish etched across her face. Do not give in. If you do, you will become the prey of otherworldly beasts. Yang Teng grasped her hand firmly, and, under the guidance of the ethereal mist, they instantaneously teleported 100 meters away. A terrifying shadow strike erupted, obliterating the ground where they had just stood. What do we do now? Lu Long gasped as he ran up to Yang Teng. Follow what those people said. Head towards the red cedar forest. Yang Teng urged, and the three of them exerted all their strength to sprint towards the grove. The system was conducting a detection. Target identified. Shadow-hunting Divine Emperor. Shadow-hunting Divine Emperor. Talent. S rank. Level. 76. Threat level. Legendary. Target is 363 meters from host and is approaching. Please be cautious and evade. The Golden Canine Emperor, who had been resting with closed eyes, was startled awake. It immediately opened its eyes and, through Yang Teng's mental space, grasped the situation. So it is the shadow-hunting Divine Emperor. This will not be easy to handle. The Golden Canine Emperor stroked its chin. Young one, be mindful to evade the attacks from the left and avoid approaching the red cedar forest. Understood. Yang Teng furrowed his brow and hurriedly tugged at Xing He's hand, veering to the right. Lu Long, belatedly realizing the need to change direction, barely avoided a shadow strike. Are you all right? Yang Teng exclaimed in concern. I'm fine. Lu Long rushed up to him. This is bad. Just as he displayed a look of horror, a thick shroud of black mist suddenly enveloped their path. Damn it, Yang Teng gritted his teeth, halting in his tracks. We're finished. The path is blocked. Despair flickered in Lu Long's eyes. What do we do now? Xing he was on the verge of tears. Do not panic. Yang Teng frowned, initiating a mental dialogue with the Golden Canine Emperor. What is the situation, my brother? How is your recovery? Do not place your hopes on me. The Golden Canine Emperor replied languidly. Against an epic-level foe, perhaps I could still fight, but this one is beyond me. Are we to wait here for death? Yang Teng lamented. The shadow-hunting Divine Emperor is one of the more formidable beings among S-rank otherworldly beasts, and with my current strength, I could withstand at most 3 attacks. The Golden Canine Emperor spread its hands. Young man, in critical moments, you must rely on yourself. With that, it irresponsibly lay back down, falling into a deep slumber. Witnessing this, Yang Teng felt a surge of anger but suppressed it, unwilling to unleash his frustration. Damn it! Our route is blocked. Zhu Sun shouted, pounding his fists against the barrier formed by the black mist. Fine then, I will fight it. Come, let us fight. The group turned, releasing their beast companions. Among them, Zhu Sun was the strongest, having reached a level comparable to epic-level otherworldly beasts as a king-level beastmaster. His beast companion was an A-rank brown leaf demon bear, now at level 63. An endless tide of black mist swirled, and in the next instant, a shadowy figure of indeterminate form appeared before them all. Is this the shadow-hunting Divine Emperor? Zhu Sun, having achieved king-level status as a beastmaster, clearly was no novice. He recognized the otherworldly beast before him at a glance. Is it powerful, Zhu? A youth named Hezhong asked, his expression filled with dread. Be cautious. The shadow-hunting Divine Emperor is an S-rank otherworldly beast, Zhu Sun warned, clenching his fists. Let a few of us break the barrier, all elite-level beastmasters. Come with me. No sooner had he spoken than the brown leaf demon bear unleashed its skill, Earthbound Pursuit. Earthbound Pursuit, a ground attribute offensive skill that inflicts 70 damage in a single attack and causes an additional 35 damage in a secondary scatter. Emerging from the shadows, the shadow-hunting Divine Emperor extended its mist-covered hands, utterly extinguishing the brown leaf demon bear's skill in the air. Zhu Sun stepped back, his expression grave. As the brown leaf demon bear withstood the shadow-hunting divine emperor's assault, the beast companions of 4 elite-level beast masters surrounded it, attempting to mount a counterattack. Roar! The shadow-hunting divine emperor bellowed, unleashing a wave of energy that sent several beast companions flying. Yang Teng, caught in the aftermath, hastily summoned the flame spirit, conjuring a fiery barrier to shield them from the residual force. Ugh! Zhu Sun, witnessing the brown leaf demon bear being toyed with by the shadow-hunting divine emperor, furrowed his brow in concern. He then stomped his left foot heavily, causing a purple 6-pointed star formation to materialize instantly. The A-rank illusory thunder falcon spread its wings, unleashing a thunderstorm that struck the shadow-hunting divine emperor. How is it going? Zhu Sun turned to observe the beast masters attempting to break through the barrier. It is too sturdy. We cannot breach it, a buzzcut youth lamented. Just then, while Zhu Sun was momentarily stunned, the shadow-hunting divine emperor seized the opportunity, unleashing shadowy tendrils that sent the illusory thunder falcon and brown leaf demon bear hurtling away. With their interference eliminated, the shadow-hunting divine emperor accelerated its movements. In the blink of an eye, Yang Teng witnessed the horrifying scene of 4 beast companions being cleaved in half by shadow blades. He widened his eyes in disbelief, shaking his head in shock. Damn it, I will fight you. Zhu Sun roared, veins bulging on his forehead. In the next moment, the illusory thunder falcon screeched, soaring above the shadow-hunting divine emperor. Dozens of lightning bolts coalesced upon its surface, forming a prison-like cage that ensnared the shadow-hunter divine emperor, subjecting it to a relentless onslaught of thunderous strikes. A piercing scream echoed in the minds of those present, leaving Yang Teng and his companions reeling with a sense of vertigo. What is this bizarre sound? The figure of Xinghe swayed slightly, and the world before him blurred into doubles. Be cautious, Yang Teng warned, furrowing his brow. He did not experience severe dizziness, which was undoubtedly attributed to his formidable mental fortitude. With a tremendous crash, the Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor retaliated, sending the illusory Thunder Falcon hurtling backward, crashing violently against the black mist barrier behind them. The billowing dark energy sensed the presence of living beings, extending tendrils as if to consume the falcon. Fortunately, the latter managed to unleash an electric discharge just in time, freeing itself from the impending doom. This is it. We might meet our end here. After the dizzy spell subsided, Xinghe looked despairingly at the brown leaf demon bear, which was being pushed back relentlessly by the Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor. Don't panic just yet, Yang Teng admonished, furrowing his brow as he expanded his consciousness to rouse the slumbering Golden Canine Emperor. What's wrong now, kid? The Golden Canine Emperor grumbled as it rose, somewhat displeased. Do you have a way to break through the barrier before us? Yang Teng inquired. The barrier? The Golden Canine Emperor gazed through the mental space at the black mist barrier, contemplating for a moment before nodding. I could, but I may require some energy replenishment. Energy replenishment? What do you need? Yang Teng questioned, puzzled by its request. Do you possess spirit crystals? Preferably high-grade ones. I would need several. I do. Yang Teng replied with a nod. Spirit crystals were the most common resource for nurturing beast companions. Though he currently had no use for high-grade spirit crystals, he had accumulated a few over time. Producing several high-grade spirit crystals, Yang Teng handed them over without hesitation. The Golden Canine Emperor's expression shifted, as if deep in thought. In the next moment, several high-grade spirit crystals were swallowed whole. A profound aura erupted forth, momentarily stunning Yang Teng. Is this the power of the Golden Canine Emperor? Kid, get out of the mental space. The Golden Canine Emperor commanded, its claws forming seals as it fervently absorbed the energy of the spirit crystals. Back in reality, Yang Teng frowned, signaling the fiery spirit to guard their position before following the Golden Canine Emperor's instructions and placing his hand against the black mist barrier. Yang Teng, what are you doing? Lu Long exclaimed, staring at him in alarm. Step back. I have a way to escape this place. Yang Teng urged him to retreat hastily. The black mist barrier was already beginning to erode his hands. Observing this, Lu Long's heart tightened with concern. Hey, what are you doing, kid? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhu Sun glanced over at Yang Teng's direction, anxiety gripping him as he witnessed Yang Teng's reckless determination. Uncle, distract the Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor. Leave breaking the barrier to me, Yang Teng declared earnestly. You. Zhu Sun hesitated, but there was no time for doubt now. With the emergence of a third beast companion and the assistance of several beast tamers, the Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor's advance was once again hindered. As the black mist barrier threatened to engulf Yang Teng's body, Lu Long stood nervously beside him, saying, Tengzi, if it comes to it, just give up. We can think of another plan. No, trust me, I can do this. Though Yang Teng appeared calm, his heart raced with anxiety. The Golden Canine Emperor was still accumulating energy and would take some time to awaken. In this moment of urgency, The Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor seemed to sense something amiss and turned its attention toward Yang Teng. Stop it. Don't let it harm those kids. Zhu Sun, as a member of the Alliance, bravely positioned himself at the forefront. The illusory Thunder Falcon unleashed a tempest of lightning with all its might, momentarily slowing the Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor's advance. The Brown Leaf Demon Bear seized the opportunity to set up a formidable defense in front of Yang Teng and his group. We cannot simply sit here and wait for our doom. Xinghe furrowed her brows, whispering, buy him some time. Understood. Lu Long responded without hesitation, summoning his beast companion, the Rock Golem. A terrifying roar echoed through the air. In the next instant, the Starlight Dragon unfurled its wings, materializing from the enchanting array. All beast tamers present were momentarily stunned at the sight of the majestic Starlight Dragon. Is that the Starlight Dragon? Zhu Sun stepped back in disbelief, never expecting to encounter such a rare creature here. The appearance of the Starlight Dragon momentarily caused the Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor to hesitate. Though it had yet to evolve into its final form, the unparalleled aura it exuded caused the Emperor to tremble. Where are you students from? Zhu Sun exclaimed in astonishment. From the genius class of the Intermediate Beast Tamer Academy in City S, Xinghe replied solemnly. While the Starlight Dragon possessed remarkable potential, its low level relegated it to merely a stabilizing presence for the time being. The Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor seemed to recognize its weakness, and all its prior apprehensions transformed into a surge of fury. Be cautious, its target is Yang Teng. Xinghe extended her hand, signaling the Starlight Dragon to initiate defensive maneuvers. Simultaneously, a shadowy thrust surged forth, aiming to eliminate it. Roar! The Brown Leaf Demon Bear charged towards the Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor, its formidable defensive attributes making it the sole being capable of confronting the Emperor head-on, even as it was being pushed back relentlessly. Is it ready yet? Yang Teng found himself nearly engulfed by the barrier. The instinct for survival compelled him to resist the encroaching barrier with all his might. The holy light emanating from the Golden Canine Emperor began to crystallize. Sensing Yang Teng's dwindling endurance, it disregarded the remaining spirit crystals and unleashed the energy it had been accumulating for so long. A magnificent golden light erupted from Yang Teng, repelling the encroaching black mist. The others, locked in combat with the Shadow Hunter Divine Emperor, turned to witness the astonishing transformation before them. Such powerful energy. Is this Yang Teng's hidden strength? Lu Long gasped in astonishment. No, there's a powerful beast residing within him. This energy is emanating from that beast. Xinghe's brows knitted tightly. She had never anticipated that Yang Teng possessed such a trump card. Way to go, kid. I'm counting on you. Zhu Sun felt a renewed sense of hope as his previously diminished fighting spirit surged back to life. Kid, don't overexert yourself. Be careful not to let my energy overwhelm your body. The Golden Canine Emperor frowned, striving to maintain the flow of energy. All right. Yang Teng nodded enthusiastically. At that moment, his entire being felt as though it had been ignited, radiating boundless energy. The Golden Canine Emperor's technique was learned from Zhao Xing's Purple Nightmare Spirit Mouse, and it inherently possessed the ability to lend energy to others. After undergoing the operation and refinement of its essence, the Golden Canine Emperor channeled a gentler and purer power through Yang Teng's mind, dispersing it throughout his entire being. Coupled with their synergy, the ominous black mist barrier before them swiftly dissolved. This power must exceed the epic level, right? Zhu Sun exclaimed in astonishment. The resplendent golden light erupted forth, and the Hunter Shadow God Emperor, unable to intervene in time, could only watch helplessly as the cage he had meticulously crafted was shattered by a mere human student. Boom! A fierce gust of energy surged forth. The black mist barrier shattered with a resounding crash, scattering into fragments that dissipated into the air. Witnessing the scene unfold, Yang Teng and his companions wasted no time in fleeing from the clutches of the Hunter Shadow God Emperor. A piercing shriek echoed through the forest. Finally escaping with their lives, the group dashed into the redwood forest, where they paused to catch their breath. If it weren't for Tengzi, we might have perished here today. Lu Long gasped, collapsing beside Yang Teng. The latter appeared somewhat pale, as if utterly drained, showing no inclination to move. Enough. I told you not to exert yourself. The Golden Canine Emperor cast a sidelong glance at his consciousness and stepped aside. The experience was exhilarating, but I hadn't anticipated such significant side effects. Yang Teng felt as though his body were disassembled. Even if the Hunter Shadow God Emperor were to pursue them now, he had no desire to stir. You, indeed, are unfathomable. Xinghe sat beside him, somewhat dissatisfied. Could you enlighten me on how many beast companions you have contracted in total? Only those 4 you have seen, Yang Teng replied, his tone lacking energy as he glanced at her. Do you expect me to believe that? Xinghe rolled her eyes dramatically. The strange beast within you must be injured, and it seems quite formidable. This girl is no ordinary character. The golden canine emperor stroked his chin, speaking with an air of indifference. Do not divulge anything about me to her. I sense something peculiar in her aura. Understood. Yang Teng snapped back to reality, then looked into Xing He's eyes. Indeed. There is a strange beast within me. Would you like me to retrieve it for you to see? Absolutely. Xing He's interest was piqued instantly. Dream on. I was merely jesting. Yang Teng regarded her as if she were foolish, adjusting his attire. Let us focus on how to return instead. How did you end up here? Zhu Sun, having briefly regained her composure, approached them with curiosity. City is not too far from here. To be candid, we were deceived into coming here. Yang Teng replied, his expression laden with helplessness. And then we encountered the hunter shadow god emperor. How naive you all are. Zhu Sun shook her head, lamenting. I have indeed heard of several incidents recently where students have suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Were they also tricked here like us? Yang Teng inquired with curiosity. I am not entirely certain. The alliance is yet to uncover their whereabouts. Zhu Sun responded, shaking her head in sorrow. Fortunately, you were blessed to escape with your lives. The situation at present appeared rather convoluted. Yang Teng sighed, uncertain whether the disappearance of the students from City was linked to Wang Bo. The only certainty was that Wang Bo had indeed fallen under the control of a strange beast. It seemed the mission would not be accomplished anytime soon. Zhu Sun gazed at the darkening sky and said, you all should accompany us as we exit. We will inform the alliance of the situation so they can assist in your return. All right. Yang Teng and his companions rose to their feet. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Qian called. Hello, Teacher Zhao? Yang Teng's expression grew serious. Where have you all gone? Are you together now? I heard from Tian Yi that you vanished in that abandoned teaching building. The teaching building had a teleportation array. We discovered Wang Bo's presence and were transported along with him, Yang Teng recounted truthfully. Is that so? Zhao Qian pondered on the other end. Where were you teleported to? The Great Rock Mountain Forest in City. Yang Teng glanced at Lu Long and Xing He, continuing. Please rest assured, teacher, we are all safe. Good. Just ensure your safety. Zhao Qian sighed helplessly. Keep the line open. I will report the situation to the alliance now. Understood. After hanging up, Yang Teng couldn't help but exhale a sigh. When did Zhao Qian become so concerned about them? Though puzzled, the warmth of the sentiment brought a faint smile to Yang Teng's face. Chapter 52. Qin Feng. Unable to return for the time being. Zhao Qian granted the trio a few days of leave. Before long, under Zhu Sun's guidance, they arrived at the Beastmaster Alliance in City. As the vice leader of the alliance, Zhou Yi quickly set aside his tasks upon hearing their circumstances and approached them. How is everyone? All safe? Zhou Yi appeared remarkably youthful, surpassing Yang Teng's expectations. He had not anticipated that this man, whose actual age was barely in his 30s, had already ascended to the position of vice leader of a regional alliance. It seemed Zhou Yi was no ordinary individual. Zhu Sun succinctly narrated their encounter with the hunter shadow god emperor to him. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. As long as everyone is unharmed. That is what matters. Recently, City has been somewhat chaotic. I will arrange accommodations for you shortly. Thank you, Vice Leader. Yang Teng and his companions hastily expressed their gratitude. Zhou Yi exuded a warm, neighborly demeanor, which eased the trio's anxiety. Vice Leader, someone is looking for you. Just as they conversed, a woman in professional attire interrupted to notify Zhou Yi. Understood. He nodded and promptly stood to temporarily depart. Phew, finally able to relax. Lu Long stretched languidly, reclining comfortably on the sofa behind them. Zhu Sun, weren't you supposed to be on a mission? While the group rested, a young man clad in a black coat entered the alliance hall. His gaze immediately fell upon Zhu Sun, who lay exhausted like a rag doll. I almost didn't make it back. Just taking a breather. The mission can wait. Zhu Sun shifted to what he deemed a more comfortable position. What is the matter? The young man inquired, puzzled, before sizing up Yang Teng and the others. Who are these individuals? Students from City. Yang Teng simply introduced himself. Students from City? What brings you to our City? The young man asked, somewhat astonished, but upon reflection realized he might be overstepping, so he refrained from probing further and exited. Who was that? Yang Teng inquired with great curiosity. Such formidable mental power. Doesn't he seem much older than us? He is a student in the genius class of City's Advanced Beastmaster Academy, named Qin Feng. Zhu Sun replied, squinting as he reclined. Among the student body of City, he ranks as one of the most powerful. Despite his youth, he has already attained the status of a golden-level member of the alliance. Impressive, Yang Teng exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, only by venturing into broader horizons can one truly grasp the meaning of the phrase, there are greater skies beyond. Today, he should be here to hand over the tasks. Zhu Sun crossed his legs and remarked, it is said that he now possesses the ability to slay legendary beasts single-handedly. At this point, a glimmer of pride appeared on his face. Impressive, Yang Teng nodded in agreement. Before long, Qin Feng emerged from the Alliance office area. Noticing them still present, he paused. Curiosity piqued. I feel like I've seen you before. With that, he scrutinized Yang Teng intently. The latter, under the intensity of his gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. Me? I think I've seen you somewhere. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng's eyes widened in realization. Could you be the genius Yang Teng from City S? Yang Teng was startled. His reputation had already reached City A? Huh. Zhu Sun, lying beside him, instantly became interested and sat up. Yang Teng. Isn't he the genius student who has contracted an S-rank beast? That's him. Qin Feng nodded eagerly, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and stepped closer, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Qin Feng. Nice to meet you, Yang Teng replied, somewhat reluctantly shaking his hand. I truly didn't expect to meet you here. Qin Feng adjusted his glasses, brimming with anticipation. May I see your beast? It's not really convenient right now. Yang Teng scratched his head, sitting up straight. It's just a beast. What is so fascinating about it? Xinghe shot him a glance. I've heard you're quite formidable. Would you care to spar with me? Is it that sudden? Qin Feng was taken aback. Being a genius himself, he was well aware of the exceptional abilities of the person before him. Observing this, Yang Teng couldn't help but glance at Xinghe. This girl was always eager to challenge others, regardless of the setting. Are you in? Xinghe clapped her hands and stood up. Since we are all beast tamers, why not have a duel? Qin Feng, intrigued, nodded in agreement. The Alliance conveniently had designated arenas for such contests. Thus, Qin Feng invited Xinghe to engage in a match. Let us go watch, Yang Teng said, patting Lu Long's shoulder. As fellow top talents, such a contest would undoubtedly be quite interesting. Don't blame me for bullying you. Let us do this one-on-one. Xinghe stepped into the arena and immediately summoned her beast, the Starlight Dragon. She intended to unleash all her pent-up frustration from the previous match onto the person standing before her. An S-rank beast? Qin Feng exclaimed, surprised. I hadn't anticipated that City S would produce so many talents. Stop chattering and come fight. Xinghe beckoned. All right. Qin Feng responded, unleashing his A-rank beast, the swift blue wolf. As the light azure wind enveloped it, the swift blue wolf manifested in the arena. Its slender form, though not massive, emanated an imposing aura that astonished the onlookers. Indeed, they are no ordinary opponents. Come on, Xinghe said coldly. Starlight Dragon, don't hold back, attack. Roar. Though her command was simple and blunt, the Starlight Dragon understood its meaning completely. In the next moment, a surge of brilliant starlight coalesced, and the Starlight Explosion skill was unleashed. Starlight Explosion, a wholly attribute attack skill, dealing explosive damage of 60 within a certain range, with a chance of critical hits. Faced with the Starlight Dragon's onslaught, the swift blue wolf did not dare to be complacent and activated its skill, the Azure Wind Blade. Azure Wind Blade, a wind attribute attack skill, dealing 70 damage to a single target. As the two skills collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted. In terms of levels, the 39-level Swift Blue Wolf undoubtedly surpassed the 32-level Starlight Dragon. However, in terms of overall capabilities, the S-rank Starlight Dragon was superior. Both creatures had their strengths and weaknesses, making it challenging to determine a clear victor at that moment. Has she unleashed all her anger? Lu Long observed Xinghe's face with surprise. Let her vent. Yang Teng replied with a half-smile. She has endured quite a lot on this journey. The battle between the Starlight Dragon and the Swift Blue Wolf was nothing short of spectacular. Moreover, with two top-tier beast tamers adjusting their strategies, they inadvertently attracted a considerable audience. Chapter 53, Reinforcements. My goodness, where did this girl come from? She is incredibly strong. She doesn't even seem to be taller than Qin Feng, yet they are evenly matched. Look at her beast, the Starlight Dragon. A crowd gathered, exclaiming in astonishment. This girl is bound to lose, Zhu Sun remarked, his eyes glinting with anticipation. As time passed, the Starlight Dragon's vulnerabilities gradually became apparent against the Swift Blue Wolf. To the keen-eyed beast tamers, it was almost evident that this was a losing battle. Boom. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward. Thick white smoke billowed as the Starlight Dragon was the first to be thrown out, albeit its aura appeared somewhat disordered. Whoosh. Oh no. In a flash, a blue shadow burst forth from the smoke, lunging towards the Starlight Dragon. Xinghe's eyes widened in alarm, but it was too late. A tempest of wind swirled, completely sealing off the Starlight Dragon's escape route. Dozens of razor-sharp wind blades converged from all directions, striking the unprepared Starlight Dragon. Roar. A mournful dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena. Xinghe's expression shifted, as if suppressing an emotion, and she swiftly recalled the Starlight Dragon, which had been severely injured by the Swift Blue Wolf. I lost, she uttered, begrudgingly. Good match. Qin Feng, having recalled the Swift Blue Wolf, bowed slightly in her direction. Moments later, Xinghe approached Yang Teng and his companions amidst the crowd. So, have you calmed down? Lu Long teased playfully. Humph. Xinghe crossed her arms, lifting her chin with an air of pride. I feel better now. I almost let your starlight dragon overpower me. Qin Feng, a bit embarrassed, stepped forward and smiled. I must admit, you're quite formidable. All right, you've won, so don't flatter me too much afterward, Xinghe replied, casting him a sidelong glance. Your swift blue wolf is also impressive. Haha, thank you. Qin Feng scratched his head sheepishly. While they were engaged in conversation, Zhou Yi had resolved his matters and approached them. The alliance from City S called. They VE confirmed the situation. When can we return? Yang Teng inquired. We may have to wait a while longer, Zhou Yi stated solemnly. The path to City S has been destroyed by the beasts, and the alliance has been working to repair a new route. It should be passable in about 3 days. 3 days? Just as Yang Teng was about to say something, Xinghe suddenly sighed, lost in thought. Mainly, City A has been under surveillance by several legendary beasts recently, making it unsafe for us to leave the city at will. Zhou Yi, filled with exasperation, remarked, You should all take a good rest in Angxi. Rest assured, the alliance will guarantee your safety. In that case, I must trouble the vice leader, Yang Teng replied, inclining his body slightly. After all, staying in Angxi for a few days was something they could manage. Before long, Zhou Yi arranged for his secretary to escort them to the largest hotel in Angxi. The security at this hotel was exceptionally stringent, with very few negative incidents reported. Do not worry, all hotel expenses will be covered by the alliance, Miss Lin, the secretary, assured them. If you require anything further, do not hesitate to contact the alliance. All right, thank you. After Miss Lin departed, Yang Teng and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Yang Teng finished his shower, there was a sudden knock at the door. Lu Long, his roommate, opened it to reveal Qin Feng. What brings you here? Yang Teng asked curiously, drying his hair with a towel. Since we are all classmates, I thought I would come and check on you. Qin Feng said with a sheepish smile as he scratched his head. He then entered, bringing along a bag of takeout food at Lu Long's invitation. Did you come to discuss something with us? Yang Teng inquired, glancing at Qin Feng as he picked at his meal. He understood that Qin Feng's visit must have a purpose, likely seeking their assistance. Actually, I do have something to ask. Qin Feng hesitated before continuing. I would like to invite you to my school to act as external teammates and help our class defeat the opponents from the neighboring class. External teammates? Is that permissible? Yang Teng expressed his surprise. But your strength is already commendable. Could there truly be anyone beyond your capability? Indeed, there is. Qin Feng nodded and explained the situation. It turned out that the inter-class competition was an annual event at the Angxi Advanced Beast Tamer Academy. Particularly after the talented class was split into two, the rivalry had intensified. Originally, with Qin Feng in Class 1, no one in Class 2 could rival him. However, for reasons unknown, the administration had announced a reform allowing external aid in the competition. Consequently, the class president of Class 2, Lu Hao, had procured a powerful ally, one who had contracted an S-class beast. Although they had not engaged directly, Qin Feng was certain that Lu Hao's recruit was not to be underestimated. Thus, he needed to find external assistance swiftly, and fortuitously, Yang Teng and his group had appeared before him. While I would be willing to assist, I must admit that our current strength may not suffice and could hinder your efforts, Yang Teng candidly admitted. After all, they were students from the advanced class of the academy. Not at all. Qin Feng smiled reassuringly. I have faith in you and your beasts. I will handle the opponent while you take on Lu Hao and the others. What about Lu Hao's strength? Yang Teng asked, intrigued. He usually ranks just behind me in exams. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, but his strength cannot be dismissed. He currently has 3 contracted beasts. However, rest assured, he does not possess any S-class beasts, and like me, his beasts have yet to break through level 40. I see. Yang Teng nodded thoughtfully. As long as the level disparity is not too great, with Star River and I working together, we should be able to restrain them. By the way, what is your competition format? 7 versus 7. Qin Feng stated plainly. However, only one beast can be summoned to fight at a time. A new one can only be called upon once the previous one has exhausted its strength or has been defeated, continuing until there are no beasts left to fight, resulting in a loss. Understood. Yang Teng sipped his water. Well, since we have no pressing matters in Angxi over the next few days, I agree to help. Count me out. Lu Long chuckled wryly. I will cheer you on from the sidelines. What about Star River? Qin Feng swallowed nervously. Will she agree? Fear not. Such an intriguing endeavor is certain to pique her interest, Yang Teng reassured him. Chapter 54. Heading to the Advanced Beast Tamer Academy. Yang Teng smiled, rising to his feet and leading Qin Feng to knock on Star River's door. What is it? Speak quickly. Star River, towel drying her hair, opened the door. In an instant, a wave of spring radiance enveloped the three, leaving them momentarily stunned. Star River quickly realized her state. glancing down at her somewhat loose bathrobe, and slammed the door shut. After a flurry of rustling sounds, she opened a crack in the door, peering out with one eye. What brings you here? We need to discuss something. Yang Teng regained his composure and briefly recounted Qin Feng's proposition. Exactly, Qin Feng chimed in, wiping away a trickle of blood from his nose. When would this take place? Star River asked in a hushed tone. Tomorrow afternoon, if that works for you? Qin Feng replied, slightly embarrassed as he turned his gaze away. Sounds good. Star River signaled with an okay gesture before firmly shutting the door again. Did you see that? Lu Long spoke first. Quite something, wasn't it? Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Very smooth. You too, enough already. Yang Teng shook his head in exasperation. He considered himself a gentleman and regarded the earlier scene with nothing but admiration. Ahem. Yes, admiration. Back in the room, Qin Feng continued their conversation, sharing insights on the recent happenings in Angxi. Apparently, the city had been under siege by legendary beasts for nearly a month. During this time, different types of legendary beasts had appeared. For safety reasons, Angxi had essentially been in lockdown. Even those wishing to enter needed the Alliance's approval. What is their objective in attacking here? Yang Teng pondered aloud. I cannot say for certain, Qin Feng mused, but it feels as though they are searching for something. I heard a rumor that the Alliance possesses some treasure that is crucial to legendary beasts, which might explain their interest in assaulting Angxi. For a treasure? Yang Teng was taken aback. Let us not dwell on that. After all, dealing with legendary beasts is the responsibility of those royal beast tamers. And we need not involve ourselves. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I only hope the crisis in Angxi can be resolved quickly. It has been far too long since I last returned home. Listening to his lament, Yang Teng found himself deep in thought. Upon arriving in Angxi, the Golden Dog Emperor had mentioned sensing a peculiar power in the area. At the time, Yang Teng had brushed it off, but upon reflection, it was likely the treasure that the Golden Dog Emperor had referred to. After a bit more discussion, Qin Feng glanced out at the deepening twilight and said, It's getting late. I should take my leave. See you tomorrow afternoon. All right, don't worry. Yang Teng and Lu Long stood up, hastily tidying the table and handing him the garbage bag. Thanks for your help. You lot. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation, taking the trash bag and departing. Phew. Gazing out at the nocturnal panorama, Yang Teng appeared lost in thought. He harbored an unsettling premonition that something significant was on the verge of occurring. After disposing of his refuse into the bin, Qin Feng clapped his hands and strolled alone down the bustling street. He sensed an inexplicable presence trailing him from behind. Suddenly, he whirled around, yet found no suspicious figures in sight. However, had Yang Teng been there, he would have been astonished to see Wang Bo's silhouette mingling within the crowd, only to vanish into the throngs moments later. Qin Feng, puzzled, turned back. Was that merely my imagination? The following day, after indulging in a leisurely lie-in, Yang Teng prepared himself and, alongside Lu Long, knocked on Xing He's door. She seemed to be tinkering with something, creating quite a commotion. They're here. Soon enough, the sound of her footsteps echoed, and she opened the door, exclaiming, You two have cleaned up quite swiftly. Let us go. We still don't know where Qin Feng's school is, so we mustn't delay. All right. Xing He nodded in agreement, hastily zipping up her jacket and quickly catching up to the duo. The Advanced Beast Master Academy in City is renowned across the entirety of Huagua as a prestigious institution of learning. Graduates from the Advanced Academy will embark on their professional journeys as Beast Masters, at which point they will truly appreciate the magnificence and peril of this vast world. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Advanced Beast Master Academy, where Qin Feng had been waiting. Beside him stood four young men. Boss Feng, are these the external reinforcements you mentioned? Inquired a curious youth with a mischievous demeanor. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, adopting an air of authority befitting a class leader. These are my esteemed guests, so please treat them with courtesy. Understood. When do we commence? Yang Teng shielded his eyes from the sun and approached them. Soon. Let us head inside first, Qin Feng replied with a grave expression. The lineup for Class 2 has changed again. What? They've recruited more external support? Yang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Qin Feng acknowledged noncommittally. There are already 2 external recruits, but their abilities remain uncertain. Well, regardless of their changes, there are only 7 of us. Let us maintain a positive mindset. We may not necessarily lose. Yang Teng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Why do I feel like I've seen you before? The inquisitive youth scrutinized Yang Teng, voicing his inner thoughts. Prior to this, Qin Feng had not revealed the identities of the external reinforcements. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the 4, Yang Teng could only smile and seek Qin Feng's assistance. This is Yang Teng, a prodigious student from the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy in City. Qin Feng responded with a nonchalant smile, radiating a hint of pride. Surprised? Aren't you? I managed to enlist him. Boss, while Yang Teng is indeed impressive, He has just recently joined the Intermediate Academy. Can he really contend with the students from our Advanced Academy? The mischievous youth expressed his skepticism. He couldn't shake the feeling that his leader was being rather foolish. Exactly. Our ranks as Beast Masters vary, chimed in another tall youth. Look at them. They're merely junior Beast Masters, while we are all seasoned Advanced Beast Masters. Can we truly rely on them? Indeed, echoed the others in agreement. Enough of your prattle. He shot them a glance. Shall we have a little spar now? I promise to send you all running to your mothers. Come on. The mischievous youth clenched his fists, glaring defiantly at her. All right. Feng quickly intervened. I've already witnessed He's prowess. She possesses an S-rank beast companion. Moreover, I have unlocked 5 beast slots. Do you have as many as I do? 5. Everyone present, including Feng, widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Feng had only unlocked 3 beast slots at this point. Chapter 55, The Confrontation. Are you truly just a student from the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy? The mischievous youth felt dizzy from the revelation. Why is it that some individuals excel to such an extraordinary degree among their peers? Observing the group's incredulous expressions, Teng couldn't help but chuckle. Let us head inside. As Feng's words resonated, he led them to the competition venue of the Advanced Beastmaster Academy, where numerous students were already awaiting their arrival. For them, the competition between the genius classes was the most thrilling highlight of the event. Boss Qin, you finally arrived. Several students from the genius class hurried over. Are these the external reinforcements you found? As they spoke, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Casting doubtful glances at the trio before them, they appeared rather youthful, after all. Indeed. Feng nodded. Have Lu Hao and the others arrived? Oh, what a coincidence. Just as he spoke, another group burst through the venue's doors, striding toward them with an imposing air. Leading the pack was Lu Hao, sporting a buzz cut and adorned with tattoos on his neck, who scoffed. So, our esteemed class leader Feng has only just arrived? Lu Hao, don't act so arrogant. The mischievous youth retorted indignantly. No matter who you recruit as external support, Class 2 will always be perennial second place. Is that the courage Feng has instilled in you? Lu Hao sneered. We shall see whose prowess prevails in the competition. With that, he clapped Feng on the shoulder and swaggered away with his entourage. Scram over there. I'm taking this spot. Lu Hao's dismissive voice echoed from afar. Witnessing this, Feng felt no resentment in his heart. Let him flaunt his bravado. Soon enough, he would be left unrecognizable. Lu Long clenched his fists and waved in Lu Hao's direction. His strength isn't anything remarkable. I expected more. He shot Feng a sidelong glance. Don't worry, just leave him to me later. All right. Feng nodded, his expression turning serious. When Lu Hao and his group entered, he distinctly sensed 2 extraordinarily powerful auras among them, potent enough to suppress his own mental fortitude. Feng was left wondering where Lu Hao had found such formidable allies. Don't dwell on it too much. Teng interjected calmly. Those 2 possess mental powers that likely reach the elite level of Beastmasters. I suspect their beast companions are formidable as well. Just assign one of them to me. You? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Before long, Feng shook off his chaotic thoughts and solemnly declared, I believe in you. Hey boss, are you serious? He's just a junior Beastmaster. If it comes down to it, hand that person over to me. The mischievous youth said anxiously. No need, it's settled. Feng expressed unwavering confidence in Teng. Of course, this confidence stemmed from the fact that as a golden-level member of the Alliance, he had previously heard Zhou Yi mention that Teng had suddenly risen to prominence as a genius overnight. Such individuals, who accumulate their strength silently, are often the most formidable. You can never truly fathom the hidden cards and powers that lie behind him. Therefore, establishing a good rapport with Teng is undoubtedly influenced by the words spoken by Zhou Yi in the past. Feng turned his head, casting a glance at Teng. All right, class, please quiet down. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yang, the esteemed principal of City Advanced Beastmaster Academy, emerged from backstage and approached the podium. As he delivered his introduction, the judges for today also made their appearance among the crowd. Teng instinctively looked over, his eyes widening in surprise. Was that not Ju's son? The latter seemed to notice him, promptly giving a thumbs up and nodding in acknowledgement. Now, let us welcome the participants from Genius Class 1 and Genius Class 2 to the stage. This campus competition will feature a 7 vs 7 team format to determine the ultimate victorious team. Additionally, certain rules need to be clarified for everyone. As Wang Yang spoke, Teng and his companions ascended the competition stage, bowing in greeting to all present. The crowd erupted into cheers. Class 1, extraordinary. Who can rival us? But Class 1. The students from Class 1 sitting in the audience chanted their slogan with fervor. Low key, Class 2 has arrived. No applause, just screams. Soon, the chants from Class 2 began to rise as well. In response, Yang Teng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Why did this scene seem so familiar? It resembled the atmosphere of the sports events he participated in back on Blue Star. Qin Feng, you are the most handsome. All of us girls support you. Boss Qin, you are the best. Go for it. Clearly, Qin Feng enjoyed immense popularity at the Advanced Beastmaster Academy. The majority of the cheers centered around him. Now, I will introduce the members of both classes and their basic information, Wang Yang announced, reading from a document. Genius Class 1. Captain, Qin Feng, Advanced Beastmaster, Aptitude 43. Mental Power 696. Main Beast Companion, Swift, Blue-Headed Wolf, Highest Beast Level, 39. Team Member, Ho Jia, Advanced Beastmaster, Aptitude 36. Mental Power 638. Main Beast Companion, South Mountain Gorilla, Highest Beast Level, 38. Team Member. Next, we have the personal information of 2 external allies from Genius Class 1. Team Member, Yang Teng, Junior Beastmaster, Aptitude 41, Mental Power 673, Main Beast Companion, Demon Flame Fire Spirit, Highest Beast Level, 35. Team Member, Xing He, Junior Beastmaster. Aptitude 69, Mental Power 796, Main Beast Companion, Starlight Dragon, Highest Beast Level, 36. What? As Wang Yang finished introducing Xing He, the arena fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone inhaled sharply. They had never anticipated that this girl before them possessed such extraordinary talent. Wasn't your Starlight Dragon only level 32 yesterday? Yang Teng whispered, utterly perplexed. Fool. Xing He shot him a glance. I went out last night and bought some training items to level up the Starlight Dragon. Otherwise, the level gap would be too significant. How could I possibly compete? That makes sense. Yang Teng nodded. However, Xing He's personal information still exceeded his expectations. The previously dismissive young man, Ho Jia, now regarded Xing He with newfound respect. Even Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly deep in thought. The atmosphere in the arena returned to its previous excitement. Heavens! Is this the external ally that Boss Qin found? She is incredibly powerful. Wait, I think I heard the name Yang Teng. Isn't he the one from the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy in S City? It must be a coincidence with a similar name. Don't pay it any mind. Nonsense. That's definitely him. Did you not hear the principal mention the Demon Flame Fire Spirit? The crowd buzzed once more. Genius Class 2. Captain, Lu Hao, Advanced Beastmaster. Aptitude 40, Mental Power 669, Main Beast Companion, Enigmatic Skeleton, Highest Beast Level, 39. Team Member. Next came the information of their external allies. Team Member, Etion, Advanced Beastmaster, Aptitude 49, Mental Power 778, Main Beast Companion, Forest Deer King, Highest Beast Level, 41. Team Member, Feng Yan, Advanced Beastmaster, Aptitude 48, Mental Power 771. Main Beast Companion, Thundercloud Messenger, Highest Beast Level, 40. Chapter 56, The Battle of Geniuses. Indeed, those 2 individuals were not simple. A profound seriousness filled Qin Feng's eyes. The external allies invited by Genius Class 2 possessed beast companions with levels exceeding 40, fully capable of rivaling the strength of immortal-grade beasts. Do not panic. Yang Teng spoke calmly. Can you restrain one of them? Absolutely. Qin Feng nodded. At this moment, even if it were challenging, he would have to push through. If it proves too difficult, allow me to handle it. Xing He raised her head, seemingly confident in her abilities. Qin Feng cast her a glance, but chose to remain silent. The girl across from him possessed formidable aptitude. Standing beside Lu Hao, Etion coldly remarked. Let us focus on her, and that Qin Feng. What about Yang Teng? Feng Yan interjected. Clearly, everyone in the arena was already aware of Yang Teng's identity. Although he had contracted an S-grade beast companion, he did not pose as much of a threat as that girl. Etion analyzed. First, we eliminate those 2, and the others will be no issue. Indeed, what Brother Tian said is correct. Lu Hao stepped forward. Let us settle on this. I'll take care of that Yang Teng. All right. While Genius Class 2 strategized their tactics, the atmosphere on the side of Genius Class 1 remained particularly calm. Xing He stood at the forefront of the team. According to her assertion, the strongest opponent, Etion, was meant to be her adversary. Leave Etion to me, she declared. Yang Teng interrupted. The Forest Deer King is a grass-type beast. My Demon Flame Fire Spirit perfectly counters it. Thus, I am confident I can defeat him. Yes. Xing He, let us adjust our strategy and assign the Forest Deer King to Yang Teng, Qin Feng suggested, approaching her with an apologetic gaze. All right. With this reminder, Xing He suddenly recalled, my Starlight Dragon counters Lu Hao's enigmatic skeleton perfectly. I will take on that one. Agreed. Yang Teng nodded in response. In the absence of knowledge about their opponents, exploiting type advantages indeed proved to be the most suitable tactical approach. With both sides prepared, Wang Yang declared, now, I announce the final match of the Academy competition officially begins. As his words fell, a wave of applause surged through the arena. Come, crush them. A sinister smile graced Lu Hao's lips. The next moment, swirling black mist enveloped the arena as a colossal skeleton emerged from the formation behind him. Etion and the others also summoned their beast companions. As 7 beast companions materialized simultaneously, the overwhelming aura they exuded left everyone in awe. Genius Class 1 was not to be outdone. The crimson formation shimmered ominously. Terrifying flames surged forth, coalescing into a fierce fire tornado. Within the fire tornado, the demon flame fire spirit unfurled its demonic wings, roaring as it unleashed explosive bursts of fire. Roar. Beside it, the myriad galaxies swirled, reflecting the silhouette of the Starlight Dragon. A slender yet colossal dragon shadow manifested. Shortly thereafter, the true form of the Starlight Dragon appeared before the onlookers, as if it had traversed the temporal and spatial barriers. The roar of the dragon reverberated once more, shimmering with celestial brilliance. Before long, the 7 beast companions from the elite class materialized upon the arena. Wow, those 2 external reinforcements from the elite class actually possess S-grade mythical beasts. What is this Starlight all about? How could there be such a rare Starlight Dragon? This spectacle is astounding. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the battle was about to commence. That girl is mine. A chill flickered across Feng Yan's face. Under his mental command, the Thundercloud envoy surged towards the Starlight Dragon's direction. At that crucial moment, the Gale Azure Wolf intervened. A wall of azure wind formed, halting the Thundercloud envoy's advance. What on earth is happening? Feng Yan was taken aback. In his mind, Qin Feng should have been engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Etion. Why did fate align them against each other? They must be intending for that fiery demon spirit to counter my forest deer king, creating an elemental disadvantage. Etion roared, suddenly sensing something amiss. Stop it. As Lu Hao's command rang out, the enigmatic skeleton transformed into a shadow, racing towards the fiery demon spirit. The Starlight Dragon emanated holy light, its eyes glimmering with otherworldly colors. Just as the enigmatic skeleton was about to close in on the fiery demon spirit, the Starlight Dragon unleashed its skill, Starlight Explosion. Boom. A torrent of starlight surged forth, manifesting as beams that dispersed the shadows enveloping the enigmatic skeleton. Its stealth immunity was instantly shattered. Damn it! Lu Hao exclaimed in frustration. That girl's target is me. Don't let them take advantage. At Etion's warning, Feng Yan commanded the Thundercloud envoy to execute Thundercloud Blast. Thundercloud Blast, an electric-type attack skill that inflicts 65 area damage with a certain chance to paralyze the opponent. The Gale Azure Wolf, receiving a direct onslaught, unhesitatingly conjured a tornado, channeling all the electric energy into the air. The crackling sparks continued to flicker. In the next moment, the azure light obliterated the attack. Seizing the moment when all had found their adversaries, the fiery demon spirit flapped its wings, soaring above the forest deer king. The skill-devouring flame ignited. As an S-grade mythical beast, the forest deer king remained vigilant. A vibrant aura of life coalesced between its antlers, transforming into beams directed at the devouring flame. This was the forest deer king's skill, Life's Gloom. Life's Gloom, a grass-type attack skill that inflicts 70 penetrating damage on a single target, with a chance to critically strike and inflict a parasitic effect. Boom. A thick cloud of smoke billowed as the fiery demon spirit emerged, nearly teetering out of the arena after a fierce exchange with the forest deer king. Fortunately, the Starlight Dragon swiftly swished its tail, bringing it back. Humph, merely level 35. Even with the elemental advantage, it shall not stand a chance against my dear king, Etion scoffed, crossing his arms. Meanwhile, Yang Tong observed the unfolding battle with a calm demeanor. Though the fiery demon spirit lacked a significant edge, as long as it could delay the forest deer king, the greatest threat on the field would be neutralized. While he pondered this, the forest deer king gathered energy once more and unleashed the skill Leaf Storm. Leaf Storm, a grass-type attack skill that inflicts 65 area damage with a chance to critically strike. A green tempest surged forward, and the fiery demon spirit, standing firm, conjured a small fire lotus in its hand. Just as the leaf storm was about to reach it, the fire lotus expanded under the pressure of the wind. With a resounding pop, the fire lotus bloomed, creating a wall of crimson flames that entirely negated the leaf storm's power. The fiery demon spirit's shield value stacked higher and higher. Continue. Etion clenched his fists, directing the forest deer king in battle. The life energy flowed around the forest deer king's branch-like antlers. In the next instant, it unleashed Leaf Storm once again. Watching the formidable red lotus fire wall gradually dissipate, Yang Tong furrowed his brow, commanding, Fiery Demon Spirit, Flame Blade. Buzzing, at his command, the fiery demon spirit's left hand ignited with a blade of flames. With a gentle stroke of its right hand, the flame blade took shape, surging with fierce flames as it collided with the leaf storm. Chapter 57. A dance of offense and defense. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy rolled forth. The forest deer king recoiled from the fiery onslaught, while the fiery demon spirit found itself in a precarious state. Especially given the level disparity, achieving such results was commendable. A spark erupted, revealing the fiery demon spirit from within, showing signs of minor injury. Could it still fight? Yang Teng felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, he understood that to truly wound the forest deer king, it would require the release of its most powerful move. Five-colored flame. Responding to Yang Teng's mental directive, the fiery demon spirit hesitated no longer and summoned the five-colored flame array, condensing it behind itself. As the five-colored flame array manifested, all present gazed in astonishment at the fiery demon spirit. Before long, the temperature in the arena surged by several degrees. In the midst of winter, this warmth was a rare occurrence. Such formidable energy. Etion frowned. He had never witnessed this move from the fiery demon spirit and was uncertain of its potential. For the time being, he could only cautiously command the Forest Deer King to activate the skill Forest Guardian. Forest Guardian, a grass-type defensive skill that creates a shield capable of absorbing 300 points of damage and enhances life recovery by 20. A green shield formed, with the shadows of the forest swaying within. Has it not unleashed its full power? Yang Teng was taken aback. He knew that in the face of the fiery demon spirit's move, only a full-scale attack could potentially withstand it. Now allowing the Forest Deer King to release a shield skill? Wasn't he that courting death? A surge of delight welled up within him. The five-colored flame array completed its charge. Under the gaze of all, black, white, red, azure, and yellow flames erupted in succession from the array, crashing down upon the shield set by the Forest Deer King. The moment the black flame descended, Etion's eyes widened in shock. The strength of the flames before him was unfathomable. Moreover, as time passed, the flame's potency only intensified. What was happening? Boom. The azure flame howled, shattering the Forest Deer King's protective shield. The terrifying blaze enveloped it. At that moment, the fiery demon spirit's unique ability activated, doubling the power of the five-colored flame. The arrival of the crimson flames illuminated the entire arena, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. A deafening roar echoed, causing every onlooker to hold their breath in anticipation. The intense heat scorched the earth beneath. At that moment, Zhu Sun was compelled to activate his protective barrier, isolating the combat stage from the audience. With a thunderous crash, the five-colored flames gradually ceased their fiery dance. Through the acrid smoke, the Forest Deer King staggered out, its once majestic form now charred to a deep black. Having carelessly succumbed to the full brunt of the five-colored flames, its condition was evidently on the brink of collapse. No, how could this be? Etion shook his head in disbelief. Had he truly been bested by a novice beast master? Moreover, this occurred despite the fact that the magic flame fire spirit was of a far lower rank than the Forest Deer King. He found himself retreating step by step, oblivious to the groans of the Forest Deer King. The magic flame fire spirit gently descended to the ground and, in full view of Lu Hao and the others, unleashed a finishing blow upon the Forest Deer King. Whoosh! Struck with a fatal wound, the Forest Deer King lost all combat capability, forcibly transforming into a radiant stream of light that vanished into Etion's brow. This, Lu Hao and the others were equally astonished. Could it be that they had indeed defeated the strongest contender in the arena, the Forest Deer King? What was even more surprising was that it was Yang Teng, someone they had least expected. Well done. The class of talents erupted in cheers. Even Xin Feng wore a look of relief. With the threat of the Forest Deer King eliminated, the ensuing battles would surely be much easier. Hey, stop daydreaming. Your enigmatic skeleton is about to be finished. Xinghe, unwilling to concede, directly commanded the Starlight Dragon to execute its ultimate attack, the Dream Sweep, right in front of the still-dazed Lu Hao. An overwhelming torrent of starlight enveloped the enigmatic skeleton. Amid the explosive brilliance of the starlight, the enigmatic skeleton let out a horrifying scream. No, Lu Hao attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The enigmatic skeleton's aura was visibly dwindling. As the starlight faded, its life force was reduced to a mere sliver, rendering it incapable of further combat. Damn, Sister Xing is fierce, Ho Jia exclaimed, wildly praising her. Just a small feat, nothing to worry about. Xinghe waved dismissively, though internally, she was elated. How infuriating. She had underestimated this girl. After recalling the enigmatic skeleton, Lu Hao clenched his fists and turned to Etion, saying, "Do not fret, their beasts have nearly exhausted their strength. We still have a chance." Understood. Etion replied coldly. "Kid, you'll pay for this." As his words fell, a pitch-black magic circle materialized beneath his feet, and the figure of a Death Knight emerged from within. The Death Knight, an evil attribute beast, was Etion's second beast companion, possessing an A-grade talent and currently at level 40. A Death Knight, how enviable. Lu Hao gazed at him with a hint of jealousy. I acquired it from a treasure merchant, Etienne replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Teng. Ah, Yang Teng exhaled deeply, turning to Xing He beside him. Can you handle this Death Knight? Rest assured, Xing He nodded. The Starlight Dragon was still in good condition, although it might not defeat the Death Knight. Depleting its health would be an easy task. They were altering their strategy. Etienne's expression darkened significantly. This time, do not let them succeed. Understood, Lu Hao replied, subsequently summoning his second beast companion, the Heavenly Sound Dragon. It was a dragon-type beast. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow from the sidelines. Are you changing tactics? Just as he spoke, Ho Jia's Nanshan Gorilla was unexpectedly defeated by the Desert Dragonfly of the Genius Class 2. Change. Xing He nodded at Yang Teng, who remained silent. At that moment, Yang Teng focused his mind and commanded the magic Flame Fire Spirit to unleash the skill Flame Spirit Strike upon the Heavenly Sound Dragon. Flame Spirit Strike, a fire attribute attack skill, inflicting area damage of 85, with a certain chance to burn the opponent. Not good. Lu Hao hadn't anticipated Yang Teng to act so decisively. A burst of fire suddenly materialized, transforming into a colossal flame giant that launched a terrifying shockwave against the ground. The Heavenly Sound Dragon was caught off guard, instantly targeted. Reaper S/. Etienne called out coolly. In the next moment, the skeletal steed beneath the Death Knight erupted with a ghostly luminescence. Mysterious dark energy surged outward, absorbing the impact of the Flame Spirit Strike's damage meant for the Heavenly Sound Dragon. Starlight Dragon, Starlight Explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Xing He hastily directed the Starlight Dragon to unleash its skill. An infinite amount of starlight coalesced into a luminous sphere, striking the Death Knight with pinpoint accuracy. The starlight erupted, scattering boundless brilliance. Boom! The Death Knight was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the pillars of the arena. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corners of Etienne's mouth. In that moment, the Heavenly Sound Dragon broke free and executed the skill Dragon's Wave. Dragon's Wave, a dragon attribute attack and control skill, inflicting area damage of 25, capable of imprisoning the opponent for a second with a chance of failure. An invisible surge of draconic power radiated outward, striking all the beasts of the class of talents. Not good. Yang Teng's eyes widened. A chilling premonition surged from the depths of his heart. They had been immobilized, including the magic Flame Fire Spirit and the Starlight Dragon. 4 of the class of talents beasts were caught in the grip of Dragon's Wave. I knew you would be impatient. Hee, you've let your guard down. Haven to you? A cold glint flickered in Lu Hao's eyes. Chapter 58, Analysis. It's over. A flicker of anger crossed Xing He's gaze. She hadn't anticipated Lu Hao would possess such a hidden card. Come. At Lu Hao's furious command, the Death Knight and the Heavenly Sound Dragon launched their full force strikes against the 4 immobilized beasts. A thunderous roar reverberated through the arena. My goodness. Lu Hao and his team had actually turned the tide. The class of talents had indeed underestimated them. Now, the outcome was truly uncertain. As the crowd murmured, the forms of the magic Flame Fire Spirit and the Starlight Dragon were the first to be sent flying, both losing their combat abilities. Yang Teng frowned, saying nothing further, and recalled the magic Flame Fire Spirit. Damn it. Xing He gritted her teeth, slamming her left hand against the ground. A vibrant crimson magic circle formed. Then, amidst a cluster of roses, her second beast companion, Miss Rose, materialized before the crowd. Miss Rose, also an A-grade beast, had reached level 35 under Xing He's training. Shall we adjust our strategy? Qin Feng asked, glancing at Yang Teng. No need. I will continue to deal with Etienne. The latter shook his head, and a golden magic circle began to take shape. Under the radiant flow of holy light, a shimmering golden silhouette of a scale seemed to materialize before the eyes of the onlookers. Could this be a divine beast of sacred attributes? Qin Feng was particularly astonished. Starry River, too, widened his eyes in disbelief. If memory served him right, Yang Teng's 4 beast companions did not seem to possess any divine qualities. The revelation was imminent. Yang Teng, with a calm demeanor, stated, I actually have a 5th beast companion. The moment his words fell, the members of Class 1, who had joined the fray, stared at him as though he were a creature of legend, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Had they truly heard correctly? Yang Teng had indeed contracted 5 beast companions? How was this even possible? It was common knowledge that the capacity for beast companions was linked to one's innate qualities and mental prowess. Yet, in the arena filled with competitors, Yang Teng did not appear particularly remarkable in either regard. The only conclusion to draw was that Yang Teng had concealed his true strength. No wonder his reputation in City S was so formidable. He had kept such a powerful hand hidden. Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness! After knowing you for so long, I too have been deceived, Starry River murmured. All right, let us focus on the battle at hand. Yang shook his head with a hint of resignation. As golden light surged forth, the Libra beast took form in the arena. As one of the 12 zodiac beasts, Libra wielded the power of the sacred attributes. Under Teng's guidance, it had now reached level 34 and had even undergone an evolution. Upon seeing Libra, the undead knight faltered momentarily. Evil and holy attributes were inherently opposing forces. Having already sustained some injuries, facing Libra now would certainly not be advantageous. Etion furrowed his brow, realizing that Teng was clearly intent on a direct confrontation. Even if he wished to avoid this battle, he found himself with no choice. At that moment, Libra initiated its skill, Light of Balance. Light of Balance, a sacred attribute support skill that resets all enhanced ability values on the field and forcibly restrains opponents for 3 turns. The golden light spread out like an aura. Under the influence of this radiant glow, the 7 beasts of Class 2 present in the arena had their ability values reset. Wow, what a powerful skill! Hojia exclaimed in awe. With the enhancement values of their opponents cleared, their burden would surely be alleviated. Humph. So what if they were reset? Etion glared coldly at Teng's face before turning his attention to the undead knight. At a signal, the undead knight mounted on his skeletal steed raised the hellish sword in his hand and charged towards Libra. Clang! A protective barrier of golden light enveloped Libra. The intense hellfire from the undead knight's sword struck the golden shield, sending sparks flying. Miss Rose, take care of that hideous dragon for me, Starry River commanded. Whoosh! The golden shuriken in Miss Rose's hand erupted with blinding intent. She swiftly turned, stepping upon the petals of roses, and abruptly appeared before the sounding dragon. Roar! The sounding dragon bellowed, its purple skin glistening with viscous poison. Miss Rose hurled the shuriken, colliding with the dragon's horn in a fierce clash. Clang, clang, clang. For a moment, the arena echoed with the sounds reminiscent of a bygone era of melee combat. Observing this scene, Qin Feng quickly directed the swift-winged blue-headed wolf to launch a surprise attack and defeat Feng Yin's thundercloud envoy. Return. Feng Yin remained remarkably composed. In the next instant, he summoned his second beast companion, the extreme cold ice fox. Ice attribute. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Ice attributes counter wind attributes. Without a doubt, the swift-winged blue-headed wolf would succumb to the extreme cold ice fox. However, Qin Feng felt no displeasure in this outcome. After all, having dealt with the greatest threat, the thundercloud envoy, Feng Yan's remaining beast companions posed little threat to him. As expected, the swift-winged blue-headed wolf could not withstand the might of the extreme cold ice fox and soon lost its fighting capability due to exhaustion. Gazing at the nearly depleted extreme cold ice fox, Qin Feng recalled the swift-winged blue-headed wolf, a slight smile gracing his lips as he summoned his second beast companion, the fiery blaze dragon. Like the swift-winged blue-headed wolf, it was an A-grade beast. Fire counters ice. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of discontent crossed Feng Yan's face. Victory was within reach. A smile curled at the corners of Teng's mouth. As a member of the 12 zodiac beasts, Libra was inherently strong. Coupled with the opposing forces of sacred and evil attributes, and the fact that the undead knight had already sustained injuries, it would not take long before Libra gained the upper hand, forcing the undead knight's offensive into a corner. Let me handle it. Starry River, realizing that the sounding dragon was tough to defeat, seized the moment and commanded Miss Rose to launch a surprise attack on the undead knight. The golden sword flower gleamed brilliantly. Accompanied by the fluttering rose petals, the undead knight suffered a critical blow, depleting its health bar entirely and rendering it incapable of battle. Damn it! Etion roared, his composure shattering in an instant. He had never anticipated that Starry River would strike like this. Are you foolish? Resorting to insults when you can't defeat someone? Starry River snapped back, incensed. You're finished. I curse you to never enjoy a meal with 4 dishes for the rest of your life. How brazen. Etion retorted coldly. Though he thought this way now, one day he would come to realize that the reason he could not enjoy a meal with 4 dishes and lived in solitude stemmed from a curse cast by a girl long ago. Excellent. Qin Feng exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. As long as Etion lost, Class 2 would effectively lose their ability to continue fighting. Anticipating this, a sinister glint appeared in Lu Hao's eyes. Tian go, let us join forces and deal with that kid first. Agreed. Etion recalled the undead knight and nodded. You're right. This is the only way to turn the tide. As soon as he finished speaking, his third beast companion, the nightmare beast, manifested in the arena. It was a beast of psychic and evil attributes. Teng frowned. He had indeed seen the nightmare beast in the system shop. Unlike other A-grade beasts, its price soared to 13,888, making it the most expensive of all A-grade beasts. This confirmed that the beast before him was indeed extraordinary. Yang Teng, can you handle it? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng had placed all his hopes on the person before him. Uncertain, Yang Teng replied with a grave expression. The combination of psychic and evil attributes was notoriously troublesome. Moreover, the Nightmare Beast possessed a touch of both. Libra would surely struggle against the Nightmare Beast. Now, he could only place his hopes on Miss Void. Chapter 59, Defeating Etion. Just as the Nightmare Beast manifested, it vanished into the shadows as if it were nothingness. By the time Yang Teng regained his composure, the beast had already appeared behind Libra. The gray gust of wind swiftly enveloped the two extraordinary beasts. As the intensity of the wind surged, a shadow of a lost soul abruptly ascended from the swirling currents. A fierce roar echoed through the air. Meanwhile, at that very moment, the Tianyin dragon unleashed its skill, Dragon's Fury. Dragon's Fury, a dragon-type attack skill that inflicts 80 points of damage to a single target and has a certain probability of instilling fear in the opponent. This is bad. Yang Teng furrowed his brow. Enveloped by the gray winds, the Libra's form had become entirely immobilized. Furthermore, its ability values were visibly deteriorating at an alarming rate. It was evident that this was linked to the nightmarish beast. Dragon's Fury struck in an instant. Even if Xinghe were to react in time, it would be of no avail. The terrifying might of the dragon hurled the Libra away with tremendous force, rendering it incapable of defense. As it fell out of the arena, losing its qualification to continue the battle, Yang Teng had no choice but to withdraw it and summon his third beast companion. Miss Void, they were preparing to join forces against me. Xinghe quickly, under Yang Teng's signal. Xinghe hastily directed Miss Rose to launch a fierce assault on the Tianyin dragon before them, with her at the side to obstruct. Miss Void could finally contend with the nightmarish beast before her. Miss Void's skill, Void Grasp, was the first to activate. It successfully struck the nightmarish beast. Instantly, Etion noticed the nightmarish beast's offensive and defensive values gradually weakening. It was the effect of the Void Grasp skill. Cursed be it. Etion clenched his fists. Despite being so cautious, he had still fallen into Yang Teng's trap. Miss Void was impressively agile. Even the nightmarish beast could not keep pace with her speed. The magical beam skill was unleashed. Although it missed, it caused the nightmarish beast's movements to hesitate. Seizing this opportunity, Miss Void suddenly vanished from her original position. Etion surveyed his surroundings. Even as he extended his mental energy, he could not discern where Miss Void was hiding. How peculiar! Where could she have gone? Just as he was lost in confusion, Miss Void's form abruptly materialized. The skill, Void Annihilation, which had been charged and ready, was unleashed. Void Annihilation, a psychic-type attack skill, exclusive to skill books, inflicting 95 points of damage to a single target, with a chance to weaken the opponent and increase the user's magical attack by 10. Boom. The crystalline brilliance of Void Annihilation descended with precision, striking the essence of the nightmarish beast. The latter's form quaked violently, crashing down onto the cement ground below. Wow! The audience gasped in astonishment. Miss Void's ferocity was truly remarkable, forcing the nightmarish beast into such a predicament. Nightmarish beast, unleash mental storm. Etion gritted his teeth, issuing the command. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the nightmarish beast shot forth like a purple lightning bolt, rebounding from the dented cement ground, and confronted Miss Void from a distance. The mental storm skill was released in an instant. Mental storm, a psychic-type attack and control skill, inflicting 75 points of area damage, debilitating the opponent's mental state and having their speed. This is bad. It's a locking skill. Yang Teng's eyes glimmered. In the next moment, he hastily commanded Miss Void to activate her defensive skill. A torrent of mental storm surged forth, resembling a white tempest that crashed against the barrier created by Miss Void. To Yang Teng's dismay, the mental storm skill possessed a certain degree of penetration. Consequently, even as Miss Void defended, a portion of the mental energy attacks managed to breach her shield, inflicting some damage. Yow! Miss Void let out a shriek. Although she had mitigated most of the power of the mental storm, her condition was now on a downward trend. The nightmarish beast seized this opportunity, conjuring a purple mist that enveloped the battlefield. Yang Teng could no longer see the situation within. That was not the worst of it. Most frustratingly, his mental energy could not penetrate the fog either. Boom! Accompanied by the illumination of blue and purple lights, before long, Miss Void, unable to capitalize on the terrain, was forcefully blasted out by the nightmarish beast, sustaining considerable damage. This cannot continue, Yang Teng murmured. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Etion's nightmarish beast. Humph. Observing Yang Teng's helplessness regarding the situation, Etion could not help but chuckle coldly, once again commanding the nightmarish beast above to launch a lethal strike against Miss Void. Yow! In that fleeting moment of contemplation, the nightmarish beast launched another surprise attack. As Miss Void's cry of anguish echoed, Yang Teng quickly reacted, and to his astonishment, a smile of impending victory crept onto his lips. No one knew what he was planning. Seizing the opportunity while Miss Void was severely injured, Etion, with a look of delight, hastily ordered the nightmarish beast to pursue relentlessly. The skill, Nightmarish Devour, was activated. Nightmarish Devour, a psychic-type attack skill that inflicts 75 points of area damage, with a chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing double damage to those within the devouring range. Observing Etion's unyielding determination, Yang Teng could only smile. He did not instruct Miss Void to evade the nightmarish beast's attack. Instead, he took the risk and urged her to confront it head-on. The energy fluctuations from Nightmarish Devour caused Miss Void's form to tremble uncontrollably. Etion furrowed his brow. He could not fathom why Yang Teng would choose to face the challenge directly. Just as he was trying to comprehend the situation, Miss Void's entire being became translucent, emanating a mysterious and eerie aura. Indeed, it was her trait, Nihility, that had activated. Just like that, Yang Teng clenched his fists and bellowed, "Defeat your opponent." What? Etion's face turned pale with terror. In the next moment, a torrent of spatial energy surged forth. The skill, Nihility Annihilation, was unleashed once more. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Etion shook his head repeatedly. He never imagined that Miss Void would be immune to the nightmarish beast's skill attacks. How was she able to do this? With the explosion of spatial turbulence, the nightmarish beast at the epicenter of the blast was violently propelled away, crashing hard against the pillar behind. Ugh! The nightmarish beast's purple fur dulled, and its pupils shifted from yellow to black. The outcome of this battle was now evident. The nightmarish beast lost its fighting capability, transforming into a faint purple stream of light that drilled into Etion's forehead. Consequently, Etion became the first beastmaster in the arena to lose his combat qualification. No, I refuse to believe it. I was defeated by a novice beastmaster? Etion shook his head repeatedly, retreating a step. He could hardly believe that the one who had ultimately bested him was Yang Teng, whom he had initially dismissed. At that moment, Yang Teng, wearing a smile, summoned back the nearly incapacitated Miss Void. Brother Tian. Lu Hao attempted to say something, but was silenced by Yang Teng. The atmosphere in the arena grew awkward. Conversely, the members of the genius class were all beaming with joy, as if victory was beckoning them. Wow, Yang Teng. You are truly impressive. Ho Jia exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and marveling. I never anticipated that you would be the one to ultimately defeat Etion. To be honest, I initially thought I had no chance against him, Yang Teng replied with a smile. However, his carelessness and aggressiveness exposed significant flaws in his strategy, which ultimately afforded me the opportunity to win. All right, everyone, let us not lose our focus. We must first deal with the battle at hand, Qin Feng stated gravely. Agreed. At that moment, everyone in the arena brimmed with confidence, seeking their respective opponents. I will step down first. After a brief adjustment, Etion took a deep breath and fixed his gaze intently on Yang Teng. All right, Tian Ge, you may proceed. Lu Hao nodded in agreement. Aren't you joining me? Etion was about to leave the arena when he noticed Yang Teng still standing firm. This left him somewhat puzzled. I still have 2 beast companions yet to make their appearance. Chapter 60, A Resounding Victory. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Yang Teng still had a trump card up his sleeve. They had initially believed that his victory over Etion marked the end of his capabilities. Yet, surprisingly, he still had beast companions that had not yet entered the fray. This, Etion, incensed, stormed off, leaving Lu Hao and the others in a state of confusion. Come forth, Flower Flutter. Without wasting any time, Yang Teng summoned his 4th beast companion, Flower Flutter. As a lush green field emerged, Flower Flutter showcased its formidable support abilities. Indeed, as Yang Teng had acquired more contracted beast companions, the significance of Flower Flutter had diminished compared to its initial importance. Some time ago, Yang Teng had contemplated nurturing it towards a support role. In hindsight, this decision proved to be entirely correct. The verdant field swiftly took shape, and soon after, Flower Flutter unleashed its skill, Spring Bloom. Spring Bloom, a grass-type support skill that restores 160 health points to all allies within the area, additionally granting a shield of 180 points to the ally with the lowest health. A quintessential support skill, under the care of Flower Flutter's abilities. The previously weakened allied beast companions surged with renewed vigor, launching fierce assaults on their respective adversaries. This is not good. The Blazing Flame Dragon, which inherently countered the Frigid Ice Fox, now rejuvenated by healing, surged forward as if reborn, appearing before the Frigid Ice Fox in an instant. Seeing this, Feng Yin urgently commanded it to evade. Unfortunately, it was too late. The skill Inferno Devour activated. The already weakened Frigid Ice Fox let out a chilling scream under the searing flames. In no time, it transformed into a charred fox. Its once pristine form now blackened and emitting a savory aroma. Damn it! Feng Yan, suppressing his indignation, called it back. In the next moment, his third beast companion, the rampaging rhinoceros, took to the battlefield. After a prolonged contest, the strengths and weaknesses of Class 2 genius had gradually come to light. Coupled with Yang Teng's flower flutter providing support from the sidelines, achieving equilibrium was now an impossibility. Before long, both the Heavenly Sound Dragon and Miss Rose fell, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. What none anticipated was that Xing He's third beast companion was also of S rank. Yang Teng recognized this extraordinary creature, a dual-type dragon known as the Skyfire Dragon. Its prowess was not to be underestimated. Xinghe, just how many surprises do you have in store for me? Yang Teng exclaimed, astonished. Hell, what can I say? I am simply that formidable, Xinghe replied, sidestepping the question with a smile, and then directed the Skyfire Dragon to engage Lu Hao's third beast, the Emperor Armored Crocodile. As expected, under the relentless assault of the Skyfire Dragon, no matter how robust the Emperor Armored Crocodile's defenses, it was rendered nothing more than a target, subjected to passive attacks. In merely 10 exchanges, the ever-emboldened Skyfire Dragon sent the Emperor Armored Crocodile flying out of the arena, stripping it of the ability to continue fighting. Thus, the confrontation between the two classes transformed entirely into a one-sided affair. Observing the unfolding battle, Lu Hao, now devoid of fighting qualifications, let out a resigned sigh. With both of their mainstays defeated, even with Feng Yan desperately holding the line, they could not hope to match Class 1 genius. Boom. With the last beast companion defeated by the Skyfire Dragon, Class 2 genius was completely vanquished. A collective sigh of resignation echoed through the arena. Those who had initially supported Class 2 genius shook their heads, feeling profoundly disappointed by their performance. The victors of this campus competition were Class 1 genius. Wang Yang, microphone in hand, proclaimed with fervor, "Now, let us invite the class leader of Class 1 genius, Qin Feng, to the stage to receive the award." Amidst the witness of all, Qin Feng, his face alight with joy, walked toward the podium, encouraged by the nods of his companions. Curse it. It's all because of those two fools that my plans have been thwarted. Below the stage, Lu Hao seethed as he watched Qin Feng receive his award, his frustration boiling over. They truly are formidable adversaries. Tian sighed softly, a shadow of malice flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, I will not allow them to leave in city so easily. Tian Gu, what do you mean? Lu Hao gazed at him, somewhat startled. The forthcoming matters do not concern you. Focus on your classes. We shall handle the rest. Tian replied coolly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yang Teng. Oh yeah. We VE1. Ha ha ha. Don't let Yang Teng escape. Quickly capture him. On the other side, cheers erupted from the area where Class 1 genius was situated. All the students surrounded Yang Teng, seizing his arms and legs, tossing him high into the air. Long live Big Brother Yang. Long live Big Brother Yang. Ha ha ha, enough already. Yang Teng, feeling a bit acrophobic, was alarmed as they flung him into the air. Please, put Tingzi down. Lu Long, a smile gracing his lips, pushed through the crowd. TSK, why Haven T, I heard any words of gratitude for this lady. Xing He crossed her arms, somewhat displeased. Does Sister Xing wish for us to throw you into the air as well? Ho Jia interjected with a grin. Go away. Xing He shot him a glare. Let us continue tossing Yang Teng. At that moment, Yang Teng was hurled into the air. I'm back. Qin Feng returned, trophy in hand, to their side. Boss. The group seemed to have forgotten about Yang Teng and quickly gathered around Qin Feng. Crash. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground followed, and the next moment, Yang Teng's cry of pain echoed through the air. Wow. The crowd snapped back to reality, promptly turning to assist him as he struggled to rise. Are you all right? Qin Feng stifled a laugh as he inquired. Just a bit higher, and you could have started a banquet. Yang Teng, clutching his dizzy head, surveyed the crowd with a look of discontent. Since the competition has concluded, we should be on our way. In such a rush? Qin Feng quickly replied. How about this? I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Let us discuss it later. Yang Teng nodded. They did not linger at the Advanced Beast Master Academy for long. After assisting Qin Feng in winning the match, Yang Teng took the two of them and departed the academy, returning to the hotel. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xian called him. I just heard your news. How are you now? Everything should be all right, right? Lin Xian's anxious voice came through the phone. Rest assured, everything is fine here, Yang Teng replied, tilting his head and holding the phone. I should be back in a few days. That's good to hear. Lin Xian sighed in relief. Today, Jiang Haoshu came to the hospital again, and I mentioned the matter of the qualification pill to him. What did he say? Yang Teng inquired with keen interest. He said that the qualification pill has already been submitted to the Alliance for Experimental Decomposition, Lin Xian stammered. He also said to be prepared for a conversation with the Alliance when you return. Understood, Yang Teng responded calmly. Don't worry. The Alliance will not take any action against me. This matter will pass, and I don't believe Jiang Haoshi will make a big deal out of the qualification pill. All right. Lin Xian nodded. You must be cautious and in city. I will visit uncle and aunt in the next few days. Yes, you can rest assured for now. Yang Teng said, wiping his hands dry. Wait for my return. After placing the phone aside, Yang Teng couldn't help but gaze at his reflection in the mirror. Letting out a sigh? When would the matter of the qualification pill be resolved? I'm back. Lu Long entered the room unceremoniously, collapsing directly onto the bed. Where did you go just now? Yang Teng glanced at him without much concern. As Lu Long spoke. No one noticed the flicker of dark energy that appeared in his eyes. Kid, something feels off. It seems something has infiltrated your room. The Golden Dog Emperor cautioned. Something? Yang Teng asked. Confusion etched on his face as he gazed at Lu Long. But he didn't seem out of sorts at all. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yang Teng furrowed his brows. Impossible. Even though I am gravely injured, my perception is infallible, the Golden Dog Emperor replied solemnly. You'd best not be careless. Seeing that it didn't appear to be joking, Yang Teng's expression turned serious. The evening sky darkened, the city illuminated by vibrant neon lights. Observing Lu Long, who had unknowingly fallen asleep, Yang Teng stole a glance at him while fiddling with his phone. What could possibly be lurking in this room? Fatigue soon washed over him. He yawned, dismissed further thoughts, turned off the lights, and laid down on the bed. He could still hear Lu Long's soft snoring beside him. Yang Teng closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. In the dimly lit room, a wisp of dark energy surged from Lu Long, coiling around the ceiling. It solidified, resembling a demon lurking in the shadows, then curled into a ball and drifted ominously toward Yang Teng. Do you think I am invisible? The Golden Dog Emperor's voice resonated within Yang Teng's mind. In the next moment, a faint golden light took form, striking the dark mist. Hiss! The black mist trembled, as if sensing something formidable, and retreated in haste. It then transformed into a mottled shadow, vanishing from the room. Once the threat had dissipated, the Golden Dog Emperor finally relaxed, casting an indignant glance at Yang Teng, who lay sprawled in a seemingly lifeless slumber. This guy has some nerve. The following day, at the In-City Beastmaster Alliance, several Beastmasters went missing again last night, Zhou Yi stated gravely as he laid down the folder in his hands. Moreover, these missing individuals are all students. Have you found out how they disappeared? Zhu Sun inquired curiously. No, Zhou Yi shook his head. It's as if they simply evaporated. Not a trace of evidence remains. Could it be the monstrous beasts are involved? Zhu Sun frowned. That shouldn't be possible, with 4 royal-level beast masters guarding. They should not act recklessly. Could it be one of our own? The head of the Alliance's liaison department, Wang Xing, suddenly spoke up in alarm. I'm not sure. Zhou Yi replied, tapping his finger on the table. However, our investigation revealed some residual energy. Have you identified what kind of energy it is? Zhu Sun leaned closer, eager for information. If I'm not mistaken, it's highly likely to be energy of an evil attribute, but mixed within it are some inexplicable auras, Zhou Yi frowned. It resembles neither man nor beast. What kind of entity is that? Zhu Sun blurted out. A beast man? What an odd species that would be. Zhou Yi cast him a glance, yet a ripple of intrigue stirred within him. Ah, Xingha, you're back. Just as Yang Teng prepared to knock on her door, he noticed her emerging from the elevator. Observing her fashionable attire, he expressed surprise. Where have you been? Qin Feng insisted on taking me out, Xingha replied, somewhat helplessly shoving her bag into his hands as she retrieved her room card. Guess whom I saw on the way? Who? Both paused, intrigued. Wang Bo. Xingha smiled cryptically as she stepped into the room. His movements are rather suspicious. Who knows what he is up to? Be more specific, Yang Teng urged, hastily following her. I suspect Wang Bo has been controlled by a monstrous beast. Xingha poured herself a cup of hot water. Ever since I spotted him, he has been tailing me, only leaving once he reached the vicinity of the hotel. I'm not sure what he is wary of, but he didn't dare approach this hotel any closer. The steam rose from her cup. After taking a sip, she continued, however, I can assert that he hasn't left yet. With that, she approached the window and drew back the heavy curtains. Sunlight flooded the room, illuminating it brightly. Yang Teng pondered, noticing a colorful feather beside Xingha's bed. Curiosity piqued. He approached and picked up the feather, examining it closely. Kid, that feather is extraordinary. You should keep it. The Golden Dog Emperor urged urgently. Without hesitation, Yang Teng quickly tucked the feather into his pocket, while Xingha distractedly gazed out the window. Look! Xingha exclaimed suddenly. Yang Teng turned to follow her gaze. At that moment, a familiar figure lingered in front of a shopping mall across the street, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. It's Wang Bo. Yang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Let us go find him. Wait, don't you find his behavior suspicious? Xingha quickly halted him. I've heard that humans controlled by monstrous beasts emit an extraordinarily powerful beastly aura. If you provoke him, be careful not to get torn to shreds. Yang Teng felt a bit flustered. Regardless, let us check it out. You go if you want. I'm staying here, Xinghe pouted, cradling her teacup. Upon witnessing this, Yang Teng refrained from uttering further words, understanding that this was a personal choice. After departing from her room, he sought out Lu Long, who was still engrossed in a video game, and succinctly explained the situation. Lu Long appeared taken aback, hastening to the window, where he indeed spotted Wang Bo's silhouette. Tengzi, let us go, Lu Long declared without hesitation, donning his jacket before descending the stairs alongside Yang Teng. Naturally, his intentions in seeking out Wang Bo were quite straightforward. He yearned to deliver a beating to avenge the humiliation of being transported to the lair of the beasts by him. As the duo crossed the street, they observed Wang Bo trailing behind a young girl clad in a plaid skirt. That scoundrel! Before Yang Teng could fully grasp the situation, Lu Long charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Wang Bo's nape. A buzzing sound echoed, causing Wang Bo to stagger, clutching his head as he spun around. Wang Bo, did you expect to find me here? Take another punch. Be careful. Just as Lu Long prepared to swing again, Yang Teng swiftly reacted and rushed towards him. Wang Bo's eyes instantaneously darkened, and a faint black mist erupted from his body, coalescing around his fist. The source of the anguished cry was Lu Long, who found himself propelled several meters backward by Wang Bo's strike. Fortunately, Yang Teng was there to catch him, averting a potential calamity. Wang Bo, regain your senses. Yang Teng furrowed his brow, shouting in anger, do not forget, we are classmates. Classmates? Wang Bo tilted his head, revealing a sinister grin. Do I need classmates? No. The strong are inherently solitary. I do not know you, nor can I ever know you. I aspire to be powerful. To have all those who once humiliated me beneath my feet. Ha ha ha. Listening to his words, Yang Teng instinctively sensed danger. He was oblivious to the identity of the beast controlling Wang Bo. As Wang Bo's resentment swelled, Yang Teng's anxiety mounted. We are classmates, and we can also be friends. Just as Wang Bo drew near, Yang Teng recalled something. Attempting to reach him through words of compassion, Lu Long and I have never bullied you. Do you remember what I said to you? You are a genius. You need not bow to anyone. With your own strength, you can undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. You must believe. Before he could finish, an invisible force struck Yang Teng, sending him sprawling to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Long hastily drew a small knife from his pocket, eyeing Wang Bo warily. What is with these two? So reckless. Starry River, observing the unfolding scene, stomped her foot in exasperation. In the next moment, she set down her teacup, pivoted, and abruptly vanished from sight. Chapter 62, Awakening. Goodness, what is wrong with that person? He seems mad. We must leave quickly, lest he fixate on us. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yang Teng scrambled to his feet, pulling Lu Long aside just in time to evade Wang Bo's attack. Has he lost his mind? Lu Long seethed. He had initially sought out Wang Bo to confront him, yet unexpectedly found himself the target instead. Clearly, Starry River's warnings held merit. Yang Teng furrowed his brow, contemplating how to subdue him. As he pondered, Wang Bo suddenly roared, lunging toward him once more. Tengzi, watch out! Lu Long shouted, gripping his knife tightly as he slashed at Wang Bo's arm. The latter winced in pain, reflexively retracting his hand. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him as a wicked smile crept across his face. The wound on his arm began to heal at an observable rate. Fall back, Yang Teng urged, dragging Lu Long into a narrow alley. Wang Bo pursued relentlessly, soon cornering them in the deserted passage. The surroundings were comprised of cramped, low-rise buildings. Yang Teng abruptly halted, turning to face Wang Bo. Tengzi, what are you doing? Lu Long queried, perplexed. Summoning a familiar beast. As soon as Yang Teng's words left his lips, the Void Lady materialized from the magic circle. The void spell struck Wang Bo, yet it seemed to have no effect. Wang Bo tilted his head, the black mist around him solidifying once more. His rage was accumulating. Yang Teng retracted his mental probe, hastily instructing the Void Lady to activate the hypnosis skill. A hum resonated as the black mist swirled, unexpectedly rebounding the hypnosis back towards them. The Void Lady faltered, nearly struck by the reflected spell. Curse it, what on earth is this black mist? Lu Long clenched his fists, instinctively summoning a stone golem. The earth barrier skill activated, erecting a sturdy earthen shield before them. Boom. With a single punch, Wang Bo shattered the barrier and advanced slowly towards them. Why have you stopped hitting me? Wang Bo's head twisted mechanically, his grin growing increasingly deranged and terrifying. Continue using hypnosis. Yang Teng took a cautious step back, directing the Void Lady. Swish. In an instant, the hypnosis skill was unleashed. Wang Bo extended his left hand, snapping his fingers to obliterate the spell midair. The Void Lady was struck by an unseen force, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Tengzi, we're done for. Lu Long gazed at Yang Teng in dread. Wangbo, calm yourself. Yang Teng implored, furrowing his brow. You are under the control of a beast. Remember, you are a student at the Intermediate Beast Tamer Academy in S City, and your homeroom teacher is Zhao Qian. Oh, and the rest that bullying class monitor. Tian Yi, who often torments you. He is your primary target for revenge. As Yang Teng spoke, Wangbo suddenly froze in place. It seemed to have an effect. Tengzi, you're the best. Lu Long exhaled in relief. Tian Yi, the class monitor? The black mist enveloping Wangbo receded rapidly, as if he had recalled something. His gaze gradually clearing. You're right. Tian Yi is the one I seek. Yang Teng, I thank you. No need for thanks. Just look at you. You almost harmed your friends. Yang Teng chuckled awkwardly, silently hoping for Tian Yi's safety. However, Wangbo then revealed a gentle smile. Suddenly, a torrent of black mist surged forth once more, transforming him back into a demon as he sent the two of them flying with a single palm strike. Friends? I told you, I do not need friends. As for you, dare to obstruct my path, and you shall perish. Wangbo roared, accelerating towards Yang Teng. The latter felt a bitter pang of realization. Had all of this been merely an act? Swish. Just as Wangbo prepared to launch him away with a punch, a silver soul needle shot into the back of his head. Wangbo's body relaxed, the black mist dissipating rapidly. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Is he all right? Xing has stepped into the alley, his expression grave as he remarked, I have told you all not to engage in disputes with him lightly. How did you manage to do this? Yang Teng was taken aback. Just moments ago, it seemed he had caught sight of a silver needle emanating from Xinghe's hand. Just a few minor tricks, Xinghe replied candidly. I harnessed the power of the Starlight Dragon and utilized a mediating needle to temporarily incapacitate him. I see. Yang Teng nodded. Let's take him to the Alliance. Agreed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Ungshi Beastmaster Alliance. Zhou Yi, who had just concluded his tasks and was preparing to head out for a meal, was taken aback to see Yang Teng and his group dragging the unconscious Wangbo into the Alliance's office building. What is this? Zhou Yi halted in his tracks. We're classmates. He has been controlled by a beast. Yang Teng briefly explained the situation, prompting Zhou Yi to quickly lead them to the lounge. Could it be that the recent disappearances of Beastmasters in Ungshi are also linked to him? Zhou Yi questioned, astonished. Uncertain, Yang Teng shook his head. Is it possible that those legendary beasts who intend to attack Ungshi are behind this? There are 4 royal-level Beastmasters guarding the city. They should not be able to enter. Zhou Yi pondered, casting a glance at Wangbo. I will first eliminate the control mark on him. Very well. The group promptly rose and stepped aside. As a royal-level Beastmaster, Zhou Yi was entirely capable of using his mental strength to dispel the beast's mark from Wangbo. Before long, the dark energy enveloping Wangbo was expelled. Where am I? Wangbo opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Upon noticing Yang Teng and the others, he was startled. What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing. Yang Teng replied sternly. Do you not realize you haven't attended class for several days? A look of grievance and regret crossed Wangbo's face as he recalled something. Was I controlled by a beast? How did you know? Xinghe's interest was piqued. Days ago, after Tian Lang and the others had left, I was walking home alone. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted, and I found myself in a peculiar dark corridor. A beast shrouded in black mist approached me and claimed it could make me stronger, ensuring I would no longer be bullied. At that time, feeling despondent and contemplating whether to continue as Tian Yi's follower, I was entranced and believed its words. I agreed to its proposal, and thereafter, I lost all memory of what transpired. At this point, the group felt not only sympathy, but also confusion and anger. You fool! Xinghe exclaimed in exasperation. It is evident that the beast exploited your weaknesses to ensnare you, and you fell for it? Enough! I understand. Wangbo began to speak. But Yang Teng abruptly interrupted, gesturing dismissively. After all, he comprehended the circumstances surrounding that moment and empathized with Wangbo's mindset. Clearly, that beast was astute enough to discern the psychological vulnerabilities of others. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow slightly. What do you recall after that incident? I believe I ventured to an ancient ruin, Wangbo recalled. It was dilapidated, filled with towering old structures. Within, I encountered a total of 8 shadowy figures. 8 shadows. The others were taken aback. It was likely that Wangbo had stumbled upon the lair of those beasts, though he could no longer remember its location. After that, I vaguely found my way here, but I have no memory of anything else, Wangbo said, shaking his head. Despite his efforts to recollect, his mind offered only this much information. The ruins, Zhou Yi murmured. Could it be an organization of beasts? Perhaps, Xinghe nodded. Beast organizations are far more complex than humans. How do you know so much? Yang Teng asked, surprised. My grandfather told me, Xinghe shrugged. He is also a member of the alliance. Is that so? Yang Teng harbored no further doubts and turned to Wang Bo. It's good that you're safe. In a couple of days, we shall return to S City together. Yes, all right. Wang Bo nodded, visibly touched. At that moment, in a mysterious spatial rift not far from Ungshi, a piece on the chessboard broke free from its control. On the mottled earth, a shadow flickered. The enormous blood moon and stars loomed overhead, resembling an alien landscape. Beside the shattered ancient ruins, a figure cloaked in black sat upon a stone throne, speaking gravely. The plan is advancing. Tonight, we must secure the divine crystal. Understood. The endless gloom receded. The previously clear skies of Ungshi suddenly turned ominous. We will investigate this matter thoroughly, Zhou Yi stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Should we require your cooperation, we will notify you in due course. All right. Wang Bo nodded timidly. You all should return to rest, Zhou Yi said, and as soon as he finished speaking, he exited the lounge, clutching his growling stomach, and vanished from their sight. Wang Bo, we have yet to settle this score. Lu Long approached him, anger etched on his face as he raised his fist. Seeing this, both Yang Teng and Xinghe raised their brows but refrained from commenting. As Lu Long's fist descended, Wang Bo, now fully aware of the situation, promptly closed his eyes. Thud. The punch landed lightly, as though Lu Long had not eaten, merely tapping Wang Bo's chest. Yet, even so, the frail Wang Bo felt a jolt. He opened his eyes wide, astonished at the person before him. To become strong, one must rely on oneself. Lu Long chuckled, patting his shoulder as he exchanged glances with Yang Teng. With your physique, you need to exercise more. Our football team is short a player. How about you come as a substitute? Yang Teng approached, smiling. You. Wang Bo was deeply moved. From the two of them, he felt a warmth and respect distinctly different from Tian Yi. Perhaps this was the friendship he had longed for. If Tian Yi bullies you again, just tell me. Xinghe said, crossing her arms with an air of pride. That guy fears me. He will surely refrain from bothering you. Thank you all. Wang Bo bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Before long, they departed from the Beastmaster Alliance, coincidentally encountering Qin Feng, who had come to find them. What a coincidence to see you here. Qin Feng smiled, casting a somewhat bashful glance at Xinghe. I would like to treat you all to a meal. Please do not refuse this time. Ah, that would be splendid. Before Yang Teng could respond, Xinghe eagerly interjected. Let us go. Very well. Qin Feng displayed a beaming smile as he glanced towards Wang Bo, exclaiming, Ah, how familiar he seems. Hearing this, Yang Teng appeared puzzled and inquired, Do you know Wang Bo? Not at all. Qin Feng shook his head, however. I happened to spot him beneath your hotel the night before last, though I paid little attention at the time. I see. The group nodded in acknowledgement as they continued towards the restaurant. Yet, unbeknownst to them, subtle changes had transpired in the expressions of Yang Teng and Xing He. Boss Yang, Sister Xing, it's wonderful to see you both. Ho Jie greeted them with a broad smile, rushing to their side. The individuals present were the same ones who had participated in yesterday's competition. Come, take a seat, he urged, and under his guidance, Yang Teng and his companions settled into their places. Outside, the sky gradually dimmed, heralding the arrival of night. The city's neon lights flickered to life, illuminating the streets where a myriad of hurried pedestrians traversed. Why tonight? Inside a CAF, Tian was seated with Feng Yan. Across from them, a middle-aged man wore a sinister smirk, stating, This is the directive from above. If you desire to obtain greater power, remember to manage your current affairs diligently. But if the Alliance discovers us, Tian's anxiety was palpable. What about that Yang Teng? Do you not wish to eliminate him? The middle-aged man retorted coldly. Do you comprehend why you cannot defeat him? Why? Within him lies a formidable beast lying in wait. The man slowly rose, leaning over the table to draw closer. If you wish to acquire such a boon, follow our instructions. In due time, Yang Teng will no longer be your adversary. A beast lying in wait? How intriguing. Tian scoffed, lifting his chin to meet the man's gaze. Rest assured, I shall execute the tasks you assign to perfection. Meanwhile, in a modest convenience store on the eastern side of an city, a casually dressed man reclined in a chair, meticulously trimming his overgrown nails. It was as though he harbored an obsession. His nails had to be perfectly smooth and even. You old coot. I asked you to tend the store? Not to lounge around. Get up. A middle-aged woman with permed hair emerged from the storage room, delivering a sharp slap to the man's bald head. He paused momentarily, then quickly reacted, Old hag, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm grooming my nails? I don't care what you're doing, just chill. The man suddenly pressed a finger to her lips, his brow furrowed with gravity. There's danger approaching. Danger? The woman clearly did not appear as simple as she seemed. Immediately, she stilled her breath, rolling her eyes to survey their surroundings. Chapter 64. The Arrival of Legendary Beasts. Crimson mist surged forth from the sewer at the entrance. Thin as gossamer, flooding into the convenience store. The man's expression darkened as he murmured, "They are moving. Wonkai? Woof." Suddenly, a Doberman with a vertical eye sprang to its feet, barking fiercely at the mist, emanating a terrifying aura. "Damn it, you've ruined my store. I won't let this slide." The man cursed, rushing out the door to command the Doberman for an offensive strike. "Ha ha ha. I never imagined such a powerful being would be hidden in this little alley." The red mist coalesced into form, revealing a colossal crimson giant in the street, its size expanding rapidly until it reached a staggering height of 100 meters. "My goodness, old man, what kind of monster is that?" the woman asked, stepping back with a grave expression. "The crimson giant, Phil, wields the power of flames," the man replied, glancing at the Doberman. "Old hag, you must leave this place. The crimson giant is beyond your capability to face." No sooner had he spoken than the Doberman began to swell in size, transforming into a 10-meter-tall golden hound within mere moments. Its vertical eye opened, unleashing a tempestuous wind that swept through the area. It's a divine eye hound. Onlookers, in their frantic escape, recognized the creature. "Old man, take care of yourself." The woman, displaying quick wit, retreated from the battlefield reserved for legendary beasts. The appearance of the crimson giant was menacing, with elongated fangs protruding from its massive mouth, resembling goat horns that twisted towards its crown. Its bulbous eyes, akin to lanterns, widened abruptly, exhibiting a dual pupil. 6 powerful arms swayed, each adorned with a golden ring. No one comprehended the purpose of these 6 rings. "Ha. This dog looks quite appetizing, just the thing to satisfy my hunger." As the giant spoke, it extended its colossal hand, adorned with fiery patterns, aiming a fierce strike at the divine eye hound. Woof! The hound whipped its golden tail, unleashing tremendous force that successfully countered the giant's assault. Each hair on the tail stood erect, transforming into spikes that pierced deeply into the palm of the crimson giant. A horrific howl erupted as the giant recoiled, stumbling and crashing to the ground, collapsing a section of nearby buildings. At that moment, within the office building of the In-City Beastmasters Alliance, an alert sounded. Target, Crimson Giant detected. Talent, S-Class. Level, 78. Threat level, Legendary. An on-site Alliance member recorded the unfolding drama on his mobile device. Excellent. At this instant, all ministers and higher-ranking members of the Alliance convened in the monitoring hall, their gazes fixed on the image of the Crimson Giant. With Brother Lin Xiong holding the line, "It should be manageable," Zhu Sun stated calmly, well aware of Lin Xiong's formidable strength. "Not good. Another legendary beast has appeared." The giant screen in the monitoring hall suddenly split into 2. The left screen briefly went dark before the live footage from the Southern District surged into view. Target, Ancestral Demon Bird. Talent, S-Class. Level, 73. Threat level, Legendary. Alliance member Fong Yin reported. "Where's Zhu Yiru, who is stationed in the south?" As the Alliance leader, Zhua Xian slammed his palm on the table, communicating with Fong Yin through the dialogue console. "Leader, I just visited Zhu Yiru's office, but he was nowhere to be found." Fong Yin's expression was fraught with anxiety. Suddenly, the ancestral demon bird unleashed its skill, Fire Meteor, causing her signal to abruptly cut off. "Quick, Zhou Yi! Rush to support the Southern District." Zhua Xian commanded fiercely. "Understood." Zhou Yi steadied himself, hastily departing the monitoring hall. However, just as he prepared to exit the Alliance office building, a thick, dark green cloud surged from the ceiling, enveloping the entire building. Thunder rumbled ominously. A terrifying dragon's roar echoed from within the clouds. Battling against the fierce winds, Zhou Ye's eyes widened in terror. "It's the Nether Dragon." The onlookers in the monitoring hall naturally beheld the unfolding scene. The dining establishment where Yang Teng and his companions were gathered was situated atop the Tianhe building, a landmark edifice in the southern region of the city, nearly 300 meters above the ground. It could be surmised that in gratitude for their assistance, Qin Feng had spared no expense. Suddenly, a bird's cry pierced the air, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Yang Teng initially dismissed it as an auditory illusion, remaining unfazed. However, beside him, Xing He abruptly halted, her hand clutching her cutlery frozen mid-motion. Instinctively, she turned to gaze at the glass window behind her. A dark silhouette flitted through the clouds, approaching them with alarming speed. "Be cautious, young one. Peril approaches," the Golden Hound Emperor solemnly warned. "What?" Yang Teng's hand trembled, causing hot tea to spill across his lap. Yet, he dared not be negligent and quickly turned around. "What are you two staring at?" Qin Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. At that moment, a massive avian head thrust itself through the glass, nearly sending them into a state of panic. The ancestor demon bird screeched furiously, its wings, akin to molten lava, shattered the restaurant's bulletproof glass in an instant. The patrons dining in the establishment shrieked, scattering in a frantic frenzy. "Do not use the elevator." It will be too late. Yang Teng bellowed. In that instant, Miss Void manifested, casting a spatial spell to divert the ancestor demon bird's attention. In the blink of an eye, she had teleported outside the building, luring the formidable foe away. Let us make haste. Yang Teng summoned the fire spirit. He comprehended his intent, releasing the starry dragon and leading their group out of the restaurant, soaring 100 meters before safely landing. Boom. Just as they touched down, the entire Tianhe building was violently struck by the returning ancestor demon bird, collapsing half of the structure. Oh my heavens! The crowd erupted into chaos, fleeing in terror. Yang Teng hastily summoned Miss Void back. At this moment, her energy was unstable, clearly having sustained a grievous blow from the ancestor demon bird. Fortunately, her ethereal nature spared her from greater harm. How peculiar. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. The Southern Guardian is Mr. Zhu Yiru, but where has he vanished? Confusion was etched upon his face. Let us depart from this place first. Yang Teng clenched his fists. He turned, colliding with Wang Bo, who was enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy. Before Yang Teng could regain his bearings, an invisible shockwave violently hurled everyone away. Yang Teng crashed against a vehicle behind him, feeling as though his insides had been rearranged. Painfully, he rose to his feet, clutching his chest as he glanced towards the fire spirit. In that moment, the flame blade skill activated, striking Wang Bo with precision. Damn it! Hasn't he already recovered? Lu Long, utterly bewildered, approached Yang Teng, clutching his forehead where a lightning-shaped wound marred his skin. No, he is being controlled by a lord-level aberrant beast. He stated gravely, and it is a remarkably powerful entity. Lu Long appeared perplexed. Stop dawdling, Yang Teng urged, slapping the ground with his left hand. Instantly, 3 magical arrays materialized, and 3 beast companions emerged from the formations. Meanwhile, the ancestor demon bird unleashed a meteor of flames, wreaking havoc upon the ground below. This destruction rivaled that of advanced human-engineered weaponry. Yang Teng finally grasped why legendary aberrant beasts could inflict such devastating damage. Yet, that was not the end of it. The ancestor demon bird had evidently recognized their identities as beast tamers, summoning a fiery tempest with the intent to annihilate them. Let's move, Yang Teng shouted. Aware that they could not contend with the might of the ancestor demon bird at this moment, he commanded his 5 beast companions to initiate their defensive skills. With their protection in place, he unhesitatingly turned back, determined to lead everyone to safety. Just then, Wang Bo made his move. Like a flash of lightning, he lunged towards Yang Teng, unleashing a terrifying wave of dark energy that sent him hurtling away. Had it not been for the Golden Hound Emperor's selfless intervention, Yang Teng would have been in grave danger. Tengzi, Lu Long dashed over, grabbing Yang Teng's clothing and flinging him aside. Wang Bo, unable to halt his momentum, crashed through a car window, blood splattering across his face. However, under the influence of the dark energy, his wounds healed rapidly. Extreme Ice Beam. Yang Teng frowned. In the next moment, the Extreme Icy Lion, reacting swiftly, unleashed a beam of freezing air that struck Wang Bo, encasing him in ice. Yet, this was not a long-term solution. As he struggled to break free from his icy restraints, the ancestor demon bird had escaped the entanglement with the beast companions and dove down, aiming to tear into Yang Teng. I am truly fortunate. Yang Teng cursed, evading the ancestor demon bird's assault in a swift motion. The searing winds surged around him. Had it not been for their respective beasts fiercely defending them, it was likely that none present could have escaped unscathed. Clearwind Sparrow, go! Alliance member Fong Yen arrived in her vehicle. Recognizing the dire situation, she summoned her beast without hesitation, engaging the ancestor demon bird in combat. Having only recently become an elite beast tamer, her Clearwind Sparrow was merely level 49, insufficient to fully hold back the ancestor demon bird. However, she was not alone. Ancient Winged Dragon, Feathered Serpent King. Suddenly, 2 more royal-level beast tamers from the Alliance raced towards the scene. In full view of all, their beast companions fearlessly engaged the ancestor demon bird in battle. Are you all right? Fong Yin hurriedly approached Yang Teng and the others. Be cautious, Qin Feng warned. In the next moment, a surge of power erupted from Wang Bo, shattering the ice that encased him. The explosive energy sent Fong Yin hurtling away. Starry Dragon, He exclaimed. A massive dragon silhouette descended from the sky, catching Fong Yin as she fell. Gazing at the starry dragon before her, she exhaled in relief. What is going on? Why is he attacking you? He is being controlled by the aberrant beast, Yang Teng replied, frowning as he looked skyward. At that moment, the 2 royal-level beast tamers had summoned all their beast companions. This one T suffice, Yang Teng realized. Such a lineup was entirely inadequate to confront a legendary aberrant beast. It required the intervention of an emperor-level beast tamer. Where is Mr. Zhuiru? Qin Feng, clearly acquainted with Fong Yin, regarded her with confusion. I do not know. Fong Yin shook her head. I went to his office, but he was not present. Perhaps he stepped out for work? That is implausible. The Alliance specifically stationed him in the southern region. He would not wander about freely. Qin Feng dismissed her conjecture. Then surely he has betrayed you, Xinghe remarked with arms crossed. A look of discontent etched upon her face as she observed the struggle between the beast companions and Wangbo betrayal. Qin Feng and Feng Yin exchanged startled glances. They had both encountered Zhuoru in person and were acutely aware that a person as refined and affable as he would hardly commit such acts of treachery against his organization or humanity. Noticing their skepticism, Xinghe shrugged in exasperation. With such a massive creature wreaking havoc in the southern part of the city, I refuse to believe he is oblivious to it. Even if he were 1,000 degrees myopic or afflicted by cataracts, how could he possibly remain unaware of such a colossal beast causing chaos right beneath his nose? Indeed, Mr. Zhu is quite severely nearsighted, Qin Feng interjected. Huh. Xinghe shot him a look of disbelief, as though he were a fool. Even if he is nearsighted, surely he can hear it. I refuse to believe his hearing is also impaired. His hearing is indeed poor, Qin Feng retorted, exasperated. Enough of this, Xinghe exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to his shoulder. Let's first seek assistance from the Alliance, Yang Teng interjected, halting their discussion. Not so fast, Feng Yin cautioned, shaking her head with concern. The Alliance is currently overwhelmed. Both the leader and the deputy leader have been detained by 2 legendary beasts. What shall we do then? Everyone's spirits sank as they gazed at the sky, where several beast companions were occasionally flung about by the primordial demon bird. Calm down, Yang Teng suggested after a moment of contemplation. Just then, the Golden Dog Emperor spoke up. Kid, your spirit crystals are surprisingly delectable. Stretching lazily, the Golden Dog Emperor rose from its resting place. After a few days of absence, it had grown quite plump. How dare you say that? I've depleted all the supplies I had saved, Yang Teng replied, resigned. Ever since he learned that spirit crystals could heal the Golden Dog Emperor's injuries, he had divulged their hiding place, specifically advising it to take only what it needed. However, the Golden Dog Emperor had disregarded this entirely, consuming hundreds of spirit crystals of various qualities. After several days of refinement, its injuries had significantly healed. The Golden Dog Emperor was not one to covet trifles. It yawned again and said, given your current predicament, allow me to handle this foul bird. Can you contend with a legendary beast? Yang Ting asked, astonished. Dealing with such minor nuisances is trivial, the Golden Dog Emperor proclaimed with great arrogance, waving its finger dismissively. However, I must caution you. The energy from these spirit crystals is only sufficient for a single strike. Should you desire my assistance again, you must replenish my spirit crystals in advance. Fine, I understand. Yang Teng mused, feeling as though he might be at a disadvantage in this arrangement. It's been quite a while since I've exerted myself, Only 20% energy? Well, it will suffice. The Golden Dog Emperor's expression transformed into a comical dog face. Little bird, prepare to face my wrath. Chapter 66, Legendary Treasure Chest Reward. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the Golden Dog Emperor manifested before everyone, enveloped in a sacred radiance. The light was so blinding that they could scarcely discern the identity of the formidable beast that had suddenly appeared. What a powerful aura, Feng Yin gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Boom. With the Golden Dog Emperor's arrival, the beast companions engaged in combat with the primordial demon bird retreated in fear, unwilling to risk entanglement. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xinghe's eyes. She felt an inexplicable oddness radiating from the shadowy figure before her. Just then, Wangbo shattered the ice with a violent crash, lunging toward their position. Dark energy coalesced and surged upward. In that critical moment, the 2 Alliance-level Beast Tamers hastily commanded their beast companions to impede Wangbo's advance. Yet Wangbo seemed to thrive under pressure. The attacks of ordinary beast companions were utterly ineffective against him. Seizing the opportunity, Xinghe deftly drew a silver needle and, while everyone's attention was diverted, struck Wangbo. Ugh! Wangbo faltered, his eyes widening, and just as he was about to reach Yang Teng, he collapsed with a thud. Is he unconscious? Feng Yin inquired, poking him with concern. There was no response. I knocked him out, Xinghe stated coldly, stepping closer. But this is not a solution. If he awakens, he will still be subject to control. We should take him back to the Alliance shortly. Yang Teng sighed deeply. After all their efforts, they had yet to rescue Wangbo completely. Boom. The heavens erupted with golden light. In less than a minute, the primordial demon bird was struck down by the Golden Dog Emperor. It flapped its molten wings desperately, unleashing terrifying heat waves in an attempt to withstand the assault from this fearsome opponent. Alas, it proved futile. Let me show you my might, the Golden Dog Emperor declared, its paws forming seals as it drew the surrounding energies towards itself like a master sorcerer. What manner of beast is this? Cloaked in sacred light, the Golden Dog Emperor's form remained obscured, leaving everyone in the dark about its origins. Xinghe cast a sidelong glance at Yang Teng, choosing not to elaborate further, for she had gleaned a semblance of his secrets. Tengzi, Lu Long approached Yang Teng, murmuring, "It has a connection to you, doesn't it?" Yang Teng nodded noncommittally. Caw! A piercing cry echoed across the southern city as the primordial demon bird, struck by the full force of the Golden Dog Emperor, could not evade its fate and dissipated in a shower of golden light. What? In an unknown space, a shadowy figure cloaked in a dark robe sat upon a stone throne, its face a mask of terror. That power feels so familiar. It exclaimed, startled. How intriguing. I must see what is causing this disturbance. The enormous shadow hanging in the sky spoke coldly. In the next instant, it used the heavens as a screen to witness the events transpiring in the southern city. The shadow was astounded. A royal presence surpassing our own. Instantly, the 7 shadows present in that space were roused from their stupor. Whoosh! As the last vestiges of light faded, the Golden Dog Emperor vanished as if it had never existed. Panting heavily, Yang Teng wiped the sweat from his brow. The burden of a Lord-level beast's intervention was indeed considerable. It's over, it's over. Inside Yang Teng's mental space, the Golden Dog Emperor lamented, I overexerted by 3%. Now I can only wonder how many spirit crystals I will need to replenish. With that, it deliberately displayed a dog-faced expression toward Yang Teng's consciousness. Don't look at me like that. Yang Teng replied helplessly. What do you want? I already know. But currently, I have no spirit crystals left. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of hunting a legendary beast. Commencing evaluation for the host. Ding. Defeated the legendary beast, primordial demon bird. Combat score, 155. Performance score, 160. Host score, 113. Comprehensive score, 147. Based on the scores, the legendary treasure chest has been opened for the host. Rewards include 66 premium spirit crystals, 1 universal evolution stone, 1 advanced fire spirit, 1 fire scale powder, 20 aptitude pills, 20 divine dew, 1 fragmented puzzle piece, and 20,000 exchange points. Just as Yang Teng was about to depart from the spiritual realm, the system spoke. The bounteous rewards caused him to pause in astonishment. The Golden Dog Emperor, oblivious to what had transpired, was abruptly knocked to the ground by the 66 premium spirit crystals. You little rascal, how dare you? It contemplated expressing its wrath, but soon sensed something amiss and hastily picked up a premium spirit crystal. Instantly, the Golden Dog Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. This is indeed a premium spirit crystal. Where on earth did you acquire this? Consider it a reward. Yang Teng could only shake his head in exasperation. He never anticipated that the system would distribute rewards so bluntly, directly bestowing the premium spirit crystals upon the Golden Dog Emperor before him. However, fortunately, these held little value for him. Instinctively, a small fragment of a puzzle materialized in his hand. What is this? The piece was tiny, revealing only a vague pattern that seemed to depict stars. The Golden Dog Emperor was drawn to the puzzle piece in his hand, and it seemed to enter a state of deep contemplation, fixating intently on the fragment. Did you discern anything? After a while, Yang Teng couldn't help but inquire. Nothing. The Golden Dog Emperor snapped back to reality and replied honestly. After storing the puzzle piece, Yang Teng turned his gaze to the other reward items. One must admit, the legendary treasure chest was exceedingly worthwhile. Among the items, 2 fire attribute components were essential for the evolution of the Infernal Flame Spirit. Thus, his Infernal Flame Spirit now required only 1 final evolution material, the Hellfire Mushroom. Although this item was available in the marketplace, he lacked the requisite rank to unlock its purchase. For the time being, he had to abandon the notion of evolving the Infernal Flame Spirit and consumed all the divine dew. Instantly, his mental power surged, reaching a remarkable value of 909. Surpassing the elite Beastmaster threshold of 800 points, he was not far from achieving the rank of a king-level Beastmaster. Boom. Just as the issues in the southern city were resolved, an exceedingly terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted in the heart of Angshi City. Eerie green clouds spread out, as countless bolts of lightning rumbled, unsettling the crowd. That S in the direction of the Alliance. Fong Yin exclaimed, something has happened at the Alliance. Let us go take a look. Without hesitation, a group hastily mounted their beast companions, dragging Wang Bo along, and rushed towards the Alliance's location. At this moment, within the Angshi Beastmaster Alliance, amidst the ruins, Zhou Yi anxiously helped Zhu Sun to his feet. Damn it, that ferocious dragon nearly obliterated me. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for his formidable mental power and robust physical condition, he would likely have met his demise in that recent upheaval. What has happened to the Alliance leader? Zhou Yi's expression was grave. Above in the heavens, a colossal figure, the Nether Dragon, bound by numerous gray-black chains, was engaged in a fierce battle with the 4-winged lion-tiger beast. Chapter 67. Peril at Every Step. The towering Alliance office building, standing 100 meters tall, had been completely reduced to rubble. A faint blue protective shield materialized, encasing everything within a 2-kilometer radius. This was the Alliance's contingency plan, aimed at preventing the disaster wrought by the alien beasts from spreading to a broader area. Boom! The sky thundered. A creature resembling a phoenix, radiating white light, gradually materialized before their eyes. It was the beast companion of the Ungshi Alliance leader, Zhuxian, known as the moon-headed phoenix. This was an exceedingly rare avian beast. The moon-headed phoenix flapped its wings, edged with gold, and unleashed a sacred skill, Oath of the Moon. Oath of the Moon, a holy attribute attack skill, inflicting a single target damage of 105, with a certain probability of immobilizing the opponent. Upon the immobilization's conclusion, it deals an additional single target damage of 55 in explosive force. The Nether Dragon seemed to fear this beast immensely, twisting its form just in time to evade the strike of the Oath of the Moon. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ye's 4-winged lion-tiger beast lunged forward, raising its powerful paw to strike fiercely against the back of the Nether Dragon. A piercing roar echoed. The approaching crowd, rushing towards the scene, abruptly halted in their tracks. The immense blue shield before them blocked their path. This was the Alliance's protective mechanism. Fang Yan furrowed her brow and explained, if the enemy is within, to prevent greater harm, the Alliance will activate the Abyss system, trapping both the enemy and themselves inside. Can they hold them back? Lu Long murmured. He sensed several exceptionally powerful forces. Uncertain, Fang Yan shook her head. Suddenly, her companion, the Clearwind Sparrow, seemed to sense impending danger and swiftly conjured a wind spell to deflect a sneak attack from a demon dandan. This is bad. One after another. Even more demon dandans began to materialize from the void, as if they had anticipated the arrival of others. Roar! A massive figure emerged. It was the mutated form of the demon dandan, the demon inspector. Its threat level had reached an epic tier. Be cautious. One of the king-level beastmasters hastily summoned their beast companion to engage the demon inspector, while Yang Teng and the others retaliated against the surrounding demon dandans. At this moment, it was not just here. Throughout the streets and alleys of Ungshi City, an army of alien beasts surged forth. Advanced Beastmaster Academy. What is happening? The students who were still attending evening self-study were suddenly assaulted by the demon dandan army. The entire academy descended into chaos. A flash of light. From a high vantage point, one could observe the Advanced Beastmaster Academy suddenly illuminated by hundreds of dazzling summoning arrays. Among them were particularly terrifying alien beasts emerging from the arrays. Meanwhile, the battle between the Divine Eye Hound and the Crimson Giant Phil had reached its climactic moment. The Divine Eye Hound was drenched in blood, both its own and that of the Crimson Giant. Not far away, the Crimson Giant appeared equally worn out. After a prolonged battle, 3 of its 6 arms had been rendered useless. Despite the apparent disadvantage of the Divine Eye Hound, only the discerning would notice a small green figure lurking behind it. It was a crown made of countless flowers, known as the Crown of Spring Blossoms. Of course, it was not a weapon but a living beast. Across 2 streets, a woman discreetly directed the Crown of Spring Blossoms to assist the Divine Eye Hound. Roar! The surging golden light instantly spread forth. Having received the healing of the Crown of Spring Blossoms, the injuries of the Divine Eye Hound quickly healed significantly. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward, lunging at the Crimson Giant. Boom! The earth trembled. The moon-head phoenix swished its crystalline tail, screeching as it dodged the attack of a menacing beast known as the Devourer, a creature of formidable power. Seizing the moment of their standoff, Zhuxian exerted every ounce of strength, extending a hand from the ruins. Lord! Zhu Sun, quick-witted, rushed to his side and pulled him out with great effort. Panting heavily, Zhuxian, covered in wounds, exclaimed, "Fortunately, the equipment inside is intact. I've issued a level 1 distress signal. I anticipate that the Alliance will send reinforcements shortly." No sooner had he spoken than darkness enveloped him, draining him of all strength, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Lord! Zhu Sun gasped in alarm. Let him rest. Zhou Yi quickly approached, assisting Zhuxian to lie flat on the ground. The power of the underworld dragon was terrifying, already verging on the lordly tier. Defeating it seemed utterly unrealistic at this moment. Boom! In addition to the fallen ancestor demon bird, 4 legendary beasts had appeared in Ungshi, and it was far from over. As 4 beams of different colored light thundered down, Yang Teng beheld the emergence of 4 more distinct legendary beasts in various locations throughout Ungshi. This is bad. It's the Shadow Divine Emperor. Yang Teng raised an eyebrow, watching as a massive black mist surged towards them. No way. A look of resignation crossed Xinghe's face. 2 royal beastmasters from the Alliance hurriedly positioned themselves in front of them, gritting their teeth as they risked backlash to simultaneously summon 5 summoning arrays. 10 beasts comparable to epic tier materialized. Just as the hunting shadow divine emperor was about to reach them, the summoned beasts launched their counterattacks, shielding the others from harm. Stay calm. Yang Teng, suppressing his shock, instructed, "First, let's deal with these minor creatures." Understood, the others nodded in unison. The starlight flicked its dragon tail, its massive form exuding an aura of authority. The divine sweep skill activated, shattering the defensive formations of several demons. The fire spirit of demonic flames followed suit, unleashing fire-based skills as if on an endless cooldown, and in conjunction with the Gale Bluefang Wolf, they unleashed a ferocious offensive. For a moment, their accumulated strength successfully withstood the assault of the demon inspector. This scene caused even Yang Teng to gawk in astonishment. Moreover, Feng Yin summoned all of her beasts, frequently harassing the demon inspector. The entire city had succumbed to the battlefield of the beasts. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the Ungshi Beastmaster Alliance office building, Etian and Feng Yin had stealthily crept in, crawling forward with the aid of a flashlight. Before long, they stumbled upon the vault of the office building. The item he mentioned should be in this vault, right? Feng Yin inquired, curiosity piqued. I don't know. Let's give it a try, Etian replied, pulling out the key given to him by the man. The vault stood intact, retaining its original appearance, suggesting that the materials used in its construction were extraordinary. After navigating around the protruding concrete and steel, Etian rose from the ground, bending low as he inserted the key into the vault's lock. Click! The door actually opened. Etian turned back, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he beckoned Feng Yin to come over. Illuminated by the flashlight, the interior of the vault was laid bare. A colorful crystal emitted a faint glow, captured by Etian's light. Is this the divine crystal he spoke of? Feng Yin leaned closer, murmuring, I don't sense anything particularly special about it. It should only be perceptible to beasts, Etian said, furrowing his brow as he gently held the divine crystal. Though small, the crystal exuded an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Let us go? After placing the divine crystal into a pre-prepared box, Etian turned and left with Feng Yin. The aura of the crystal penetrated the abyssal shield, catching the attention of the Golden Dog Emperor. It halted its refinement of the pristine spirit crystal. It's a divine crystal. What is it? Yang Teng, caught in battle, was perplexed. Kid, that object is no trivial matter. The Golden Dog Emperor's eyes shimmered. If it falls into the hands of a beast, it could potentially give rise to a beast king surpassing the Lord tier. Where is it? Yang Teng retreated repeatedly, glancing in the direction of the alliance at the Golden Dog Emperor's prompting. Someone is stealing it. Do not let them succeed. Just as the Golden Dog Emperor spoke, Yang Teng hurriedly turned to Xinghe, saying, Hold the line for me. Hey, where are you going? Xinghe barely had time to react before the fire spirit of demonic flames whisked Yang Teng away, disappearing from sight. Did it work? A middle-aged man clad in a black coat emerged from a void. Billowing gray mist trailed behind him. Had Zhuxian been present, he would have been astonished to recognize the man before him. Zhuiru. Yet no one anticipated that he would openly betray humanity. I sensed their presence. A cold voice emerged from the mist behind him. Zhuiru surveyed the shattered landscape with a smirk. Come out. Etian struggled to crawl from the ruins, glancing anxiously at the aerial battlefield before turning back to pull Feng Yin out. What are you doing here? Zhu Sun, standing nearby and observing the surroundings, spotted the two. Etian's expression darkened. He attempted to maintain composure. The sudden earthquake collapsed the entire Alliance office building. We barely managed to escape. Is that so? Zhu Sun inquired, curiosity piqued. He recognized the two but had not seen them arrive at the Alliance today. Etian forced a smile, keeping a distance from Feng Yin and Zhu Sun. Be careful. Zhu Sun advised, stand behind me. It's safer. All right. Etian sighed in relief, quickly ushering Feng Yin to follow him. We're out. A voice emerged from the mist, concealed beyond the light shield. Good. Zhuiru nodded, his eyes enveloped in a dull gray hue. The abyssal system, trapped beneath the rubble, sounded an alarm. However, when the alarm reached the surface, it became a mere whisper. No one noticed the sudden change before them. Seizing the opportunity, the dense mist surged through the light shield, enveloping Etian and Feng Yan's location. The latter evidently heard the summons and quickly turned around. Why is it so chilly? Zhu Sun, filled with curiosity, spun around, nearly having his eyes pop out from the startling scene before him. A swirling mist enveloped Etian and Feng Yin in an instant, attempting to drag them away from this place. Release them at once. Zhu Sun bellowed with fury. Deep down, he instinctively understood that the two were under assault by a monstrous beast. The illusory thunder falcon immediately manifested its form, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning upon the mist. Yet regrettably, it proved ineffective. Fear not, I shall rescue you, Zhu Sun declared solemnly, commanding the illusory Thunder Falcon to launch another ferocious assault on the mist. Truly, a presumptuous insect. The mist coalesced into a spear, extinguishing all traces of lightning. Zhu Sun's eyes widened in horror as he helplessly watched the spear pierce through his own body. Zhu Sun, Zhou Yi, finally grasping the situation, shook his head in disbelief and shouted in anger. However, by then, the mist had already swept the two away from the battlefield. Are you all right? Zhou Yi rushed to his side, applying pressure to the wound. Heavens! A young girl gasped, covering her mouth in shock. In her eyes, she reflected a grotesque wound that had completely hollowed out Zhu Sun's abdomen. Quickly, what are you waiting for? Apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Zhou Yi roared. Yes. The girl nodded vigorously, summoning a healing angel that barely managed to stem Zhu Sun's injuries. This is untenable. We must get him to a hospital immediately. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. Xiao Xian, hurry. No need. Zhu Sun waved his hand, forcing a faint smile. I can endure until you finish. Going to the hospital later will suffice. But, enough. Zhu Sun coughed lightly. With the healing angel here, I'm not so easily dispatched. Everyone knew he was merely putting on a brave face, but did they have any other choice at the moment? Zhou Yi, with a pained expression, closed his eyes and nodded. Rest assured, we will resolve this battle swiftly. Meanwhile, the two approached Zhu Yiru. I have what I sought, correct? Zhu Yiru smiled faintly, resembling a refined gentleman. As Yi Tian recalled Zhu Sun's protection earlier, a sense of tenderness unexpectedly stirred within him. Feng Yan, who stood beside him, felt the same. What's wrong? Zhu Yiru chuckled. What purpose does the divine crystal serve? Why do even the lord-level beasts covet it so desperately? Yi Tian, overcoming his trepidation, fixed a serious gaze upon Zhu Yiru's eyes. That is their affair. Zhu Yiru replied gently, shaking his head. We merely need to adhere to their arrangements and secure the rewards we deserve. Do you not wish to defeat Yangting? His question left Yi Tian momentarily stunned. Tian go, since he is reluctant to speak. I can't shake the feeling that this divine crystal holds great significance. Feng Yan was not foolish. Instantly, he regarded Zhu Yiru with a wary expression. The gray mist finally spoke from behind Zhu Yiru. These two youngsters have developed a rebellious intent. Eliminate them. What? Yi Tian and Feng Yan's eyes widened in shock. When did such a formidable beast begin to accompany Zhu Yiru? Are you reconsidering? Zhu Yiru frowned slightly. Those disloyal must be exterminated. The chilling tone of his voice sank their hearts like a stone. We must go, Yi Tian shouted, summoning the forest deer king in an instant and attempting to flee with Feng Yan. Navi, the gray mist rapidly expanded, blocking their path. Not good. Yi Tian's eyes widened as the mist tightened around his throat, nearly suffocating him. Observing this, Zhu Yiru's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. Break. From a distance, Yangting's furious shout resonated. In the next moment, a blade of golden light coalesced, directly cleaving through the mist before him. Yi Tian, saved, collapsed onto the back of the forest deer king. It's you, Yangting. Yi Tian's clenched fists finally relaxed. You too, flee. Yangting frowned, his expression grave. Kid, this beast is not easy to deal with. The voice of the Golden Dog Emperor echoed in his mind. But do we have any other options? Yangting glanced around helplessly. Chapter 69, Support amidst peril. Kill him. The gray mist spoke coldly. Kid, retreat. The Golden Dog Emperor roared. I lack the strength to contend with it now. If you linger, we shall both perish here. Understood. Yangting raised an eyebrow. Infused with the energy of the Golden Dog Emperor, he hastily accelerated, distancing himself from the mist's grasp. Zhu Yiru pivoted, his eyes reflecting Yangting's silhouette. This is dire. Through the mental realm, the Golden Dog Emperor clearly perceived Zhu Yiru advancing towards them. The distance between the two parties was rapidly closing. Damn it. Dog brother, do you have any good strategies to shake them off? In his urgency, Yangting inadvertently uttered the word dog. Seeing this, the Golden Dog Emperor suppressed his ire and replied, do not confront them head-on. If we cannot afford to fight, we must evade. Just as he finished speaking, Yangting deftly maneuvered, narrowly escaping the mist's pursuit. What the hell? What is happening over there? Qin Feng observed the two distant dark figures with a grave expression. It's that Yangting fellow. Xing he clenched her fists. At that moment, her demeanor was notably anxious. If they attempted to rescue Yangting, the battlefield here would soon collapse. But if they did not save him, he might very well perish. Forget it. Fend for yourself. Xing he turned away, unleashing all her fury upon the demon Dang army. Zhu Yiru moved with remarkable agility. With his hands clasped behind his back, he glided through the rolling mist, closely tailing Yangting. The latter weaved through towering buildings and winding streets. Yet Zhu Yiru remained like an unshakable piece of gum, unwaveringly in pursuit. Damn it! Yangting swiftly pivoted, crashing through the tempered glass of a building, rolling to dissipate the impact before landing safely. Zhu Yiru appeared like a gentle breeze, halting just outside his level. Roar. The mist behind him abruptly morphed into a massive mouth, roaring and unleashing a tempestuous wind. All the glass in the building shattered in response. The Golden Dog Emperor, quick to react, utilized Yang Teng's form as a conduit to initiate a defensive skill, shielding them from the assault. Go. At its urging, Yang Teng no longer hesitated, leaping from the building and sprinting forward. Boom. Just as he prepared to escape the street, a violet beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. Following that, a three-headed skeletal bird, as if conjured from the depths of hell, materialized. Its piercing shriek was sharp and jarring, threatening to shatter Yang Teng's very soul. You are far too noisy. As Zhu Yiru arrived from the rear, he gently waved his hand, causing all sound waves to vanish into oblivion. Following this, he, along with the sinister bone bird, ensnared Yang Teng within their grasp. It's over. The Golden Canine Emperor exclaimed in despair. It's all your fault for being so reckless. Now even I am at risk. What is there to fear? Yang Teng replied, feigning nonchalance. At worst, I'll still be a hero 18 years from now. You insufferable brat. I truly wish to strike you. The Golden Canine Emperor clenched its paws, searching through Yang Teng's mental space for an escape route amidst the surrounding environment. At that moment, in the northern development zone of the city, the Death Lord unleashed a devastating shockwave, obliterating 3 beast companions of epic caliber in an instant. PFF, the Soul King level beast tamer present, Yu Ling, was struck by the backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Engaging in battle with the Death Lord had far exceeded her limits. Sister, Yu Yuan, who had just recently ascended to the rank of senior beast tamer, rushed to her side, her face a mask of terror. The two sisters embraced tightly, watching helplessly as the Death Lord prepared to devour them. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a green blade of light surged forth, interrupting the Death Lord's skill activation. Immediately, a colossal ancient tree, towering at 100 meters, manifested itself on the battlefield, its roots firmly anchoring it in place. Perched upon its serpentine trunk was an elderly man with flowing white hair. The old man radiated vitality, akin to the ancient tree king before him, his eyes brimming with fierce battle intent. Who are you? The Death Lord's massive form morphed, casting eerie shadows. Those who have come to slay you. The old man's voice resounded like a mighty bell. Ha ha. The Death Lord laughed disdainfully. Come, let me witness the extent of your abilities. First, evacuate the area. The old man instructed, glancing back at Yu Ling understood. Yu Ling's eyes widened in surprise, but she immediately grasped Yu Yuan's hand, determined to lead the trapped crowd to safety. In addition, reinforcements began to arrive at other locations where no Emperor-level beast tamers were stationed. Buzz. Just as Yang Teng was sent flying by the bone bird, he suddenly looked up at the sky. It seemed something was about to emerge. Confusion washed over him, followed by a wave of dread. Could there be more beasts yet to materialize? In that moment of contemplation, Zhu Yiru had already closed in, enveloping him in a tempest of mist. It's over. There's no way out. Yang Teng cried out in alarm. Humph. The beast lying dormant within you is quite extraordinary. If I can devour it, perhaps. The same gray mist spoke again, but now its tone bore a hint of greed. Damn it. I'll accompany you to the bitter end. The Golden Canine Emperor, seeing no path of retreat, wasted no time and swiftly consumed several high-grade spirit stones. A gentle power immediately radiated outward, enveloping Yang Teng's body in a crystalline white glow. Kill. The gray mist's voice turned frigid. Under its command, Zhu Yiru accelerated, directing the surrounding mist to constrict around Yang Teng. Screech. Meanwhile, the bone bird launched its surprise attack. Faced with the seemingly inevitable demise, Yang Teng clenched his fists, emanating a powerful golden light. The Golden Canine Emperor, now disregarding all else, activated its exclusive skill, Beast Goddess Protection. Beast Goddess Protection, a non-attribute defensive auxiliary skill that grants immunity to all attack effects, enhancing dual resistances by 100 for 3 turns. Cooldown, 24 hours. An invisible wave of light spread outward, nullifying both the active mist formation and their skills upon contact. Zhu Yiru halted his assault, astonished. The mist coiled behind him murmured. This is impossible. It can actually nullify all attacks. Who is this? Phew. Although this maneuver was executed through Yang Teng, the backlash was borne by the Golden Canine Emperor itself. Its complexion turned ashen, its once radiant golden fur now dulled. Hey, are you alright? Yang Teng asked, concern etched on his face. It's merely the result of my injuries. Otherwise, these 2 ants could not hope to threaten me. The Golden Canine Emperor, in excruciating pain, waved its paw. We must leave this place. I may need to enter a state of slumber for a while. Understood. Yang Teng knew there was no time to waste. He swiftly maneuvered, colliding with an approaching stranger. He quickly stepped back, golden light surging in his eyes. Whoa, buddy, why the dramatic reaction? A striking green-haired youth rubbed his forehead and remarked, "I'm here to rescue you." "An alliance member?" Yang Teng inquired with curiosity. "Of course." The youth nodded, his expression grave as he glanced backward. "How did you manage to attract two legendary beasts?" "I didn't intend to." The Golden Canine Emperor's power waned. Now, without its assistance, Yang Teng retreated to the side of the green-haired youth. "Huh, a junior beast tamer. What the hell?" The latter caught sight of the badge on Yang Teng's attire, nearly fainting. Chapter 70, Counterattack. The green-haired youth was utterly bewildered. "Forget it, just stay behind me." As soon as he spoke, a golden magic circle formed instantly. Roar. The sound of a beast's roar echoed forth, followed by the emergence of a massive white tiger from within the circle. Its overwhelming presence surged through the air, revealing yet another creature rivaling the legendary grade, the Platinum Tiger Emperor. The gray mist murmured, "You leave now and find those two. As for them, I shall handle it." "Understood." Zhu Yiru, shedding the mist's power, slowly descended. In the next moment, he abruptly vanished from Yang Teng's sight. If I'm not mistaken, he should also be a beast tamer, right? The green-haired youth suddenly realized. Has he betrayed the alliance? Otherwise, what could it be? Yang Teng shot him a glance. The youth before him, though powerful, appeared somewhat dim-witted for reasons unknown. The Platinum Tiger Emperor roared, raising its diamond-like claws to strike fiercely at the bone bird. Seizing this opportunity, the green-haired youth hurriedly pulled Yang Teng aside. "Phew, two legendary beasts are no trivial matter." The green-haired youth regarded him. "My name is Xiao Tong." "Yang Teng." After a moment's contemplation, Yang Teng responded, offering his name. "How did you get entangled with two legendary beasts?" The moment Xiao Tong finished speaking, the entire block was suddenly shattered by a terrifying surge of energy. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed Yang Teng's clothing, pulling him backward. "Perhaps it's because I'm just too handsome." Yang Teng quipped unexpectedly. "Haha, the last time I felt this speechless was during the previous encounter." Xiao Tong maintained his polite smile, but soon redirected his attention to the battlefield before him. As one of the youngest royal beast masters in the history of the Alliance, Xiao Tong's prodigious talent was nothing short of extraordinary. At merely 24 years of age, his mental strength had already reached a staggering value of 2,400. Furthermore, the aptitude he measured years ago was an impressive 83. What does this signify? It implies that he is fully qualified to form a contract with an SSS-grade beast. He is among the elite young talents that the Alliance is currently nurturing with considerable resources. Indeed, the Platinum Tiger King before him is a specially bestowed companion from the Alliance for him to contract. Its talent level is a remarkable SS grade. The combined forces of the gray mist and the evil bone bird were unable to suppress its momentum for even a moment, showcasing the formidable strength of the Platinum Tiger King. At that moment, Etion was hiding in a CAF with Feng Yan. They were not alone. Many others had sought refuge there, huddling together for warmth. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, the CAF's glass windows shattered. A chorus of screams erupted from the patrons. Etion's expression hardened. In the next instant, Zhu Yiru appeared before him, stepping with a steady gait. "Give it to me," Zhu Yiru declared, gazing forward with an air of arrogance as he extended his left hand. "What?" Etion feigned nonchalance, attempting to discreetly stuff the box containing the divine crystal into the counter. Suddenly, Zhu Yiru reached out, and a fierce gust of wind surged, violently pulling Etion from his hiding place. Zhu Yiru clasped his neck with an icy demeanor. "Hand it over." "You cough." Etion struggled against his grip. "Don't forget, you are human. I understand the function of that object, so even if you kill me, I will never surrender it. Not going to hand it over." Zhu Yiru tightened his grip. "Let him go?" Feng Yan exclaimed in terror, her eyes wide as the thundercloud messenger materialized, ready to strike. With a swift motion, Zhu Yiru deflected the electric attack, causing it to ricochet throughout the CAF. The crowd erupted in screams once more. "Damn it!" Feng Yan trembled, indignant. "What benefit do you derive from this? Do you truly wish to see the world dominated by beasts?" "Annoying." Zhu Yiru cast a dismissive glance, effortlessly disintegrating the thundercloud messenger with a flick of his hand. Although contracted beasts do not truly perish, Zhu Yiru's action undoubtedly ignited Feng Yan's anger. Just as he prepared to make a desperate move, Xinghe, who had stealthily approached, suddenly shot a silver needle towards Zhu Yiru's nape. Clang! Zhu Yiru, however, was quick to react. With a slight lift of his hand, the needle disintegrated into countless particles of dust, propelled by the gusts of wind, sending Xinghe flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood. "Overestimating yourself," Zhu Yiru remarked, casting a glance at her before discarding Etion to the side and proceeding towards the counter. The crouching patrons quickly cleared a path for him. Zhu Yiru approached the counter, bending slightly to see the box hidden within. Just as he was about to retrieve it, 3 more silver needles shot forth. Wiping the blood from her lips, Xinghe rose from the ground. "You can only take the divine crystal from my dead body." Zhu Yiru suddenly noticed something, regarding Xinghe with newfound interest. In her eyes, countless stars flickered, as if the beauty of the universe converged within her gaze. Fascinating. Zhu Yiru nodded slightly, yet his hands remained in motion. After retrieving the box, he stepped before Xinghe. Surprisingly, he refrained from attacking. What do you seek by coming to such a perilous place to assist humanity? His words were soft, only audible to Xinghe. Xinghe's eyes widened in shock, wanting to respond, but the words lodged in her throat, unable to escape. Know your place. Zhu Yiru gently patted her shoulder. Then, with a cold smile, he elegantly exited the CAF. Don't let him escape. Outside the CAF, 8 royal beast masters had surrounded him, among them Zhao Xing, who stood at the center of the crowd, wielding a long sword with a particularly icy expression. Rebel, show no mercy. You wish to kill me? You ought to consider your own capabilities first. Zhu Yiru dismissed them with a wave of his hand. At that moment, every step he took emanated a terrifying aura. Roar! The Platinum Tiger King bellowed, striking the evil bone bird with a powerful blow, leaving it grievously injured. Seizing the opportunity while the two were entangled, Yang Teng hastily summoned the Fire Spirit and Miss Void, launching a finishing strike. Under Miss Void's abilities, the Fire Spirit unleashed its 5-color flame, illuminating the dark green night sky with a terrifying blaze. As fireballs rained down, the historically weakest legendary beast made its appearance. The already weakened evil bone bird could no longer withstand such an onslaught. With a resigned cry, it succumbed to the flames, closing its heavy eyes for the last time. The evil bone bird has perished. Chapter 71, The Theft. Quite impressive. Xiao Tong gave a thumbs up in the direction of the battle. Be careful. Before Yang Teng could grasp the situation, he promptly directed Miss Void to Xiao Tong's side. A billowing mist surged forth, but fortunately, Miss Void managed to transport Xiao Tong to safety just in time. Roar! The gray mist's ambush incited the Platinum Tiger King's fury, radiating an array of dazzling light. Damn it, on my own, I am no match for it. The gray mist trembled at the energy emanating from the Platinum Tiger King. Regaining his composure, Xiao Tong remarked nonchalantly, it is destined to lose. Indeed. Yang Teng nodded. In terms of overall strength, the Platinum Tiger King undoubtedly surpassed the gray mist by a significant margin. Defeating it in a one-on-one confrontation would not pose a challenge. Why isn't City under attack by 8 legendary beasts? Xiao Tong pondered, stroking his chin. Although he received the Alliance's message promptly, the current situation left him perplexed. For the Divine Crystal, Yang Teng replied softly. The Divine Crystal, what is that? Clearly, as a representative of humanity, Xiao Tong was unaware of the crystal's specific function. For the beasts, this crystal enhances their power, Yang Teng explained, glancing at the increasingly disadvantaged gray mist. That is why these beasts are so eager to possess it. I see. Xiao Tong mused, arms crossed thoughtfully. Yet, in the depths of his heart, the true significance of the divine crystal remained elusive. Meanwhile, not far above, the heavens erupted with a cascade of golden radiance. Zhu Yiru, akin to Zhao Xing, wielded the power of his beast companion in battle. However, it was a source of vexation for those present that the former's prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. Zhao Xing was utterly incapable of countering his onslaught. With a swift motion, Zhu Yiru raised his left hand, sending 7 beast companions, comparable to epic-level entities, careening away. Zhao Xing narrowly evaded the brunt of the attack, his reflexes remarkably swift. Continuing this skirmish will be detrimental. We must retreat. Suddenly, a voice carried through the gray mist, causing him to falter. Without hesitation, Zhu Yiru delivered a forceful blow that sent Zhao Xing flying, then surged toward the direction from whence the voice emanated. Pursue! Roared a royal beast master below. Steadying himself, Zhao Xing furrowed his brow and, with a swift grip on his sword, accelerated in pursuit. The assault of the Platinum Tiger King was undeniably fierce. The gray mist, having sustained a wound to its essence, recoiled with a wretched cry. Well done, finish it. Xiao Dong clenched his fists, excitement written across his face. With a fierce roar, the Platinum Tiger King, obeying the command, lashed its tail and leaped into the air, pouncing upon the curled-up gray mist. In an instant, an invisible wave of force suddenly sent it hurtling away. Zhu Yiru had arrived. Not good. Yang Teng furrowed his brow. His strength is formidable. Exercise caution. Understood. Xiao Dong's expression grew grave. Interesting. I didn't expect the Alliance to send you forth. Zhu Yiru replied with a calm smile. Are you not concerned about your precious treasure falling into enemy hands? Rebel, speak less and meet your demise swiftly. Xiao Dong seethed with anger. As a human, he found it intolerable that one would turn to assist the beasts. Today's battle is arduous. We shall settle this another day. Let us depart. Zhu Yiru spoke softly. The pressure exerted by the Platinum Tiger King weighed heavily upon him. Without further delay, he merged with the curled mist, vanishing as though he had never existed. Not good. The Golden Dog King, previously in slumber, awakened with a start. Its roar alerted Yang Teng to the gravity of the situation. Regrettably, given his current capabilities, he could not detain Zhu Yiru. Where are they? Suddenly realizing, Zhao Xing had led a squad of beast companions to this location. Upon witnessing Zhu Yiru's disappearance, his expression turned icy. Zhao Gu, we failed to capture him. A pang of guilt welled within Yang Teng. It's all right. Zhao Xing gently landed, patting his shoulder. You performed admirably. However, the Divine Crystal, the Alliance will send operatives to investigate. You need not worry. Zhao Xing sheathed his sword. Before long, the purple nightmare spirit mouse emerged from his embrace, fluttering joyously before Yang Teng. This little creature is quite remarkable, Xiao Dong mused, extending his hand to play with it, only to be unexpectedly bitten on the finger by the purple nightmare spirit mouse. Ouch, that hurts. Xiao Dong yelped, quickly retracting his hand. Simultaneously, a faint mist escaped from his body. We should return to the Alliance. Zhao Xing surveyed the devastated streets, sorrow clouding his eyes. Heeding his words, both Yang Teng and Xiao Dong nodded and departed together. At this moment, the battles across various regions of An City gradually drew to a close. A vortex resembling a black hole formed above An City. In the next instant, all beasts engaged in combat with humans were summoned back to their designated realm. Amidst the crumbling earth and fallen deities, Zhu Yiru tread lightly, reverently presenting the box in his hands. Is this the Divine Crystal? A shadowy figure inquired from the heavens. Back at the ruins of the Alliance, Yang Teng witnessed the gravely injured Zhu Sun being transported on a stretcher into an ambulance. Kid, do not worry about me. I am fine. Zhu Sun reassured him with a smile and a wave. Indeed, everything will be all right. Yang Teng nodded, albeit with concern, before averting his gaze. Before long, Xing He and the others emerged from their respective battles, arriving at the scene. Is everyone unharmed? Zhou Yi wiped the blood from his brow, forcing himself to sound calm. Fortunately, no serious injuries. An elder, cradling the severely wounded Divine Eye Hound, stumbled closer to them. The formidable strength of the Crimson Giant, Phil, had exacted a considerable toll, even with the assistance of the Spring Blossom Crown. Phew, Lao Mo, you seem to be struggling. From a distance, an elderly man with flowing white hair approached, smiling gently as he squinted his eyes. You, on the other hand, appear unscathed. Uncle Emo shook his head in resignation. The Divine Crystal has indeed been stolen by Zhu Yiru. Yang Teng sighed. This matter bears some of my responsibility as well. I understand, Zhou Yi nodded. A look of confusion crossing his face. No one expected him to betray the Alliance. It seems that the gentlemanly Zhu Yiru was merely a facade. At times, the human heart is the most inscrutable. The white-haired elder sighed. I initially believed that placing the Divine Crystal here would go unnoticed by those beasts. I never anticipated that it would be betrayed by one of its own. Etian, Fengyan, where do you intend to go now? Yang Teng spoke coldly. Only Yang Teng was privy to their theft of the Divine Crystal. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the others, the two, preparing to flee, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. If the Divine Crystal had remained within the protective confines of the Abyssal Shield, those beasts would not have been able to obtain it so easily. Yang Teng's expression turned icy. Are you suggesting that they are the true thieves of the Divine Crystal? Zhou Yi finally grasped the situation. No wonder you appeared amidst the ruins. It was because anger rendered him momentarily speechless. We too were led astray by Zhu Yiru. Etian quickly interjected in defense. Led astray? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. If you were innocent, why would he need to lead you astray? Etian cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at Yang Teng. It's all because of him. What do you mean? The crowd turned to look at Yang Teng, following Etian's pointing finger. He used underhanded tactics to help Class Genius defeat US, which left me feeling resentful. And then I happened to encounter Zhu Yiru. Etian exclaimed, his face flushed. What do you mean I cheated? I was merely present when calamity struck. Yang Teng retorted, utterly perplexed. He had never cheated in any way. Qin Feng quickly stepped forward, recounting the events that had transpired that day to everyone present. It is evident that Yang Teng triumphed over Etian through sheer strength. We can all attest to this. Ho Jie and others stepped forward. Humph. You have all been duped by him, Etian scoffed. He harbors a formidable beast within him. Are you aware of that? What? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Particularly, Xing He and Lu Long appeared exceedingly grim. This Etian is utterly despicable. Not only has he erred, but he also reveals the secrets of others. Damn it. I must eliminate this wretch. The Golden Canine Emperor was utterly restless. Calm down. Yang Teng responded with an air of indifference. The Alliance will surely not be swayed by his mere words. Moreover, even if you do exist within me, what of it? In certain respects, you are a source of pride. Others covet a companion as powerful as you. You, young man, are quite eloquent today. I am thoroughly impressed. The golden canine emperor shot him a sidelong glance and popped 2 exquisite spirit crystals into his mouth. That is merely someone else's fortune. Xiao Dong suddenly interjected. I only witnessed Yang Teng single-handedly restraining 2 legendary beasts. Initially, I was curious how a novice beast master could achieve this. Now, I comprehend. He possesses not only courage, but also a formidable beast companion to aid him. As a member of the Alliance, I take great pride in him. So do I. Xinghe concurred. I know Teng Zi's character best. He deserves nothing but the finest. Lu Long clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Etion's face. Enough. Zhou Yi waved his hand. As the deputy leader, he could not simply echo the sentiments of those present. Even though he harbored immense admiration for Yang Teng in his heart, he had to maintain a semblance of authority. Regardless, the divine crystal was indeed lost due to both of you. According to the Alliance's regulations, I must first enforce the public order and take you into custody. The countenance of Etion and Feng Yin instantly darkened. Soon after, a wave of regret surged within them. Perhaps they had truly erred. As Zhou Ye's words fell, 2 uniformed Alliance officers stepped forward to escort them away. As they departed, Etion cast a glance at Yang Teng, brimming with seething resentment. I am deeply grateful for everyone's support. Zhou Yi bowed sincerely, acknowledging the crowd. Without you, our city would have undoubtedly been reduced to ruins. We are all comrades in the Alliance. No thanks are necessary. Uncle Imo waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Do not burden yourself too heavily. The elder with white hair spoke softly. Although the divine crystal has been lost, as long as we unite our efforts, we can certainly recover it. Unlike some individuals, whose hearts are corrupted, no amount of effort can restore them. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, acutely aware of whom the white-haired elder was alluding to. Shortly after, the majority of those present bid farewell to Zhou Yi and departed. Just before leaving, Xiao Dong waved at Yang Teng, promising to take him to a true beast battlefield when the opportunity arose. Yang Teng readily agreed with delight. The groups dispersed, and soon it was time to say goodbye. Let us part ways here. Yang Teng smiled as he turned to Qin Feng and his companions. Very well. Qin Feng nodded, his eyes shimmering. I hope that upon my graduation from the Advanced Beastmaster Academy, I can be assigned to work with you. That would be splendid. Yang Teng chuckled. Now, we are preparing to board the vehicle. You should hurry back as well. Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng suddenly remembered something and turned to Xinghe. May I have your contact information? Xinghe was taken aback, turning her head. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, she felt a bit shy, ultimately retrieving her phone to exchange information with him. Thank you. Qin Feng's face flushed as he trembled slightly while taking back his phone. No problem. Xinghe shook her head and swiftly entered the vehicle arranged by the Alliance. Looking forward to our next meeting. Ho Jie and the others waved vigorously. Under the embrace of the setting sun, their figures grew increasingly distant. Phew. We have finally left this place. Once her emotions settled, he exhaled with relief. From the sound of your voice, it seems you did not wish to remain in Angshi? Lu Long teased. Naturally, who would want to stay in that cursed place? He shot him a glance. We have been unfortunate there for days. And then there's the current predicament. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. After speaking, she glanced at Wang Bo, who lay unconscious nearby. Controlling his beast must be no simple task. Zhao Xing frowned as he observed Wang Bo's darkening lips. Even the deputy leader of Angshi cannot lift the control placed upon him. Yang Teng calmly remarked. Perhaps only a master-level figure could assist him in breaking free from such manipulation. Master level? Zhao Xing gazed at the ceiling of the vehicle, sighing. There are but a handful of master-level beast masters in the entire world. Seeking their assistance will be quite the challenge. As long as there is hope, it can eventually be lifted. Yang Teng was confident in this. Following the newly paved road, under the watchful stars, they returned to City S. Upon their arrival, Wang Yin and Gu Yi welcomed them. Is everyone all right? Today, the two appeared particularly attentive. Yang Teng furrowed his brow, suspecting their newfound closeness was due to the matter of the qualification elixir. It is quite late. Have the two leaders not retired yet? Zhao Xing remarked as he disembarked with his sword. We heard about the events in Angshi. Yang Teng performed admirably this time. And Zhou Yi even called to commend your performance. Gu Ye's face lit up. Hence, both Leader Wang Yin and I have decided to promote you. What? Yang Teng was taken aback. You are now a golden member of the Alliance. Wang Yin smiled gently, explaining, becoming a golden member means you will have the privilege to unlock task acquisition and reward exchange. This is rather sudden, Yang Teng thought to himself, muttering under his breath. However, soon a smile of joy appeared on his face. The City S Beastmaster Alliance is home to a Hellfire Mushroom, is it not? It seems that the evolution of the magic flame fire spirit is within reach. Thank you, leader and deputy leader. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, fearing that the two leaders might rescind their decision at any moment. Chapter 73, The elite training camp. What about us? Star River, feeling neglected, pouted slightly. Who are you? Clearly, the two had no memory of them. Come on. Leader, they are my friends, and also members of the Alliance. Seeing Xing He about to lose her temper, Yang Teng quickly smiled and waved his hand. I understand now. Wang Yin pondered for a moment. Given your performance, you certainly deserve a promotion. From this day forth, you shall be members of the silver rank within the Alliance. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Lu Long's face radiated with surprise. In contrast, Xing He, standing nearby, merely cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to utter another word. Yang Teng. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from a short distance away, and Lin Xian's figure materialized before him. Xiao Xian. Yang Teng's heart soared with joy as he approached her. At last, you have returned. Lin Xian's voice trembled slightly. She endeavored to compose herself, offering him a gentle smile. It is good that you are safe. How have you been these past few days? Yang Teng grasped her hand tightly. That rascal Zhang Haoshu has not given you any trouble, has he? Rest assured, he hasn't sought me out these past few days. Lin Xian smiled, wiping away the tears that had trickled from her eyes. She had been following Yang Teng's news intently during her absence. Otherwise, how could Yang Teng have spotted her within the Alliance? You should return and rest well. Wang Yin remarked with a light smile. Yang Teng, you are to come to the Alliance tomorrow. Huh. Yang Teng stood there, momentarily stunned. A sudden apprehension began to creep into his heart as he pondered the implications. The school has granted you a temporary leave. Wang Yin continued, but fret not. We are well aware of how to handle certain matters. Understood. Although Yang Teng did not fully grasp the meaning behind his words, he was certain that Wang Yin would not publicly mention anything regarding the qualification elixir. Tengzi, I shall take my leave first. Lu Long patted his arm and turned to depart. After a moment of silence, Xing He, who had been standing quietly, began to chuckle teasingly. You are indeed fortunate, having such a beautiful girlfriend. Indeed, with his beloved by his side, Yang Teng felt it prudent to say little more. Well then, I too must take my leave. Farewell. Xing He waved and hailed a taxi, climbing inside. As he watched the taxi fade into the distance, Yang Teng's gaze softened, settling gently on Lin Xian. Let us return home. It is already 3 in the morning. Lin Xian had waited here for him, and a pang of guilt tugged at Yang Teng's heart. After they departed, Wang Yin let out a sigh. Alas, I truly do not know how to broach this subject. He wished to avoid discussing it, and it would be best if none of you inquired further. Zhao Xing furrowed his brow, murmuring, not just you, but everyone in the Alliance who is privy to this information must maintain confidentiality. Indeed, I have received a strict directive from above. Wang Yin nodded. Moreover, it was conveyed directly from that individual. That individual? Gu Yi and Zhao Xing exchanged puzzled glances. The one who single-handedly opposed the Tianjiang crisis a decade ago. Wang Yin looked up, gazing into the vast starry sky, his voice resonating. The biting cold wind swept through. The streets in the dead of night felt even chillier. The wind cutting deeper. Yang Teng clutched Lin Xian's hand firmly. Are you cold? Not at all. Lin Xian shook her head. Have these past few days treated you well? There have been some challenges, but I can only say I have emerged unscathed. Yang Teng replied mildly. It is precisely this experience that has further solidified my resolve to grow stronger. But above all, I wish for your safety. Lin Xian appeared to harbor some worries. Yet, in an effort not to burden Yang Teng, she forced herself to wear a mask of indifference. Very well, I promise you. Battling against the biting night wind, they held each other's hands tightly as they made their way home. The following day, at the City Beastmaster Alliance. Alliance Leader. Yang Teng has arrived. Gu Yi approached him with the announcement. Excellent. Wang Yin, engrossed in preparing documents, nodded, donned his coat, and exited the office. By this time, Yang Teng had already been waiting in the conference hall. You arrived rather early. Wang Yin smiled, giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. Did the Alliance Leader summon me for something specific? Yang Teng inquired directly. Indeed, there is something of importance. Wang Yin paused momentarily, then took a seat, his expression turning solemn. Currently, the disturbances from Tianjiang are increasing in frequency, and the higher-ups, pressured by the situation, are preparing to implement some internal adjustments. Among these discussions, the concept of a talent camp has been mentioned. Talent camp? Yang Teng was taken aback. So Wang Yin's purpose in seeking him out was not related to the qualification elixir? As if reading his thoughts, Wang Yin smiled. While I am uncertain where you obtained the qualification elixir, rest assured, we shall not pry further. Alliance Leader, I. Yang Teng's expression froze. It seemed this individual was indeed aware of the matter. However, this revelation quelled his previously anxious heart. Furthermore, we do not fully understand the implications of the qualification elixir. Its widespread emergence could only disrupt the stability of the human world, Wang Yin analyzed. Hence, you need not worry about it becoming known to outsiders. I understand, thank you. Alliance Leader. Yang Teng expressed his gratitude, promptly standing to bow. No need for such formality. Wang Yin waved his hand dismissively, returning to the matter at hand. I wish to recommend you for the Alliance headquarters talent camp. Huh. Yang Teng was momentarily bewildered. What kind of organization is that? A collective of young prodigies under the Alliance's banner. Wang Yin replied earnestly. It is designed to cultivate the most promising beastmasters together, enabling you to achieve faster growth through practical combat experience compared to your peers. So, does this mean we will be joining the battlefield prematurely? Yang Teng's heart raced with excitement. The Tianjiang Abyss occupied a third of this world's territory. Meanwhile, there lay a lengthy boundary line separating human society from the domain of Tianjiang. This boundary line erupted in conflicts year after year. The establishment of the talent camp aimed to gather these talented beastmasters, allowing them to rapidly evolve through combat with exotic beasts. Naturally, every step they take would be safeguarded by other beastmasters. What are your thoughts? After a moment, Wang Yin gently inquired, gazing at his face. I agree. There is no need to deliberate on this. Yang Teng quickly regained his composure, nodding. However, I have yet to complete my studies. What shall I do? Ha ha. The talent camp is merely a concept at this stage. What we need to do now is recommend talent. Wang Yin replied with a casual smile. It will likely be quite some time before it is fully implemented. I see. Yang Teng nodded thoughtfully. If I join the talent camp, what benefits can I expect? Whatever you desire, the Alliance can accommodate you. Wang Yin stated generously. After all, the creation of the talent camp is to concentrate resources for talent cultivation. Really? Yang Teng was never one to shy away from seizing opportunities. His mind was buzzing with calculations at that moment. Absolutely. Wang Yin nodded. I would like to acquire a hellfire mushroom. Yang Teng grinned mischievously. He had long had his eye on this mushroom. After all, possessing it would allow his magical flame spirit to evolve to its ultimate form. The hellfire mushroom? Wang Yin contemplated for a moment. There is indeed one left, but it has already been reserved by someone else. What? Yang Teng's hopes shattered in an instant. If memory serves, Jiang Haoshu had reserved it just a couple of days ago. Wang Yin pondered. It seems that the hellfire mushroom cannot be given to you. Would you prefer to exchange it for something else? Yang Teng was speechless. How could he encounter this fellow Jiang Haoshu everywhere he went? Were they perhaps enemies from a past life? Chapter 74. The Abandoned District. Forget it. Let me take another look, Yang Teng sighed, shaking his head with a look of regret. Although the Alliance had no stock left, it did not imply that there was only one hellfire mushroom in existence. Wang Yin seemed to recall something and murmured, I remember there is a hellfire mushroom growing beside an ancient tree in the Abandoned District. The Abandoned District? Yang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Due to the Tianyang Lake incident a decade ago, nearly half of S City had been ravaged by the nine-headed demon serpent. After stabilizing the crisis, the Alliance deemed it too challenging to establish a new city on the wasteland, thus opting to abandon that section of the city. Over the years, numerous exotic beasts had traversed the forest to proliferate in the Abandoned District. Consequently, it had gradually become a forbidden zone, inaccessible to ordinary people. I believe that hellfire mushroom was indeed sourced from there, Wang Yin mused. The environmental factors in that region are exceptionally conducive to the growth of hellfire mushrooms. If possible, you might consider visiting there. But isn't it a forbidden zone? Yang Teng frowned. Oh right, I almost forgot. Wang Yin pinched the bridge of his nose. In that case, let me first call my superiors to grant you access. All right, Yang Teng nodded. Securing the hellfire mushroom as soon as possible would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Ding ding ding. Before Wang Yin could rise, a sudden ringing sound emanated from nearby. Wang Yin instinctively glanced over and promptly answered the call. No need for all that formality. Just let him enter the Abandoned District. A deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. Yes, understood. Wang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Of course, my lord. I will arrange it immediately. My requests are few. The man's voice grew increasingly resolute. Whatever he desires, you must endeavor to fulfill. He is the only one I hold hope for. Also, the research on the qualification elixir can be halted. Although I am not in S City, gathering information remains effortless for me. Understood. Wang Yin nodded fervently, his expression turning to one of shock as he gazed at Yang Teng. How could this fellow possibly know such an important figure on the other end of the line? After hanging up, Wang Yin forced himself to regain composure and returned to Yang Teng. What was that about? Yang Teng asked curiously. The higher-ups have already granted approval. Wang Yin replied with a calm smile. However, entering the Abandoned District may pose dangers, and I will dispatch personnel to ensure your safety. Oh, won't that be too much trouble? Yang Teng was taken aback. When did he ever receive such treatment from the Alliance? Merely a minor matter, Wang Yin chuckled. Do not forget about the elite training camp. You promised me. Thank you, Alliance leader. Yang Teng rose and bowed slightly. Though their acquaintance had not spanned a long time, nor had they engaged in profound dialogues, Yang was deeply appreciative of Wang Yan's assistance. It is but a triviality. Your growth is the greatest reward to the alliance. Wang Yan responded gently. Once the pertinent matters had been discussed, Yang boarded the vehicle heading to the abandoned district, accompanied by his acquaintance Zhao Xing. As a royal beast master of the alliance, Zhao Xing was indeed a distinguished figure, even after losing his dominant left hand. Once your flame spirit completes its evolution, remember to promptly obtain the badges for intermediate and advanced beast masters, Zhao Xing advised. With your current strength, you are fully qualified to secure both professional level badges. All right. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Yang nodded. His highest-ranked beast, Miss Void, had undergone considerable nurturing and had already surpassed level 39. However, as level 40 necessitated evolution, its progress would have to be temporarily set aside. The abandoned district lay to the south of S City, one of the 3 major forbidden zones encircling the city's borders and the only one seamlessly adjoining the urban area. A towering steel wall, nearly 100 meters high, stood at the district's boundary, erected to prevent large exotic beasts from breaching the red line and endangering the lives of the city's inhabitants. The vehicle gradually came to a halt. Before the checkpoint, a uniformed soldier approached. Oh, it's you all. Clearly, the Alliance had notified them prior to their arrival. Yes. Yang nodded. Brother, can we enter now? Absolutely. The soldier smiled, stepping aside to open the checkpoint gate. The vehicle resumed its journey, delving deeper into the abandoned district. Stop up ahead, Zhao Xing instructed the driver, indicating the road that had been cut off not far ahead. After unbuckling their seatbelts, the two stepped into the middle of the road, surveying their surroundings. The desolate urban landscape unfolded before them. Crumbling skyscrapers and pavement cracked like spider webs revealed the brutality of the Tianyang Lake incident 10 years prior. Now, a decade later, the once mottled concrete had sprouted with weeds. The towering buildings that still stood were cloaked in a thick layer of dust due to neglect. The ancient tree that Alliance leader Wang mentioned should be at the Fuan Temple, Zhao Xing remarked, gripping his longsword. The Fuan Temple? Yang glanced at him. I visited this place when I was a child. Upon his arrival in this world, his first impression was indeed of the Fuan Temple. Regrettably, after its destruction in the Tianyang Lake incident, he had never returned. The ancient tree at Fuan Temple was a colossal ginkgo, towering and likely over 1,000 years old. Each autumn, the falling ginkgo leaves would bathe the entire temple in a golden hue. It was once revered as a sacred tree, yet fate had buried it in the annals of history. The abandoned district was extensive, and the commercial areas on both sides had retained their original appearance. Before long, they traversed the street and arrived at the entrance of Fuan Temple. The crimson doors stood partially ajar, their colors having faded significantly over time. As Zhao Xing pushed the door open, a cascade of ginkgo leaves greeted them. The rustling sound seemed to echo the desolation and solitude of the place. Just as they were about to step into Fuan Temple, a slender black cat appeared on the street nearby. It was evident that this black cat was a powerful exotic beast, although its presence here was a mystery. The palpable aura it exuded caused Zhao Xing to furrow his brow. You go inside first. I will draw that exotic beast away. After confirming that there were no dangers within the Fuan Temple, Zhao Xing unsheathed his longsword and strode toward the direction of the black cat. Meow. The black cat seemed disinterested in confrontation, vanishing into thin air in a single leap. Observing this, Zhao Xing could only remain by the side, nodding in acknowledgement to Yang. Creak. The old wooden door emitted a heavy groan. Yang exerted all his strength to push it open, revealing a flourishing ginkgo tree, which suddenly appeared before him. Unfortunately, due to the deep winter season, the ginkgo leaves had mostly fallen away. Indeed, there it was. Yang approached the ginkgo tree slowly and discovered the hellfire mushroom in an inconspicuous corner. Chapter 75, Easily Subdued. Without hesitation, he bent down to pluck it. What are you doing? A voice tinged with indignation suddenly rang out. 2 young men clad in black coats rushed out from the main hall, pointing accusingly at Yang. What the hell? In such a desolate and silent place, seeing people made Yang think he had encountered something supernatural, and he rubbed his eyes repeatedly. Upon confirming that the newcomers were indeed living beings, his heart began to ease. We found that hellfire mushroom first. Stop right there. One of the youths, particularly arrogant, sauntered forward. Who said you could act first? Yang, somewhat displeased, directly plucked the hellfire mushroom before him. You. The youth was instantly enraged. Sorry. You arrived a step too late. Yang tucked the mushroom away and took a slight step back. He felt no remorse for his actions. Damn it. Give it back to me. The youth lunged at Yang, attempting to snatch the hellfire mushroom from his grasp. But could he possibly be Yang match? The Void Mistress immediately manifested. With a gentle lift of her hand, the youth was sent flying. This is blatant theft. Another youth approached, his face filled with indignation. We clearly saw it first, and I was the one who plucked it first. Yangteng crossed his arms. Sometimes opportunities present themselves before you, yet you fail to seize them. Who can you blame for that? Stop wasting time with him. The first youth scrambled to his feet. Suddenly, a crimson magic array materialized, and the form of a fire-melting giant elephant emerged with a bellow. I'm in two. Under the gathering of a blue magic array, a blue glowing gale hawk soared upward, circling in the air. Kid, do you dare oppose our withered leaf gang? You should consider your own abilities. The youth snickered coldly, directing the fire-melting giant elephant to attack. Void Mistress, hold them off. Yangteng furrowed his brows. It turned out that these two were from the withered leaf gang. Moreover, judging by the strength of their beast companions, they were not to be underestimated, both being B-grade beasts. As the Void Mistress struggled to hold her ground, Yangteng clapped his hands on the ground. Instantly, magic arrays formed with startling rapidity. What the hell? Who is this guy? And how has he contracted so many beast companions? The two youths were completely dumbfounded. Before long, the Libra, Icy Lion, Flower Butterfly, and Thunderbird manifested. Coupled with the Void Mistress, Yangteng's side was now formidable enough to overpower the two before him. These are all A-grade beasts, this kid. The youth exclaimed in panic. Why don't we just let him have the Hellfire Mushroom? Let's just fight first. The other youth shook his head, slapping the ground again. In an instant, two more magic arrays took shape. Clearly, they were prepared to engage in full combat for the Hellfire Mushroom today. The battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically. Yangteng, unfazed, continued to clap his hands on the ground. A crimson magic array suddenly formed. Terrifying flames surged, causing the two youths to widen their eyes in terror. He still has a trump card. With a roar, the demon flame fire spirit unfurled its demonic wings and emerged from the flames. With a simple lift of its hand, fiery tendrils surged forward, crashing into the fire-melting giant elephant. Not good. It's an S-grade demon flame fire spirit. The youth cried out. Damn it. How did I run into Yangteng here? Are you saying this person is Yangteng? The other youth's expression turned fearful. He had certainly heard tales of Yangteng from his superiors, but he never expected to cross paths with him today. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos of the beasts, Yangteng suddenly recalled something, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wait a minute. This abandoned urban area is a designated forbidden zone established by the Alliance. How did you two get in here? Mind your own business. The youth retorted loudly. Yet, inwardly, he was terrified. Although their strengths were comparable, Yangteng was simply too monstrous, contracting 6 beast companions. What terrifying levels of talent and mental fortitude must he possess? It's fine if you don't answer. Yangteng smiled calmly. Once I take you back to the Alliance, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. You. The youth retreated repeatedly. In the ensuing clash, his fire-melting giant elephant was utterly overwhelmed by the Icy Lion's elemental advantage. Meanwhile, the Void Mistress successfully subdued the two beasts single-handedly. Seizing this opportunity, the demon flame fire spirit launched a devastating strike, sending them all flying. The youth was taken aback. Is this Yangteng's true strength? As he watched his beasts fall one after another, the other youth's expression darkened. Even if you defeat us, so what? He recalled his defeated beasts. A cold expression on his face. You probably don't realize that significant figures are already fixated on you. Soon enough, not only will City S face calamity, but the alliance in your Huagua will also plunge into disaster. What do you mean? Yangteng froze momentarily, noticing the cold smirk on the youth's face, and sensed that he was not joking. Blame your alliance for being so ostentatious all this time. The youth wiped his nose. Did you really think that with 12 master-level experts, you could prevent disaster from occurring within Huagua? Naive. Trust me, that day will inevitably arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, the two youths retreated to the temple's entrance. Before Yangteng could react, they rolled away, disappearing from sight. So what Wang Yin said is true? Yangteng murmured to himself. It seems the alliance is under immense pressure. Meow? The sound of rustling yellow leaves accompanied a faint meow. Yangteng gathered his thoughts and turned toward the source of the sound. It was a hollow in the ginkgo tree. At that moment, a tiny tabby cat was hiding within, seemingly just born. A beast? Yangteng curiously crouched down. The tabby cat, upon seeing him, showed no fear and crawled out of the hollow. What a well-behaved little one. Driven by an affection for all things adorable, Yangteng seated himself upon the ground, cradling the little tabby cat in his embrace. Its fur was remarkably sleek, akin to the finest fox pelt. Most notably, it exuded an air of cleanliness, devoid of any unpleasant odor. This place is a wasteland. Remaining here poses a danger, Yangteng murmured as he surveyed his surroundings. I wonder if Xiao Xian likes cats. I shall take you home first. Meow, the little tabby cat mewed, shaking its head, before transforming into a streak of light that darted into the center of his brow. Yangteng's eyes widened in surprise. In the next moment, his consciousness found itself within a mental space. The Golden Dog Emperor, who had been in a deep slumber, roused with a look of astonishment as if sensing something. Nearby, a diminutive tabby cat sat, grooming its paws. Bark barked the golden dog emperor, encountering something alarming, emitted a bark that it typically abhorred. Meow, the little tabby cat responded elegantly to its dismay. Where did you find this creature? The golden dog emperor exclaimed. Right in the ginkgo tree hollow. Yang Teng replied candidly. I thought it looked rather pitiful, so I decided to take it away. However, it seems it wishes to forge a contract with me. You ancient hag. I never expected you to still be alive and seemingly doing well, the little tabby cat said, its voice sharp as a thread, directing its ire at the golden dog emperor. You cursed old witch, if I'm still alive, how could I let you perish? The golden dog emperor seethed with indignation. This human has already formed a contract with me. You'd best leave. TCH, it's destiny that I, a being of perfect aptitude, have encountered this human. The little tabby cat remarked disdainfully. Seeing you live so comfortably, I am relieved. I must admit, this human's mental space is quite conducive to healing. Chapter 76, The Little Tabby Cat and the Golden Dog Emperor. The little tabby cat suddenly halted, upon seeing the densely packed beast companion compartments before it. The cat appeared utterly flabbergasted. Hee, surprised are we? The golden dog emperor smirked. What in the world is this prodigy? The little tabby cat gazed incredulously at Yang Teng's visage. The latter met its gaze. I too was taken aback when I forged a contract with him. The golden dog emperor lay sideways, adding, this fellow possesses quite the potential. Being near him will significantly aid in our recovery. You sly creature. No wonder you vanished the last time I visited. You were busy forming a contract with this human. The little tabby cat muttered. And judging by your injuries, it seems you're recovering faster than I am. Of course. This little rascal feeds me top-tier spirit crystals daily. How could my recovery not be swift? The golden dog emperor feigned nonchalance. Top-tier spirit crystals? The little tabby cat narrowed its eyes. No wonder you're so plump now, enjoying life all on your own. Are we? Look who is talking. The golden dog emperor's expression soured abruptly. Am I that kind of being? Certainly, you are not human. Poo. The golden dog emperor hastily clarified. I merely intend to use this human's body to recuperate before searching for you. Do you think I would fall for your words? The little tabby cat shot at a sidelong glance. Among us sacred beasts, you are the most canine. I am well aware of your cunning ways. You old hag. Do not call me a dog. The golden dog emperor's anger surged. Fine, you are not a dog. The little tabby cat, disinclined to continue the banter, severed its mental link with the golden dog emperor and turned lazily to Yang Teng. What do you wish to do? The latter sensed an unusual atmosphere. Meow, the little tabby cat softly called as it sauntered towards him. In the next instant, a colorful magical array suddenly materialized beneath its paws. What is this? Yang Teng gasped in astonishment. A contract array? This little tabby cat intends to form a contract with me? Meow, the little tabby cat leapt gracefully, extending its soft paw to touch his hand. Before Yang Teng could comprehend the situation, he found himself swept into a contract ceremony initiated by the little tabby cat. It is extraordinary. Yang Teng's mind raced with the realization. After all, beasts capable of instigating a contract ceremony were typically beings of remarkable innate gifts. Yet, he had not discerned anything particularly special about the little tabby cat. Seemingly anticipating Yang Teng's underestimation, the little tabby cat remained unfazed. Yet a terrifying spatial fluctuation emanated from its entire being. What is this? The power of space? Yang Teng exclaimed. Generally, those capable of wielding spatial power were beings with supernatural attributes, yet he had not encountered it in any beast compendium. The ceremony continued without hindrance. In a short time, Yang Teng, guided by the little tabby cat, successfully completed the entire contract ceremony. The process was so seamless that it astonished the golden dog emperor as well. Meow. The little tabby cat licked its paw before deftly hopping to the 10th beast companion compartment. Yang Teng was still processing the events when the system promptly recorded the little tabby cat's information. Compendium updated. Time-Space Cat Emperor. Level 100. Attribute, Psychic Flight. Talent, SSS. Characteristic, Time-Space. Increases its speed by 100, immunity to debuffs, and can create 3 illusory duplicates with 70 of its original strength during each battle, remaining undetectable. Evolution, Final Form. Threat level, Lord Class. Racial value, 735999. Indeterminate boundary. Skills, Time-Space Power. Increases all attributes by 15, boosts speed by 200 points, and grants an invulnerable immunity effect upon skill release. Spatial Collapse. Inflicts area damage of 135, suppressing the opponent's movement and inducing a burdened state. In a burdened state, speed is halved, and resistance is reduced by 30. Black Hole Devour. Deals single target damage of 160, doubling damage when at the black hole's center, with 80 of the inflicted damage restored as health. Similar to the Golden Dog Emperor, Yang Teng could not view other skills due to detection limitations. Yang Teng stood frozen, utterly flabbergasted. He never anticipated that the little tabby cat he had casually rescued would possess such terrifying power. What species from which celestial sphere did it, and the Golden Dog Emperor originate? How could they be so extraordinarily formidable? The Golden Dog Emperor, unable to maintain its facade, slowly turned to him, revealing a knowing smile. Kid, I never imagined you would encounter the little tabby here. What little tabby? Address me as Tabby Fairy. The little tabby cat evidently disdained this moniker. Tabby Fairy, Yang Teng murmured. I truly was blind, inadvertently bringing forth another deity. Do not fear, master. Henceforth, I shall guard you. The little tabby cat declared confidently. The little tabby cat displayed a charming and obsequious smile. The regal golden hound, acutely aware of its intentions, could only simmer in silent resentment. Indeed, Yang Teng was soon enchanted by the cat's adorable demeanor, prompting him to purchase several exquisite spirit crystals as gifts for the little tabby. Thank you, master. Once my strength is restored, I shall be able to assist you. The little tabby exclaimed, overflowing with joy. It was evident that it had chosen the right companion. Just focus on recovering. As for the matters of conflict, leave them to me and the golden hound, Yang Teng reassured, gently ruffling its head. Why should I? The golden hound interjected, clearly displeased. Haven't you benefited greatly from my presence? Yang Teng replied with a mischievous grin. With the arrival of the obedient little tabby, the golden hound's status in Yang Teng's heart plummeted. Do not force me to abandon you. The golden hound protested, irate. If you wish to leave, then do so. The little tabby retorted, casting a sidelong glance. You've been with master for quite some time now, yet you haven't even called him master once. You dare to speak so boldly. It wouldn't be a loss if you departed. You old hag, you are truly insidious. The golden hound lamented, on the verge of tears. Old hag. Yang Teng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, you two are acquainted? Of course. The golden hound shot back. Birds of a feather flock together, and we, as extraordinary beasts, are no exception. Though this old hag may be slightly weaker, we still share a connection. Humph, weaker than me. Do you even comprehend the situation? The little tabby responded, visibly displeased. Who was it that sheltered you during your escape? Have you forgotten? Enough about that. The golden hound clearly wished to keep the past hidden from Yang Teng. However, Yang Teng was no fool and quickly deduced certain truths. For instance, the reason behind the golden hound's injuries was likely an encounter with a formidable creature. As for the underlying reasons, he could only speculate. Since you are acquainted, that is undoubtedly a good thing. I hope you will look out for each other in the future, Yang Teng said, hands clasped respectfully. You are too kind, master. I shall serve you diligently. The little tabby replied with a radiant smile. Let me tell you, following this lad will always lead to misfortune. The golden hound grumbled, clearly dissatisfied. You have no idea how many eyes are upon him. Despite its injuries, the golden hound's senses remained sharp, and the hidden truths eluded Yang Teng, but were all too clear to the hound. Yang Teng furrowed his brow. Then do enlighten me. I shall not. The golden hound declared with pride. Knowing these matters in advance would not be beneficial for your growth. I would much rather you rely on your own strength to carve out your own path. I concur with its sentiments, the little tabby added gravely. Master, there are times when the hound refrains from sharing information for a reason. Though it may be a dog, one cannot deny its foresight. Chapter 77, The Infernal Flame Sovereign. I understand, Yang Teng replied, his expression momentarily serious. Who could possibly have fixated upon him? I shall return to slumber, the golden hound said, drooping its ears. Should you require assistance during this time, feel free to summon this old hag. With that, it collapsed onto the bed, instantly falling into a deep sleep. This rascal. The little tabby licked its paw. Observing the golden hound's extreme fatigue, it chose to say no more, merely advising Yang Teng to call it if needed before retreating to its beast companion space. At present, all materials for the evolution of the infernal flame spirit had been collected. It was time to facilitate its final evolution. With a surge of firelight, the form of the infernal flame spirit appeared before him. Buddy, the next steps are up to you. After feeding all the evolution materials to the infernal flame spirit, Yang Teng stepped aside. Buzz. The flames enveloping the infernal flame spirit leapt once, and then a crimson magic array began to coalesce. In the following moment, its form shattered, transforming into a cascade of flames. The roaring fire surged into the magic array. As the array began to spin, an even more formidable wave of life energy started to materialize. Yang Teng stood by, eagerly awaiting the moment of completion for the infernal flame spirit's evolution. Suddenly, the magic array came to an abrupt halt, akin to a rusted wheel incapable of turning. Upon witnessing this disruption, Yang Teng frowned slightly, but he dismissed it. Buzz. Fortunately, the magic array soon resumed its normal operation. The intense flames danced like the heartbeat of a ferocious beast, undergoing its final refinement. Crackle. Delicate sounds emanated from the magic array. In the next instant, the previously stable array experienced yet another anomaly, and this time, it was far worse than before. Terrifying flames erupted, and the seemingly solid crimson magic array began to show cracks. The fissures gradually extended, and in the next moment, they spread like a spiderweb across the entire array. How could this happen? Yang Teng's eyes widened in alarm. His previously calm demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Crackle. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, the array was disintegrating. The flames contained within began to wane. Historically, there had never been a case of evolution failure. How could this be occurring? Gazing at the crumbling array, Yang Teng shook his head in confusion. The once roaring flames ultimately dwindled to a mere flicker. The splendid and beautiful crimson magic array collapsed entirely, dissipating into a haze. System, what is happening? Yang Teng inquired urgently. Initiating life force detection on target. Detection in progress. Detection complete. What is the outcome? As the system's voice faltered, Yang Teng grew increasingly anxious. Congratulations, host. The infernal flame spirit has completed its evolution and unlocked a new special aberration path. Aberration form. Infernal flame sovereign. Aberration condition, level 60. What? Yang Teng stood frozen, astonished. Not only was his infernal flame spirit unharmed, but it had also unlocked a new evolutionary path. More precisely, it was an aberration. Yet, was the condition for aberration not rather stringent? How had the infernal flame spirit achieved this? Just as he pondered this perplexity, the magic array, which had seemingly dissipated, began to coalesce once more. The faint flicker of flames, as if invigorated by a gentle spring breeze, regained its vigor. The reformed contract array sparkled even more brilliantly than before, adorned with an abundance of intricate runes, bathed in the grace of fire. The form of the infernal flame sovereign gradually solidified. Compared to its pre-evolution appearance, it now appeared more robust and imposing. Its demon wings had become fully developed. With a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, the demon horns rose sharply, exuding a powerful and piercing aura. The corporeal form, forged from flames, seems capable of unleashing a torrent of fire elemental power no matter where it roams. The compendium has been updated to include the Infernal Flame General. Level, 35. Attribute, Fire Evil. Talent, S. Characteristic, Infernal Flame. Normal attacks have a chance to unleash an additional damage of 30 from attached infernal flames. Alteration, can be altered once. Base stats, 616. Skills, Infernal Flame Strike. Deals 95 damage to a single target, increases magic attack by 10, with a high likelihood of a critical hit, which inflicts a burning effect. Ghost Flame Slash. After charging, deals 100 damage to a single target, guarantees a critical hit, with a chance to inflict double damage. Flame General's Will. Increases both defenses by 10, magic attack by 10, and boosts fire attribute skill damage by 35, lasting 3 turns. It appears that the Infernal Flame General pursues a path of explosive offensive power. Yang Teng perused its base stats panel, noting that its magic attack alone reached a staggering value of 154. To say it is merely S rank would be an understatement. Even SS rank aberrations seldom possess such a high magic attack base stat. Nevertheless, while the Infernal Flame General boasts significant advantages, it also bears some critical weaknesses. For instance, its defensive stats are rather lacking. Regardless, in conventional competitions, beast companions with explosive offensive capabilities remain highly sought after. Roar. The Infernal Flame General exhaled flames, seemingly declaring its formidable strength post-evolution. Good companion, you finally evolved to this stage. Yang Teng caressed its molten arm, a satisfied expression gracing his features. He then recalled the Infernal Flame General and returned to the real world. A cold wind howled. Ginkgo leaves fluttered about, reminiscent of the desolation surrounding him. What is the matter? Zhao Xing opened the temple door, curiosity etched upon his face as he approached. Rest assured, Zhao Bro, the final evolution is complete. Yang Teng smiled, suddenly recalling something. Oh, Zhao Bro, didn't you notice 2 individuals running out just now? 2 individuals? Zhao Xing paused. I was chasing that black cat earlier, and didn't he remain here? I see. Yang Teng nodded, just now. 2 members of the Withered Leaf Gang attempted to seize the Hell Infernal Flame Mushroom from me. But no worries, I managed to drive them away. Members of the Withered Leaf Gang? Zhao Xing pondered. How could they infiltrate the heavily fortified abandoned district? What are you thinking about, Zhao Bro? It's nothing. Zhao Xing shook his head, pulling his thoughts back. Let us return first. All right. After sealing the temple door once more, Yang Teng gazed at the towering ginkgo tree with mixed emotions. Time has passed. Perhaps he would never visit this place again. The process of harvesting the Hell Infernal Flame Mushroom was somewhat convoluted, yet ultimately, it was fraught with more surprises than dangers. And Yang Teng, as a result, had contracted a powerful beast companion. Upon returning to City S, Yang Teng found Wang Yan and recounted his experiences in the abandoned district. Wang Yan nodded slightly at this. He found himself increasingly impressed with the young man before him. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yang Teng rose, preparing to depart from the alliance. Wait a moment. Wang Yan suddenly recalled something and halted his steps. What is it? Yang Teng turned back in confusion. Keep an eye out for any promising beast tamers you come across. I might wish to recommend your names later. Wang Yan remarked. I see. Yang Teng mused, immediately envisioning Xinghe's figure. All right. After agreeing to this request, Yang Teng turned and departed. Chapter 78. The Slap in the Face Battle? Yang Teng, I never expected to see you here. Just as he reached the doorway, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Yang Teng froze momentarily, then clenched his fists involuntarily. The speaker was none other than Zhang Haoxiu. At that moment, he approached Yang Teng with a brisk gait, sneering. I heard you've upgraded to a golden member of the Alliance? And what concern is that of yours? Yang Teng turned around, locking eyes with him. Am I not allowed to extend my congratulations? Zhang Haoxiu raised an eyebrow. In truth, I believe our relationship need not be so tense. Do you have something to say? Yang Teng replied coolly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Hold on. Just as he began to move, Zhang Haoxiu's voice suddenly took on a more serious tone. How about we have another match? Oh. Yang Teng turned back, contemplative. What kind of competition do you have in mind? One-on-one. Zhang Haoxiu stated flatly. The victor may impose a condition upon the loser. This. Yang Teng feigned contemplation, though his heart raced with excitement. He understood Zhang Haoxiu must have come prepared. In fact, he was fully aware of his opponent's preparations. Unfortunately for Zhang Haoxiu, he mistakenly believed Yang Teng would shy away from the challenge, prompting him to make a veiled remark. You once said that only true strong individuals deserve Lin Xin. I accept your challenge, Yang Teng replied calmly. Good. Zhang Haoxiu's expression brightened with excitement. It seemed he was oblivious to the fact that Yang Teng's flame-tailed lion had evolved to its final form. With that knowledge, he felt confident he could utterly defeat Yang Teng today and shatter his ambitions for Lin Xin. To the arena. Conveniently, the Alliance office building housed a designated area for beast tamers to compete. The two wasted no time and proceeded to the arena. As you said, the loser must comply with the winner's condition. Yang Teng stated evenly, eyeing Zhang Haoxiu across from him. Of course. The latter nodded. I always keep my word. Let us begin. Yang Teng feigned calmness, though internally he reveled in delight. His goal was to lower Zhang Haoxiu's guard and deliver a resounding slap in the face. As Yang Teng had anticipated, the beast companion Zhang Haoxiu summoned was none other than the fully evolved Fury Flame Lion, now at level 39. It was clear that Zhang Haoxiu had dedicated significant resources to nurturing this beast during this time. So, your flame-tailed lion has evolved? Yang Teng feigned ignorance. It hasn't been long since its evolution. Zhang Haoxiu crossed his arms, reverting to his usual arrogance. Upon witnessing Yang Teng's astonished expression, he felt even more assured of his victory. You've truly hidden your strength well, Yang Teng teased him. Yet for the overly proud Zhang Haoxiu, this remark failed to provoke any anger. Conversely, he regarded Yang Teng with a mocking glint in his eyes. In that case, Yang Teng pondered momentarily before suddenly slamming his hand onto the ground. A crimson magical array instantly materialized. Compared to before, this array now appeared far more intricate and enigmatic. Zhang Haoxiu raised an eyebrow, sensing an unusual aura emanating from the array. Roar. Flames erupted, forming a terrifying fire vortex, accompanied by a resounding roar. The moment arrived when the infernal flame demon unfurled its vast demonic wings, brandishing a flame-forged spear as it emerged from the blaze. At this very instant, Zhang Haoxiu found himself frozen in place, utterly astonished. The intelligence he had received indicated that Yang Teng's infernal flame spirit had yet to complete its final evolution. Yet, what was unfolding before his eyes defied all logic. How could this be? Zhang Haoxiu shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, Isn't this your infernal flame spirit? Infernal flame spirit? Yang Teng stroked his chin and chuckled. Oh, my apologies. Just like your flame-tail lion, it has just completed its evolution. Moreover, it has its own name, Infernal Flame Demon. No, you must be deceiving me. Zhang Haoxiu shook his head, his expression one of sheer terror. His heart was already engulfed by waves of regret. Yang Teng's Infernal Flame Demon was also a final evolution form, leaving his Blaze Lion King devoid of any advantage. No wonder he had accepted his challenge. It turned out he had long been prepared. The thoughts he had entertained mere moments ago were mere illusions, crafted to ensnare him. Now that we stand upon the arena, let us commence our battle, and do not forget the conditions of this contest, Yang Teng remarked with a slight smile. Resembling a cunning old fox whose schemes had come to fruition, Witnessing this, Jiang Haoshu clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. Thunder rumbled. Combat was imminent. After Yang Teng's training, the Infernal Flame Demon had reached a staggering level of 38. Even though the Blaze Lion King was a level higher, the slight advantage in level appeared insignificant in the face of such overwhelming might. With a deafening roar, the Infernal Flame Demon unleashed a deep purple flame that enveloped its entire being. The demon will skill activated instantaneously. In mere moments, its attributes surged visibly. Jiang Haoshu's eyes widened in shock. Beasts of different talents would create substantial divides as their powers escalated. The A-rank Blaze Lion King, for instance, was vastly inferior in ability and skills compared to Yang Teng's Infernal Flame Demon. There was no remedy, constrained by the disadvantages of its innate talent. This gap would only widen with time. Nevertheless, the Blaze Lion King showed no sign of retreat. As flames danced, it unleashed the Ninefold Fire skill. Ninefold Fire, a fire-type attack skill that inflicts area damage with a power of 75, possessing a chance to burn and dealing multiple hits. In the past, Yang Teng might have approached Jiang Haoshu with a degree of caution. However, such trepidation was now entirely unnecessary. The Infernal Flame Demon raised its spear, thrusting it into the ground. Instantly, a magnificent tempest of flames materialized, transforming into a barrier that consumed the entirety of the Ninefold Fire's might. What? Jiang Haoshu's complexion turned ashen. It was evident that the Infernal Flame Demon had not even exerted its full strength, effortlessly neutralizing the Blaze Lion King's assault. What did this mean? Was he underestimating him? With this thought, Jiang Haoshu's gaze locked onto Yang Teng's eyes, who appeared utterly indifferent. After all, he had been targeting Jiang Haoshu for quite some time now. Moreover, as their mutual animosity intensified, their relationship would only deteriorate further. Faced with such an adversary, why should Yang Teng hold back? Why extend any mercy? A smirk played on his lips, as if he could already envision the moment Jiang Haoshu would be thoroughly humiliated. At that moment, the Infernal Flame Demon abruptly raised its spear, summoning a torrent of flames to unleash the skill, Spectral Flame Slash. The fire blazed like ink, seemingly profound, yet harboring terrifying destructive power. Even though the Blaze Lion King had established a defense, the impact of the Spectral Flame Slash shattered its fiery shield in an instant. Struck by the frontal assault of the Spectral Flame Slash, the Blaze Lion King was sent hurtling through the air, crashing out of the arena amidst Jiang Haoshu's incredulity. One strike. In a mere moment, the Blaze Lion King was rendered incapable of battle, transforming into a swirl of light that vanished into Jiang Haoshu's forehead. Chapter 79, Return to School. You have lost. Yang Teng retracted the Infernal Flame Demon, gazing at Jiang Haoshu with an expression of calm indifference. The Hellish Ghost Flame Mushroom Alliance has only this one member. How did you manage to facilitate the evolution of your Infernal Flame Spirit? Jiang Haoshu shook his head. He had believed himself thoroughly prepared, yet the scene before him left him utterly shaken. Honor your promise. Yang Teng did not respond to his inquiry, a smile gradually spreading across his face. From today onward, you must cease your harassment of Lin Xin. No, I cannot comply. Jiang Haoshu's eyes widened in protest, shaking his head vehemently. As expected, he had reneged on this matter. Yang Teng raised an eyebrow, stating, this was a condition you set yourself. What? Do you no longer wish to acknowledge it? You clearly came prepared. Why pretend to hesitate just now? Jiang Haoshu stared at him in confusion. That was... Yang Teng paused, smiling nonchalantly. If I had simply acquiesced, wouldn't that have raised your suspicions? You. Jiang Haoshu fumed. So it turned out that until now, he had been the one played for a fool. A tide of fury surged within him. Observing Jiang Haoshu's silent demeanor, Yang Teng stuffed his hands into his pockets, suppressing his smile. Are you certain you do not wish to agree? Absolutely not. Jiang Haoshu retorted, you can propose another condition. For instance, allow me to give you 10 million. No, 20 million would suffice. Humph. Yang Teng had anticipated that Jiang Haoshu would resort to such underhanded tactics. He said nothing further, turning on his heel to leave. Engaging with such a disruptive individual was utterly devoid of interest. Damn it. Watching Yang Teng's figure fade from view, Jiang Haoshu clenched his fists and struck the nearby pillar with all his might. Do you understand why you cannot defeat him? A ghostly voice suddenly resonated. Who? Jiang Haoshu lifted his head, indignation evident on his face. Who dares to play tricks here? If you choose to collaborate with me, I will do everything within my power to help you defeat him. In due time, everything you desire will be effortlessly within your grasp. Who are you? Jiang Haoshu shouted angrily. The surrounding space darkened ominously. Soon after, a swirling black mist coalesced, forming a portal resembling a black hole before him. Come, here you shall find the answers you seek. The chilling voice echoed in his ears. In the next moment, a strange glimmer appeared in Jiang Haoshu's eyes. Upon returning to the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy, Yang Teng was quickly surrounded by a throng of students. Wow, Yang Teng. I heard you single-handedly battled 2 legendary beasts in Angshi. How did you manage that? Wait, I have a question too. What was inside that abandoned teaching building? Can you share with us? Hey, I heard that Wang Bo from your class was controlled by a beast. Goodness, is he still even human? Of course he is. Yang Teng furrowed his brow, directing a stern gaze at the young man who had just spoken. As classmates, your remarks are becoming quite perilous. Please, everyone, stop crowding around here. The voice of Xinghe echoed from a short distance away, prompting the crowd to part decisively. At that moment, she resembled the formidable queen bee of the campus, arms crossed and flanked by Lu Long Tengzi. It's about time you returned, Lu Long lamented, approaching him with a look of despair. This girl seems to have been provoked by something. She has been targeting me since this morning. With that, he revealed the scratches on his arm. You brought it upon yourself. Who told you to upset me? Xinghe shot him a sidelong glance, entirely oblivious to her own fault. What has happened to that abandoned teaching building? Yang Teng inquired with curiosity. It has already been sealed off. Xinghe murmured as she gazed toward the direction of the forsaken structure. The Alliance is currently conducting an investigation. The teleportation array inside has also been sabotaged. That's a relief. Yang Teng nodded slightly. Though it doesn't affect us, Wang Bo is in quite a predicament. As Xinghe walked ahead, her pace faltered as she turned to meet his gaze. What happened to Wang Bo? Yang Teng asked, baffled. This matter has nothing to do with him, does it? I've heard that his student status has been revoked. Lu Long interjected. And given his current condition, he can hardly return to a normal campus life. So what does the Alliance plan to do with him? Yang Teng pressed. I heard that this morning, the Alliance arranged for a private jet to take him away, Lu Long replied, his expression tinged with sorrow. After all, only a master beast tamer can lift the control placed upon him. Does that mean the Alliance intends to send him to Tianjiangjuadi? Yang Teng's eyes widened in shock. Pretty much, Lu Long nodded. Upon hearing this, Yang Teng could only express his sympathy as he cast his gaze toward the heavens. By the way, where has Tianyi gone? After returning to the classroom, Yang Teng was surprised to find his old rival absent. Not sure, Xinghe glanced at his seat. Perhaps he is busy with something. Listening to her words, Yang Teng reluctantly refocused his thoughts and returned to his seat. As the class commenced, before long, Yang Teng entered with a professional smile, clutching a book. Hello, classmates. She greeted, her smile brighter than spring flowers. Hello, teacher. The students present responded listlessly. All right. Please turn to page 37. Suddenly recalling something, Yang Teng's eyes darted toward Yang Teng. Several students have been absent from school these days. They may have missed some key concepts. Flipping through the pages, she continued. Come on, Yang Teng. I have a question for you. Sure. Being called upon unexpectedly startled Yang Teng, and he quickly stood up. What are some common methods used by exotic beasts to conceal their identities from humans? Yang Teng inquired. Yang Teng hesitated for a moment, pondering. There should be 3 methods. One is to possess a human body. The second is to alter their aura to resemble common animals. And the last one is based on the strength of the exotic beast. Most Lord-level beasts possess the ability to transform into humans, Xinghe chimed in, adding, moreover, this ability is far more discreet than the previous 2. They appear identical to humans. Xinghe is absolutely correct. Yang Teng applauded dramatically, mimicking a seal's clapping. Indeed, Lord-level exotic beasts possess extraordinary power, allowing them to transform into humans without any external aid. Is it true that even instruments cannot detect them? A curious student queried. Not at all. Yang Teng shook her head. Even Yonghe cannot achieve that. The classroom erupted in astonished murmurs as they learned of the extraordinary capabilities of Lord-level exotic beasts. Xinghe, you're not, by any chance, a transformed Lord-level exotic beast. Are you? Lu Mao, seated nearby, raised an eyebrow with an impish grin. Otherwise, how could you be so stunning? Chapter 80. My parents have been kidnapped. Die, you fatso. Xinghe kicked him in the face. If I were an exotic beast, you'd be the first to be devoured. Hee, to be devoured by such a beautiful exotic beast. I would willingly accept my fate. Lu Mao chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Get lost. Xinghe recoiled with disdain, fearing that he might seize the opportunity to embrace her. However, it seems that teacher Yang Teng has an even more alluring charm than you. Lu Mao wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his face flushed. Maybe your teacher Yang Teng is actually a beautiful exotic beast. Xinghe rolled her eyes. Hearing her words, Yang Teng, standing at the podium, paused for a moment before breaking into a sweet smile. Xinghe, you truly have a talent for jesting. If I were an exotic beast, you'd be the first I'd capture. Capture me? You should consider whether you have the capability. Xinghe murmured, though only Yang Teng caught her words. The lesson continued. As usual, Yang Teng's class was rather peculiar, resulting in few students willing to engage with her teachings. Meanwhile, in an electronic factory located in the development zone of S City. Yang's father was inputting product information in the office when the manager called out to him. Xiaoyang, the factory director needs to verify some product information with you. Please head over. The manager spoke with an air of indifference. Oh, all right, I'm on my way. Yang's father nodded and returned to his workstation, habitually saving the entered documents. He proceeded toward the director's office. The office was oddly situated, not within the administrative area, but rather in a vast warehouse. Strangely, this warehouse saw little foot traffic throughout the year, with only the knowledge of a director's office hidden within. Soon, he traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at the expansive warehouse, which was filled with neatly organized materials for manufacturing electronic devices. Yang's father walked slowly through the space. Locating the director's office within such a vast warehouse proved to be a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, after a short while, a simple mobile cabin unexpectedly came into view. Without hesitation, he wiped his hands on his clothing and grasped the doorknob. Inside was pitch black, with even a faint breeze whispering in his ears. Just as he turned his gaze toward the desk, Yang's father's eyes widened in shock. The previously wide-open door slammed shut with a resounding crash. Phew. Xiao Zhao's class is unbearably dull. I'd rather have Yang Ting teach. Lu Long stretched lazily. As the time to dismiss school approached, Yang Ting finished packing his belongings, and the two departed the classroom together. Strange, why is it so dark outside so early today? Lu Long remarked, glancing at the dimming sky with a furrowed brow. What time is it now? Yang Ting inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. It's only 4:30. Lu Long checked his watch out of habit. As darkness descended, one need not fear. What is destined to come will indeed arrive, and what must be faced cannot be evaded. The Milky Way has unexpectedly spoken, she remarked. Without delay, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and was the first to depart the classroom. That girl. Lu Long extended his hand, only to let it fall in resignation. Let us return. For some inexplicable reason, Yang Ting felt a peculiar unease within him, as if something essential were missing. Yet, that suffocating sensation seemed to whisper that something was bound to transpire soon. The biting cold wind howled. Lin Xian, as per her usual routine, stood at the entrance of the Intermediate Beast Master Academy, awaiting his arrival. Have you waited long? Moments later, Yang Ting bid farewell to Lu Long and approached her. Not at all. Lin Xian replied with a gentle smile, producing a still warm corn cob from the sleeve of her cotton coat. Thank you. Yang Ting's eyes sparkled with delight. He then took her hand, leading her toward the direction of home. It's still early today, and my father is on the mend. Under the glow of the streetlights, Lin Xian's features appeared exceptionally gentle. May I visit your home? Huh. Yang Ting, caught mid-bite of his corn, was momentarily taken aback. You should have mentioned it earlier. Let me quickly ask my mother to buy some groceries. As he prepared to reach for his phone, Lin Xian playfully pressed his hand down. It's quite cold. Let's not trouble your mother. Since we're heading in the same direction, let us stop by the market to pick up some ingredients. All right. Yang Ting readily agreed. After all, the very notion of her suggesting a visit to his home filled him with joy. Without further ado, he firmly clasped Lin Xian's hand and set off toward the market. In the depths of winter, as night deepened, the wind grew fiercer and colder. By the time they returned home, the sky had long since turned pitch black. Mom. After knocking for what felt like an eternity with no response, Yang Ting couldn't help but pout. He fished out his keys and unlocked the door. The house was enveloped in darkness, with not a single light illuminated. Mom, are you home? He called out, his voice echoing in the silence. Unfortunately, there was no reply. With no other option, he flicked on the living room light, removed his crossbody bag, and carelessly tossed it onto the sofa. Where could Aunt be? Lin Xian inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she scanned the surroundings. Soon, illuminated by the light, she noticed a piece of paper resting on the table, seemingly inscribed with writing. There's a note on the table. Lin Xian gently tapped his hand to draw his attention. All right. Yang Ting snapped back to reality and picked up the note. If you wish to retrieve your parents, come to the ruins in the southern part of the city. The brief message struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. What does it say? Lin Xian hastily approached and took the note from him. In the next instant, her expression froze as well. Do not panic. Uncle and Aunt must be fine. She urged herself to remain calm. We should go to the League. They will surely have a way to rescue your parents. No, wait. Yang Ting interjected, raising his hand. They are targeting me. If we alert the League and they find out, my parents might. Xiao Xian, you shouldn't involve yourself in this. I will handle it myself. No, I cannot stand idly by while you put yourself in danger. Lin Xian vehemently shook her head. I will accompany you. This note carries the scent of a beast. It seems your owner has attracted its attention, the little tabby cat observed, discerning the situation. A beast? Yang Ting faltered, shaking his head more resolutely. Xiao Xian, you must return home. This matter is far from simple, and if you accompany me, you will undoubtedly face peril. Trust me, I believe in Uncle Lin and Wu Ti want you to be harmed in my presence. But how can I allow you to face danger alone? Lin Xian insisted, her earlier tranquility replaced by determination. In that case, Yang Teng pondered for a moment. You should go to the League and report my situation to the leaders there. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Indeed, given the urgency of the situation, this was the most prudent course of action.